Harper Audio presents The Bone Tree by Greg Iles. Performed by Robert Petkoff. The end of man is knowledge. But there is one thing he can't know. He can't know whether knowledge will save him or kill him. Robert Penn Warren, All the King's Men. Prologue. Special Agent John Kaiser stood at the window of the FBI's tactical room in the Riverbend Hotel and stared at the lights of Natchez twinkling high over the dark tide of the Mississippi. After struggling silently with his convictions for more than an hour, he had decided to use the authority granted him under the Patriot Act to take a step that under any other circumstances would have been a violation of the Constitution: the unauthorized invasion of computers belonging to a public newspaper. He had not done this lightly, and Kaiser knew that his wife, an award-winning journalist and combat photographer, would condemn him if she ever learned what he'd done. But by his lights, the deteriorating situation demanded that he cross the Rubicon, and so he'd quietly risen from bed and, without disturbing his wife, slipped down the hall to where two FBI technicians sat behind computers connected by secure satellite to a high-speed data link in Washington. This is the Deep South, Kaiser reflected, watching the bow lights of a string of barges round the river bend to the north from Vicksburg and push slowly southward toward Baton Rouge. The real South. After being stationed in New Orleans for 7 years, he'd realized that the Big Easy, while technically a southern city, was in fact an island with a unique identity, a former French possession, deeply Catholic, multiracial, bursting at the seams with joy and pain, corrupt to its decaying marrow. But the further north you drove out of New Orleans, the deeper you penetrated into the true South, a Protestant land of moral absolutes, Baptist blue laws, tent revivals, fire and brimstone, heaven and hell, good and evil, black and white, and damn little room between. Natchez on its bluff was a Surette, a little sister to New Orleans, not quite as cosmopolitan in this century as it once was, but still an enclave of license and liberality in the hard-shell hinterlands of cotton and soybeans. Yet Natchez had once been the capital of this cotton kingdom, and 100 years after the Civil War, the hatred that simmered in her outlying fields had infected the city, and murder had roamed her streets like a scourge. If you drew a 30-mile circle around Natchez, it would encompass more than a dozen unsolved murders from the 1960s alone, and twice that number were officially solved, but that begged for deeper investigation. Kaiser pressed the palm of his hand against the cold window pane and watched the barge lights through the fog of his breath on the glass. 2 days ago, when he'd mobilized a massive FBI corpse recovery effort here in Concordia Parish, his goals had been to solve some cold case murders and to save the life of a heroic journalist, not to unravel the darkest thread of the Kennedy assassination. But 24 hours after his arrival in this embattled parish, that was exactly the position in which he found himself. Was it possible that a group of long unsolved race murders in this neglected corner of the South held the key to the biggest cold case in American history? Given what he'd learned in the past 12 hours, it just might be. Texas bordered Louisiana, after all, and in 1963, Dallas had been a fundamentalist redoubt of reactionary political conservatism, seething with rabid Kennedy hatred. More unsettling still, in that era, Dallas had been a feudal possession of New Orleans mob boss Carlos Marcello. For decades, finding a link between Marcello and Dealey Plaza had proved maddeningly elusive. But today, new evidence had emerged, revealing a credible plan by the Double Eagle Group to assassinate Robert Kennedy in April of 1968, as well as actions by the group's founder that suggested complicity in the 1963 assassination. Kaiser had long known of a connection between certain double eagles and Carlos Marcello. And while he could not explain his certainty, he sensed that the missing links that would tie Marcello to the dead president would soon be within his reach. Now that Kaiser had authorized an invasion into the computer servers of the Natchez Examiner, his dilemma was how much information to pass up the chain to Washington. In the 3 months since Hurricane Katrina struck, he had been operating with near complete autonomy, and he liked it. The breakdown of basic human services in New Orleans, most notably the evaporation of the NOPD, had created a situation of unprecedented chaos on American soil. A veteran of the final phase of the Vietnam War, Kaiser had pushed into that vacuum and deployed bureau resources with the independence and assertiveness of a military officer, and Washington had allowed him all the rope he desired. The fact that New Orleans lay in a part of the country that the D.C. nabobs never thought much about had been useful in this regard. But Kaiser knew all too well that once he started passing explosive information up the chain, those same bureaucrats would instantly go into ass-covering mode and force his operation to a grinding halt. And almost nothing was more explosive than evidence tying the New Orleans Mafia and a violent offshoot of the Ku Klux Klan to Dealey Plaza. What Kaiser wanted most was time and freedom to follow the leads he'd unearthed, to wherever they led, unhampered by oversight and regardless of consequences. J. Edgar Hoover might be long dead, but his paranoid ghost still haunted the halls of FBI headquarters on Pennsylvania Avenue. Already 2 men had died since Kaiser and his team had driven north from New Orleans to Vidalia, and more had died in the days before that. These deaths had not gone unnoticed in Washington, and by early this evening a few reporters at national newspapers had picked up on the violent doings in the back country of Louisiana. None had yet learned that Kaiser had designated the Double Eagle Group a terrorist entity under the Patriot Act, which gave him unprecedented power to combat the survivors of the Klan offshoot, but someone soon would, and that would only increase the political pressure to quickly resolve events. The problem was, Kaiser saw no hope for a quick resolution. The Double Eagle Group was tied to at least a dozen unsolved rape, kidnapping, and murder cases in and around Concordia Parish and Natchez, Mississippi. And while Kaiser had made remarkable progress during the past 24 hours, it might take weeks or even months to solve them all. The surviving Double Eagles were tough men who had never been compromised, much less infiltrated. Breaking them would be difficult. The one eagle who had shown signs of wanting to wash his conscience clean, a terminal cancer patient named Glenn Morehouse, had been ruthlessly murdered by his old comrades 2 days ago, before the FBI even became aware that he'd opened talks with a crusading journalist named Henry Sexton. Sexton himself had nearly perished in a subsequent attack by unknown assailants, and he now lay in a heavily protected room in the nearby Concordia Parish Hospital. It was Sexton's working files and notes that Kaiser hoped to access by breaching the computers of the Natchez Examiner. Early that morning, Kaiser had learned from Sexton's girlfriend that the injured reporter had given a bundle of moleskin notebooks containing the results of years of Double Eagle investigations to Caitlin Masters, the publisher of the Examiner. Kaiser had tried both bribes and threats to persuade Masters to allow him access to those notebooks, but so far she had refused. Just before going to bed, his wife had told him that she'd spoken to Masters, who was a great admirer of her work, about them all being on the same side, and Jordan believed the publisher would allow Kaiser access to the notebooks tomorrow. He'd made up his mind to subpoena Sexton's records under the Patriot Act in any case, but as he'd lain awake in the dark beside his wife, he'd begun to believe that waiting even 8 hours for that information would be a mistake. Though few knew it, Kaiser had twice today visited Henry Sexton in the hospital, and during the second meeting, he'd heard a story that had stunned him. According to Sexton, the 1968 kidnapping of 2 young black men, Jimmy Revels and Luther Davis, had been anything but a simple racist attack by the Ku Klux Klan. Glenn Morehouse, a founding member of the Double Eagles, had told Sexton that Revels and Davis had been kidnapped as part of a plan to lure Robert Kennedy to Mississippi to be assassinated. This plan had come into being after RFK announced his intention to enter the 1968 presidential race, a decision that had enraged Carlos Marcello, who'd been targeted for deportation multiple times by Kennedy, both as a senator and as Attorney General. According to Morehouse, Marcello believed that if Robert Kennedy was elected president, he would be permanently deported and lose his criminal empire, which stretched from Dallas, Texas to Mobile, Alabama. Through casework of his own, Kaiser knew this to be true. He did not, however, know anything about the rest of Morehouse's Kennedy revelation, which was, first, that Marcello had gone through local millionaire and power broker Brody Royal to recruit his assassin, and second, that the assassin was Frank Knox, the founder of the Double Eagle Group. Morehouse claimed that Knox had chosen Jimmy Revels as his victim because Revels had worked tirelessly to register black voters for a Kennedy presidential run, and also because Revels was personally known to Bobby Kennedy. The boy had even spoken to the senator by telephone only days earlier. Frank Knox believed that if Revels were brutally murdered, Kennedy would be unable to resist the temptation to travel to Mississippi to attend his funeral. Only the accidental death of Knox during this operation had prevented the assassination plan from coming to fruition. Despite Knox's death, Revels and his friend Davis had still perished, and horribly. Earlier today, Kaiser's team had brought up Davis's bones from a deep pond after 37 years of submersion, proving that at least one of the young men had been handcuffed to the wheel of his Pontiac convertible and driven into the water after being both shot and tortured. Revels's body remained undiscovered, but Kaiser hoped to find it next, and soon. The aborted plot to kill Robert Kennedy was not what had triggered Kaiser's present fears. No, it was something Henry Sexton had told him during their first hospital visit, something Sexton himself had learned from Morehouse only 18 hours earlier. On the day Frank Knox founded the Double Eagles, during the summer of 1964, Knox had drawn 3 groups of letters in the sand beside the Mississippi River. The 3 Ks, he'd called them: JFK, RFK, MLK. Then Knox had scraped the toe of his boot through the JFK and said, "1 down, 2 to go." To his stunned followers, Knox had then shown a photo of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr. standing in a group in the White House Rose Garden with red circles drawn around their heads. After Kaiser heard this, every instinct told him that Carlos Marcello's approach to Frank Knox about killing RFK in 1968 was not the first time the mobster had gone to the former Marine for that kind of help. In 1961 and 62, Frank Knox had been training Cuban expatriates in a South Louisiana camp funded by Marcello. And in 1963, Marcello had even more reason to believe Robert Kennedy meant to destroy him than he would have in 1968. Given all these factors, Kaiser had come to believe that he was working the most important FBI investigation outside the war on Al-Qaeda. In historical terms, given the FBI's abysmal failure on so many civil rights murders and Hoover's sabotaging of the Warren Commission investigation, it might be the most important case of all. What complicated Kaiser's effort to redeem the Bureau's record and honor was the fact that the Louisiana State Police were working against him. In a uniquely Southern twist, the chief of the LSP's Criminal Investigations Bureau was the son of Frank Knox. Forrest Knox had worked hard to distance himself from his family's racist past, and he'd been so successful that many Louisiana politicians supported him as the next superintendent of the state police. For Kaiser, this possibility represented a nightmare. If his suspicions were correct, Forrest Knox was the architect of a statewide criminal organization that used corrupt police officers and ex-Double Eagles to facilitate drug smuggling, gambling, and prostitution. the rackets once ruled by the Marcello organization of old. Whispered rumors that Knox had used a state police SWAT team to wipe out drug competitors during the chaos of Katrina were starting to seem more like fact than fantasy. Worse still, Kaiser had begun to uncover connections between Forrest Knox and the ruthless developers and bankers intent on rebuilding New Orleans as a whiter and more marketable version of itself in the wake of the storm. "I'm almost through," said one of the technicians behind Kaiser. "May have better security than I expected. It's run out of the Home Office in South Carolina." "John Masters owns 27 newspapers," Kaiser said, the fog of his breath blanking out the glass again. "I'd expect him to spend at least some money on information security." 2 minutes, tops," said the tech, tapping rapidly at his keyboard. Kaiser checked his watch, wondering where Caitlin Masters was at this moment. Almost certainly in her office at the Examiner, working on the next day's stories, chasing her second Pulitzer. "Will she be able to see that we're inside her system?" he asked. No worries there." Kaiser grunted. He liked Caitlin Masters. Earlier tonight, when a state police captain named Ozen had shown up at the Concordia Hospital to take over the Sexton case, the slightly built newspaper publisher had gotten right up into his face to challenge his authority and reaffirm federal jurisdiction. You had to admire spunk like that. The paternal warmth Kaiser felt toward Masters reflected the conflicts he felt about the overall case, and none was more complex than that he felt about the Cage family. Penn and Tom Cage represented a unique problem for him. Penn Cage was not only Caitlin Masters' fiancé, but also the mayor of Natchez, a successful novelist and a former prosecutor from Houston. Even more impressive to Kaiser, Cage had been the primary mover behind the scandal that resulted in the resignation of FBI Director John Portman in 1998. While working a cold civil rights murder, Cage had uncovered criminal actions on the part of the young Portman that could not bear modern scrutiny. By any standard, Kaiser saw Cage as a modern-day hero, and yet, in the present circumstance, the mayor was more a pain in the ass than anything else. The reason for that was his father. Tom Cage was almost a relic of a bygone era. A former combat medic in Korea, Cage had gone on to practice medicine for nearly 50 years in Natchez, where he'd worked tirelessly for decades to treat the black community with no thought of recognition or reward. Yet, paradoxically, this beloved physician's irrational actions had directly or indirectly triggered every tragedy that had happened over the past 3 days. In the wee hours of Monday morning, Viola Turner, Dr. Cage's 65-year-old former nurse, had died in her sister's home in Natchez. After living in Chicago for 37 years, the Natchez native had been diagnosed with terminal cancer and returned home to die in the care of her old employer. Few people had known that Dr. Cage was treating Turner, and even if they had, no one would have expected the explosion that followed her death. That only occurred because Turner's son, a Chicago lawyer, had shown up at the Natchez DA's office and demanded that Dr. Cage be charged not with euthanasia, but with murder. And because the black district attorney, Shadrach Johnson, had a long history of antipathy for Penn Cage, he had obliged the angry son. Things might have progressed with some semblance of order had not Dr. Cage jumped bail after being indicted by a grand jury with lightning speed. From what Kaiser could ascertain, the doctor had been aided in this task by an old war buddy, a former Texas Ranger named Walt Garrity. Worst of all, within hours of making their escape, either Cage or Garrity had killed a Louisiana state trooper who'd cornered them near the Mississippi River. Kaiser strongly suspected that the dead trooper had been working for Forrest Knox, not the state of Louisiana, when he'd caught up with the two fugitives, but sadly, Kaiser could not prove that. "I'm in," crowed the tech. "I'm looking at the front page of tomorrow's Examiner." "Let me see," Kaiser said, turning from the window. "Give him your screen, Pete," ordered the tech. The The second tech got up and went over to the coffee maker. As Kaiser took the warm seat, the first tech said, "I routed the front page to you. I'll keep looking for any mention of Henry Sexton's notebooks." With his aging eyes, Kaiser had to tilt his head at exactly the right angle to read what was on the screen, and he could barely make out what the tech was saying on his left. Kaiser had lost nearly all the hearing in that ear 2 years ago when a drug dealer holding him hostage on Royal Street in New Orleans had fired off a 9mm pistol only inches from his ear. From what Kaiser could see on the screen, Caitlin Masters had led off her story with the true events at the Concordia Hospital. Kaiser had hoped to lull the Double Eagles into making a mistake by putting out the story that the Eagles had succeeded in killing Henry Sexton rather than merely wounding him. But the appearance of Captain Ozen at the hospital had seriously lowered the odds of success. He couldn't blame Masters for printing the truth. "I've got a folder," cried the tech. "Henry's Moleskins is the name. Jesus, do you think—" "She digitized his notebooks," Kaiser cried, his pulse racing. "Put the folder on my screen." "Doing it now." "Can we copy the files?" "Sure." "Will they know we did it?" "If they hire a forensic firm down the road, yes, but not any time soon. Do you have it?" A cluster of typical Windows folders appeared on Kaiser's screen. "Just click on it?" he asked, his right hand tingling as it hung over the mouse. "Sure, just like your computer." Kaiser clicked on the folder, but no files opened. "I've got nothing. Is the folder password protected or something?" "Not that I could see." Kaiser tried twice more, then clicked on Properties. "The folder appears to be empty on this screen. Are you sure I have access to the file from here?" "You should have access to everything I do. Hang on." Kaiser waited, fingers twitching. If he could get immediate access to every note that Henry Sexton had taken over decades of investigation, there was no telling what deductive leaps he might make. Plus, despite Sexton's apparent candor in the hospital, the reporter might have held back critical information, hoping to follow it up himself after he recovered. Kaiser suspected, for example, that Sexton might have some notion of the location of the Bone Tree, a long-rumored dump site for Double Eagle corpses and a killing ground that dated to the pre-Columbian years of the Natchez Indians. "Oh, no," groaned the tech, his voice taut. "I don't like the sound of that." "Somebody erased the files in that folder." "Just now?" "Yep. I can see their tracks. Somebody just deleted the file containing what must have been digital scans of Sexton's notebooks. There was 30 gigabytes of data in that folder. Now it's empty. And I think they're still deleting stuff." "Who the hell would do that?" Kaiser demanded, a bubble of panic in his chest. "User 23. That's all I can tell you." "You can't tell who User 23 is?" "Nope. Sorry." "Shit!" "What do you want me to do, boss?" "Can you copy their whole server drives? Everything they have?" The tech's eyes went wide. "That's a lot of data." "That's not an answer, goddammit!" "It would take a long time, and it would definitely increase the odds of their IT people in Charleston noticing something." "Do it anyway." Kaiser was trying to think outside the box when his cell phone rang. He expected it to be his wife asking where he'd gone, but it was one of the agents guarding Henry Sexton at the Concordia Hospital. "What is it?" he snapped. "Is Sexton still stable?" "I don't know, sir." "What do you mean?" "Sexton's not in his hospital bed. I just walked in and found his 78-year-old mother lying in his place. She's hooked up to the heart monitors and everything." "What?" "She used to be a nurse, apparently. When you gave permission for Henry's mother to visit him, he got hold of a cell phone and asked her to bring him a few things to help him sneak out. She did, and Henry pulled it off. He walked out of here wearing his mother's coat and hat, right past our guards." Kaiser slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it! What else does she know?" "We're trying to find out, but I've already learned one thing that's not good." "What's that?" "One of the things Sexton asked for was a shotgun, and she brought him one." Kaiser thought fast. Could Henry even drive? He was heavily sedated when I saw him earlier today. He probably skipped his last doses of meds, except the pain pump. Did Mrs. Sexton know where he was going with the shotgun? She claims she doesn't. Do you believe her? The agent paused. Yeah. Keep her there, you hear me? I'm coming straight over, and put out an APB on her vehicle. The vehicle and Sexton both. Wait, don't do that. If the state police hear that, they'll find Henry and kill him before we get close. He'll just disappear. Tell our guys to hit the streets, everybody but you. I'll wake up the troops here. Got it. Kaiser clicked end and started to get up, but at that moment his wife touched his shoulder. Jordan Glass was wearing a Leica t-shirt and sweatpants, but her eyes were glued to the screen in front of Kaiser. Has Caitlin already posted tomorrow's edition? She asked. I figured she'd be writing right up to the last possible deadline. For a moment, Kaiser considered lying, but experience had taught him that would come back later and bite him on the ass. No, he said. We went into their intranet. Jordan's gaze slowly moved to him. You didn't. I had to see Henry's notebooks if I could. Things are happening too fast to wait. I told you she was going to show them to you tomorrow. You can't be sure of that, Jordan. His wife gave him a look of infinite reproof. I was sure. Kaiser endured her gaze as long as he could, out of penance, but then he turned to his techs and said, Wake everybody up, and I mean everybody. We've got to find Henry Sexton ASAP. The Double Eagles murdered the woman he loved earlier this evening, Jordan said. They were gunning for him, and she died in his place. Whoever Henry thinks did that, he's going to kill them. Kaiser couldn't believe this. Henry is the most mild-mannered guy I've met in all this. Everybody has a breaking point, John. You know that. As Jordan turned to leave, half a dozen phones began to ring. Wednesday, Chapter 1. Tonight, death and time showed me their true faces. We spend our lives plodding blindly through the slaughterhouse gate between past and future. Every second is annihilation. The death of this moment, the birth of this moment. There is no next moment. There is only now. While the pace of life seems stately in the living, we funnel through that gate like driven cattle, fearful, obedient, insensate. Even while we sleep, now becomes then as relentlessly as a river wearing away a rock. Cells burn oxygen, repair proteins, die, and replace themselves in a seemingly endless train. Yet from the womb, those internal clocks are winding down to a final disorder. Only in the shadow of death do we sense the true velocity of time. While adrenaline blasts through our systems, eternity becomes tangible and all else blurs into background. It is then, paradoxically, that seconds seem to stretch. Experience becomes hyper-real, and flesh and spirit unite in the battle to remain breathing, conscious, aware, afloat in the rushing stream of time. If we survive the threat, our existential epiphany quickly fades, for we cannot bear it long. Yet somewhere within us a dividing line remains. Before and after. Tonight, time slowed down so much I could taste it like copper on my tongue. I felt it against my skin, dense and heavy, resisting every move. Mortality hovered at my shoulder, a watchful beast of prey. Chained to a cinder block wall, I watched a man older than my father torture the woman I love with fire. I realized then that hell existed. The terrible irony was that I had created it. In arrogance against the counsel of others, I'd wagered all I had and more, the lives of others, to try to save my father. In desperation, I cast away every principle he ever taught me and reached into the darkness in the hope of a bargain. What did I get in exchange for my soul? a pillar of fire roaring in the night. The pyre of 3 men, probably more, visible for miles across the flat Louisiana Delta, probably even from Mississippi. Not far to the east, my town sleeps along the high ground above the river, but here all sense, all logic is suspended while the fire devours the dead. 2 of those men gave their lives for Caitlin and me. Henry Sexton, reporter. Sleepy Johnston, musician and prodigal son of Louisiana. One a white man, one black. Allies by chance, or maybe fate. Either way, they're gone forever. Through the slaughterhouse gate. I've never witnessed such brutality as that which preceded their deaths, nor such heroism as was displayed in their sacrifices. Yet all I can taste is ashes. 3 months ago I felt a lot like this, as a flood of biblical scale swept over New Orleans, the only real city between the Gulf and Memphis. 3 hours south of here, hazmat-suited crews are still dragging bodies from mildewed houses. That disaster, like this one, had human causes. Greed, apathy, hubris, even loyalty, all demand payment in the end. Storms will always come, and men will always do evil in the shadow of some other word. It's how we respond that defines us. A few minutes ago, gripped by a mad delusion of invincibility, I carried Sleepy Johnston out of the basement inferno where this fire was born, and not once while I staggered through the smoke and flames did I doubt I would reach the surface. I hauled a man nearly my own weight as easily as I would have carried my 11-year-old daughter, but to no avail. 2 minutes after I laid him on the ground, Johnston died of his injuries. Now he lies a few yards behind us, staring sightlessly at the smoke-obscured stars. I did not pray while Caitlin knelt to ease his passing. Anything I said would have been superfluous, for if any God exists, he must surely fold such martyrs into his embrace. I watched in silence while Caitlin reenacted the oldest ritual in the world, cradling the older man's head and murmuring maternal reassurance into his ear. Touching my newly scarred face with my right hand, I drove the nails of my left-hand fingers into my palm. Pain is proof of life. After Johnston expired, I comforted Caitlin as though I had some purchase on reality. But that was only another delusion, though I didn't know it then. Then, with alarm, I realized that these events happened only a minute ago, if that. Does a man in shock know he is in shock? Probably not. If I rewind history 15 minutes, this chaotic mass of fire and smoke was a stunning lake house. Now its owner is being cremated in the ruins of his home, and we 2 survivors stumble about as reality slowly returns with soul-searing clarity. An imaginary newscaster's voice speaks in my head. Brody Royal, multimillionaire sociopath, burned to death last night in a fire started by his antique flamethrower. Sadly, Royal was unable to complete the murders he was contemplating prior to his demise due to a sudden and suicidal intervention by a man he'd ridiculed as harmless for the past 20 years. Brody's house shudders like some giant creature, and then, with the sound of cracking bones, one wing implodes. The heat diminishes for a few seconds, then suddenly intensifies, as though feeding on the evil within. Soon it will drive us farther back, away from Johnston's body. Caitlin stares at the burning wreckage as though she can't quite grasp what's happening. 5 minutes ago, we both believed we were dead. Yet here we stand. Covered with ash and streaked with sweat, her face has a burn scar to match my own. I want to speak to her, but I don't quite trust myself. Beyond her, the lake's mirrored surface reflects back an image of the Tower of Flame, and with a rush of fear, I see our future in it. Like the pillar of fire the Israelites followed across the desert, this beacon, too, will lead men to us. "Is that a siren?" Caitlin asks, looking away from the raging flames and toward the narrow lane at the edge of the light. I think so. My older ears belatedly pick up the distant whine. "That way," she says, pointing westward away from the lake. I peer through the darkness, but I can't make out any police lights through the orange glare and waves of superheated air. "What about Henry's files?" Caitlin asks. "I should hide them." The charred box that Caitlin salvaged from the burning basement stands a few feet from Sleepy Johnston's body. From the looks of the ashes inside, little of Henry Sexton's journals remains. "There's nowhere to hide them," I tell her. "What about the boathouse?" she asks, a note of hysteria in her voice. "They'll search that. It's too late anyway. A neighbor's coming. Look." The nearest house is 75 yards away, but a pair of headlights has separated from the garage and begun nosing down toward the lane that runs along the lake here. Perhaps emboldened by the siren, the car's driver has finally decided to investigate the fire. Must have heard the gunshots earlier, I think, or they'd have been here long before now. The siren is growing louder and rising in pitch. That's probably the Faraday Fire Department, I think aloud. But the law won't be far behind. I hope it's Sheriff Dennis, but it could be the FBI or the state police. They may question us separately. We need to get our stories straight. Bewilderment clouds Caitlin's eyes. "We both lived through the same thing, didn't we?" I take her hand, and the coldness of it startles me. I don't think it's quite that simple. "Everything you did in Brody Royal's basement was self-defense. They were torturing us, for God's sake." That's not what I mean. The tough questions won't be about what happened in the basement. They'll be about why it happened. Why did Royal kidnap us? Why did he want to kill us? We've held back a lot over the past couple of days. And not just from the police, I add silently. "What if we just say we don't know?" "That's fine with me, so long as you don't plan to publish any stories about it in the Examiner." At last, realization dawns in her eyes. "Oh." A half-mile from the lake, the whirling red lights of a fire engine break out from behind the trees that line the levee, then veer onto the narrow lane that runs along the shore of Lake Concordia. A half-mile behind it, 3 vehicles traveling in train quickly follow. The flashing red arcs are much closer to the road on those vehicles, which means they're police cruisers. Our window of opportunity to shape history is closing fast. "I found Brody Royal's name in Henry Sexton's journals," Caitlin says, spinning her story on the fly. "That led me to interview his daughter. Out of fear of her father, Katie panicked and took an overdose of pills before I arrived to question her, but she still implicated Brody in multiple murders. Katie's husband walked in on us after she passed out. That would have been documented by paramedics, if not police. Up to that point, everything's more or less true. Royal learned from Randall Regan that I'd questioned Katie, and they retaliated to keep me from publishing what I'd learned from her." This fairy tale might convince the Concordia Parish Sheriff, but probably not the FBI. "Too many people saw me go into St. Catherine's Hospital," I say. "They know I spent 20 minutes alone with Brody. Now that he's dead, his family's liable to make all kinds of accusations about me going after him. Kaiser will find out sooner or later." "Surely you can explain that conversation somehow." "I sure can't admit that I tried to cut a deal with him." Under the pressure of the approaching authorities, my mind ratchets down to the task at hand. What if I pick up where your story leaves off? I went to St. Catherine's Hospital to make sure Royal wasn't going to take some kind of revenge against you for his daughter's suicide attempt. I suspected that he'd ordered several murders during the 1960s, and Katie had verified that to you. I also believed Royal had ordered the hit attempts on Henry at the newspaper and the hospital, and I was worried he'd do the same to you. That makes sense, right? Caitlin nods quickly, her eyes on the whirling lights. I step closer to her. "Are you going to tell the cops about your recording of what Katie said?" "I might as well, since Brody burned both copies. They're going to read about it in tomorrow's paper anyway." Closing my eyes, I see Caitlin's Trio smartphone and my borrowed tape recorder being consumed by the fearsome blast of a flamethrower. You really don't have another copy at the newspaper?" Her look of desolation is my only answer. The fire engine has reached the head of Royal's driveway. We only have seconds now. "What about Brody's confessions?" Caitlin asks. "That he was behind Pookie Wilson's death. That Frank and Snake Knox killed Pookie at the Bone Tree." "We tell the cops all of that. Every bit of it helps justify what we did tonight." Caitlin looks strangely hesitant, which I don't understand. Even if we tell the police about those confessions, she can still publish the story before any other media outlet gets the information. "For God's sake," I say. "Until tonight, no one was even sure the Bone Tree was real. And Royal admitted taking part in the gang rape of Viola Turner. We've got to tell them that." Caitlin gives me a pointed look. "Brody also told us your father killed Viola. Do you want to tell the police that?" "Of course not." "All right, then. That's why I'm asking what we hold back. Is there anything else?" I can't read her eyes. We've kept so much from each other over the past few days that it's hard to know where our stories might diverge if compared to one another. "The rifles," I say softly. "Those 2 rifles in the cabinet that he showed us just before you held the razor to his throat. Did you see them?" "Yes, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was waiting for my chance to attack him." "There were identifying plaques beneath every other rifle in the gun collection. But on those 2 plaques there were only dates. Dates and a small American flag emblem." Caitlin shrugs. "So?" "The dates were November 22nd, 1963, and April 4th, 1968. She blinks in confusion for a couple of seconds, but then her eyes go wide. "No way. I mean, do you really—" "I don't think so. But if we don't tell Kaiser about them, whatever's left of those guns might disappear tonight, and we'll never know." Caitlin gingerly touches the burn on her cheek. "Let's hope Sheriff Dennis is in one of those cars, and not the goddamn state police. Not that Captain Ozen." I reach out and squeeze her shoulder. "Whoever it is, act more disoriented than you are. You really are in shock, but play it up more. When they question you, try to stick to the past hour, nothing more. Act exhausted and play up your injuries." Caitlin doesn't appear to like this plan. "I don't want to spend the night in a damned hospital. This is the biggest story I've ever been involved in. I've got 0 time to waste." "I know." Moving forward, I pull her tight against me. An hour ago, I made the worst mistake of my life by begging her to suppress part of a story in order to try to bargain with a killer for my father's life. I've got no right to try to control anything she does now. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. You tried to tell me something like this would happen. My worry over Dad blinded me." She shakes her head against my chest. "It wasn't just you. Once I made that recording of Katie, Brody was going to come after us no matter what." "But he wouldn't have known about the recording if I hadn't told him." This is debatable, but Caitlin only draws back and looks hard into my eyes. "Whatever happens now, I need to get back to the newspaper. Please, do whatever you can to make that happen." The fire engine screeches to a stop 30 feet from us, and uniformed men leap off and out of it. The hoses come out faster than I would have believed possible, but these guys don't have a prayer of putting out this inferno. One fireman hurries toward the body on the ground and drops to his knees, but I call out to him that the man is dead. "What happened?" shouts another man from behind me. "Is there anybody still in the house?" When I turn, I see a fire captain wearing a black hard hat and a fireproof coat. "3 dead men. That's all I know. Not from the fire, though. There was a gunfight." His mouth drops open. "Gunfight? In Mr. Royal's place?" "Brody Royal's one of the dead." "Oh, no." "His son-in-law is another. The third is Henry Sexton, the reporter." The fire captain shakes his head, unable to comprehend what I'm telling him. "Is that it? Nobody else?" I really don't know. There's nobody I'd risk my men to save. The fireman looks at me as if I might be out of my mind. They were torturing us, I say, before the fire. Torturing? The captain looks closer at me. Hey, I know you. You're the mayor of Natchez, Penn Cage. That's right. Are you okay? I guess so. This is Caitlin Masters, the publisher of the Natchez Examiner. What the hell started the fire? The answer to this question isn't something the fire captain could accept. Let's see. Brodie Royal was preparing to burn off Caitlin's arm with a flamethrower. I was chained to the wall, tearing my hands to shreds in my desperation to break free. That's when Henry Sexton, despite his injuries, somehow struggled to his feet and shielded Caitlin with his body. Royal meant to burn him too, but like some medieval martyr, the reporter charged Royal and threw his arms around him before the old man could safely ignite the flamethrower. While the rest of us stared in horror, Henry pulled the trigger and immolated them both, creating a firestorm that no amount of water could smother. "Mayor," says the fire captain, catching hold of my shoulders. "Maybe you ought to sit down, huh?" "A World War II flamethrower," I mumble, "loaded with gasoline and tar." The man shakes his head in disbelief, then motions for help and starts shouting orders. The sound of gunning motors makes me turn toward the driveway entrance. 3 Concordia Parish Sheriff's Department cruisers roar up behind the fire truck. 2 park there, but a Chevy Tahoe pulls around the fire truck and drives up to within 10 feet of me before it stops. "Thank God," Caitlin says in my ear. Sheriff Walker Dennis gets out of his cruiser and stumps toward us. 3 years shy of 50, he carries himself like a minor league baseball star gone to seed. He weighs 220 pounds and has forearms that would discourage anyone from betting against him in an arm wrestling match. The way he wears his brown uniform and Stetson gives the impression that he's been a sheriff all his adult life. But in fact, he only took over the job about 6 weeks ago after his predecessor was indicted on corruption charges that decimated the entire department. "Are you okay?" Dennis shouts, striding forward and grabbing my forearm as though to reassure himself that I'm alive. Yeah. Caitlin, too." The sheriff looks over at the fire. 2 crews have trained hoses on the base of the flames, but most of the house is gone already. "Anybody in there?" Dennis asks. "Royal and Regan. Both dead." "Shit. They couldn't get out?" "No." The sheriff gives me an odd look. "You couldn't get 'em out?" "I didn't try, Walker. They kidnapped us from the Examiner office, or sent 2 guys to do it. They were torturing Caitlin for information when this guy," I point at the dead body of Sleepy Johnston, "busted in with Henry and saved us. Royal had a flamethrower in there. It was a miracle we got out alive." "Henry's dead, too," Caitlin says. Walker Dennis rubs his forehead like a man with an incipient migraine. This has already been one of the worst days of his life, and this event will only compound his difficulties. "I obviously should have pressed you harder about Brodie Royal." "It wouldn't have mattered." He takes a tin of Skoal from his breast pocket, opens it with some urgency, and jams a pinch beneath his bottom lip. "Who the fuck is that?" he asks, pointing at the dead man on the ground. "Sleepy Johnston. You know him better as Gates Brown." The sheriff's eyes widen. Dennis knows Gates Brown as the alias of a man who haunted the periphery of our investigations for the past couple of days. Walking closer to the body, he looks down at the face of a 67-year-old black man who lived in this area as a boy, then fled to Detroit for the rest of his adult life. "This the guy who called me about seeing Royal and Regan burning the Concordia Beacon?" I nod. "We need to get the hell out of here. The state police could show up any second, and we need to get some things straight before you talk to them. I glance at Caitlin, who's watching us closely. I nod, thinking the same thing that she and Dennis must be. Captain Alphonse Ozen. All right, Dennis says. Let's get back to the department to get your statements. At least that way I'll be on my home turf if they try to take this case away from me. What about the FBI? Agent Kaiser called me just before I got here. He'd just heard about the fire, but he didn't seem to know it was Royal's house yet. I'll bet he does by now. Sheriff Dennis spits on the ground and leans close to me. We've got a jurisdictional clusterfuck on our hands here, and both our asses are on the line. I know. You ride with me, he says, pulling me toward his Tahoe. Ms. Masters can come in the car behind us. Hold on. I yank my arm loose. Caitlin rides with us. Walker shakes his head. Sorry, I have to separate you two. A lot of eyes will be watching this. I've got to follow procedure. Surely she can ride with us. You can swear we didn't talk on the way. Sensing danger, Caitlin has come up beside me and taken hold of my arm. I'm sorry, Dennis says firmly. It's got to be this way. Before I can argue further, Walker leans in close and says, My brother-in-law will be driving the second car. If you need to call her on the phone, you can. The stupidest thing we can do is stay here and argue. You want Ozen to arrest you two for killing one of the richest men in Louisiana? A friend of every governor for the past 50 years? I'll be fine in the second car, Caitlin says, nudging me toward Dennis's truck. Let's not waste one more second. Just let me grab Henry's files. Walker gives her a grateful look, then signals a deputy standing by one of the cruisers behind the fire truck. The man reaches us as Caitlin trots back with her box, and Dennis introduces him as Grady Wells, his brother-in-law. I beg Wells to take care of Caitlin like he would his own flesh and blood, and he promises that he will. If the state police try to pull us over, Walker tells Wells, ignore them. Don't stop until we get back to base. You only take orders from me. Ignore the radio, and if they start yelling at you over their PA speaker, pay no mind. We'll hash out the jurisdictions when we get to the station. Moments later, 6 doors slam and our small convoy begins racing toward Highway 84 in the Mississippi River. Turning to look back through the rear windshield, I see the pillar of fire still towering over the vast alluvial plain, announcing calamity to the world. If my mother and daughter were to look out of their third-floor window high on the Natchez bluff, they would see it in the distance. As I think of my mother, a double-edged knife of guilt and anger slips between my ribs, and I wonder whether my father is within sight of that roaring flame. Chapter 2. Tom Cage drove through the cold Louisiana night in a stolen pickup truck, his .357 Magnum pressing hard against his right thigh. An unconscious hitman lay on the seat behind him, hands bound together and lashed to a gun rack mounted at the rear of the cab. A corpse lay on the floor between them, a bullet from Tom's .357 in his belly. Tom had taken a Valium and some nitroglycerin, but he was still suffering from tachycardia, and no thought he could summon seemed to calm his overburdened heart. Walt Garrity had almost certainly been killed tonight, trying to extricate Tom and himself from the trouble Tom had gotten them into, and now nearly every cop in 2 states was combing the highways in search of them, believing they'd murdered a Louisiana state trooper, as well as Tom's former nurse, Viola Turner. Walt had shot the trooper all right, but only to stop him from killing Tom in cold blood. Even so, the cold-eyed state policeman had put a bullet through Tom's shoulder before he died, and while that wound had been treated some hours ago, the pain had now built to an excruciating level. Tom didn't dare take enough narcotics to dull the agony. 50 years of medical experience told him that the gunshot wound had pushed him into a state where he could simply collapse behind the wheel and be dead before the pickup truck came to a stop. Only 2 months ago he'd suffered a severe coronary and barely survived. In the past 72 hours, he had endured more stress than even a healthy 73-year-old man could take without caving under the strain. Tom could scarcely believe that 6 weeks ago life had seemed relatively quiet. Having recovered from his heart attack, he'd been looking forward to his son's marriage, which was planned for Christmas Eve. But then Viola Turner had returned to Natchez, trailing the past like a demon in her wake. The cancer that drove Viola back home after 4 decades in Chicago had reduced the beautiful nurse he'd once loved to a desiccated shadow of herself. Despite his nearly 50 years of medical experience, Tom had been profoundly shocked by the sight of her. The grim truth was that Viola had come home to Natchez not to retire, but to die. The first night he saw her, he'd realized he might conceivably be charged with murder in the near future. A merciful act that usually went unreported might well draw the attention of a vindictive sheriff and DA. But not even in his darkest dreams could Tom have imagined that he and Walt would be running for their lives. The bound man in the back seat moaned. Tom debated whether to stop the truck and sedate the would-be assassin again. The hitman's name was Grimsby, and he was 30 years younger than Tom. If he regained full consciousness, Tom would have difficulty handling him, even with his hands and feet bound. Tom had only managed to tie the bastard by chemically incapacitating him first. Along with his now-dead partner, Grimsby had cornered Tom at the edge of a nearby lake, and though Tom had been armed, he'd resigned himself to death before the 2 killers ever appeared. But then, by the simple act of checking his text messages, Tom had learned that Caitlin was pregnant. That knowledge had transformed him from an old man tired of running and killing into a patriarch committed to seeing his 4th grandchild, and perhaps his first grandson, born. With chilling deliberation, Tom had shot one of the 2 arrogant hitmen as they faced him, then disarmed Grimsby and forced him to carry his dead partner up to Drew Elliott's lake house, in which Tom had been hiding. After retrieving his weekend bag, Tom had filled a syringe with precious insulin and jabbed Grimsby in the back as he loaded his dead partner into the truck. That put the hitman into insulin shock. While he lay sprawled across the back seat of the truck, barely breathing, Tom had bound his hands with an old ski rope he'd found in Drew's garage, then tied his hands to the gun rack so that Grimsby couldn't attack him if he revived during the ride. Tom hadn't intended to kill the other man, but his options had been limited, and the pair had surely meant to execute him beside the lake, an emotionless murder for hire. If Grimsby died or lived out his days in a coma as a result of the insulin overdose Tom had given him, so be it. Tom's real dilemma was what to do next. If he pointed the truck towards civilization, he would come to a roadblock sooner rather than later, and there he would be shot while resisting arrest. To avoid this, he'd driven the truck into the low-lying back country between Faraday, Rayville, and Tallulah, endless cotton fields so thinly populated that they felt deserted. But Tom knew better. He had been born in the southwestern part of Louisiana, and he'd gone to undergraduate school at NLU in Natchez, where he'd met his wife. But Peggy Cage, née McCree, was from an eastern Louisiana farm only 10 miles from where he was now. The nearest conglomeration of people to her father's homestead was a tiny crossroads village called Dunston, which lay about 40 miles north of Faraday. This familiarity gave Tom the only sense of security he'd felt in a long time. Peggy had relatives in this area, and Tom had treated them and most of their neighbors for medical emergencies while visiting over the years. He knew he could rely on the loyalty of clannish country folks. He needed to get rid of the truck as fast as he could. Grimsby and his partner had almost certainly notified their boss that they'd cornered him at Drew's lake house, and that meant Forrest Knox would have an APB out for their truck in no time. Tom felt confident that his wife's brother would help him ditch the truck, but that meant putting another family at risk. and Tom had already gotten people killed by doing that. Peggy would tell me to do it, he thought. The real question was what to do if he did manage to get safely to ground somewhere. This nightmare had begun when he was charged with Viola's murder, but the death of the state trooper had complicated matters exponentially. Jumping bail on the first charge only made him look more guilty and further reduced his options. Walt's plan had been to seek help from the superintendent of the Louisiana State Police, who, like Walt, was a former Texas Ranger, in getting the APB on Tom and Walt withdrawn. But something had obviously gone wrong. Tom had expected Walt back long before the two hitmen found him, yet he'd heard nothing. That left two options. He could try to turn himself into some arm of law enforcement, preferably the FBI if he could reach them, and hope to survive the encounter. Or he could do exactly what he'd advised Penn not to do. Deal with the devil direct, and try to remove his family from harm's way by any means necessary. Given that he was likely surrounded on all sides by Louisiana's state and local cops, the chance of safely delivering himself into the arms of federal agents was small. Simply using his personal cell phone was likely to bring a state police helicopter down on his head within 5 minutes, and the last burn phone Walt had left him might well be compromised by now. They had used it too many times already. The ring of the very phone Tom was thinking about stunned him, and his shoulder began to pound, telling him his blood pressure had spiked at the sound. He stared at the phone for 2 more rings, then answered. "Hello?" "It's me," said a voice that made him sag against the truck's door. "Are you okay?" "I thought you were dead." Tom craned his neck around to try to see if the hitman had woken up. "I didn't want to put you at risk by calling you. Even now, we shouldn't spend more than a minute on the phone." "Did you have any luck with Colonel McKeever?" "No, and don't say his name again. He got delayed, but he's on his way up here now." Up here meant Baton Rouge. "FK has already moved against him," Walt said. Forrest Knox, Tom thought. "I don't know the details," Walt continued, "but it sounds like they're trying to discredit Mac and take his job. So, he can't get the APB revoked." "Not with a phone call. He needs to hear our side of the story before he can move. That's the next step. But that's not why I called. The colonel just told me something you need to know. Brody Royal was killed tonight in his house on Lake Concordia. That reporter died with him, Henry Sexton." "No." Tom's heart began to pound again. "Yep, and there's more bad news." The hammering in Tom's chest began to solidify into angina. "Not Penn." "No, hell no. But Penn was apparently there when it happened. And Caitlin, too. They're alive, but that's all I know right now. Mac just caught it over his radio. Royal's son-in-law died there, too, and a black fella I never heard of. Nobody Mac trusts seems to know what really went down." "Where are Penn and Caitlin now?" "In custody. Concordia Parish Sheriff's Department. State police heard it from the firemen on the scene. Alive and in squad cars, only minor injuries. I'll try to learn more, but you don't hear from me, they're fine. If anything's seriously wrong, I'll call you. Don't call me back except in an extreme emergency." "Okay. How you doing? Melba still there?" "No, I'm not either." "What?" "FK sent 2 guys to the lake house, and they nearly got me. I'm lucky to be alive, to tell the truth." "What?" "He sent them to kill me. I turned the tables. One's KIA, the other tied up in the back seat." "Jesus! How the hell did you manage that to shape you're in?" "A little luck and a lot of drugs. What the hell do we do now?" Walt only paused for a few seconds. "You need to go to ground somewhere while I talk to the colonel. And don't try to cover any distance. You'll hit a roadblock. Can you think of anywhere close that's safe?" "Actually, yes. But your part's done. You need to get back to Texas. You've got Carmelita to think about. Just get clear, buddy. That's enough of that. Look, we've been on the phone too long already. Let me ask you one more question. Walt's voice sounded strange. What is it? What do you plan to do with the survivor in the back? I'm not sure. I figured I'd ditch him somewhere. Cotton field, probably. I don't think that's a good idea. Where then? Nowhere. After a pause, Walt said, He's KIA, just like the first one. It took a moment to absorb Walt's meaning. I can't do that. Too much is... Tom trailed off. Too many people are dead already. Listen to me, Walt said in a voice that came all the way from their days in Korea. Mercy is a virtue you can't afford. We already made that mistake once this week. Tom thought of Sonny Thornfield and wondered if saving the old Klansman had really been a mistake, or whether he might yet play some positive role before events resolved themselves. In the back seat, Grimsby stirred. Tom looked back, but could see little in the darkness. Hey, Walt said, did I lose you? Now that I think about it, Tom said, in case Grimsby had awakened, going to Mobile was about the smartest thing you could have done. What? Walt said. Ah, I get it. I wish to God I was there with you, Tom added, meaning it. He waited about 10 seconds, then said, Well, I don't like it, but I guess it's my best chance. Mobile it is. That's enough dinner theater, Walt said in a quieter voice. Listen to me now. Get yourself a new burn phone at a Walmart. Better yet, send someone you trust to get you a half dozen. Then call this number. I want you to use a code to tell me where you are, a basic code. 3 steps. Number the letters in the alphabet from 1 to 26. Then spell out your message, convert it to numbers, and multiply each letter number by the number of men who died in the ambulance it chose in. We clear on that number? Just the mention of that ambulance made Tom grimace. Yeah. Call and give me a string of numbers, nothing else. Like 36, break. 275, break. 150, break. You got it? Yeah. Remember, if you don't hear from me, Penn and Caitlin are fine. Tom nodded wearily in the dashboard light. It's good to hear your voice, Walt. Same here, buddy. Time to go, though. Just remember, you've got one tough thing to do before you do anything else. Finish that son of a bitch. This is war, Corporal. Walt, he meant to kill you in cold blood, didn't he? I'll see you soon. Tom broke the connection and put down the phone. The revelation that Walt was alive had buoyed him in a way that nothing else could. With Walt still working to get the APB revoked, the most immediate threat to their lives might actually be removed. The news about the killings at Lake Concordia, on the other hand, had deeply unsettled Tom. He knew he bore some of the blame for those deaths, as he did for the earlier ones. Worse, Penn and Caitlin could only have turned up at Royal's house because of their efforts to help him. But it was Henry Sexton's death that most haunted him. To think that Henry Sexton had survived 2 earlier attacks only to die at Brodie Royal's house. It seemed almost incomprehensible. Tom squinted down the twin headlight beams illuminating the narrow road between the empty cotton fields, watching for deer or stray cattle. He couldn't afford an accident that might disable the truck. In his present state, he was incapable of walking to safety. He tensed as a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, and his heart and shoulder began to pound in synchrony. Unless he stopped dead, turned around, and made a run for it, he had no choice but to continue toward the oncoming vehicle. As the two vehicles closed the distance, a sharp pain stabbed him high in the back, and his breath went shallow. If whoever was in that car or truck was a cop, Tom knew, he was likely to die in the next minute. His photo, along with Walt's, had been circulated across the state for the past few hours, saturating all media. Any cop who stopped him would recognize him. And what police officer was going to give a fugitive cop killer time to explain a corpse and captive in the back seat? Tom had treated plenty of cops over the years, and in this situation, 8 out of 10 would shoot first and take the glory. The skin on his neck and arms crawled as he waited for the bright red flare of Louisiana police lights. His face was pouring sweat, and angina had locked his back muscles by the time the blinding lights flashed past him, and he saw that they belonged to a Louisiana Power and Light bucket truck. "Christ," he gasped, as his stolen truck rolled out of the sucking vacuum between the two vehicles and plowed back into the darkness. As his heartbeat slowly decelerated, Tom realized that Grimsby had awakened in the back seat. Some ancient survival instinct had flickered to life and told him that the hitman was now staring at the back of his head, trying to work out a way to kill him. If Tom tried to turn, Grimsby would close his eyes and pretend to be asleep. But Tom knew different. Behind the lids, those eyes would be alive with lethal malice. What had Walt said? "Mercy is a virtue you can't afford." As the truck rolled through the dark fields, Tom reached down and laid his hand on the cold, checkered butt of the .357. Chapter 3. The moment Sonny Thornfield saw Billy Knox standing beneath the lights on the floating dock outside his fishing camp on the Toledo Bend Reservoir, he knew something had gone wrong. Sonny and Snake had just carried out one of the most nerve-wracking missions he'd taken part in since the war, and he was elated simply to be alive. In the dead of night, Snake had secretly flown them via float plane to a small lake near Faraday. After being ferried by car to the lawn outside Mercy Hospital, Snake had assassinated Henry Sexton by shooting him through his hospital window. Then, because Forrest had given the order that everyone with direct knowledge of the Sexton attack had to die, they had drugged 2 boys in their 20s and drowned them in the Atchafalaya swamp. No one could have seen that crime. Snake had set the plane down in the middle of a pitch-black pool miles from human habitation. "That can't be it," Sonny told himself, staring at Billy's grim face as Snake taxied the Beechcraft up to the dock. As carefully as he could, Sonny climbed out onto the starboard pontoon and caught the mooring line that Billy tossed him. Billy didn't look much like his father had as a young man. Snake had always been wiry and hatchet-faced. Billy was stockier and blond, with the shoulder-length hair and beard of a 1970s rock singer. Normally his eyes glinted with an amused light, but tonight he looked as grim as Sonny had ever seen him. "What's the matter?" Sonny asked. "What's happened?" "Wait till Daddy gets out," Billy said. When the pontoon bumped the dock, Sonny stepped onto the floating square of wood. "Trouble?" Billy nodded once. "Big time." A chill raced up Sonny's back. Snake climbed down onto the pontoon and stepped lightly onto the dock, his inquisitive eyes on those of his son. "What's the matter, boy? You look like you need a dose of X-Lax." "You won't be laughing when you hear this. You missed Sexton tonight." "Missed? Bullshit." Billy shook his head. "Captain Ozen called. You definitely missed him. You killed his girlfriend, if that makes you feel any better." "I saw the round hit him in the head," Snake barked. "You only grazed him." "No way. That was a .22 Magnum round, and I drilled him." Billy shrugged as if tired of arguing the point. "Maybe your eyes aren't what they used to be. Ozen was there, and he knows what happened. The FBI moved Sexton to an interior room, an office, and tried to pretend he was dead, but Ozen got the truth out of a CPSO deputy. Now we've got a world of shit over there. Does Forrest know? Sonny asked worriedly. Haven't talked to him, but he sure as hell won't be happy. Where is he? New Orleans. He's making his move on Colonel McKeever. Shit. Sonny couldn't hide his fear. I hit that son of a bitch, Snake insisted. The window glass must have deflected your shot, Billy said. Shut the fuck up, Snake bellowed. I know what I saw. Why didn't you kill the master's girl? Billy asked, ignoring his father's anger. Ozen says she should have been visible through the window. Killing Sexton's girlfriend didn't do a damn thing for us. At least wiping Caitlin Masters off the board would have bought us a margin of safety if Sexton told her anything about us. The other woman was trying to close the blinds. She filled up half the fucking window. Besides, I figured Forrest would have a stroke if I told him I'd killed that newspaper bitch without his okay. If I'd have known he'd wanted that, I'd have marched right up to the window and blasted them all. Forrest wouldn't have okayed the master's girl, Sonny said. That's only hindsight talking. He rubbed his arms and shivered. How about we get up to the house? Fuck that, Snake said. We need to head back to Faraday and finish off Henry. We can't risk him talking. Sonny looked longingly up the slope at the luxurious condo on the shore of the reservoir, where warm yellow light glowed through the windows. Forget Sexton, Billy said firmly. He needs to be finished, all right, but you'd never get close to him now. Forrest will make that decision. Snake kicked a tackle box that was standing on the dock. This is bullshit, Billy. What does Brody say? You talked to him? No. We're not supposed to be using the phones, remember? Ozen broke the rules, but he figured we needed to know. You're to stay here in Texas until you get further word. Sonny waited while Snake cussed and spat. Let's just hope, Billy said, that Forrest is the new superintendent of state police by this afternoon. Then we can start some realistic damage control. Snake kicked the tackle box into the dark water, then marched up the wooden steps toward the house. Billy's cell phone rang, and he answered it immediately. After 10 seconds, his face went pale. After 10 more, his mouth hung slack. He turned away from Sonny and walked a few steps along the pier. Looking up the slope, Sonny saw that Snake had stopped climbing and was hovering near the top step, watching his son. When Billy hung up, he walked back towards Sonny like a man trying to pass a field sobriety test. "Who was that?" Snake called, coming back down the steps. "What's happened?" "That was Ozen," Billy said in a dazed voice. "Henry Sexton's dead." Snake laughed and pumped his fist. "I told you I got that son of a bitch!" Billy shook his head slowly. "No, you didn't. Brody's dead, too." "What?" Sonny whispered. "Brody, Sexton, Randall Regan, some old nigger from Detroit, a couple of Brody's guards, and a Natchez cop to boot. Brody's house is burning to the ground right now." "Bullshit," said Snake. "Ozen just heard it on fire department radios in Concordia Parish." "What does Forrest say?" "Ozen can't get Forrest on the phone. Not since he went into a hotel in New Orleans to meet Colonel McKeever." "Oh, God," Sonny breathed, looking for a place to sit down. Chapter 4. Sheriff Walker Dennis's Tahoe hummed swiftly through the Louisiana night, his roof lights dark, his siren silenced. The dry blast of the heater sweeps past my face, the muted crackle of the police radio barely audible beneath it. The heat aggravates the cigarette burn on my left cheek, but after enduring all I have tonight, the pain seems inconsequential. "I tried to keep a lid on this to delay the state police," Sheriff Dennis says.
But some firemen mentioned names on the radio. It's out now, and when a man as rich as Brody Royal dies, people are going to want to know everything. We'll be lucky to make the station without state police cruisers flagging us down.
12 miles east of us, this highway crosses the Mississippi River into Natchez, but our destination lies several miles short of that. The Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office is housed in the basement floor of the parish courthouse between Vidalia and Faraday, Louisiana. The highway between those two towns runs through the worst sort of sprawl. Small engine repair shops, oil field service companies, salvage yards, boat dealerships, and an ever-changing line of marginal enterprises. All have parking lots where state police vehicles could lie in wait for us.
I'm going to videotape your statements when we get there,
Sheriff Dennis says,
but I'd just as soon know ahead of time what you're going to say. I don't want to talk you into a corner you can't get out of.
Thanks, Walker.
Are you and your fiancée straight on your stories?
Yeah.
Good. Because whatever you say is going to get picked apart by a lot of agencies.
I nod, but add nothing.
I got the basic gist of what went down, but why don't you tell me who killed who and in what order?
I take a breath and organize my thoughts before speaking. 2 of Royal's men knocked out the Natchez cop who was guarding the parking lot at the Examiner before they snatched us. I think they probably killed him because I felt no pulse in the van. Once we reached Royal's, those 2 guys hauled his body away.
Can you give me a good description?
Decent. I'd like to kill the sons of bitches.
If they killed the cop, you'll have to get in line. Who died next?
For a moment, I can't speak. Walker considers it a given that cop killers will die violently, and he's so caught up in the moment that he doesn't realize he just condemned my father by extension. Royal and Regan were torturing Caitlin and me in the basement, I tell him, in Royal's gun range.
Jesus, Penn. I'm sorry. I always heard Brody had some kind of $1 million collection down there.
Never saw the place, though. For an instant, the 2 putative assassination rifles flashed behind my eyes. $1 million might be low, I murmur. Royal was trying to find out who had visited Pookie Wilson's mother before she died. He knew there was a witness who could place him at the scene of Albert Norris's death.
How did he know that?
Between you and me, I told him earlier tonight. Walker gives me an angry glare.
Damn it, Penn!
I know. I'll pay for that the rest of my life. But it's done now. During the torture, Henry Sexton and Sleepy Johnston busted in to try to save us. We heard gunshots upstairs. They pretended to be SWAT, but Royal didn't fall for it. When Sleepy Johnston came through the door, Brody got the drop on him. After Brody figured out who he was by calling his lawyer, Claude Devereaux, he shot Johnston in cold blood.
So this Sleepy Johnston was the guy who went to see Pookie Wilson's mother before she died?
Right.
And he was the one who called in tips to me as Gates Brown?
That's right. And visited Henry at the hospital.
How the hell did Johnston know that Royal had kidnapped you?
He was watching Brody's house when we were brought there. He'd been following Royal ever since he got down here from Detroit. That's why he was in a position to see Royal and Regan burn the Beacon building. He just didn't get up the nerve to call your office until today. Or yesterday, I guess, technically. Even after living in the North for 40 years, Sleepy was still scared shitless of Royal and the Knoxes. He didn't think Brody would ever pay for what he'd done.
Why did he use a baseball player's name as an alias?
After Sleepy moved to Detroit, he was lonely. Gates Brown was a black star of the Tigers, and he'd had some trouble in his youth, just like Sleepy. But he helped the Tigers win the series in '68, and Sleepy saw him as a role model. But his luck ran out tonight. Sheriff Dennis, an old baseball player himself, nods with understanding.
Pretty damn sad when you think about it. worse than sad. So, who died next? Henry? Henry was already wounded from the earlier attacks, but I think he'd got hit again in the gunfight upstairs at Royals. He could barely hold himself upright. Brody knocked him down and taunted him, then basically forgot him. But when Brody was about to fry Caitlin with that flamethrower and I was chained to the wall, Henry crawled over there, got to his feet somehow, and protected her with his body. Henry did that? You haven't heard the half of it. He went after Brody then. Brody was trying to fire that flamethrower, but once Henry lunged at him, he couldn't fire without risking the flame blowing back on him. Then Henry closed with Brody, and after a brief struggle, Henry pulled the trigger and immolated them both. I paused to get my voice back under control. It was the most terrible and heroic thing I've ever witnessed. God Almighty. And Randall Regan? After a few seconds of silence, I say, I killed Regan. Sheriff Dennis grunts. Well, I guess you can give me the details at the station. Thanks. But tell me this. If Sleepy Johnston was shot down in the basement, how'd he wind up outside on the ground? I carried him out. The sheriff looks back at me, his eyes skeptical. Dead? No. He was hit in the spine. I knew moving him might paralyze him or even kill him, but he'd have burned alive otherwise. I forced back the images of Sleepy Johnston's face as he resigned himself to death in those flames. I didn't even feel the weight, Walker. It was like lifting a little kid. Dennis nods slowly. That's how it is when shit like that goes down. All I know is 2 good men are dead. 3, if that Natchez cop guarding the Examiner was killed. I don't envy you the call to Chief Logan. Unless you want me to make it. I shake my head. No, I owe Logan that. Well, at least Royal and Regan are dead. I won't say I'm sorry to hear that news. But at what cost? Caitlin blames me for what happened tonight. I say dully, voicing my deepest conviction. She'll never say it, but she does. She blames my father, too, of course. What about you? Do you blame your old man? After a long silence, I hear myself say, I guess I do. If he'd done anything but what he did, you know? If he'd opened up to me from the beginning about Viola's death, if he hadn't jumped bail, how many people would still be alive? I don't know, Pen. But wait till you can talk to him before you judge. Your daddy is a good man. I feel sure there are things you don't know. Things that will make all this make sense. I tried to write him off tonight, Walker. After Henry died, and Sleepy Johnston. But I can't. Sheriff Dennis turns and gives me a look of pure empathy. He's your father, man. He's blood. There it is. Blood. The empirical, evolutionary imperative. What more can be said? Walker, tonight I asked Brody if he killed Viola Turner, or ordered her killed. What did he say? He said no. He admitted that he'd raped Viola along with some other double eagles, Snake Knox and the others. But he said he didn't kill her. He said... What? I'll deny I ever said this, Walker. But Royal said my father killed Viola. Sheriff Dennis seems to freeze behind the wheel. Then he bites his lip for a few seconds. Did he give you any details? He said Dad saved Viola's life 40 years ago,
but he killed her 2 days ago. He laughed at the irony of it.
Do you really believe that sick son of a bitch?
He had no reason to lie, Walker. He thought Caitlin and I were about to die, and he'd already admitted ordering the murder of Pookie Wilson. Dennis watches Highway 84 and takes his time before speaking.
But do you believe it? In your gut?
I don't know. Could Dad have killed Viola to ease her suffering? Yes. But murder her? Not one person I've talked to this week believed that's possible. And in the end, I guess I don't either.
What did Henry think?
Henry believed the Double Eagles killed her. They'd threatened to do it if she ever came back to Natchez, and she did. Henry didn't have any doubt that they fulfilled their threat.
That's good enough for me, bub.
I wish it were for me. I've come up with at least 3 different theories over the past 3 days. There are so many possibilities. It might even be that Lincoln Turner killed Viola. Dad knows that, and he's covering up for him.
Lincoln Turner? Who accused your old man of murder in the first place? You're saying he killed his own mother?
Maybe. Possibly by accident. Either in a botched mercy killing or a layman's effort to revive her with adrenaline.
But if that's the case, why the hell would your father cover for that asshole?
Because Dad thinks Lincoln is his son. This silences Dennis for half a minute.
Jesus,
he says finally.
This is Tennessee Williams shit here.
I'm surprised Walker Dennis knows enough about Tennessee Williams even to make that remark. More like Faulkner, I'd say. Absalom, Absalom.
Same difference. You know what I think?
What?
All this crap with Royal and Regan and the Double Eagles is a good thing. For your father, I mean. It's obvious that there's a whole lot more going on than the murder of one old nurse. And Viola was related to that civil rights kid, Revels. If you can just get your dad safely into custody, in Mississippi, not Louisiana, he'll go to trial for killing Viola. Right?
Aren't you forgetting the dead Louisiana state trooper? Dennis waves his hand dismissively.
Just forget that for a minute. I'm no lawyer, but I've watched my share of murder trials. If your father goes to trial for killing Nurse Viola, all you need is one thing. Reasonable doubt. Am I right?
You're not wrong. Are you going to defend him yourself? Hell no. Quentin Avery's his lawyer.
Even better. Avery could talk 12 dogs off a meat truck.
We're light years from a courtroom, Walker.
Maybe we are, and maybe we ain't.
The sheriff looks back at me, his eyes glinting beneath his Stetson.
All this trouble goes back to the Knox family. Frank and the Double Eagles in the old days, and Forrest and his drug operation now. I say we go back to our first plan. Hit the Knoxes as hard as we can. Bust every meth cooker and mule in this parish. Turn up the heat on the Knox organization big time. Before you know it, we'll have a couple of Double Eagles in the frying pan, and once they start singing, I'll have Forrest by the balls. And Quentin Avery will have all he needs to stuff your dad's jury full of reasonable doubt. When Quentin's done preaching, those jurors won't be sure whether they are right-handed or left.
None of that matters, I say in a flat voice, if the state police kill Dad as a fugitive. Dennis shrugs.
They haven't got him yet, have they?
We don't know that.
Sure we do. If they'd caught him and Garrity, my radio would be chattering like my wife's church group. No. My money says that old Texas Ranger has the trail smarts to keep your daddy loose for a while yet.
I don't hold out much hope that any Double Eagles would give up enough information to save my father from police execution. But as the security lights of various businesses flash past in the darkness, a new strategy begins to take shape in my mind. How soon could you organize a parish-wide sweep of the meth dealers? I ask. Dennis looks at his watch.
I can have my people ready to go 6 hours from now, just before dawn.
Are you serious?
I did 90% of the groundwork today. I told you that yesterday, and now we're here.
The prospect of hitting the Knoxes hard in such a short time frame is tempting. What about Agent Kaiser? Would you tell him about it? The sheriff rolls his shoulders, then sets them as though to take a blow or deliver one.
After I saw Kaiser tuck his tail between his legs when Captain Ozen showed up at Mercy Hospital, no way in hell. This is you and me, Penn. I'm tired of standing by while the Knoxes shit all over my parish. My cousin's 2 years gone, and I know in my bones it was Forrest Knox's outfit that killed him. I'm through sitting on my hands.
Henry didn't believe any double eagle would break his oath of silence under police pressure. Kaiser either. Walker snorts with contempt.
Forgive me speaking ill of the dead, but Henry Sexton didn't know shit about law enforcement, and Kaiser's a big picture guy. It's time to keep it simple. I'm a cop, you're a prosecutor. Meth trafficking carries a mandatory 15 to 30-year sentence in this state. Somebody on the Knox payroll will give us a double eagle or two to keep their asses out of Angola. And once we have an eagle in my jail, it's Katie bar the door. Those old bastards are in their 70s now. You think they want to die on Angola farm with a bunch of black lifers? Hell no. Think about Glenn Morehouse facing cancer. He cracked, didn't he?
That's different.
You think so?
A bitter laugh escapes the sheriff's lips.
Given a choice between dying of cancer in a nice hospital and rotting in Angola with a bunch of pissed-off soul brothers who know I used to be in the Ku Klux Klan, I'll take the cancer every time, Bubba. At least you get morphine to cope.
The sheriff just might be right about this. Some accused criminals live in mortal terror of incarceration, dirty cops, for example. But given the racial demographics of American prisons, I imagine former Ku Klux Klansmen rank right up there with child molesters when it comes to those who have real reason to fear going to jail. All right, I say softly. I'm with you. Walker glances at me, excitement in his face.
Seriously?
Let's do it.
What made you change your mind?
Since Dennis is going out on a limb for my father, I feel I owe him the truth. Battle tactics. Forrest Knox is driving the manhunt for Dad and Walt. If we hit the Knox organization as hard as we can tomorrow, and keep hitting them, Forrest will have to devote a lot of energy to defending himself. And every minute he puts into fighting you and me is one less he has to track down my father.
Damn straight, Walker says. When in doubt, run it up the middle. Don't even give Forrest time to think about your daddy. I just wish we could get Agent Kaiser out of the way somehow so he can't interfere.
As soon as Walker says this, a memory of Brodie Royal describing the murder of Pookie Wilson at the Bone Tree comes to me. I might just be able to do that, though not in the next 6 hours.
Anything will help. Hey, look.
Sheriff Dennis points across the westbound lanes at the jarringly modern silhouette of the 1970s courthouse.
We made it, and no state cops in sight.
As Walker gives me a thumbs up, I turn in my seat to make sure Walker's brother-in-law is still behind us and that Caitlin is still his passenger. Thankfully, I can see both their heads silhouetted by the headlights of the vehicle behind them.
Hey,
Walker says sharply.
Earlier today you said you wanted to ride with me on the busts. Do you still want to do that? Or should you lie low and let me take the heat?
I don't even have to think about this question. I've got my mother and daughter well hidden. What's the point in letting you have all the fun?
The sheriff smacks his steering wheel and smiles. All right, then. In 6 hours we hit those sons of bitches. And I'll lay odds that in 24 hours we'll have at least one double eagle in my jail begging to tell us everything he knows. Dennis pulls around to the left side of the courthouse, the site of his motor pool. I'd better call Chief Logan now, I say, the weight of dread and guilt in my voice. He needs to know he probably lost a man tonight. The smile melts off Walker Dennis's face. You tell him we're going to get to the bottom of that tomorrow, too. Tell Logan I promised him that. I will. Dennis switches off the engine, then looks at me. The eyes in his fleshy face burn with fearsome conviction. Before I'm done, Forrest Knox is going to wish his family never set foot in my parish. Forrest Knox's ancestors probably arrived here generations before Dennis's did, but the sheriff could not care less about that. Subtlety isn't his strong suit. Special Agent John Kaiser is like a predator drone circling high above Forrest Knox and the Double Eagle Group with an array of precision-targeted missiles. Sheriff Dennis is more like the iron bombs that dropped from the bellies of B-17s during World War II. Dumb and heavy, but deadly enough to bring down a city block. And for my new purpose, Walker Dennis is just what the doctor ordered. Chapter 5. Caitlin Masters had wasted no time after getting into the cruiser. The deaths she'd witnessed, the torture she'd endured, all that was working its way through her like slow poison, she knew, but there was no quick antidote. And if what Brodie Royal had said about having a mole at her paper was true, then every passing minute might mean more deleted computer files. She prayed that if there was a mole, he had not located the digital scans of Henry Sexton's journals. The fire wasn't even out of sight when she said, "I need to call my editor, Deputy. May I use your cell phone?" Deputy Grady Wells pulled a Nokia from his shirt pocket and passed it over. "Walker said you could. I just hope to hell the state police don't find out about this." "Don't worry. You're on the side of the angels tonight." Wells grunted skeptically. Her editor's cell phone rang 4 times, but then he answered. "Jamie Lewis, who's this?" "It's me, Jamie." "Christ, I was afraid you were dead." Lewis's crisp northern speech sounded alien compared to the drawl of Deputy Wells. "I almost was, and some people are sure going to wish I was." "One minute you were here arguing with Penn, and the next you were gone. Now the police scanner's going nuts about an explosion on Lake Concordia." "I was in the damned explosion, or next to it anyway. Don't say anything more, Jamie. Just listen and do what I say." "Go." "Shut down our computers right now. The servers, everything." "What?" "Our system's been breached. Somebody's in our intranet, wiping out information. Brodie Royal had a mole on our staff. Henry's scanned backup files are probably gone, and God knows what else. You haven't noticed anything weird going on?" "I did accidentally delete a story about an hour ago." Caitlin's stomach did a queasy roll. "No, you didn't. They already stole the physical copies of Henry's journals and backup files right out of our file cabinet. Have you shut down the system yet?" "I'm trying to now. We're going to lose unsaved stories people are working on." "Pull the fucking plug, Jamie! We've got to start the whole edition over anyway." Okay. When will you be back here?" "I don't know. I need to read over the hub story I wrote before this happened. I can access the copy I sent to Daddy's other papers via email. Then I'll call you back and try to dictate a new one from here." "Where is here?" "I can't tell you that on the phone. But I'll tell you this. I've never worked a story this big in my life. Brodie Royal just closed about 5 murder cases in as many minutes. He shot a black man named Sleepy Johnston right in front of us, a witness to the Albert Norris murder in 1964. I've got Snake Knox for murdering Pookie Wilson and trying to skin him alive. Royal admitted raping Viola Turner and also killing his own daughter." Holy shit.
I heard she died in the ICU earlier tonight. That's right. Royal knew Katie was starting to talk about his involvement in her mother's murder and the others, too. Either Royal or his son-in-law did that. Oh, Randall Regan's dead as well, by the way. Jamie's amazement only silenced him for a moment. How did Royal know that his daughter had talked to you? Because Penn played him the recording of her voice. I don't know, Caitlin lied, but he did. You still have that recording, right? No. Royal burned both copies, mine and Penn's. Fuck! I know, but Penn and I both heard him admit the murders. It'll be okay. Tomorrow's edition is going to be like a bomb going off, Jamie. By tomorrow at noon, every media outlet in the country is going to be chasing this story, and the FBI is going to look like the Keystone Cops. I just have to stay clear of certain people until we get the issue done. Such as? The Adams County Sheriff, for one. How are your dictation skills? Meredith's a lot better. I'll get her ready. No, just you. When Penn and I were kidnapped from the back parking lot, I almost made it back inside, but one of our people locked me out. I don't know who did that, and it could have been a woman as easily as a man. Has anybody left their post tonight? Now that you mention it, Nick has been out of touch for an hour or more. Nick Moore, the press operator? Yeah, we figured he went out for some food since the press obviously wouldn't run for some hours yet. Try to track him down. Anybody else? I don't think so. Everybody's working like this is the biggest story of their lives. It is. Okay, I'll call you back in 2 minutes max and dictate the news story in case I get arrested. At the very least, I'll be stuck in a police interrogation room for a while. For now, tomorrow's edition is on your shoulders. You're probably going to have to try to reconstruct almost everything that's been written from memory. We'll do it, if we have to stay till dawn. Count on that. None of us will be sleeping for a long time. Caitlin hung up and began punching commands into the cell phone's tiny keypad. Only then did she realize that her hands were shaking. Normally she was an ace with a cell phone, but not now. The trauma she'd endured in Brody Royal's basement was part of it, of course. But the larger part, she knew, was her realization that within an hour or two, Special Agent John Kaiser would learn that Royal had not only verified the existence of the bone tree, but also placed the murder of Pookie Wilson there. Given the massive effort Kaiser had expended to drain the Jericho hole in search of the bones of the Double Eagle's civil rights victims, what resources might he marshal to locate Pookie Wilson's remains? 2 hours ago, Caitlin was certain she'd had the only real chance of finding the near-mythical race murder site that most authorities considered apocryphal. Now she was likely to be competing with a battalion of National Guardsmen and satellite imagery specialists. As soon as she could get to a safe phone, she would try yet again to call Toby Rambin, the Lussahatchee County poacher who had sworn to Henry Sexton that he knew the location of the bone tree. Calling him in the middle of the night wouldn't be ideal, but she had no choice now. After several curses and mistakes, she finally got into her digital mailbox and called up the file attachment she needed. Blocking out the pain of her injuries, she focused on the tiny screen, processing her own words with ruthless efficiency, deciding which elements of the existing lead story could function as a foundation for the new one she would dictate before they reached the sheriff's department. As she stared at the glowing LCD, it finally sank in how profoundly the world had changed in the 2 hours since she'd written that piece. The entire story would have to be rewritten. A wave of exhaustion rolled over her, giving her the sense that she was being smothered. When at last she caught her breath, her stomach rolled with nausea. The only thought she could hold in her mind was of the poacher, Rambin. Only days ago, this stranger had contacted Henry Sexton with an offer to guide him to the bone tree for a price. But did Toby Rambin know what he claimed to know? Henry had been misled by greedy guides before, and since he'd been attacked the night after Rambin contacted him, he'd been unable to keep his scheduled rendezvous. In a narcotic fog in his hospital room, only minutes before a sniper fired a bullet at his head, Henry had given Caitlin the poacher's telephone number. With a twinge of guilt, she recalled altering the entry in Henry's cell phone so that no one else would be able to find the right number if they checked his phone. As ruthless as that was, Caitlin was glad now that she'd done it. She only hoped she could reach Ramvin before the poacher heard about Henry's murder and fled the state. "Calm down," she told herself. Caitlin closed her eyes and tried to blank her thoughts, but the image of Henry Sexton immolating himself and Brodie Royal only grew more distinct in her mind's eye. She opened her eyes and punched the keypad of Deputy Wells's cell phone. "Caitlin," Jamie said, "is that you? Have you had any word from the press operator?" "None. Nick's dropped off the face of the earth." "With a lot more money than he had last week," she muttered. "You really think Nick would help somebody hurt you?" "I doubt he thought they would kill me, but—" Caitlin fell silent as another memory from the basement returned to her. "Jamie, before he died, Brodie Royal was bragging about how little it had cost him to buy one of our people." "Okay, and?" "I'm pretty sure he said he bought a journalist. A scribbler, he said. I remember now. So even if Nick was the one who locked me out, he might not be the only person Royal bribed. I mean, would Nick know where we were keeping Henry's journals? Would he know how to work the computers, navigate our intranet? Would he know the usernames or passwords of the reporters?" "No. But if Nick didn't delete the files, then it could be anybody. How the hell do we go forward from here?" "Think hard about who you trust. With Royal dead, the mole will assume their payday is over, so from this point forward, they might just go back to doing their job." "My guess. It still creeps me out, though, and it pisses me off." A worrisome thought struck her. "There's another possibility. When Royal mentioned the mole, he said he had taken a page out of Forrest's book. He was talking about Forrest Knox, chief of the Criminal Investigations Bureau of the Louisiana State Police. That means Knox was also paying a reporter somewhere. Probably Baton Rouge, where he lives, I'd guess. Or maybe New Orleans, but if Forrest knows about Royal's mole at the Examiner, who's to say he can't extend the arrangement?" "What if Forrest Knox's mole was at Henry Sexton's paper?" Jamie asked. "Or at half a dozen of them? Why limit a good thing if you've got the money to spend?" "You're right. Geez, that would explain a lot. We'll have to keep our plans confined to a very tight circle. Tomorrow's stories will have to be written on 2 computers only, yours and mine. No sharing files, no internet connection for them." "Okay." Caitlin looked out at the lights flashing by outside the cruiser. At last, she recognized a building. "I'm only 5 minutes from the sheriff's office. I need to start dictating." "I'm ready." "Jamie, this really is the most—" "You're not seriously going to waste time telling me how big this is, are you? Go!" She took a deep breath, then shut her eyes and began to compose her new story on the fly. "Last night, Henry Sexton of the Concordia Beacon laid down his life for a fellow journalist. That journalist was me." As Caitlin spoke, a soft voice at the center of her mind asked a deeply troubling question. Could Jamie be the mole? Almost instantly, another voice answered, "No way." She had known her editor for 6 years. He was a flaming liberal, a crusader for justice who hated greed and repression in all their forms. But probably more persuasive than this, Jamie, like Caitlin herself, was rich. He'd been born into a family with money, and thus had the luxury of being immune to blandishments that might tempt those less fortunate. "Caitlin," Jamie said, "what the hell, are you there?" "Yeah, can you not hear me?" "You stopped talking 30 seconds ago." "I'm sorry. God, it's been a crazy night. Where was I? The last thing you said was, this lone reporter working from a tiny newspaper in the slowly dying delta of Louisiana accomplished more than an army of FBI agents did in 40 years, and then you trailed off. Okay, ready? Go, Jamie said. Banishing the mole from her mind, Caitlin picked up the story again. Chapter 6. Lieutenant Colonel Forrest Knox was 70 miles north of New Orleans and nearing Baton Rouge when he considered switching his cell phone back on. He'd spent the past 3 hours in New Orleans, and he didn't want anyone knowing he'd been there. That's why he was driving an unmarked car and at the speed limit. Blackmail missions were best carried out under the radar, especially when your target had the kind of connections that Forrest's boss did. Colonel Griffith McKeever had headed the Louisiana State Police for 7 years, and bringing him down was no small task. Forrest would have preferred a couple of more months to get his ducks in a row, but the money men in New Orleans who stood to make millions off the post-Katrina reconstruction wouldn't wait. They wanted a full-time state police presence in New Orleans to calm jittery investors by filling the vacuum created by the dysfunctional NOPD. The most ruthless among them wanted certain human obstacles to their plans neutralized by any means necessary. Forrest knew well the impatience that accompanied ambition, but he would not let recklessness destroy him on the verge of success. At nearly 54, he had never been closer to achieving his goals. Using unerring instincts and iron self-control, he had worked his way up through the ranks of the most powerful law enforcement organization in his home state. Now he stood within a heartbeat of commanding it. Once he cemented his control of the LSP, he would be as bulletproof as a criminal could be in America. Unlike Griffith McKeever, who had vainly battled the forces of human nature throughout his tenure, Forrest had leveraged his pragmatic worldview into something unique. By combining his cousin Billy's statewide meth operation with the manpower surviving from his father's Double Eagle days, and then enlisting an army of avaricious politicians and hungry police officers for protection, Forrest had built a criminal network of unrivaled reach and power in the South. His philosophy was based on principles understood by every cop in the world. No matter what the law did to discourage them, people were going to use drugs, gamble, and fuck whores, both male and female. Any sane government would have legalized all three practices decades ago and co-opted the criminals. But thankfully, the remnants of America's religious ethics prevented that from happening, which left the field wide open for a man of vision. Long ago, Forrest had realized that he was that man. The only problem was that Hurricane Katrina had shown him just how picayune his vision had been. The ravaged city left behind by the receding floodwaters was a vacuum that attracted the true predators of 21st century America, the real estate developers and bankers. Multimillionaires like Brodie Royal had been waiting for a catastrophe like Katrina for decades. For the storm and the flood had accomplished what no human activity could. It had flushed the poor blacks out of the city like a biblical purge. Royal and his friends intended that those blacks should never return. In place of the dilapidated housing projects and single-story rental houses that had blighted the city, they saw upscale housing and corporate offices with mouth-watering proximity to downtown and the French Quarter. The men who planned this remaking of the Crescent City reckoned their profits in tens of millions, not the paltry numbers to which Forrest was accustomed. And, thanks to Brodie Royal, they had settled on Forrest as one of the lieutenants who could help bring their vision to fruition. Moving in this world was surreal to him. This morning he'd been at a brunch with politicians, insurance executives, and hedge fund managers, and he'd known without asking that not one of them had set foot in Vietnam, unless it was as a tourist with a designer backpack and a black card. Yet they were predators, just as he was. Instead of crystal methamphetamine and whores, they dealt in political influence, rigged construction contracts, secret real estate deals, and inside stock trades. And right now, thanks to an accident of weather, they needed him. It was these men who had quietly informed the governor that they would like to see a change in leadership at State Police HQ. But tacit support from the capital was not enough. First, Forrest had to move Colonel McKeever out of the seat at the top of the pyramid. It wasn't like the old man hadn't asked for it. McKeever had been trying to nail Forrest for months now, and if the superintendent made common cause with the FBI, they just might be able to find enough evidence to tie Forrest to the Double Eagle's meth operation and bring him down. Everything that had happened in Concordia Parish over the past 3 days would make that job a hell of a lot easier. Agent John Kaiser had already used extraordinary measures to bring up 1960s vintage bones from a sinkhole beside the Mississippi River, and he'd used the Patriot Act to take possession of the corpse of Glenn Morehouse, the double eagle whom Sonny and Snake had killed to keep quiet. 1 day too late, apparently. To effectively fight these tactics, Forrest needed full control of the state police. Only then could he take over the investigation into the sniper attack on Henry Sexton, which he himself had ordered, and sandbag the FBI's efforts to solve the old Double Eagle murders. Since Griffith McKeever was virtually incorruptible, Forrest had chosen a tactic calculated to hit the man in the only place he was vulnerable. It was a dirty business, and Forrest would never forget the old man's face after he'd seen the strangling net of false evidence Forrest had meticulously woven together while McKeever had been working so ineptly to nail him. Only a supreme effort had allowed the old man to choke back tears. An ex-Texas Ranger, McKeever had worked in law enforcement long enough to know that there were certain kinds of accusations from which no man ever recovered, regardless of what facts emerged in the wake of the initial smear. Forrest had given him 48 hours to resign, and he felt sure the old man would cave by midday tomorrow. If he didn't, Forrest had no problem pulling the trigger and destroying the man's career, and his personal life along with it. Now that he'd moved against McKeever, Forrest's immediate concern was finishing off Henry Sexton. Forrest could never have imagined that Snake Knox, a trained combat sniper in his youth, would miss Sexton and kill his girlfriend by mistake. The simple truth was, Snake and the other Eagles were getting too old for the work they were doing. That was why Morehouse had cracked. He was dying of cancer and scared shitless. He'd wanted to clean his conscience before he faced his maker. After Snake missed his shot at Mercy Hospital in Faraday, the FBI had moved Sexton to a windowless hospital room under bureau guard. Getting to him there would not be easy, but it had to be done. Sexton had spent at least an hour speaking to Glenn Morehouse in person, and then again later on the telephone, and Morehouse had known more than enough to send not only his fellow Double Eagles, but also Forrest himself to Angola prison for the rest of their lives, and possibly even to death row. Forrest also needed to know how much information Sexton had confided to Caitlin Masters, the publisher of the Natchez Examiner. The two were competitors and normally would not cooperate on a story. But Forrest worried that with Henry wounded and out of commission, he might have passed what he knew to the girl in order to hit the Eagles as hard and as fast as possible. And no mole, no matter how well placed, could tell Forrest what was inside the girl's head. When the pointed tower of the state capitol appeared in the distance, Forrest switched on the encrypted cell phone he'd been using to communicate with Alphonse Ozen. Yesterday, he'd ordered Billy's drug organization to begin using Al-Qaeda rules, which meant no electronic contact, only face-to-face meetings. But that wasn't practical for the man sitting at the top of the pyramid. Forrest felt reasonably confident that the FBI didn't know about his satellite phone, but he had occasional nightmares about the NSA and their automated intelligence collection algorithms. He decided to wait until he reached headquarters to talk to Ozen. The instant his phone found a satellite, it began to ring. As the LED read out Alphonse Ozen's number, the hair on Forrest's arms stood erect. Ozen should not be calling him. He had no idea what the trouble might be, but the odds were it involved Concordia Parish. Instinct told Forrest he was behind the curve of events, and that was never a good place to be.
"What's happened?"
he asked, holding the phone to his head.
"Colonel, I've been trying to reach you,"
said Ozen, sounding rattled. "Are you okay?"
"Of course. I've been following the goddamned rules. You ought to try it."
"I couldn't wait. We've got trouble."
"Something to do with Dr. Cage?"
"No. Brody's dead." Forrest gripped the phone harder.
"Brody Royal?"
"Yes, sir."
"Dead? How? Natural causes?"
"Nobody's exactly sure what happened, but his lake house burned up. It may have blown up. He's not the only one dead, either. It's a mess out there. Son-in-law's dead, too."
"Randall Regan. Dead."
Forrest felt himself brace for further shocks.
"Who else?"
3 of Royal security people, plus Henry Sexton and an old black guy named Johnston.
And the hits just keep on coming.
Forrest tried to picture what sequence of events could have led to such a nightmare.
"This doesn't make any sense, Alphonse. What the hell happened?"
"You ain't heard the worst of it. Somehow Mayor Penn Cage and his fiancée, the Masters girl, wound up in Brody's basement, and—"
"Don't tell me they're dead."
No, Ozen said quickly. "But they were in there. Looks like Royal may have kidnapped them or ordered it done."
"God damn it!"
Forrest gritted his teeth. "I know. I think maybe Henry Sexton and the old nigger went in there to try to get Cage and the girl out. What happened after that, I don't know. Only Cage and the girl came out alive, and only they know what happened."
"Who was the nigger?"
"His name was Marshall Johnston, Jr., but I don't know what the hell he was doing there. Fire department says there was some kind of explosion, and everything smells like tar." Forrest instantly thought of Brody Royal's flamethrower, the weapon Forrest's father had used on Albert Norris and his store in 1964. The deadly antique fired a mixture of gasoline and tar propelled by inert nitrogen gas.
"I should have taken care of Brody last night," he thought, "or even before that." "Where are Cage and the girl now?" he asked.
"Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office." Forrest was tired of dealing with old men. They were as reckless and sensitive as teenagers. Because of the bruised ego and paranoia of Brody Royal, he now had to contend with a seismic shift in battlefield conditions.
"Alphonse."
"Yeah, boss?"
"Get your ass over to the sheriff's department and take over the investigation."
"Which one? Brody's house blowing up?"
"No. Everything going back 3 days. We can't afford to have Walker Dennis poking around in our business any longer."
"You think Dennis will stand for that?"
"You're not going to give him any choice."
"Okay. And the FBI?"
"If Kaiser backs off like he did at the hospital, then we'll know we've got it made.
And if not?"
"We'll sandbag that blue flame son of a bitch before he knows what hit him."
"Yes, sir."
"And don't call me again."
"I won't." Forrest switched off the phone and dropped it on the seat beside him. Despite his best efforts to control the situation, the bodies were piling up fast. With Henry Sexton dead and the Masters girl involved, one thing was sure. A media storm was coming. Any hope of solving his problems quietly would vanish with the publication of tomorrow's Natchez Examiner. Forrest pulled the red bubble light from his glove box and set it on the dash, then switched it on and floored the gas pedal. He needed to get to headquarters. Speed was everything now. Chapter 7. I'm sitting on a bench outside an interrogation room in the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office with Special Agent John Kaiser staring down at me with a mixture of fury and disappointment. The trim and usually well-dressed agent looks like someone shook him awake from a nap in his car. Hair sticking up, clothes askew, eyes bloodshot and heavy-bagged. Sleep deprivation is finally taking its toll on him. There's nothing in the corridor but a battered vinyl couch, a metal chair, and a card table with a plastic Christmas tree and a dying Mr. Coffee standing on it. The coffee in the carafe looks like river mud mixed with tar, but that didn't stop Caitlin from pouring herself a full cup before going into the interrogation room. She's obviously prepping for a marathon of work once she gets out of this place. 10 minutes ago, I finished my statement to Sheriff Dennis and his video camera while the sheriff's brother-in-law stood guard over Caitlin in a nearby office. As agreed with Caitlin, I mostly told the truth, while omitting a few dangerous facts. Among them, Brodie Royal's assertion that my father murdered Viola Turner 3 days ago. By the time Sheriff Dennis called Caitlin into his office, she was nearly crazy to get back across the river to the Examiner. She'd been talking to her editor on a departmental landline, and she'd managed to assemble her full staff, which now awaits her arrival. Sheriff Dennis promised to finish with her as soon as possible, but his intentions meant nothing unless we could get clear of this building before the state police or FBI arrived to detain us further. And that was exactly what happened. 5 minutes after Caitlin disappeared into Walker's office, Agent Kaiser walked up the hall from the front entrance and called out my name. In response to the FBI agent's questions, I've given a reasonably detailed summary of the night's events. About 70% of what I told Kaiser is true. 20% was lies, and another 10% I omitted altogether. In the silences between my words and his, I fought to drown out internal echoes of gunfire, Caitlin's screams, and the bone-chilling hiss and roar of Brodie Royal's flamethrower. "I'm glad you're alive," Kaiser tells me, obviously working hard to keep his anger under control. "But we both know that if Henry Sexton and Sleepy Johnston hadn't broken into Royal's house and sacrificed their lives, you and Caitlin would be dead now." I don't look up from the floor tiles. That's all I've been thinking about since it happened. "I warned you to stay out of this pen, but you went ahead, and now 6 people are dead, maybe more." The guilt I've felt since the fire is so lacerating that Kaiser's words add nothing to the pain. I look up at him without a hint of apology. "As long as we're telling the truth, John, I'd say you've given me mixed messages from the start. This morning at the Jericho hole, I told you I was going to poke a stick in a rattlesnake hole, the same as you. Did you tell me not to? No. You also knew I'd tangled with Regan in the restroom of that cafe. You warned me to be careful, but that's it. I think you were hoping I'd stir things up just enough to get Royal and Regan to incriminate themselves, but not enough to cause a disaster, which, admittedly, is what we have now." Kaiser returns my gaze with a stony stare. "Okay, I bear some blame for this. But in any case, you're done now. You're the mayor of Natchez, not the district attorney of Adams County. You have no jurisdiction whatever." Obviously, if I was the DA of Adams County, the Double Eagles would already be in a cell in Natchez begging for a plea bargain. Then thank God you're not, because that would be exactly the wrong thing to do. How do you figure that? Kaiser walks to a folding metal chair opposite me, then sits beside the card table and hangs his hands over his knees. "Pen, we've held a lot back from each other over the past 2 days, but I'm going to be straight with you now. I knew more about Brodie Royal than I let on to you. About Forrest Knox, too. Some I knew before I got here, and the rest I got from Henry Sexton." "I can't believe Henry told you much." "Henry had a certain amount of bitterness toward the Bureau, granted.
for our civil rights era failures and for the way a lot of agents treated him over the years. But after Glenn Morehouse was murdered, Henry decided that safety demanded he pass me a certain amount of information. It was Henry who told me about the link between Royal and the Double Eagles going back to 1964. He also told me his suspicions about Forrest Knox protecting the Eagles' drug business and possibly even being a partner. I'd heard a few rumors prior to that, but Henry had more facts than the Bureau did. I say nothing, still trying to process the fact that Henry confided so much in Kaiser. He didn't tell me about his backup files, says the FBI agent. His change of heart didn't extend to that. I think he worried that if he gave his journals to the Bureau, they might disappear forever. He wanted a journalist to have them, so Caitlin got it all. A bad decision, considering what's happened to them. Earlier tonight, Caitlin told me she intended to let Kaiser view Henry's files tomorrow, but given what happened at Brody's house, I don't want to speak for her. I visited Henry one last time this afternoon, Kaiser says, only a few hours before the sniper tried to finish him off. He was pretty depressed, but he told me what Glenn Morehouse said about Jimmy Revels' murder. I give Kaiser a puzzled look, but he's having none of it. The RFK assassination plan, he says. Carlos Marcello, all that? Don't play dumb, for God's sake. Not after what's happened tonight. Before I can reply, Kaiser says, "We need to talk about what you told me about your father when I first called you from New Orleans." He's referring to me saying that Brody Royal and my father might possess information about the major 1960s assassinations. I only told him that to lure him to Natchez, and now I regret it. I need to sleep and be ready for the drug raid at dawn. But one thing Kaiser does need to know, no matter how crazy it may sound. Do you have any agents at the fire scene? I ask. 3. Why? Can they stop the state police from taking evidence away from it? Absolutely. Brody Royal's lake house and property are now a federal crime scene. To my surprise, relief washes through me. As soon as the ruins cool, your guys need to grid search the place and sift the ashes. What are we looking for? Something makes me put off revealing the most explosive information. To stall him, I lay out some bait that could get him out of my way tomorrow. Depending on the heat of the fire, you might find the remains of a one-of-a-kind letter opener. Royal told us that Snake Knox carved it from one of Pookie Wilson's arm bones. The blade was bone, and the handle was covered in the tanned skin of Wilson's penis. Or so Royal claimed. He admitted that murder to us, John. He gave the order, Snake and Frank Knox carried it out, and all this happened at the Bone Tree. The Bone Tree, Kaiser says softly. Most of our agents don't believe that thing even exists. It does. Royal was there when Wilson was killed, and his bones are bound to still be there. Kaiser can't hide the interest in his eyes. Did he say anything about Jimmy Revels' murder? No, but he admitted taking part in the gang rape of Viola Turner. What made Royal so damn talkative? Henry and Sleepy showing up? Brody just had to tell them how pointless their lives had been. What a guy. Kaiser slowly shakes his head. Could you extract DNA from something like that letter opener? Possibly. But you're deflecting me, Penn. What does a trophy from Pookie Wilson's murder have to do with the 1960s assassinations? Nothing. I prop my elbows on my knees and rub my temples. This is going to sound crazy, but just before everything went to hell in Brody's basement, he showed us 2 rifles in one of his gun cabinets. There were brass plaques beneath the guns. And? I look up, letting Kaiser see that I'm not personally invested in what I'm about to tell him.
Unlike all the other plaques, which gave the make of the weapon, etc., these only had dates on them, plus a small American flag. Kaiser shrugs. So? The dates were November 22nd, 1963, and April 4th, 1968. I expect the agent's face to show incredulity, but what I see is a hunter's excitement glimmering in his eyes. Did you believe they were real? Brody believed they were real. Did I? No. I think Snake Knox sold that old man a pig and a poke. Twice. And I told him so. Kaiser mulls this over. Was that truly your gut reaction? Thinking back to a story my father recently told me, I reconsider. I can't say that 100%. Not about the JFK rifle. Tell me why. The realization that Kaiser is more interested in this than in my father's plight makes me want to smack him in the face. While my father's being hunted down like an animal by corrupt cops? The FBI agent studies me for a few seconds, then speaks with maddening calm. I know how hard you've been trying to save your father. I know what you did tonight, too. You got hold of some leverage against Brody and tried to force him to help your father. After you left me, you went to St. Catherine's Hospital. You offered to bury what you know and keep Brody's name from the cops and out of the newspapers. Right? Kaiser didn't get where he is by being slow on the uptake. I might have tried that, if Henry Sexton would have gone along with, oh, bullshit. It was Caitlin holding the sword over Brody's head, not Henry. She made some kind of recording of Katie Royal earlier this evening, didn't she? I don't answer, but I can't for the life of me figure how Kaiser found out about that tape. Does it still exist? He presses. Or did Brody take it from you tonight? My expression tells him all he needs to know. Kaiser's face betrays genuine empathy. Look, speaking as a man, I don't blame you. Your father's life was on the line, and you had Royal by the short hairs. But look what's happened because of what you did. I stare at the floor, wishing Caitlin would emerge from the interrogation room. If it's any consolation, I think your old man and Walt Garrity have gone to ground somewhere. We'll never find them, and with luck, the Knoxes won't either. Those old coots are safe as houses. That's why your next plan is stupid. What plan? I ask, wondering if he somehow knows that Dennis and I intend to bust the Knoxes' meth operation. The deal with Royal didn't work, so now you're thinking about approaching Forrest Knox, right? This assumption actually stuns me. Hell no! Kaiser rolls his eyes. Just tell me you haven't already reached out to him. For once, the FBI agent is wrong, so I let my anger fill my eyes. I'm not that stupid, John. Not normally. But you're not thinking straight now. So let me enlighten you. Brody Royal was like a cranky old dog lying under a porch. Forrest Knox is a purebred wolf that will smell you coming from 5 miles away. Do not fuck with him. I get up from the bench and start pacing the hallway. Why are you so concerned with those old assassinations? I would think you'd be organizing a search of the Lussahatchee Swamp, trying to find the Bone Tree. You're bound to find the remains of Pookie Wilson and maybe even Jimmy Revels. That's the way to nail the Knoxes, if you won't go after them from the meth angle. You could arrest Snake on Brody's statement alone. Kaiser is already shaking his head. Brody Royal told you Snake Knox killed Pookie Wilson. But there's a 302 report in our files from the 1970s in which a double eagle named Jason Abbott swears that Forrest Knox killed Pookie. Also at the Bone Tree, by the way. That's got to be bullshit. Forrest was what, 12 years old the year Pookie died? Royal was telling the truth tonight. He had no reason to lie. You're probably right.
But that doesn't make the 302 disappear. Do you know how Henry Sexton first discovered that Pookie Wilson had probably been crucified?
From that 302, obtained through the Freedom of Information Act.
That's right. Jason Abbott was an older cousin of Forrest Knox and also a double eagle. In 1972, he found out that Forrest had been screwing his wife, both before he left for Vietnam and after he got back. Abbott stood being cuckolded for as long as he could. Then one night he got blind drunk and went to the hotel room of an FBI agent who'd once questioned him. He told that agent that the double eagles had intended to skin Pookie alive, but they didn't have the right kind of knife. So after some effort, they gave up and nailed him to the bone tree. He said Forrest hammered in the nails.
That's the way Brody described it, except Frank and Snake were in the lead roles. Kaiser intertwines his fingers around one knee and speaks like a thoughtful college professor.
My guess is that Forrest was present, but only witnessed Pookie's death. Abbott wouldn't admit to being at the bone tree himself. He claimed he'd heard the story from another double eagle who'd been there. He tried to hang a bunch of other crimes around Forrest's neck as well, all unverifiable, but he also revealed a lot of valuable information about the Knox family. The FOIA version Henry got was heavily redacted.
Did the Bureau do anything about Abbott's stories?
Kaiser suddenly looks uncomfortable. That was problematic. After he sobered up, Abbott tried to recant, and since Forrest had been screwing his wife, the man had an obvious motive to make false accusations. Even so, 2 agents set up an interview with Forrest at a military base to check out the story.
And?
Kaiser leans back against the wall and savors his next words. While the agents were questioning Forrest, Jason Abbott was run over by a truck 200 miles away. Hit and run, never solved.
My stomach rolls over.
During Knox's interview? That's right. And Forrest was only 20 years old at the time, Penn. I'm telling you, he's as cold as they come.
Was Dwight Stone one of those 2 FBI agents?
No. Dwight was being railroaded out of the Bureau at that time, so he couldn't help. There is one interesting footnote, though. Once Abbott sobered up, he denied he'd ever been a double eagle. But during his wake, someone dropped a JFK $50 on his body in the casket.
I thought the double eagles carried $20 gold pieces.
Only the older guys, the founding members. The rest wore 1964 JFK $50, most with a hole shot through them.
Kaiser raises one eyebrow, Mr. Spock style.
Kinda makes you wonder, huh? Anyway, the Bureau sent an informant to the funeral. The guy watched Forrest Knox walk up to the casket alone.
You think Forrest put the coin in Abbott's coffin? On the body of the man he'd ordered killed?
Kaiser's eyes carry some emotion I can't read. When Forrest was in Vietnam, he carried a little bag of JFK $50 with him. Whenever he killed a VC, he'd leave one of those coins in the corpse's mouth, so the Kong leaders would know it was him.
A chill races along my arms. The Bureau couldn't pin Abbott's murder on him or the Eagles?
Kaiser shrugs. J. Edgar Hoover was still director at that time. His last few months on Earth, I'm happy to say. The problem was, Forrest was a decorated war hero, something in short supply during that war. I don't think Hoover wanted to cause him trouble.
Wonderful.
Kaiser makes a sour face. Here's your takeaway from that story. He holds up his right forefinger. You cannot bargain with Forrest Knox. He'll eat you alive, Penn.
A little overwhelmed by Kaiser's revelations, I walk over to the door to the interrogation room and lay my ear against its face. Walker Dennis's sonorous voice passes through the wood in a muted drone. Caitlin must be bursting to get out of there. I turn back to Kaiser. How the hell could you hold all this back?
This morning you acted like you didn't know shit about Forrest Knox. I tried to tell you Brody Royal wasn't the real power behind all this. Just 3 hours ago, outside the hospital, after the sniper tried to get Henry, I told you Forrest was the real enemy. Then I got called away and you took your chance to bug out. You didn't want to hear it. He's right, of course, but that's not what bothers me. But how long have you known this? Kaiser rubs his stubbled cheek, his eyes distant. Look, if I told you what I really believe about this situation, you'd think I'm out of my mind. Given that Walker Dennis and I intend to declare war on the Knox family tomorrow morning, any intelligence I can gather in the meantime could be critical. We're already in the twilight zone. Cough it up. Kaiser clucks his tongue softly, then gets up and begins pacing the hall with me. There's a synchronicity to Forrest turning up in this double eagle mess that feels like fate, like it was supposed to happen. I feel like I've been brought to this place after years of chasing ghosts specifically to oppose and destroy him. I didn't figure you for a Jungian. The FBI agent smiles strangely. Hey, I'm a child of the 60s. Seriously, though, this is the third time Forrest and I have grazed past each other in historical terms. He doesn't even know about the first time. When was that? Vietnam. In 1970, I was stuck on a hill on the northern rim of the Ah Chau Valley, a hellhole called FSB Ripcord. FSB? Fire Support Base. Ripcord was one of the last major engagements of the war, a 21-day siege. I was 101st Airborne. We took beaucoup casualties during that particular nightmare. You don't hear much about Ripcord because in the end we sneaked out and let the B-52s carpet bomb the place into oblivion. But we lost that battle. Forrest Knox was there? I didn't know it then, but he was. He was a LRP. A what? A LRP. That's the phonetic version of an acronym, LRRP, Long Range Reconnaissance Patrol. The LRPs were precursors of the modern-day Delta operators. They weren't at Ripcord the whole time I was, and they had technically been folded into the 75th Rangers by then. But they were still LRPs in every way that counted. And Forrest's Army record puts him there during the first phase of the battle. I must have seen him several times, all the time, really. But the LRPs kept to themselves. They were truly elite soldiers, and a few were stone killers. As a unit, the LRPs had a 400-to-1 kill ratio. Jesus. Like I said, you don't fuck with a guy with that resume. But it's weird, isn't it? I was from Idaho, Knox from Louisiana, yet fate kept putting us in the same place. When was the second time you grazed past him? Hurricane Katrina. While I was out in the field trying to hold the city together for the Bureau, Forrest was theoretically doing the same thing for the state police. But as the situation deteriorated, I started getting reports of crazy shit going on in the wee hours. Vigilante stuff, scores being settled, prisoners disappearing, sniping. LRP-type stuff, only directed against certain elements of the U.S. population. Black drug dealers, mainly. I thought those stories were bullshit. Most were, but not all. Between the time the levees broke on Monday and Saturday afternoon when General Honoré got his troops into the city, things literally went to hell. The NOPD virtually ceased to function, and civil unrest was rampant. You saw the daylight stuff on TV. At night it was worse. Bands of predators roamed the streets, preying on desperate people, using the sound of emergency generators to locate victims. Quite a few young black men turned up dead during that time from head or heart shots, and most got written off as flood deaths or unexplained homicides. Forrest was involved with that? Kaiser shrugs. A couple of sources have told me he had a private SWAT crew down there, operating off the reservation. At the time, I assumed that if it was true, It was cowboy law enforcement. After all, Forrest was the son of an infamous Klansman. I figured he and some racist buddies took their chance to declare open season on black drug dealers. But after talking to Henry, I think those killings were business. Christ, John. The thing is, Forrest has gone to great lengths to appear above reproach. He has quite a few fans in state government. There's even talk of making him the next superintendent of state police. This seems beyond belief. Will you try to stop that? A week ago, I'd have said I couldn't. Tonight, things have changed a bit. Depending on how far he and Ozen stick their dicks out to protect the Knox family, I might just be able to rip Forrest's mask off. I stop walking and take hold of his arm. You've held back a hell of a lot more than I have. Have I? The FBI agent looks skeptical. I could tell you some mind-blowing pathology about the Knox family, history that explains the mutilations and trophy-taking. Screw telling me stuff. Why haven't you done anything about it? Kaiser seems surprised by my anger. I'm doing something now. But it takes time to build a case against cops, especially one as powerful as Forrest. Hey, I've been there, you know. But meth trafficking carries mandatory minimum sentences. That's the legal equivalent of a baseball bat. Why the hell would you pursue any other angle? You told me this morning that you're operating under the Patriot Act, so bust every perp you know about in the Knox's meth organization and start offering plea bargains. Sooner or later, somebody will cough up a link to Forrest. Kaiser actually smiles at this suggestion. You really must be in shock. You worked enough federal task forces to know how cases like this have to be handled. It's like fighting the mafia. You don't start squeezing peons and hope to work your way up to the top. You've got to find a star witness, a key man with access to the center of operations. Then you build your case piece by piece. And once all your ducks are in a row, you roll up everyone at once from the bottom to the top. If I went after Forrest your way, he'd either kill my low-level witnesses or skip the country. Kaiser is right, but that doesn't mean his is the only way. You're talking about months of work, John. You've got probable cause to start busting double eagles tomorrow, and that would instantly put Forrest on the defensive. You might get lucky and flip someone who could help you nail him on RICO charges. Why won't you try that when ours might mean life or death for my father? Kaiser looks back at me for a few seconds, then walks down to the L in the corridor so that he can see the main entrance. Satisfied, he walks back to me and speaks with quiet conviction. I guess the plain truth is, I don't want Knox and his relatives going down on a drug charge. I believe the Bureau has a moral duty to the people of this parish, the black people mainly, to close the cases we failed to solve back in the 1960s. We failed those victims and their families, and we failed the agents who worked those cases as best they could. To get any kind of closure or redemption or healing, the Double Eagles will have to be tried and convicted for the race murders they committed, not for peddling crystal meth. My face feels cold from the blood draining out of my cheeks, and my palms have gone clammy. Are you serious? Never more so. The same holds true for Forrest. That bastard's not going to Angola for skimming profits off meth sales. He's going down for murder. He will be tried and convicted for disgracing the badge and uniform he wore during Hurricane Katrina. He betrayed every cop who stood by his or her post and acted honorably while others deserted. Kaiser clearly means every word, but I can't let his argument go unanswered. John, would you really let my father die for your sense of moral proportion? He takes a deep breath, then lets it out slowly. Your father put himself where he is now. Dr. Cage has always had the option of turning himself in. Bullshit! Knox's troopers would shoot him down before he could even raise a white flag, and you know it.
Kaiser neither answers nor looks away. It takes several seconds to get my temper under control. The Treasury Department didn't show these scruples when they went after Al Capone. Income tax evasion was good enough. This is different. When you combine the unsolved civil rights murders with Forrest's modern-day crimes and then tie that into the Kennedy and King assassinations through Brody Royal and Carlos Marcello, you're talking about one of the most important conspiracy cases in American history. And if anyone but your father were involved, you'd be making my argument for me. The realization that Kaiser truly means to move at a snail's pace while the men he claims to be hunting close in on my father engenders a kind of crazed panic in me. Compared to Walker Dennis and me, Kaiser has unlimited power at his control. He can tap the NSA, the DEA, and any number of other resources for support. One of the few things he cannot do is control my actions. I don't like what I see in your eyes, Penn. Tell me what you're thinking. I hold up both hands and back away from him. Hey, you hold all the cards. I'm just the mayor of Nowhere, USA, and I want to go home. His eyes remain on me, but the suspicion in them slowly wanes. Are your mother and daughter okay? I assume you're hiding them somewhere? You're damned straight, I reply silently. So long as they're not with your father. Fuck you, John. I glance anxiously at my watch. Walker's got to be nearly done with Caitlin. She's been in there longer than I was. Maybe she's more talkative than you. Is Dennis videotaping the questioning? Why? You want a copy? As if on cue, we hear the sound of sliding chairs from the interrogation room. Kaiser takes out his cell phone and sends a quick text message. Jordan's sitting up front, he informs me. She thought she should come along in case Caitlin was upset. Do you think it would help Caitlin to see her? Jordan Glass is Kaiser's wife, a famous conflict photographer from my generation. She was one of Caitlin's idols as a young woman. Now fate or chance have thrown them together in the midst of the kind of story they both lived to cover. It was Jordan who earlier tonight convinced Caitlin to turn over a copy of Henry Sexton's backup files to the FBI instead of fighting a federal subpoena. Or so Caitlin claimed, anyway. It probably would, I say, my mind back on tomorrow's drug raid. The door of the interrogation room opens abruptly, and Caitlin walks out, her face still smeared with ash. Behind her, I see Walker Dennis shutting off the video camcorder he used to record our scripted charades in that little room. My God, says Jordan Glass, rounding the corner of the hall and catching sight of Caitlin. I think we need a trip to the bathroom. I'm fine, Caitlin says, giving me a worried look. What I really need is to get to the newspaper, like an hour ago. I'll drive you over, Jordan offers. Hold on, says Kaiser, stepping up to Caitlin. I wouldn't advise you to cross the river into Mississippi just yet. Why not? She asks, cutting her eyes at me again. Because the Royal family has already filed complaints against both of you with the Adams County Sheriff's Department. They're claiming that you caused Katie Royal to take those pills and that Penn harassed their father at St. Catherine's Hospital. Kaiser looks at me. They'll undoubtedly claim that you went to Royal's house to persecute him for a crime he never committed. And killed a Natchez cop on the way? I ask. Tell them good luck with that, Caitlin says. Tomorrow's Examiner will explode that little illusion. I'm sure. But be aware, you're almost certain to be sued over anything you print about Brody Royal in your newspaper. Even if they lose, that family has the money to burn. Caitlin waves her hand as if swatting a mosquito. That still doesn't explain why I shouldn't go back to Mississippi. Sheriff Billy Byrd, I say in a flat voice, naming one of the 3 men behind the prosecution of my father for murder. And Shad Johnson, right? Kaiser nods. I doubt Sheriff Byrd will miss this chance to harass you. You two ought to take a room at the motel where my field agents are staying.
You'll have a lot more peaceful time over here than you will trying to function in Natchez. Caitlin, you can call your staff over there for a briefing.
No way, Caitlin says. If Billy Bird arrests me, I'll slap it on the front page of the paper. Then I'll sue him, and my father has the attorneys on retainer to do it. Does Billy really want that action?
Kaiser doesn't look surprised by her fire.
Caitlin looks at Jordan. Will you still take me across the river? My staff is waiting.
Absolutely, Jordan answers without even looking at her husband. Kaiser sighs in resignation. I'm going to have a team follow you over just in case. I'd suggest sneaking into the Examiner building if you want to have a hand in tomorrow's stories. Otherwise, you're liable to spend all night in an interrogation room like the one you just left, only not as hospitable.
Should my ears be burning?
Sheriff Dennis asks, stepping into the hall with his Stetson on.
Not at all,
Kaiser replies.
How'd it go, Sheriff?
You get everything about tonight documented?
In Technicolor.
Caitlin's trying to catch my eye, but I know better than to try to slip anything past Kaiser. The behavioral science veteran is quietly studying us, absorbing nonverbal cues I can't even begin to guess at. Kaiser looks as though he's about to ask a question when his cell phone pings. After checking the message, he looks up with his facial muscles as tense as I've ever seen them. What is it? I ask. A state police cruiser just pulled up. Our friend Alphonse Ozen is inside.
No,
Caitlin whispers.
I can't spend the night being questioned by that son of a bitch. I'm about to write the biggest story of my career.
She looks at Sheriff Dennis.
Can you sneak me out the back or something?
No way, Kaiser interjects. You try that, Ozen will have an APB out on you, same as Dr. Cage. The sound of boot heels on a tiled floor echoes from the front of the sheriff's office. What's your plan, then? I ask Kaiser. Are you going to back off like you did at the hospital? If so, tell me now, and we'll take our chances running. Ozen is Forrest Knox's man, and you know it. Before Kaiser can reply, a muscular man with black eyes and copper-colored skin rounds the corner in highly polished knee boots and a state police uniform. A Louisiana redbone, Alphonse Ozen radiates a quality of eerie apartness that has nothing to do with his race, but what I perceive as his sociopathic nature. He walks up to the little hall table and taps one of the red Christmas balls on the plastic tree. Well, well, he says, looking around the corridor with amusement in his eyes. 4 men burned to death out by the lake, more likely shot dead, and here we've got everybody in the hall having a Christmas party. Sheriff Dennis pulls his Stetson low over his eyes and drills Ozen with a hard stare.
What can I do for you, Captain?
Ozen pretends to notice Dennis suddenly. You? Nothing. Your whole damn parish is falling apart around you, and you seem powerless to stop it. I've come to officially inform you that as of now the state police have assumed control of all criminal investigations originating in this parish over the past 3 days. I want all the relevant files boxed up and ready to go in 15 minutes. Chapter 8. Sheriff Walker Dennis's face has gone through about 6 discernible shades since Captain Ozen declared he was taking over all his investigations, starting at pink and arriving at purple. But when Sheriff Dennis speaks, his voice somehow remains under control.
We seem to have some jurisdictional confusion, Captain. Those crimes happened in my parish, and I've got the staff and resources to investigate them. That's what I'm doing now. We don't need assistance, not from the state police or the FBI.
A chuckle of ridicule escapes Ozen's thin lips. Sheriff, you ain't worn that bad but 6 weeks, and it shows. You can't even manage the pitiful resources you do have.
You should have called us the second you heard what happened out at Brody Royal's place. John Kaiser clears his throat and turns his gaze on Ozen. Just what do you think did happen out there, Captain? Ozen smirks, emboldened by his successful intimidation of Kaiser earlier tonight. Well, I'll tell you, Agent Kaiser. We got one of Mr. Royal's security personnel lying dead out by Mr. Royal's driveway, his throat cut. Then we've got an elderly African-American gentleman gunned down outside of the house. The firemen just dragged 2 more bodies clear of the wreckage, one of whom has a massive shotgun wound. And then there's the basement, which appears to contain the remains of 3 people, one of whom might be Brody Royal. Still too hot to get down there to get a positive ID, but however you slice it, that's a multiple homicide scene, and Barney Fife here hasn't got the experience or the budget to properly investigate it. Kaiser looks sharply at Sheriff Dennis, hoping to stop him from doing something that could cost him his job. Captain, under what authority are you taking over Sheriff Dennis's jurisdiction? Ozen barks out an incredulous laugh, then hooks his thumbs in his trousers and turns to give Kaiser his full attention. I thought we'd straighten this out back at the hospital. Murder is a state crime, and that's the end of it. You didn't argue then, and I don't expect any lip now. To my amazement, Kaiser's face remains calm. In fact, I see what looks like a trace of anticipatory pleasure in his eyes. I'm going to have to take exception with your opinion, Captain, he says in a tone of mild regret. Ozen draws back his head, squinting. Exception to what? You federal boys ain't got a damn thing to do with murder unless you're invited in by local authorities. Even then, you're only there to advise. We say who comes and goes from that crime scene. We handle all the evidence, and we make the arrests. By the way, I'm going to be detaining both Mayor Cage and his girlfriend for questioning right now. Questioning as suspects. What? Caitlin cries, her face going red. Kaiser holds up a restraining hand. I'll use one of the sheriff's rooms to start, Ozen continues. But if necessary, I'll have them transported to Baton Rouge. Everyone in the hallway is watching Kaiser, wondering if he'll keep playing out the milquetoast role he began at Mercy Hospital. For a moment, he purses his lips as though considering Ozen's argument. Then he steps squarely into the state trooper's space and speaks with the calm authority of a military officer addressing a subordinate. In conventional situations, Captain, you'd be correct. But as Ms. Masters informed you earlier this evening, the murder of Henry Sexton was a hate crime. That gives the FBI automatic jurisdiction over that case. As for Mayor Cage and Ms. Masters, they were victims of a kidnapping and attempted murder tonight. That kidnapping was instigated by Brody Royal and Randall Regan. While they were hostages, Mayor Cage and Ms. Masters heard Royal confess his involvement with the Double Eagle Group dating back to 1964. They also witnessed Mr. Royal murder the black man you mentioned, whose name is Marshall Johnston, Jr., nicknamed Sleepy. While Ozen blinks at the flood of details coming from Kaiser's mouth, the FBI agent says, You may not know it yet, but the Double Eagle Group has been designated a domestic terror organization under Title VIII of the USA Patriot Act. Under the provisions of that act, the FBI has assumed full primacy of authority over any and all investigations pertaining to that group. Tonight's events fall directly under that umbrella. The Royal House on Lake Concordia is now a federal crime scene. Should you choose to interfere with our investigation, you will find yourself subject to severe disciplinary measures, beginning with immediate incarceration at the facility of my choosing without due process. Right now, I'm thinking Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Ozen's face has gone even darker than the sheriff's did. He's spitting mad, but Kaiser presses on relentlessly. Further, under Title 8 of the Patriot Act, kidnapping in connection with terrorism has been reclassified as a terrorist act. The Bureau will be taking the lead on that investigation as well. It might also interest you to know that under last year's Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act, special anti-methamphetamine initiatives were passed into law, and those will be vigorously pursued in relation to any and all members of the Double Eagle Group, their families, and criminal co-conspirators. Now Ozen's face is losing color. Title 5 of the Patriot Act, Kaiser continues, stipulates 15-year prison terms for any public official found to have taken a bribe. Any offender's personal assets can be seized under this act. In that connection, under a Title V national security letter, the Bureau's New Orleans SAC has already requested that all state police, telephone, wireless, personnel, and computer records on both you and Forrest Knox be delivered to me by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Kaiser looks purposefully at his wristwatch. Correction, that's 4 p.m. today. While I'm not legally required to inform you of this, I'd like you to pass the information to your boss at the earliest opportunity. Kaiser lets his words hang for a couple of seconds. Just so we're all clear on where we stand. After gaping dumbly like a punch-drunk boxer, Ozen shuts his mouth and starts working himself up for a fight, but at the last second, his judgment gets the better of his hormones, and he confines himself to a low growl. You ain't heard the last of this, Jack. This is a states' rights issue. Kaiser actually smiles at this. The last time you boys had a serious states' rights problem with Washington, it was 1861. That didn't work out so well for you. But if you want to push it, we'll be happy to oblige. Ozen looks slowly around at the rest of us, then focuses on the FBI man once more. You know something, Hotshot? The last thing you want to do is make this personal, especially while you're living down in New Orleans. That's our neck of the swamp. Kaiser gives me a momentary glance. Mayor Cage, did you just hear Captain Ozen threaten a special agent of the FBI? I did. And will you testify to that fact in a court of law? I will. Thank you. Captain, I suggest you avail yourself of the opportunity to leave before I have the sheriff jail you. Ozen shakes his head as though in disgust at a world turned upside down. Then he turns on his heel and marches away without another word. I'll be goddamned, Sheriff Dennis marvels. He looked like a dog shitting peach pits, shaking all over. In all my years on the job, I've never seen nothing like that. Jordan Glass laughs out loud, apparently happy to see her husband shed his girdle of self-control. Kaiser gives Dennis a wry smile. It was time to send Forrest Knox a message, and I'd had about enough of Ozen's dime store Nazi act. I ask, did your SAC really request national security letters on Knox and Ozen? Not yet. I tacked that on to give Ozen the runs. But after tonight, we'll get them. Too many people are dead, and I want Knox to know that I know what he is. Maybe that'll give him pause before killing anybody else. Kaiser takes a step toward Walker Dennis and slaps him on the shoulder. Sheriff, I look forward to working with you on the Royal case, and I feel sure I can count on the same hospitality you've shown us so far. In exchange, I can promise you full Bureau support should you have any problem with your comrades from the state police. Sheriff Dennis gives Kaiser a respectful salute. I appreciate it, Mr. Kaiser, and I'll be happy to buy you a drink first chance we get. I look forward to it. Kaiser is playing this about as subtly as a used car salesman. Sensing that Walker Dennis and I are allies beneath the surface of things, he figures that in the glow of his public spanking of Ozen, Dennis might confide our secrets to him. One look into the sheriff's eyes tells me Kaiser's instincts are dead on. Walker even gives me a questioning look, as though asking for permission. He's probably thinking how much harder we could hit the Knoxes if we had Kaiser on our side. Before Walker can speak, I say, I was just telling John he ought to hit the double eagles as hard and fast as he can with the meth stuff while they're off balance. Maybe we'd get one to flip on Forrest to save himself from dying of old age or worse in Angola. Kaiser practically whirls on me, frustration in his eyes. We already went over this, Penn. Give it up, will you? There's no point. Caitlin and Jordan freeze, their eyes darting from Kaiser to me, then back. The double eagles are tighter than the mafia about secrecy, he goes on, looking at Sheriff Dennis. They're like Islamic fundamentalists. They can't all be, I say evenly. Not at the street level. Street drones won't know anything about Forrest. It's all compartmentalized. Somebody on the street will know about the double eagles. Kaiser turns back to me. So what? No double eagle is going to talk, not even to save himself a jail term. Glenn Morehouse did. To make peace with God, not to send his war buddies to death row. And even if one decided to cut a deal, Knox would kill him before we could get what we need. What's going on, guys? Jordan asks sharply. What's wrong?
Penn's worried about his father, Kaiser says wearily. Understandably. I need to cement Walker's mistrust of Kaiser once and for all. Okay, John, if you believe forcing a plea deal won't work, then go another way. Direct attack. What the hell are you talking about? Use me to sting Forrest. I can do what you think I did with Brodie Royal, offer to keep his name out of the papers in exchange for saving my father, and you can record everything he says. No! Caitlin snaps, horrified that I'd even consider repeating this disastrous tactic or offering compromise in her name. That's a total non-starter. Kaiser's shaking his head. You haven't heard a word I said. You want to wear a wire on Forrest Knox? He won't say one incriminating word on tape, but as soon as the heat's off, he'll kill you. The anger bleeds out of Kaiser's face, and he speaks with exhausted conviction. This is a dangerous time to be Forrest Knox's friend, much less his enemy. I'll bet I can make him talk. Even if Forrest agreed to talk to you, Kaiser goes on, he'd never believe you could muzzle Caitlin and her newspaper. And he'd be right, she says, looking stricken. I can't believe this. Sheriff Dennis is watching Kaiser with sudden wariness. I only hope Walker has the intestinal fortitude to go ahead with tomorrow's raids as planned. Enough of this, Kaiser says. The bottom line is, thanks to that dead state trooper, Forrest can kill your father with no worries at all. And he means to. All he has to do is find him. John! Cries Jordan. I'm sorry, Penn, Kaiser says, sounding as though he means it. But you've got to accept reality. The only good you can accomplish at this point is to find your father and convince him to turn himself into me. You do anything else, anything related to Forrest Knox, and I'll have to arrest you. Sheriff Dennis's mouth drops open. Kaiser nods for emphasis. I could make an obstruction case right now, and you know it. Go ahead. You haven't exactly handled this case by the book yourself. You're right. My ass is on the line, too, thanks to what happened tonight. But you'd better pray that Washington doesn't pull me out of here, because whoever they send to replace me will see you as an absolute liability. They won't give you the time of day, much less help your father. I wave my hand dismissively and walk toward the hall that leads to the exit. Can somebody give me a ride to City Hall?
Royal's men stole my Audi, but I've got a city car I can use. I'll drop you when I take Caitlin, Jordan Glass calls from behind me. Thank you. Kaiser starts to protest, but Jordan shushes him. After I round the corner, I pause and lean against the cold wall. Jordan Glass's angry voice floats around the corner. John, that was too much. Somebody's got to save him from himself, Kaiser replies. Caitlin, are you really okay? I heard it was pretty bad in Royal's basement. I'm fine, she answers in a taut voice. They got Henry's files, huh? She doesn't answer at first, but then she says, I saved the box with the burned journals in it, but there's not much left. Penn told me Royal paid somebody to delete your backup files from the newspaper's computers. That's right. If you'd like, I can send you some bureau techs who might be able to reconstruct those files. If you're still willing to share them, of course. Seriously? They can do that? Maybe. Since 9/11, we've spent billions on technology aimed at restoring lost data, or partially destroyed evidence. I won't turn down the help. Good, Kaiser says, sounding like a kid who's been told he can open his Christmas presents early. I've got 2 techs here in town, and if we need more talent, I'll get some headed this way from D.C. Okay. Look, I really need to get back to the paper now. All right. But I need to drive Penn myself. He and I aren't finished, as much as he might wish we were. At these words, I nearly bolt from the building, but something keeps me in the hallway. If Kaiser wants to keep talking, he either needs to ask me something more or reveal something he hasn't given up yet. I hope it's the latter. By the time they round the corner, I'm far down the hall, waiting by the front door. Jordan has taken Caitlin by the arm. She looks like she's escorting an accident victim through a hospital. Jordan smiles as they reach me, but the expression looks forced. Hold up, Mayor, Kaiser says from behind them. I'm going to drive you. I'm too tired to argue, even for show.
Hey, Penn,
Sheriff Dennis calls from around the corner.
Come back down here a sec. I forgot to get you to sign a form.
Go on to the car, I tell Caitlin. She gives me a fragile smile, and before Kaiser can stop me, I trot back to Sheriff Dennis's office. The rusted spring sound of the front door opening follows me around the corner, and then I see Sheriff Dennis moving quickly up the hall, his big legs churning, a white piece of paper in one hand and a pen in the other. As he reaches me, I hear Kaiser's footsteps behind me. Walker hands me a pen, then holds the paper up against the wall for me to sign. He's standing so that his big body will be between me and Kaiser should the FBI agent come all the way around the corner.
That sucks about your car,
he says in a conversational tone.
I'll see if we can find it for you. Those assholes probably dumped it somewhere not too far from Lake Concordia.
I just hope it's not in the river, I reply loudly. Then I whisper, Is tomorrow's raid still on?
You bet your ass. Be here 5 hours from now, ready to rock and roll.
You going to tell Kaiser about it?
Not on your life, Kemosabe.
My heart swells with gratitude.
Thanks, Walker.
Kaiser's footsteps round the corner.
Get some sleep, brother,
the sheriff says in a man-to-man voice.
You earned it tonight.
Then he calls to Kaiser.
You guys keep your eyes open out there.
Stuffing my hands into my pockets, I walk past Kaiser without a word. Seconds later, the FBI agent catches up to me at the front door. When I push it open, a blast of cold wind hits my face, then cuts through my collar like a blade. I wonder where Ozen's got to, Kaiser says. Wherever he is, he's talking to Forrest Knox. You can bank on that. I feel like I can still smell the fire, I say to myself. even though it's 10 miles away. Closer than that as the crow flies, says Kaiser. But you're smelling yourself. That wind stirred it up. Raising my coat sleeve to my face, I realize he's right. So what's this about? I thought we'd said all we had to say. Kaiser turns and gives me a piercing look that has nothing to do with officialdom. Unfinished business. We're about to go through the looking glass, Mayor. And on the other side, we both tell the truth, regardless of consequences. He seems to want a response, but I offer nothing. What do you say to that? He asks. It's about fucking time. Chapter 9. Colonel, we got trouble. On the roof of State Police Headquarters, Forrest Knox pressed a satellite phone harder against his good ear, most of the other he'd lost in Vietnam, and spoke in a controlled voice. Give me specifics, Alphonse. I went to the CPSO, Ozen explained, just like you said, and I tried to take over the case. But that Agent Kaiser was there, the same FBI prick who was at the hospital after Sexton was shot. I know who Kaiser is. I know him from New Orleans. Well, this time he didn't turn tail. This time he read me the goddamn Patriot Act, chapter and verse. He was talking about seizing our personal phone and computer records, yours and mine. That son of a bitch is trouble, boss. He threatened to jail me on the spot. Quoted some new Patriot Act rules on meth production, which don't sound good. What about Mayor Cage and his girl? They were there, but the girl headed back across the river to a newspaper. Kaiser's wife went with her. Cage left with Kaiser. What you want I should do? Forrest looked down at his watch. Whatever Caitlin Masters knew about him and the Double Eagles was almost certain to appear in tomorrow's Examiner, no matter what he did at this point. Unless... We may need to mobilize the Black Team, Alphonse. The Black Team was a hand-picked group of SWAT officers who occasionally functioned as Forrest's private tactical unit. During Hurricane Katrina, the Black Team had done much more than help keep the peace. In the fetid darkness of post-storm New Orleans, they had ruthlessly winnowed the ranks of the Knox organization's drug-dealing competition, using chaos and lawlessness as their cover. Sounds good to me, Ozen said. We can't just sit and wait for the hammer to fall. You want me to make the call? Forrest weighed the risks of immediate action against those of watchful caution. Not yet. Just find out where everybody is. Got it. Forrest thought swiftly. HQ was the wrong place from which to direct tactical action. The best place was Valhalla, the family's hunting camp halfway between Natchez and Baton Rouge. Get your ass up to the camp, Alphonse. We don't need to take this any further on the phone. I can be there in 40 minutes. You? About the same. 10-4, Colonel. Any further orders in the meantime? Gather all the intel you can, as quietly as you can. Use only contacts you trust. Talk to our man in Dennis's department. Check Royal's contact at the girls' newspaper. Do you know who it was? Yeah. What about the feds? We'll discuss that when I see you. Forrest hung up, then walked to the edge of the building and looked west toward LSU's Tiger Stadium and the Mississippi River. From long practice, he'd developed the skill of descending into a state of calm in direct proportion to the scale of chaos. Though Ozen's news had stunned him, his pulse had accelerated only slightly during the call, and it quickly returned to normal. Having honed his instincts in combat where expediency ruled, Forrest was always first inclined to hit back hard. In war, if someone attacked you, you counterattacked as quickly and viciously as possible. If someone on your own side screwed up and put your unit at risk, you transferred them out. If you couldn't do that, you sent them home in a body bag. Forrest had once fragged a Yankee second lieutenant in the Oshaw Valley who seemed to think he was on the set of a John Wayne movie. Nobody had missed him either, not even Mac V. Such tactics were more complicated back in the world, of course. For one thing, nearly every death in civilian life brought about some sort of investigation, which meant attention. And attention was anathema to the money men in New Orleans. They wanted to remain invisible. Even more troubling, Brodie Royal had been a member of their insulated elite. His death would profoundly unsettle men accustomed to feeling untouchable. Worst of all, there were probably traceable links between Royal and his New Orleans partners, and those men would be scrambling to eradicate those links wherever possible. Forrest himself was one. He needed to find a way to assure Royal's partners that he was part of the solution, not the problem. With a last look out over the city, his city, he headed for the stairs that would take him down to the elevator. It had been a long time since someone had challenged him in any meaningful way. Rival drug dealers were one thing. They could be killed without fear of recrimination. But a veteran FBI agent was something else. A former prosecutor like Penn Cage couldn't be ignored either, much less a newspaper publisher like Masters. Those three together made a formidable alliance, one that violence alone could not counter. Violence would play a part, of course, but what Forrest really needed was a narrative that would shape the perception of recent events. Only in this way could he continue to bend the world to his will, which was all he had ever asked of life. Chapter 10. Tom Cage pulled the stolen pickup off the dirt road into an empty cotton field and switched off the engine. He hadn't seen a light for miles. The hitman in the back seat was still playing possum, and Tom decided to play along for another 30 seconds. Barren fields and scrub woods stretched into endless darkness, and when Tom opened his door, he smelled the rot of a swamp on the air. As best he could figure, they were 5 miles from a telephone, unless there was a farm around here he didn't know about. Even if the hitman reached a phone within an hour, Tom figured he could be across the Mississippi River in less than that, if his brother-in-law was home. And being a farmer, John McRae was never anywhere else. There was a chance that the state police might have staked out Peggy's Louisiana relatives, but if they had, he'd figured a way around that.
"I know you're awake," Tom said, closing his hand around the butt of his .357 and sliding carefully out of the truck. Grimsby held to his ruse and said nothing. Tom felt unsteady on his feet, but after a few seconds he regained his equilibrium. The pain in his shoulder had not relented, however. "Get out," he said through the open door. "I'm not going to kill you. I was advised to, and I can't say you don't deserve it, but I've got a better use for you." At first there was only silence. Then Tom heard a stirring, and the hitman said, "What use is that?" "Errand boy. You're going to carry a message for me, Mr. Grimsby."
"To who?"
"Your boss, Forrest Knox."
More silence.
"But first, you're going to get that goddamned corpse out of the truck. Move it, son. Double quick. I don't have all night."
"I'm tied to the goddamn gun rack." Tom reached into his pocket and dug out a steak knife he'd taken from the kitchen of Drew Elliott's lake house. He leaned into the truck and tossed it onto the back seat.
"Make it quick. And if you come at me with that knife, I'll put a bullet in your gut the same as I did your partner."
After a half-minute of grunts and struggle, he heard a mechanical thunk. Then the rear door on the driver's side swung open. "I gotta tell you, Doc," said the voice behind the door. "You're a walking dead man. You know that, right?"
Bold words for an unarmed man on the wrong end of a pistol.
The hitman's feet touched the ground, and then he stepped out from behind the door. A tall, thin man with his hands now free and a knife in one of them. "You're not going to kill me?" Grimsby said, obviously trying to decide whether to risk a charge.
"I will if you don't drop that knife."
Grimsby's twitchy eyes moved up and down Tom's frame, assessing his condition. Sensing the man was going to rush him, Tom fired a round at his feet. "God damn it!" yelled the hitman as the deep echo rolled over the fields like a thunderclap.
"Drop the knife," Tom repeated.
The blade hit the pavement.
"Now get your partner out of that back seat."
"Get him yourself." Tom waved the gun. "You won't shoot me."
"I killed your partner."
"That was different. That was self-defense." Tom laughed.
"Remember that, if you're ever asked to testify against me."
"You'll never see a courtroom, Doc. Nobody who crosses Colonel Knox ever does." Tom figured this was true.
"Maybe I'm the exception. I've beat the odds so far."
He aimed his pistol at the hitman's shoes.
"I can't leave here with that corpse in the back seat. Get him out, or I'll put a bullet in your foot. You probably won't die from it, but this is a magnum. You might go into shock, and they'll definitely have to amputate."
Grimsby worked his mouth around anxiously, trying to gauge Tom's ruthlessness. After a face-saving moment, he walked back behind the door and bent to his work, which was dragging a dead body off a truck's floor and onto the shoulder of a dirt road. While he worked, Tom stood 20 feet away and gave him his brief, beginning with a lie.
"You're 10 miles from the closest human habitation. Even if you run all the way, I'll be long gone by the time you can get to a phone and call Knox. But when you do get him, I have a message for him."
A strained grunt was the only response.
"Did you hear me, shitbird?"
"I heard you, goddammit, he's heavy."
"There's a reason they call it dead weight, son. Now listen up. About the stupidest thing Forrest could do at this point is kill me. If he does, my son and Caitlin Masters won't rest until Forrest is rotting in jail or dead himself. That might not scare you, but it will him, because he's got a brain like his father. I knew Frank Knox, you see, and Frank was no fool. Now, Forrest has probably already considered trying to silence my boy and his girl, but I've got a better solution for him, far better. You see, if he'll help me with my problem, I'll help him with his."
The dead man's head and shoulders dropped beneath the bottom of the door, hanging in the air like a deer carcass. "What the hell are you talking about?" asked Grimsby, leaning out of the truck. "How can you help the colonel?"
"I can call off my daughter-in-law in her newspaper. She'll have to cover the deaths that have happened already and might touch the Double Eagles, but I can keep Forrest's name out of the papers. I can guarantee my son won't pursue him either, and Forrest will know the value of that. It was my son who nailed those bastards running the dogfighting ring out of the Magnolia Queen. You remember that?"
"I remember."
"I can't do anything about the FBI chasing Forrest, but that's his lookout. There are also certain things I know that could hurt Forrest as well as Snake and the others. The old guys will know what I'm talking about. I'll keep those buried as well."
With a long heave and a steady driving of his feet, Grimsby finally dragged the corpse clear of the truck. The dead man's shoes hit the cold earth with dull thuds. The hitman straightened up and rubbed his hands together, his breath streaming in the chilled air. "What do you want in exchange for all that?"
"I need Forrest to call off the hunt for me and Garrity. That trooper tried to kill me, and he got what he deserved. Forrest can also clear me of the Viola Turner murder charge."
"How the hell can he do that?"
"By blaming the murder on somebody else."
"Such as?"
Yesterday I was thinking Glen Morehouse, but that might be a little close for comfort, considering he was a double eagle. Now Brodie Royal and his son-in-law look like perfect candidates. Forrest can hang everything on them.
You don't mind asking for the moon, do you?
Tom shrugged. I don't care if he blames the dead trooper on you, so long as he calls the dogs off me. Have you got all that?
Grimsby snorted in derision.
Tell Forrest I'll be waiting for his signal that he accepts my terms.
What signal?
An announcement on statewide radio and TV. When I hear that the APB has been called off, I'll know he's serious about making a deal. The statement should say that the state police have a new theory and are now pursuing other persons of interest. After I hear that, I'll contact Knox's office at State Police Headquarters.
Tom gestured with the magnum.
That's it. Back away from the truck.
The hitman folded his arms and shivered in his windbreaker. Are you really going to leave me out here? It's fucking cold, man. I could freeze. Tom thought about the mountains around the Chosin Reservoir.
You think this is cold?
Hell yeah.
Your friend's a lot colder.
Grimsby looked down at the corpse. Seriously, Doc, you going to leave me without a heavy coat?
Take your friend's and put it over yours. He doesn't need it anymore.
The hitman looked up in disbelief. Tom raised his magnum and his shoulder screamed with pain. You won't make it 20 miles without hitting the roadblock, Grimsby said. Like I said before, you're a walking dead man. Tom grinned.
Lab tests have been telling me that for a long time. But I'm still vertical.
Without turning his back on the killer, Tom put one foot on the running board and raised himself slowly into the driver's seat. Grimsby was still staring down at his dead comrade when Tom put the truck into gear, made a painful three-point turn, and drove back the way he had come. The hitman might be right about the roadblock, but Tom didn't have 20 miles to go. John McCrae's farmhouse was less than half that distance away. With a sudden inspiration, Tom switched off his headlights and slowed down until his eyes adjusted to the moonlight. At this point, he'd be a fool to let himself be caught because of being sighted by a chopper or high-flying prop plane. He'd switch the lights back on when he reached the narrow strip of pavement they called the main road around here. The thought made him smile despite his pain. Whenever anyone asked his wife where she was from, Peggy always said, "A little farm in the middle of nowhere." People always assumed she was exaggerating, but she wasn't. Tom had never been more grateful for that than he was tonight. Chapter 11. Natchez sleeps in silence as we cross the Mississippi River, as silent as Kaiser and I have remained since we left the sheriff's office. The town looks as it has since I was a child, a fragile line of lights strung along the rim of the high bluff, with church steeples standing watch over the populace. Given the ruckus at the Concordia Hospital early in the evening, a few citizens are probably sitting up, constantly refreshing the Examiner's webpage, hoping for a breaking news update that will tell them once and for all whether Henry Sexton was killed by a sniper. How will they react when they learn that Henry survived that attack, only to give his life for Caitlin's hours later? Or that he was only one of several casualties, among them Brodie Royal? Looking back at the dark lowlands of Louisiana, I scan the sky for the column of flame we left behind, but I don't see it. The levee near that lake stands 35 feet tall, and the flames were probably double that, but now the fire's burned out of sight. Kaiser turns onto Canal Street and heads into downtown proper. "Are you going to keep me in suspense all night?" I ask. "I'm not going to sit outside City Hall talking till dawn. I'm wiped out, man." When Kaiser begins speaking at last, his voice carries a passion that it didn't back in the corridor of Sheriff Dennis's office. "Penn, The FBI had two great failures in the last century, and they irreparably damaged the Bureau in the public mind. The first was the unsolved murders of the civil rights movement. The second involved the major assassinations, particularly that of JFK. Those weren't failures of process, but of will. Why did the Bureau fail? Because the director didn't really want those cases solved. This isn't news to me, but it's a pretty remarkable statement to hear from a serving FBI agent. When Dwight Stone discovered who was behind the murder of Del Payton in 1968, a big Nixon supporter, as it happened, Hoover made Stone suppress it. I know all about that. Stone's generation of agents saw J. Edgar's sins firsthand, and as a result, there's now a group of retired FBI agents, mostly 30-year men, who've never forgotten the sting of those failures. They've never let go of the cases they weren't allowed to work as they should have been. The Double Eagle cases were among those. And the JFK assassination? Kaiser nods. That too. These men work quietly in the background, but they've done significant investigative work over the years. They've even got serious funding behind them now. Private money, of course. The current director knows nothing about these guys, but some active agents give them help when possible. Like you? A brief nod. Like me. Is Dwight Stone part of this group? He is. They don't publicize their activities, so you can't tell Caitlin about it. If it got out that former FBI agents were actively working the Kennedy assassination, that's like chum in the water to the media. These men are dedicated pros, engineer types. They keep their heads down and they don't get excited. I think of them like retired astronauts. In fact, that's what I call them when I refer to them at all. They call themselves the working group. Kaiser turns right on State Street, rolls past Sheriff Billy Byrd's Sheriff's Department and the courthouse, then turns left again and parks in front of the lit oaks before City Hall. Dwight Stone's participation in this group legitimizes it in my eyes, but given tonight's events, I can't raise much interest. Where's this going, John? My astronauts have been pretty quiet for a while. The civil rights murder cases have stalled, and the few remaining witnesses are dying like flies. Even the agents themselves are dying, more's the pity. But when Glenn Morehouse talked to Henry Sexton on Monday, everything changed. Everything, Penn. No Double Eagle had ever cracked before. Except Jason Abbott. That was different. Abbott was just trying to screw the guy who was screwing his wife. But Morehouse was trying to clear his conscience, and in the process, he opened a door that the working group believed was closed forever. By revealing the connection between Carlos Marcello and Frank Knox through Brody Royal, he cracked the door on the JFK assassination. How? Just what did Henry tell you exactly? That Jimmy Revels was murdered to lure Robert Kennedy to Mississippi to be assassinated by the Knoxes. Or that was the plan, anyway, until Frank Knox was killed in an industrial accident. You don't doubt that story? Not at all. Carlos Marcello had hated Robert Kennedy since the McClellan hearings in '59, and he'd wanted him dead since Bobby deported him while Attorney General in '61. If JFK's death hadn't neutralized Bobby in '63, Marcello would probably have killed Bobby then. And 5 years later, when Bobby announced his presidential run, he put himself right back in Marcello's sights. If Frank Knox hadn't died in your father's office in March of '68, Robert Kennedy might have been assassinated in Natchez or Faraday in April, rather than Los Angeles in June. Carlos could not allow RFK to become president, Penn. If he had, he would have been immediately deported and lost his empire. Empire? I mutter in frustration. You think I'm exaggerating? In 1979, the House Select Committee on Assassinations determined that Marcello's combined operations, both criminal and legitimate, comprised the largest industry in the state of Louisiana. Bigger than the oil business, bigger than agriculture. Carlos wasn't just a mafia kingpin. He was a king, every bit as powerful as Huey Long in his day. Kaiser has raised his voice, and I'm starting to hear the obsessive passion of a conspiracy nut. I still don't understand what we're doing here, John. The FBI agent looks at me like I'm playing a game with him. You're holding back on me, Penn. What are you talking about? When you called me Tuesday night after Henry's stabbing, you told me you thought Brodie Royal might be involved in the major assassinations of the 1960s. You also said your father might know something about them. You used the plural both times. It's time to tell me what you were talking about. I don't want to answer, but my memory of Dwight Stone and all he did for me 7 years ago is pushing me to speak. After some deliberation, I decide to break my father's confidence. My dad told me a story the other night, I say, not mentioning the incriminating photo that Henry Sexton passed to me earlier that same night, the photo that prompted our conversation. Back in the mid-'60s, Dad and Dr. Leland Robb were down on the Gulf Coast at a gun show, and Dr. Robb set up a fishing cruise with Brodie Royal. Dad didn't know about it until the last minute, so he couldn't get out of going. Claude Devereaux and Ray Presley were also on the boat. That's a pretty motley crew. I know. Anyway, the one other guy on this boat was some kind of paramilitary CIA type. A contractor, probably. He spoke French, or cursed in French anyway. Kaiser's gaze has turned intense. What year was this? In 65, I think. No, 66. Dr. Robb was killed in 69, so it was 3 years before that. Anyway, the CIA guy got trashed during this little voyage, and he and Royal got to talking about Cuba, the Bay of Pigs. They also talked about some coup d'etat operations in South America. Then at some point, the guy started bitching about Dallas and how the whole thing had been screwed up like a botched military operation. Dad didn't know what he meant, but it scared the shit out of him, and he made a point never to see Royal again after that. And that's all. That's my story. Why would that scare your father unless he thought Dallas referred to the JFK assassination? I know. You're probably right. Dr. Cage didn't think this guy was just talking out of his ass? No. Dad was a combat medic in Korea, and he told me he'd seen a certain type of guy over there. The hard type, you know? Professional. He said this guy was like that. No bullshit. A killer. Kaiser nods slowly and motions for me to go on. That's all I know, John. Seriously. No, it's not. You saw those rifles in Brodie's basement. That's meaningless, man. A gullible old man's fantasy. You'll have the rifles themselves soon anyway. The barrels and works, at least. You don't need me for that. Earlier you told me you thought the JFK rifle might be real. What made you say that? The fishing story, I guess. I figured there might possibly be some connection between Royal and the kind of guy who'd be involved in an assassination. That's all? Maybe, after all I've heard about Frank Knox, it didn't seem beyond the realm of possibility that he was in Dallas on the day John Kennedy died. No shit, says Kaiser. And he might not have been alone, either. His brother Snake served as a sniper in Korea. I told you that over the past couple of years, Snake has bragged to a few people that he shot Martin Luther King. I groan in protest. James Earl Ray killed King, John. I don't think there's any serious dispute about that. In any case, I honestly don't care right now. I killed someone myself tonight. I need to sleep. Just one more minute. Tell me about the rifles. What kind of guns were they? I close my eyes and think back to the awful few seconds between Royal and Regan pushing us toward the indoor firing range and Caitlin going after Royal with a straight razor. Hunting rifles, I say softly. Not military? No. Wooden stocks, hunting scopes. What make? I don't know. My father's the gun expert, not me. The rifle on the bottom might have been a Winchester. Yeah, and the top one was bolt action.
Do you remember which rifle was dated for which assassination?
The bolt action was Dallas. The Winchester-style gun was April 4th, Memphis.
That's good detail for a quick glimpse. I guess former prosecutors make good witnesses. We'll have to see what comes out of the ashes after the wreckage of Royal's house cools.
Good luck with that. I reach for the door handle. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hold up,
Kaiser says, betraying some tension.
We're not quite done.
Damn it, John, yes we are. I'm exhausted.
You didn't think the story about the founding of the Double Eagles was relevant to all this? To the rifles, even?
What are you talking about?
The sandbar south of Natchez, 1964. Henry didn't tell you that story?
I think back to the long conversation in Henry's war room, but nothing rings a bell.
I don't think so.
Kaiser purses his lips like he's surprised.
Frank Knox founded the Double Eagles on a sandbar south of the International Paper Company in the summer of '64, 5 days after the FBI found the 3 civil rights workers in that dam in Neshoba County. That's the first day Frank handed out the Double Eagle gold pieces.
This is the first I've heard of that.
Snake Knox was there, and Sonny Thornfield, and Glenn Morehouse. They were having a family campout and practicing with plastic explosives. Just good old all-American fun.
Okay, so?
On that day, Frank told the others they were splitting off from the Ku Klux Klan. Then he drew 3 Ks in the sand.
Kaiser takes a small notepad from his coat and draws 3 capital Ks as the points of a triangle.
Morehouse and Thornfield were confused until Frank took out a magazine photo of Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., standing with President Johnson in the White House Rose Garden.
Go on.
Frank had drawn red circles around the heads of Kennedy and King.
Shit. That doesn't mean anything?
You don't think so? When Sonny and Morehouse still didn't get it, Frank drew more letters in the sand, 2 before each K.
As I watch, Kaiser adds letters to his notepad. Now the points of his triangle read JFK, MLK, RFK. To my surprise, the sight of these letters starts a low buzzing in my head.
But it's what Frank said, Kaiser goes on, that makes me take all this seriously. He scratched an X through the JFK with a barbecue fork and said, 1 down, 2 to go.
A wave of sweat breaks through my skin inside my coat. Henry didn't tell me anything about that.
I guess he was too busy telling you other things.
I don't bite on this bait, but Kaiser's probably right. Since the founding of the Double Eagles had nothing to do with my father, Henry didn't waste time telling me about it. I'll bet he didn't tell me half of what he knew that night. He'd been working for 20 years on those cases, 30 maybe. John, are you seriously working the JFK assassination? This time, when Kaiser's eyes meet mine, it's as if I'm truly seeing the man for the first time. The intensity in his gaze is not that of a fanatic, but of a soldier committed to his cause.
Like I said, I'm helping Dwight and his buddies. But you still don't understand. We know who ordered John Kennedy's murder. We've been certain for more than 2 years. We just haven't been able to prove who fired the kill shot.
Now we've come full circle, back to Cuckoo Land. That's great, John, but I've got no time for conspiracy theories. I reach for the door handle again, but Kaiser catches hold of my arm.
Yes, you do. Because your father knows the same thing we do. He's known it for 42 years.
Kaiser's words don't quite seem real.
If you believe that, you don't know my father at all.
He concedes this with a small nod.
Are you sure you do?
This freezes me in my seat. I want to argue, yet everything that's happened over the past 3 days has happened because my father has refused to speak about the past. A past that it's becoming increasingly clear is very different from the one I believed in only days ago.
Pen, your father's being hunted for killing a state trooper. I need very much to talk to him, and ultimately his only chance to survive is to turn himself into me.
My heart leaps at this new tack. Are you saying you'll take him into protective custody?
I don't know yet. I was trying to set it up with the director, but after all the deaths tonight, it'll be a hard sell. However, if Dr. Cage can link the double eagles to the Kennedy or King assassinations, I will make the case and spirit him out of harm's way before the Louisiana State Police even know what happened.
Why does Kennedy's death mean more than all the civil rights martyrs put together? What about Dad's fishing boat story? The Frenchman talking about Dallas. Isn't that enough?
Too thin. We need more.
I've got a photograph taken on that trip. Henry gave it to me. It shows Dad, Presley, Royal, and Devereaux in the stern of the boat. Kaiser's eyes widen.
Is the Frenchman in the shot?
I shake my head.
Damn. Where is this picture?
Caitlin has it. It's probably at the Examiner.
Okay. I'm going to be grilled by the director once more tonight, and I'll do what I can to push protective custody for your father. For now, let's hope I'm right about him and Garrity lying low somewhere safe. But between now and tomorrow morning, I want you to rack your brain, talk to your mother, do anything you can think of to locate your father and Garrity. And if you do, tell Dr. Cage that information about Carlos Marcello and the Kennedy assassination is his salvation.
Honestly, John, there's no way he sat on that kind of information for 40 years.
He kept quiet about Brody Royal and the murders of Albert Norris and Dr. Robb, didn't he? Why should the Kennedy stuff be any different?
I'm not sure I can articulate my feelings about this. Because that's not personal, not local. It's history, and history is almost like a religion to my dad.
All history is personal, Kaiser replies. I'm betting Dr. Cage knows that.
For the first time tonight, the FBI agent's voice sounds almost kind.
Your father was close to Ray Presley for most of his life. Before Presley moved to Natchez, he was a New Orleans cop on the pad for Carlos Marcello.
I know that.
Henry told me he told you about the Bureau surveillance reports that mention your father. On at least 4 occasions, Marcello soldiers drove north to Natchez to get medical treatment from your father in the late 60s and early 70s. Why would they drive 180 miles for treatment?
I start to repeat my father's explanation for this, but another answer comes to me. The one Brody Royal supplied. Whatever Dad did, John, he did it to protect Viola. After her rape and the murder of her brother, he made some kind of a deal to save her. He must have. The Eagles would have killed her otherwise. Maybe that was the deal with Marcello.
I think you're right, Kaiser concedes. But we need to know for sure.
After several seconds of silence, he leans across me and reaches into his glove box for a folded sheet of paper. This he patiently unfolds, then hands to me and switches on the Crown Victoria's interior light. I'm holding a low-resolution grayscale photograph printed on copy paper. It looks like a telephoto image of a man in profile driving a light-colored sedan that dates to the 1960s. Something about the car is familiar, or maybe the man, but the photo is too blurry for me to figure it out.
That was taken outside the entrance of Churchill Farms, Kaiser informs me, a 6,400-acre tract of Louisiana swampland owned by Carlos Marcello. Churchill Farms was Marcello's most secluded hideaway.
Okay. Who's driving the car?
You don't recognize him?
Kaiser asked softly.
Or the vehicle?
The car looks familiar. The man, too, but it's too blurry.
That's your father, Penn. He's 36 years old in that photo, 9 years younger than you are now.
My heart lurches in my chest.
And the car,
Kaiser goes on, is a 1966 Oldsmobile 98. I finish, as a rush of scents and feelings from my childhood pass through me. Our old family car. Kaiser nods.
That's right. Your father visited Churchill Farms for 62 minutes on April 11, 1968. The Bureau's organized crime unit had routine surveillance set up out there at the time. Also, you can't see him in this photo because of the angle and the graininess, but Ray Presley was sitting in the passenger seat. He went down there with your dad, and Carlos was definitely in residence at the time.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I'm sorry.
What the hell does this mean?
I don't know, but we need to find out.
How long have you had this? Henry never saw this, did he?
No. I saw it myself for the first time today. It came in a big transmission of the Bureau file on Carlos Marcello, which is a massive collection.
I'm trying to focus on the micro, not macro. April of '68 was the month Jimmy Revels and Luther Davis were killed.
Close enough. They probably died on March 31st.
That's right. And Viola had been raped in March as well. She was abused again when they were tortured, but Presley saved her. So my father must have made some kind of deal with Marcello shortly afterward to protect Viola.
That's why I need to talk to him. He knows a lot more than you think he does about all this.
I close my eyes before I ask the next question. John, what the hell's going on? Seriously, how did we get from Viola Turner and euthanasia to the assassination of John Kennedy?
You know how. Through the Double Eagles, specifically the Knox family. Remember what I said about history? It's all personal. In 1963, Carlos Marcello ordered the assassination of John F. Kennedy. It wasn't the CIA or Castro or Cuban exiles. It wasn't the Russians or the military-industrial complex. It was Carlos Marcello. The little man used the Knox family to carry out the hit, and he did it for the oldest motive in the world.
Money?
No. Survival.
Another question was forming in my mind when the sight of a white pickup truck parked down the block drove it from my head. A few seconds of watching shows me an exhaust plume coming from the tailpipe.
"What's the matter?" asks Kaiser. "Are you looking at that truck?"
I nod. That's Lincoln Turner's truck. The son of a bitch has been following me again.
Again?
He's been stalking my house. Kaiser cocks his head, his eyes on the truck.
"I'll tell you what. I've given you a lot to absorb. You go on up to your office and get your keys. I'll take care of Mr. Turner for you. He won't be here when you come back out."
"Really?"
"No problem. You just think about what I said. We'll talk tomorrow."
"Should I just go?"
Kaiser smiles. "Yep. Take off. I'm going to abuse my authority for a minute."
He opens his door and begins marching down the block like a military officer on a mission. Though I'm tempted to watch the confrontation, I exit the car and trot up to the door of City Hall. Lincoln Turner has a big chip on his shoulder and a lot of nerve, but something tells me Kaiser can handle him. For the first time since arriving at the sheriff's office, I think about Annie and my mother hiding out at Edelweiss. They're probably mad with worry by now, and as much as I'd like to check on Caitlin at the newspaper, I know she can take care of herself. I need to hug my daughter, and I need sleep. Tomorrow's battles will be here all too soon.
Chapter 12. In the end, Caitlin decided to enter the Examiner by her usual route, the employee's door at the rear of the building. If Billy Bird had a deputy lying in wait, Jordan Glass was ready to snap 50 pictures of the arrest with her motor drive Nikon. As Caitlin walked through the rear parking lot, noting the familiar cars of her reporters, she spied the door that had been locked against her by one of her own staff. Without warning, she flashed back to the kidnapping with a clarity that made her pulse pound and her breath go shallow. She saw Penn being held on tiptoe with an arm around his throat and a pistol to his head. Then came a rush of images from all that had followed, from the basement and the fire.
How close we came to dying,
she thought, touching her burned cheek for the first time since the lake.
And if I had died, the child I'm carrying would have died with me, and no one would have known. Not unless they discovered it in the autopsy.
Caitlin had only known about the baby herself for 24 hours or so, and she'd only told one soul on the planet about it, Tom Cage, via text message.
Tom hasn't even seen that message, she thought. He doesn't have his cell phone on. If he did, they'd have caught him by now. Killed him, probably. In fact, he could be dead already.
As much as Caitlin blamed Tom for the events of the past days, the thought of him lying face down in a ditch somewhere stopped her breath in her throat. Sensing her distress, Jordan took Caitlin's hand and squeezed, bringing her back to the present. As her heartbeat slowed, Caitlin started toward the door again. A Natchez Police Department squad car was parked in a handicapped space to the right of it, exhaust rising from its tailpipe. Caitlin waved at the young cop behind his fogged window glass, thinking of the officer who had probably been murdered by Brodie Royal's men. She'd known him only as a prone form lying on the floor of the van that had carried them to Royal's house. Stopping at the back door, she raised her hand and turned the knob. Against all logic, it opened.
"I called ahead, remember?" Jordan said, sensing her confusion. "One step at a time, girl." "Thanks."
The Examiner building seemed eerily quiet as Caitlin and Jordan moved up the back hall, but the moment Caitlin walked into the newsroom, the place erupted in applause. She raised her hands to quiet the grinning staff, but new people kept coming in from other rooms, photographers and service people, and even one of the advertising girls. They were obviously happy to see her alive, and she was glad to be that way, so she let the clapping go on for a bit. They were a young group, she realized, almost no one over 30. For many years, the Examiner had served as a sort of farm program for the larger papers in the master's chain, but during her tenure as publisher, Caitlin had changed that. She'd managed to assemble a bright cadre of journalism majors from all over the country, most from top schools. She paid them well and did her best to keep them busy. Whenever she'd lost one to a larger paper, she somehow managed to replace him or her with someone of equal talent. This eclectic group she had supplemented with some of the brightest liberal arts graduates from Natchez, kids who'd wanted to return to their hometown after college. Now they stood before her, gathered between the computer workstations that lined the walls, 14 kids with all the talent in the world and a desperate hunger to work on something important. They'd known since Tuesday that something big was afoot. The initial attack on Henry and the burning of the Beacon had galvanized them into action, and Henry's backup files had given them something to sink their teeth into. But according to Jamie Lewis, the assassination attempt on Henry in the hospital, followed by the attack on Penn and Caitlin, had stunned them into a kind of paralysis. They'd read about attacks on reporters in places like Colombia and Myanmar, but murderous attacks on journalists in America seemed incomprehensible. The discovery that the Examiner's press operator had disappeared after probably assisting in Caitlin's kidnapping only added to their collective sense of shock. Yet no one had refused to come in when Jamie called in the middle of the night. Indeed, few had left the building during the past 48 hours, except to catch 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Caitlin looked at each face in turn. Taut lips, worried eyes, The young men with arms folded across their chests, the women biting fingernails. Everyone gathered closer together than they normally would. The silence truly was eerie, and then she realized why. The computers had been shut down. She couldn't remember ever having heard the newsroom so quiet. "I must have," she thought, "during electrical storms." But of course, then there was the drumming of rain and the roll of thunder. Now there was absolute silence, the silence of expectation. Into that silence, she began to speak. "Thank you for that," she said. "Every one of you. First, let me say that I'm all right physically, except for this burn on my cheek, and Penny is too. But it was a near thing, and if Henry Sexton and a heroic man who worked for Albert Norris as a boy hadn't sacrificed their lives for ours, we would both be dead. That's one of the stories we'll be printing tomorrow. We will honor those men as they deserve. But that's only a small part of a much larger duty we have tonight." She took a moment to gather herself. "It's axiomatic that people in small towns don't get their news from newspapers. They never have. Local papers print stories about Little League baseball and garden clubs and the press releases from the local factory. But the real news, the reason for layoffs or why someone lost an election or the facts behind a murder, usually travel by a different route, word of mouth. Long before Facebook and Twitter, the real news traveled over backyard fences and via telephone, around water coolers and on golf courses. The newspaper functioned as a Chamber of Commerce billboard advertising the town, while the real story lived behind the glossy sign, off the page, or at best, between the lines. My father's newspapers have been as guilty of this irrelevance as any other chain. And even before Dad bought it, the Examiner was one of the worst offenders. The old Wise family made sure of that. If you go back and check the week that Delano Payton was murdered in 1968, you'll find a perfunctory story about the bombing, then a follow-up announcing the offer of a reward by his national union, and very little else. If you go back to the week Albert Norris was burned to death, you'll find nothing. During my time as publisher, I've tried to change that policy. All of you have helped me. 7 years ago, our Del Payton stories carried the message of justice delayed to the entire world. Now, tonight, we're going to break the biggest story that any of us are likely to touch in our entire lives. As you know, it spans over a dozen civil rights murders committed during the 1960s. The perpetrators of those crimes have been allowed to roam free for 40 years, and now they've killed again in their efforts to avoid being exposed and punished for their crimes. The death toll tonight is unprecedented in the history of this area, and a Natchez police officer will probably be added to the list before dawn. Several people gasped. We're going to be dealing with next of kin issues, so I'm not sure if we'll be printing names in all cases. But beginning now, we're going to devote every waking minute to doing justice to this epic story. A single edition of the paper can't possibly contain it, so after physical publication this morning, I hope that those willing to remain will do so and continuously update our online edition. I fully expect that by noon tomorrow, or today, rather, we'll be in the eye of a media storm. This is what we live for, people. For about 12 hours, we're the only news staff in the country in possession of the facts of this story. Television, radio, the blogosphere, they've got nothing. But tomorrow, that will change. So, right now, I want everyone in this room to take 30 seconds and think about Henry Sexton, who was murdered for his courage and convictions. For those of you who don't know, on the first night he was attacked, Henry had already agreed to write for this paper, so he is your colleague in more ways than one. Caitlin bowed her head and silently counted to 30. In the elegiac silence of held breaths and closed eyes, she realized that she blamed herself more than anyone else for Henry's death. For in the end, it was her forcing Katie Royal to unburden herself of her secrets that had sent Brody Royal into a homicidal rage. Of course, nothing she could do now would bring Henry back. Sleepy Johnston either. All she could do now was carry on Henry's cause and try to do justice to their memories. Stealing a glance upward, she saw a few people staring at Jordan to her right. "Amen," she said in a firmer voice, and every face in the room rose to hers. "By the way, the woman to my right is Jordan Glass, a legend in our business, and I assume she needs no further introduction." The room burst into applause again, and a couple of the guys whistled. "Easy, dudes. She's married." "And I'm too old for you," Jordan added. After the much-needed laughter subsided, Caitlin said, "Sadly, I also need to bring you up to speed on a very upsetting matter. I know the silent computers have probably freaked you all out. They do me. It's like a 1950s horror movie or something. But there's a good reason for it. We've experienced a major breach of security at the Examiner. Earlier tonight, when Penn and I were kidnapped, Nick Moore, our press operator, probably helped the kidnappers commit their crime." A murmur of consternation and anger rose at this confirmation of the rumor. "The FBI is hunting Nick now, but I must tell you, I have reason to believe that Nick might not be the only one of our staff who took a bribe from the people we're investigating." This time there were gasps of disbelief. "Henry Sexton's files and journals, the files that you spent so many hours painstakingly scanning into our computer system, have been deleted by someone working for Brodie Royal." Many in the audience groaned as though in physical pain, and Caitlin saw more than a few reporters cursing under their breath. "Worse yet, the physical files and journals have been stolen and destroyed. However, all may not be lost on that front. The FBI is going to lend us some computer experts who might be able to reconstruct those deleted files." Caitlin saw incredulity on Jamie Lewis's face. He probably considered this sleeping with the enemy, but he would have to live with it. "The truly upsetting thing is that the person who deleted those files might still be among us. He or she could be standing next to you right now." Total silence descended on the newsroom. "I don't want to create some kind of McCarthy atmosphere of paranoia, but we'd be fools not to take rational precautions until we get this sorted out. So here's what we're going to do. Our stories are going to be written on 3 or 4 notebook computers in the conference room. We will restore limited internet access out here for research, but that's it. Everyone will take their instructions directly from Jamie or me, and you'll work only on what you're assigned. If you see something suspicious or feel strange about anything, come to us. Again, I don't want a bunch of tattletales running around. Use your common sense. But make no mistake, we're in a war, folks. They burned the Concordia beacon 2 nights ago. Now, we'll be looking after your physical safety. We're going to have some serious security around this building going forward. But be smart and be safe. And remember, for those of you who became journalists because of a David versus Goliath fantasy, this is your chance." She saw a few grins at this. "One thing, you may see Sheriff Byrd show up and arrest me. If you do, just keep on working. After you snap a few shots of the proceedings." A few more laughs broke the tension. "As for the news stories, I don't care who you have to roust out of bed for comments or confirmations, or what resources you have to commit. Just do it. We will probably be sued over some of this, so try to get it right. But the final responsibility rests with me, so be fearless. Do what Henry Sexton would have done." Caitlin knew her last assertion was not quite true. Final responsibility rested not with her, but with her father, who owned the chain. But if he didn't trust her instincts by now, and back her with the full resources of the company, then she needed to find work elsewhere anyway. "That's it," she said. "Make me proud." The crowd dispersed slowly, but as a couple of computers were switched on, the newsroom slowly became the fully engaged hive that Caitlin so loved. She pulled Jamie's sleeve until he was following her down the corridor to her private office. "What now?" he asked. "Gather the conference room team?"
"In a minute," she said, walking faster. "I've used this newspaper as a weapon before, a sort of artillery piece, I suppose. But tomorrow's edition is going to detonate like a dam buster."
"A what?" Caitlin laughed low in her throat, thinking of her grandfather.
"That's a kind of bomb from World War II. Tomorrow we're going to crack the foundations of a dam that's held back terrible truths for 40 years. And once that tide is let loose, a lot of people and careers are going to be washed away."
Her editor's eyes narrowed. "Not ours, I hope." Caitlin didn't answer. They'd reached her office door. In the awkward silence that followed, Jamie's eyes filled with an unspoken question.
"What is it?"
she asked. "Did you have to kill anybody?" he asked softly. "You didn't tell me when you dictated the lead story. Who killed who down in that basement?" Caitlin looked into his hungry eyes for a few seconds, then shook her head.
"No. Penn did, though."
Jamie went pale. "Oh, man."
"I'd just as soon forget it, but I know I never will."
She took a sharp breath, then exhaled slowly.
"Have you thought about who you want in the conference room? Who you really trust?"
Lewis nodded.
"Anna, Chris, Tim, and Britt. That work for you?" "Sure. What about research?"
"Paul and Chesney for the main stuff. The rest can handle background details."
"Fine."
She took hold of Jamie's forearm and looked deep into his eyes.
"I've got to ask this. Is there anybody you suspect at this point? Someone you really don't trust?"
He shook his head and looked away, but she knew he was wrestling with something.
"Come on, Jamie. Out with it."
He shook his head. "If I know something, I won't hold it back. But I'm not going to start condemning people based on hunches."
"Fair enough. But the stakes are pretty high here. We're all in on this one."
"I know." After a few moments' contemplation, Caitlin walked into her office and pulled the door shut behind her. Coming into the familiar office after being tied to a pole in a basement that looked like some Nazi torture cell was almost like entering a decompression chamber. The moment she sat in her Herman Miller chair, a wave of exhaustion rolled over her. She'd been living on green tea and adrenaline for 3 days. She tried to add up the hours of sleep she'd gotten since Monday morning, but stopped when she couldn't remember more than a 3-hour stretch. At her best, she had been functioning like someone with jet lag. Yet now, along with survivor's guilt and anger and a dozen other emotions, she felt the giddy elation of someone who has been shot at and missed, as her grandfather used to say. The sense of relief was overwhelming. If she sat in this chair another minute without doing something, she would be asleep. She made a note to talk to Chris Scanlon, an Examiner photographer who suffered from ADD, and see if he could spare some Adderall. Then she remembered she was pregnant. Surely speed couldn't be good for a baby.
"I'd better Google it," she thought,
turning groggily toward her computer keyboard. Then she remembered that Jamie had killed the paper's internet access.
"My computer isn't even on," she thought,
hitting the power switch. Nothing happened.
"Jamie probably unplugged it."
She folded her arms and put her head down on her desk. As though watching a film in her mind, she saw Tom Cage standing in the dark reading her text message about the baby. That message had been a last-ditch effort to try to persuade him to turn himself in, to come back to his family and put his trust in Penn. As Tom read the message in her vision, an awestruck smile lit his white-bearded face.
"I've got to find him,"
Caitlin thought.
"Surely I can do that, if he's still alive."
"Caitlin?" said a voice, and then someone shook her. She opened her eyes and found Jordan Glass kneeling beside her chair.
"Hey,"
Jordan said.
You need some real sack time. No, Caitlin moaned in protest. I've got tons of work to do. You're no good to anybody like this. You've hit the wall. 2 hours, Caitlin pleaded. 2 hours work, and then I can grab a little sleep. Can you help me?
Jordan sighed heavily, then got to her feet.
What's your poison? More coffee? No, green tea, strong as you can make it.
The photographer looked down at her with a maternal frown.
It's like looking in a damn mirror. A mirror with a 10-year time lag.
As Jordan walked out, Caitlin remembered that the photographer had been trying to get pregnant for months without result. Glass had confided this to her on the first day they met in an unexpected moment of shared confidence. Jordan was Penn's age, so the odds were against her. Caitlin, on the other hand, hadn't even been trying, and she was already knocked up. If she had the power, she would trade places with Jordan, at least as far as their obstetric situations. She had plenty of time to get pregnant again, but she might never have another career opportunity like this one. The baby in her belly was at this point only an agglomeration of cells that would not even begin to show for months. The double eagle story, on the other hand, had been fulminating within her like some protean thing, constantly changing shape, growing new faces and revealing hidden ones. Earlier tonight, it had almost devoured her. For the next week, at least, she would have to focus on that larger inhabitant. For if she managed to deliver it to the world in all its depraved ugliness, she would make possible the justice and healing for which Henry Sexton had given his life. And more than that, she would have nothing left to prove. Not to her father, not to anybody. Chapter 13. Forrest Knox took a remote control unit from his pocket and opened the gate of the Valhalla Exotic Hunting Reserve. Driving north from Baton Rouge always invigorated him, leaving behind the gas flares of the petrochemical plants of Cancer Alley and the haunted fields of the Angola prison farm, and climbing into the green hills and hollows of southwest Mississippi, the hunter's paradise. The great river itself lay scarcely a mile away now, beyond a few wooded ridges and the swamp where the river flowed eons ago. The serpentine access road to the hunting camp wound through acres of second-growth hardwood forest filled with wildlife surveillance cameras and food plots for the game animals. After a descent through broken terrain, the road flattened out on a plateau overlooking the rich bottomland between the westernmost ridge and the Mississippi River. At the edge of this plateau stood the main lodge. Ozen's state police cruiser was already parked in the oyster shell turnaround on its backside. Forrest parked beside him, then hurried up the steps and into the lodge. He found Ozen in the great room, a vast space lined with the heads of exotic game taken from around the world, though several species had been transplanted here and bred behind the camp's 11-foot fences. The Redbone sat in a leather club chair, a shot glass of bourbon beside him. Forrest couldn't remember seeing the man so anxious in all the time he'd known him. "You want a drink?" Ozen asked, moving to get up.
"Later."
Forrest sat on the sofa opposite Ozen and put his boots up on an ottoman.
"We need to make some fast decisions."
"I've got the black team online. Everybody but Pichot. He's in Florida, but he's heading back as soon as he can get a flight."
"Good, because Brody put us in a real corner tonight. It's a relief that Henry Sexton's dead, but we have to assume he passed on what he knew to the Masters girl, and we have to assume Morehouse told Henry everything he knew. Shit. And Brody's death is going to rattle the hell out of the money boys in New Orleans."
Ozen's lips parted in silence. This consequence had not yet occurred to him.
"If I'd known all this would happen," Forrest thought aloud, "I might have waited to move on McKeever. But the iron's in the fire now."
The Redbone took a sip of whiskey, then wiped his mouth. If that girl is the problem, I can take care of that. I can be in Natchez in 40 minutes. By noon tomorrow, she'll have disappeared off the planet. Nobody'll ever find her. It'll be like she never existed. Forrest admired Ozen's initiative, but the man was no strategist. No, it won't. Sure it will. How many drug dealers have I fed to the alligators? I can do the same to Mayor Cage, and even the FBI man, if it comes to that. This is different. If high-profile people like that disappear, the story will just get bigger and bigger until it swallows us. If we killed the Natchez mayor, its newspaper publisher, or an FBI agent, we'd have a dozen new FBI agents in here the next day. Kill all 3, and we'd have 50. And they'd never stop hunting until they nailed us. No. The only people we can kill with impunity at this point are Dr. Cage and Ranger Garrity. The others are practically untouchable. The Redbone shifted uncomfortably on his chair. What's the alternative? Sit tight and hope for the best? That's one option, as much as I hate to contemplate it. The other, obviously, is to hit hard and fast, damn the consequences. Scorched earth. But you just said they were untouchable. I said practically. There's one way you can pull off a hit like that. You need a fall guy. The crime has to be unambiguous, the corpses there for everyone to see, and the killer so obvious that all the carnage looks inevitable in retrospect. Then people move on without ever looking past the surface of things. You understand? Sure. Like Kennedy, right? Forrest smiled and nodded, pleased at the irony of Ozen making this leap. The Redbone had learned a lot about Forrest's business in the relatively short time he'd been involved, but he knew nothing about the innermost secrets of the Double Eagles. Who the hell could our fall guy be? Ozen asked. Brody and Regan would have made good patsies, but they are dead. Forrest's smile broadened. They can still be blamed for everything that happened up till tonight. After all, Brody did order that first attack on Henry at the Beacon office, and Brody and Regan burned the Beacon. The FBI is bound to prove Brody was behind the kidnapping of Cage and Masters, and also that his guys killed that Natchez cop. How big a leap is it from there to assume Brody sent the sniper to finish off Sexton at the hospital, but killed his girlfriend by mistake? Ozen grinned. A damned short one. I like it. But that won't help us with the other targets. No. But this is the beautiful part. For those hits, we've got 2 patsies so perfect they could have been sent over by central casting. Ozen was clearly behind the curve. Who you talking about, boss? Snake and Sonny. The original Double Eagles. Last of the crazy racist crackers. The blood drained from the Redbone's face. Are you shitting me? If we want to go scorched earth, it's the only way. We have to give the FBI somebody they can close the cases on fast, with no doubters at the table. Frightened wonder still shone from Ozen's face. You mean it, don't you? You bet your ass I do. Listen to me. Katrina has given us a chance to get our snouts up to the big trough. 1 or 2 deals with the guys I'm rubbing shoulders with now is worth more than everything I ever made out of Snake and Billy's operation. Ozen still looked unconvinced. But how can you take those guys down? The second Snake and Sonny figure what you're up to, they can cop a plea and send you to death row. Me along with you. Forrest shook his head. Give me some credit, Alphonse. By the time Snake knows what I'm really doing, it'll be too late. You'd better lay this out for me, boss, 'cause I can't see it working. You know Snake. A more hot-headed son of a bitch never drew breath. And once he hears what happened tonight and how much danger we're all in, he'll be screaming for blood.
The fact that he fucked up the hit on Henry will make him that much more ready to do it. You agree?
That's Snake, all right.
Okay. Now he'll be expecting me to hold him back, like I usually do. Only this time I won't, see? I'll tell him the stakes are so high that killing those three is our only hope, and he's the only man to do it.
A tight smile had appeared on Ozen's face.
Snake'll eat that up all right. Here's the twist, though. As soon as Snake has made the hits, we'll leak something that puts the FBI on his trail, but not too close. Naturally, we'll know where Snake's hiding. Sonny's fishing camp would be perfect. It'll be Snake and Sonny, maybe one more eagle. I'll make a public appeal as Snake's nephew to get him to turn himself in. I'll have told him to expect that I'm just playing the game. But then the FBI will corner them.
Ozen was nodding.
I'll volunteer to go into the house and talk Snake out. Once inside, I'll stall a little, tell him I'm figuring a way to break him from jail once he goes in. Then, when he's distracted, I'll take him out. Sonny, too.
The Redbone blinked. The rest of him remained as motionless as a cigar store Indian. You mean kill him?
Snake and Sonny both, and whoever else is with them.
The Redbone swallowed hard.
Your own uncle? It's the only way, Alphonse. If I'm willing to kill my own uncle because he committed murder, I'll be permanently safe. Washed in the blood, son. Better yet, that's political gold in this state. You can't buy that kind of press.
Ain't you forgetting something? Ozen asked, still looking wary. What about Billy? You think he's going to stand by and keep his mouth shut after you kill his daddy? Forrest had thought a lot about his cousin during the past hour.
I can't say for sure, but I do know this. Billy knows his father is a hothead, and the last thing he wants on this earth is to go back to prison. Billy did a jolt in Rayford in the 80s, and that was all the hell he could stand. He just might sit still for this if I put it to him the right way. After all, Snake's had a good run. It's time for our generation to take the helm.
Ozen swallowed the last of his bourbon, then leaned back in his chair. It's a ballsy plan, I'll say that.
Can you see any other way to take those people out and stay out of prison?
As if against his will, Ozen shook his head. You know I'm up for damn near anything, boss. But when you start killing family, I don't know. It's like asking for trouble from the gods. Forrest barked a laugh.
The gods? Alphonse, the only god you need to be worrying about at this point is the god of war. And you know what he says?
What's that?
Kill 'em all, and let God sort 'em out.
Ozen gave him a smile, but it looked forced. The Redbone's hesitancy shocked Forrest. He'd watched Ozen commit acts as brutal as anything he'd seen in Vietnam, even among the tribes up in the highlands. To see him sobered by such a logical proposal gave Forrest pause. When will you decide? Ozen asked quietly.
I think I already did. The only question is when. It's too late to stop the girl from getting tomorrow's newspaper out. Whatever she knows at this point is going to hit the street. I just have to hope my name is nowhere in it. And that Snake's is.
It will be, Ozen said with certainty. I checked with Brody's mole at the paper like you said. They know Snake killed one of those women in the insurance fraud case. The whistleblowers. Morehouse told Henry the story. They're going with that tomorrow. A rush of excitement went through Forrest.
God damn, that's perfect.
As long as the cops don't arrest Snake before he can take out our targets.
They won't. What evidence do they have besides a story told by a dead man? No, there's a mile of wiggle room between a newspaper story and an arrest warrant.
Ozen jerked in his chair at the muted ring of a cell phone. He dug into his uniform pants and brought out a black track phone.
"Who the hell is calling you?" Forrest asked. "Didn't everybody get my order?"
"We got 2 guys missing, remember?" Ozen said. "The ones we sent to get Dr. Cage at his partner's lake house. I hope to God it's them."
"Is that a burn phone?"
"Yeah." Ozen answered with a press of his thumb. "What's the word?" he asked, then waited for a coded reply. "Okay, what happened?" As Ozen listened, his face darkened. "Where are you now?" he asked after nearly a minute. "Then get here as fast as you can." "What?" "I'll tell him. Out." The Redbone clicked off and looked at Forrest with something close to fear in his eyes. "This ain't our night." "What happened?" "That was Floyd Grimsby, one of the 2 guys I sent after Dr. Cage. The other was named Deacons. They are off-duty cops from Monroe. They were the closest to where we traced Dr. Cage's nurse's cell phone to."
"And?"
Ozen shook his head. "They found the doc there, down by the water. Deacons was about to shoot him when Dr. Cage gut-shot him with a pistol from his pocket. He fired right through the pocket. Floyd went for his piece, but Cage had the drop on him. Then Cage drugged him and dumped him out in a cotton field somewhere." Forrest felt as though a cold wind had blown through the room. His blood pressure was dropping.
"I don't believe that," he said. "Old Dr. Cage?"
Ozen shrugged. "You told me he served in Korea, didn't you? And him and that Garrity did kill Deke Dunn."
"Was Garrity at the lake house?"
"No sign of him," Grimsby said.
"Jesus Christ, we can't catch a break."
"There's one more thing," Ozen said.
"What's that?"
"Dr. Cage gave Floyd a message for you."
"Me? What message?"
"Floyd said it had to be face-to-face. He'll be here in less than an hour."
"My face'll be the last thing that fuck-up ever sees."
Ozen got up and started pacing. "What kind of message would Dr. Cage send you?"
"You don't think the FBI has Grimsby, do you? That this is a setup?"
"I don't think he would have given me the right code if it was like that." Forrest snorted.
"A dirty cop from Monroe? Can you put a man down by the gate before he gets here?"
"Sure. I've got 4 in the bunkhouse."
"Do it. Meanwhile, I'll have a think about Tom Cage, M.D.
"How much do you know about him?"
"A bit. Daddy always liked him, and I know he did some favors for Carlos Marcello back in the day."
"Dr. Cage?"
Forrest shrugged. "It was the 60s, man. Strange times down here. Get that man on the gate, Alphonse. We'll wait down by the river with the radio. If it's the FBI, we'll take the boat."
Ozen pulled on his duty coat and headed for the nearby building where overflow guests stayed when hunters came in large groups. After the door closed, Forrest walked back to the study where the 700-pound razorback he'd killed with the atlatl spear glared from behind the desk. His cousin Billy used this desk more than anyone else. In the top left drawer was a box of Cuban cigars. As Forrest sat in the padded chair, he opened the drawer and thought back to the days when his father was alive, an afternoon when Dr. Cage had given Forrest his junior high football physical. He remembered the easy manner in which his father and the doctor had dealt with each other. Frank Knox and Tom Cage, 2 men from opposite ends of the social spectrum. His father always said they didn't make them like Dr. Cage anymore. If what the cop from Monroe had told Ozen about the gunfight was true, Frank Knox had been posthumously proven right.
"Wouldn't be the first time,"
Forrest thought, lighting one of Billy's cigars and settling in to wait. Chapter 14. Walt Garrity lay half asleep on a double bed in the Sheraton Casino Hotel in Baton Rouge, just inside the downtown levee. He'd planned to spend no more than an hour in the city. Now he'd wasted more than 8, and Tom was out on the night roads, wounded and carrying a hostage, with every cop in Louisiana on his trail. Walt had come here to meet Colonel Griffith McKeever of the Louisiana State Police, hoping to get the statewide APB for Tom and himself revoked. He had at least some reason for optimism. Long before Colonel McKeever joined the LSP, he'd served as a Texas Ranger with Walt, and despite the passing years, they still shared the Ranger bond. When Walt arrived at the hotel, however, he hadn't found his old comrade in arms waiting, but a faxed note telling him McKeever had been forced to take an unexpected trip to New Orleans to check out their mutual problem. Walt assumed this referred to Forrest Knox, and he hoped to God Knox hadn't suckered his old compadre into a trap. There was talk that Forrest might be next in line for superintendent of the state police, and McKeever's death would open up that powerful position sooner rather than later. Untimely deaths were far from uncommon in this God-forsaken state. Garrity had never liked Louisiana. Shit-kickers in the north and Frenchmen in the south. Baptists versus Catholics, praise Jesus. Driving down Highway 61 from Natchez, he'd thought of Angola Farm out in the darkness between the road and the Mississippi River, glowing like some fortified island of lost souls. Most of the prisoners chained inside the farm belonged there, but the hypocrisy of harsh punishment for men who'd ripped off a few $100s in Louisiana stuck in Walt's craw. People thought Huey Long had set the high bar for state corruption in the 1930s, but the Kingfish was a latecomer to the public trough. A wise man once said that any territory colonized by the French eventually settled into a state of lassitude and corruption. As regarded Louisiana, he was right. Like some third-world island appended to America, the state had decayed as steadily as an old whore working the darkest den in Marseille. During the 1950s and 60s, Texas Rangers had viewed certain Louisiana parishes as feudal fiefdoms, more akin to the realms of warlords than to American counties, and Walt wasn't sure that the foundations of those fiefdoms had been completely uprooted. Rolling past the vapor-lit machinery of the refineries and chemical plants along old Highway 61, he'd reflected on what bad odds McKeever must have faced trying to run the state police in such a place. New Orleans had become so lawless during the 1990s that the Justice Department had considered federalizing the NOPD. The chaotic aftermath of Hurricane Katrina hadn't surprised Walt a bit. The cataclysmic storm had merely laid bare the systemic corruption that had been festering downtown for 3 centuries, and which had doomed the city itself by allowing a substandard levee system to be built. With that kind of rot eating away at the state's largest city, no one should have been surprised to learn that rural parishes had also become dens of vice and violence, a perfect environment for predators like Forrest Knox. Clothed in the uniform of the state police, an ambitious sociopath could pretty much do as he pleased in the boondocks. When the officials above him had so many secrets to hide, which of them would risk confronting a man who had a high-tech intelligence division under his command? Walt had hoped McKeever could explain how Forrest Knox had risen so high in his organization, but with every hour that passed, his faith that he would see his old buddy faltered. Tossing and turning on the hotel bed, Walt dreamed of his wife, who had begged him not to leave home to try to help his old friend. The night before Tom called, Carmelita had actually dreamed of Walt's funeral. But Walt felt he had no choice about helping Tom, and he'd told her as much. As he drove away from their house, Carmelita had watched with her face forlorn and her arms folded, like a woman sending her husband off to war. Walt had felt an ache like an ulcer in his belly, but he hadn't turned around. Yesterday, when some Knox-controlled asshole shoved photos of a beheaded family under Carmelita's door to frighten her, it had taken all of Walt's self-restraint not to walk up to Forrest on the street in front of LSP headquarters and blow his brains out. Though Walt now had 3 old ranger buddies covering his house in Navasota, Every second of fear his wife had suffered stung him like a hornet. Before this mess was through, he would exact retribution for each sting. Picking up his derringer from his bedside table, Walt rubbed his eyes and headed for the toilet to take a leak. He was zipping up his pants when the landline rang beside the bed. Walt walked out and stared at the phone for 3 rings, then picked it up and put it to his ear.
"Captain McDonald?"
said a familiar voice. Walt said nothing, but his rapid pulse began to subside. Bill McDonald was the alias that Colonel McKeever had instructed him to use when he registered at the hotel. McDonald had been one of the toughest and wisest Texas Rangers ever to wear the star, but he'd died in 1918. It was unlikely anyone else would think to use such a code. Nevertheless, Walt said, "Name a president that Bill McDonald guarded."
"Teddy Roosevelt."
Walt sighed with relief. "Where are you, Mac?"
"Coming up the hall. Sorry to make you wait."
"I'm opening the door." Walt took his derringer to the door, opened it, then extended the bolt and backed away so that his visitor would have to push open the heavy door to gain entry. Then he stood just inside the open bathroom door and aimed the derringer at head level. Someone knocked 3 times, then slowly pushed open the door, while a voice behind it said, "At ease, Captain. I know you've got a gun back there." Walt kept his derringer cocked and ready until McKeever came in and locked the door behind him. One of the colonel's hands was empty. The other carried a bottle of Macallan Fine Oak, which gladdened Walt's heart. McKeever's hair had gone nearly white since Walt had last seen him, though his trimmed mustache still had a little pepper in it. His old eyes looked dazed, and he shook Walt's hand like a man grasping at a life-preserver.
"Damn, I'm glad to see you," he said. "I was up to my ass in alligators before you ever called, but this time I think they've got me. Can I pour you a scotch? I need one bad."
"I won't turn it down." McKeever went to the bathroom sink and unwrapped 2 water glasses. Walt watched him pour, both hands shaking, then took the proffered glass and drank the whiskey neat. He savored the burn as it sank toward his stomach, then took a seat on the end of the bed while the colonel poured himself another.
"Dark days,"
McKeever said hoarsely. Walt grimaced. "Let's hear it, Mac." The colonel sat heavily in a chair by the table before the curtained window. As Walt raised his glass in a silent toast to his old friend, he realized he was looking at a man close to breaking.
"Forrest Knox just issued me an ultimatum,"
McKeever informed him.
"Step down for health reasons or he'll ruin me. I've got 48 hours.
"Ruin you? How?"
The son of a bitch has had one of our tech experts, one of my own officers, planting kiddie porn in my computers, both at work and at home. If I don't resign, he'll go public with child pornography charges and drag me through the mud until I choke. You know how it goes with accusations like that. It's almost impossible to prove a negative. You never shake 'em.
"That's bullshit, Mac. A man with your record? He'd never make that stick. You can prove that stuff was planted."
"Not this time. Knox has been setting this up for months, day by day in real time. There's an extensive search history, thousands of photographs of young kids, even online conversations. They've already printed out reams of computer logs and placed them secretly into evidence."
"Jesus." "I still think—" McKeever stopped him with a raised hand.
"You haven't heard the worst of it. Forrest's got 2 underage prostitutes from New Orleans who will swear under oath that I paid them for sex. Male prostitutes."
"What?" The colonel nodded, his haunted eyes glancing at the floor.
"He just paraded one of them in front of me in a New Orleans hotel room. The boy was no more than 15, if that. I'm screwed, partner. I've got no play.
I don't know what to say. McKeever took another sip of scotch and closed his eyes.
There isn't anything.
Help me understand this. How the hell did a man like Knox climb so high in your outfit? The colonel shook a cigarette from a pack of Salem's and lit it.
Forrest joined the force long before I came over from Texas. He worked his way up, making strong connections all along the way. Everybody knew he was Frank Knox's son, but nobody in power gave a damn about that. Not back then. Hell, most don't care now. But I wasn't any better. I initially sized Forrest up as a straight shooter. A hard ass, sure, but fair. Or so it seemed. And he appeared to have no relationship at all with his extended family.
What changed your mind about him?
That's hard to say. After a while, the little man inside just started telling me something was wrong with him. For one thing, he used to keep a samurai sword hanging behind his desk, like we used to see in Texas sheriff's offices, remember? Forrest claimed his daddy had taken it off a Japanese officer during World War II. One day I asked him to tell me the story, and he did. But first, he took a couple of photos out of his desk. They were in a frame he kept in his bottom drawer.
And?
The first one showed this Jap officer brandishing a samurai sword. The guy had 2 human heads tied to his belt. Caucasian heads. I kid you not, Walter.
McKeever gulped some more scotch.
Why don't you look surprised?
I was in Korea, remember? I know about shit like that.
That's right. Well, according to Forrest, these 2 heads on the Jap's belt belonged to American Marines. But the second picture showed a U.S. Marine sergeant holding the same sword with a headless body at his feet. The dead man was the Jap officer from the first picture. The Marine was a tough-looking bastard, real leatherneck. He looked like Forrest, only twice as mean.
Was it Forrest's old man?
McKeever nodded. Frank Knox. In that photo, he's holding the Jap officer's head up for the camera. By the hair. Forrest said when his daddy found the first photo on that Jap officer after an island battle, he cut the guy's head off with his own sword. Forrest kept the photo in his desk. He'd take it out and shows it to people when they asked about the sword. And they loved the guy for it.
I've known guys like that, Walt said, thinking of the photos of the beheaded family that had been shown to Carmelita to frighten her.
Don't be so sure. It's easy to underestimate Forrest Knox. God knows I did. He's a smooth character. I hear he's done some sick stuff to hookers he's arrested, blacks and Asians mostly. And I've heard talk of even crazier things going on at a hunting camp his cousin Billy runs just over the Mississippi line. The official name is the Valhalla Exotic Hunting Reserve, but they call it Fort Knox amongst themselves. But hell, that's not what you're here for.
I'm here to help you, buddy, Walt said, and to get your help in return. Tell me what you need, and I'll do the same. My request might overstep the bounds of friendship, but we is where we is. McKeever sucked at his cigarette as though it were a narcotic.
Walter, by the end of the day, I'm going to be a private citizen. I won't be able to help you. And there's nothing you can do to help me.
You're wrong on both counts. When you're in the kind of fix we're in, you do what you gotta do to get the ox out of the ditch. Tell me more about Forrest. A guy that dirty has to have a weak spot. All of God's creatures have an underbelly.
If Knox has one, he's wearing armor over it.
Why's he got such a hard-on to move you out? McKeever lit a second cigarette off the first one and poured himself another scotch.
Walt, you may not believe this, but there are people in this state who saw Hurricane Katrina as a blessing. Divine intervention, even.
I've heard the talk.
But do you know what's beneath it? For the past 20 years, New Orleans has been shrinking. Major companies have been pulling out, and white workers have been fleeing across Lake Pontchartrain. The trend seemed unstoppable until Katrina. The storm destroyed the homes of huge numbers of blacks, and they were bussed out of the city in the so-called evacuation. About 4 days too late by my count, but that's not my point. That evacuation looked more like the relocation of the Indian tribes in the 1800s to me. That's how it worked out, too. And the money boys don't mean to let 'em back into the city. They want to raise the lower Ninth Ward and demolish the housing projects elsewhere, then put up new developments for their kind of people.
White people?
Walt grunted. Or rich-colored. They aren't that particular, so long as you've got the green. Point is, the state's elite doesn't see me fitting into this new utopia. They want an enforcer with their own ideology heading up the state police.
What's the LSP got to do with the city of New Orleans?
More than you think. The fat cats have got puppet politicians standing for all the municipal offices, but political authority is still subject to the whim of the voters. The man with my job isn't subject to election. We have a lot of power and discretion, and with the right superintendent, or the wrong one, the state police can function like a paramilitary force. The governor can use us as an intimidation tool, sort of how Nixon used the FBI and the IRS against his enemies.
I see.
I first started to suspect what Forrest was up to about 2 years ago. I suspected he had my internal affairs division compromised, so I handpicked a mean son of a bitch named Alphonse Ozen to infiltrate the Criminal Investigations Bureau. Ozen's a big redbone, so I figured he'd be immune to Knox's influence, Knox being such a racist and half Cajun to boot. There's no love lost between those two groups.
Bad bet?
Apparently. Ozen's fed me steady reports ever since, claiming Knox is clean. But about 2 months ago, I started smelling something. I ran a little test, the way the SOE used to do during World War II, to test the integrity of their people. And I confirmed my worst fear.
Why didn't you bust Ozen?
Better the devil you know, right? Since then, I've been quietly trying to scope out just how big Knox's operation is.
And?
He's got his fingers in a lot of pies around the state. He's taken cuts from various crooks to leave their operations alone. Coyotes moving illegals through the port of New Orleans, drugs coming into the country on speedboats down around the barrier islands, prostitution. You name it, Forrest skims it. And after Katrina hit, I think he used a team of SWAT guys to selectively take out some of the competition.
Man alive. This is the guy the money men want to put in your job?
Most of Forrest's supporters don't know about the criminal stuff. All they know is Knox did them some favor or other. Got 'em LSU tickets on the 50-yard line or sprung their drunk kid from some backwoods parish jail. Hell, I still can't prove anything against him. Nobody will testify against the guy. Everybody either loves Knox or lives in terror of him.
Walt swirled some scotch around in his mouth, then swallowed. Some of his thugs threatened my wife earlier today, out in Navasota. McKeever shook his head.
I'm sorry, Walt, but it doesn't surprise me. She okay?
I've got some retired buddies covering her now.
Good.
The colonel looked around the room like a man startled from a dream. The daze Walt had seen when he entered the room had never really left his eyes.
Well, I think you see my problem. How exactly can I help you?
You know that trooper you lost up in Concordia Parish Tuesday evening?
Darrell Deke Dunn.
Walt nodded. He wasn't yours. He was Knox's. The colonel quickly gulped from his glass.
Are you positive?
I was there. Your APB's right about that, but he was about to murder my best friend in cold blood. McKeever looked at the ceiling and cursed. "I don't know how much pull you still have in this state," Walt said, "but I need you to make that APB go away. If you don't, I can't help you or myself either." The colonel looked as if Walt had asked him for $1 million cash. "How the hell can I do that? All the evidence points to you and Cage killing Dunn, and I can't prove Dunn was dirty. I can't pull the APB on suspected cop killers without good reason." "I did kill Dunn," Walt said bluntly, "so you'll need to make up a reason." McKeever's eyes had gone wide. "Christ, Walt, how the hell did you get caught up in this?" Walt shrugged. "Helping a friend. How else?" McKeever leaned back in his chair. "Tell me something. If Dr. Cage is innocent, why did he skip bail on that first charge, murdering the nurse?" Walt kept his face blank. "All I can tell you is this. If the DA and sheriff up in Natchez had gotten Tom into jail, he'd have died there. The Knoxes aren't the only ones who want him dead. Tom Cage and Sheriff Billy Byrd have bad blood from way back." McKeever looked less than satisfied, but Walt had no intention of elaborating. He drained his glass and wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Here's my proposal. You get rid of that APB, I'll take down Forrest Knox for you. That's the only solution that's going to work for both of us."
"You can't do it, Walt. Short of killing him, there's nothing you can do."
The LSP chief dropped his gaze and let the pregnant silence drag. Then he looked up with a strange glint in his eyes.
"Are you willing to go that far?"
Walt looked at his old friend for a few moments, then walked to the window, parted the curtain, and stared down at the street between the hotel and the casino that sat outside the Mississippi River levee. "No, I can't do that, Mac. Knox's men threatened my wife yesterday, and I was about ready to kill him. But I'm not the hothead I once was. I've got a lot to lose now. If Knox comes directly at me or mine, I'll smoke him. But I can't kill him in cold blood. I can't risk leaving Carmelita alone while I rot in Angola. She deserves better than that. So do I."
"Then you might as well go home tonight."
"Home?" Walt turned angrily from the window. "I'm wanted for killing a cop. Look, anybody as dirty as you say Knox is has got records of what he's doing. He has to, just to keep up with his money." McKeever waved his hand as if too exhausted to explore this. "Have you searched his home?" Walt pressed.
"Hell no. The only guys I'd trust to do that and keep quiet about it are my nephew and my son-in-law, both troopers, and I don't want to put either of them that far into harm's way."
"Well then, I'm your man. And what about that hunting camp you mentioned? If it's way out in the woods and the Knox family owns it, it sounds like a damn likely place to cache incriminating records."
"You'd need an army to get in and out of there alive."
"Or a warrant." McKeever shook his head.
"It'd have to be federal. Any local judge is liable to pick up the phone and tip one of Forrest's people. He's that connected."
"There's other ways, then." The colonel took a deep drag on his cigarette, then held the smoke in his lungs for so long that by the time he started talking again, there was hardly any left.
"In theory, I've got 511 troopers serving under me. But in practice, tonight, I trust you and maybe a half-dozen others. And as for going after Forrest, you're an army of one."
McKeever gave Walt an ironic smile.
"Sounds familiar, doesn't it?"
Not long ago, Tom Cage had quoted to Walt the unofficial Ranger motto, "One riot, one Ranger." "There's some truth in that saying," Walt said. "Sometimes one man can accomplish what a whole platoon can't." McKeever looked doubtful.
Times have changed, Captain.
Walt thought about the situation for half a minute. You know, two can play the game Knox is running on you. You need to throw away the Marquess of Queensberry rules and look at this thing like our lives depend on it, which they do.
I'm listening.
If I'm willing to go into the Jackal's den, what about planting some evidence on him? McKeever's mouth worked around as though he had something stuck in his teeth.
What are you thinking?
Come on, Mac. Are you that squeaky clean? Drugs, dirty money, other contraband. I ain't particular.
Getting hold of something like that would take some time.
Time's what we don't have. If you can't get something damning in my hands in an hour, it's no use to me. The colonel thought about it, then shook his head.
If I or any of my loyalists go into the evidence room at this hour, Knox is going to hear about it.
Walt wondered if this was true or if McKeever had simply lost the stomach for conflict. Well, then, the best thing I can do is search Knox's house, then get up to that hunting camp and go through it with a fine-tooth comb. I'll lay odds I find something you can hang him with.
You're a lot more likely to end up digging a shallow grave at gunpoint. These are some bad boys, Walt.
Bad boys are my business. Yours, too. Or have you forgotten? You're still a ranger down deep, aren't you? McKeever sucked long and hard on his cigarette, then looked away. After he exhaled, his eyes found Walt's again. They looked like cloudy marbles lost in dark bags of wrinkled skin.
If that male prostitute goes on TV and says I paid him for sex, my children and grandchildren will never look at me the same again. I don't want to risk that, Walt. It's not worth it. Not this close to retirement.
You're not risking anything. Knox gave you 48 hours, you said. That's plenty of time for me to get in and out of those places. I just need to know where Forrest is while I'm doing it. Can you help me do that at least? McKeever nodded.
That I could do. I've got a state-of-the-art GPS tracker on his cruiser. My nephew installed it 4 days ago. Now and then Knox takes an unmarked car like this morning going to New Orleans. But usually he's in his cruiser.
Okay then. You get me the tracking scope, and I'll know when the coast is clear for me to move on his places.
You've got a lot more to worry about than Forrest. He's got a wife and a goddamn pit bull at his home. Then there's Ozen, the dirty cops they've got on call, plus God only knows who else up at that hunting camp.
Walt shrugged as if this were of no consequence. That's my problem, not yours. You just get me that GPS tracker.
I can have it delivered here in 10 minutes.
That's more like it. Do you know where Knox is now?
The hunting camp. He told me he was going to spend the day catching up on work while he waited for my answer. But he's up at Valhalla. He fully expects to be appointed acting head of the state police by 5 p.m. I think even the governor expects it, though she doesn't know the details.
Walt stroked his mustache, thinking, and where's his house?
Less than 5 miles from here, near the LSU campus.
I'll hit his house first, then swing up to the camp after he leaves. Where's Captain Ozen?
Probably Concordia Parish. Last night, Forrest sent him up there to investigate Trooper Dunn's death, but now he's got that red-boned son of a bitch leading the Henry Sexton investigation.
Inmates running the asylum, Walt muttered. What about bugging Knox's cruiser and his phones? Have you tried that?
I don't trust my tech division. They work too closely with the CIB. I'm sure Forrest has them checking his phones and sweeping his cruiser regularly. If he found a bug today, he'd release that porn stuff 5 minutes later. I'd be done, Walt.
Won't a sweep find the GPS transmitter on his car?
They tell me it won't. I borrowed this unit from a federal intel guy I know in Texas. It only transmits coordinates in bursts at predetermined intervals. Otherwise, it's electronically transparent.
All right, then. Get the tracker here. I'm ready to move. McKeever held the tiny screen of his phone at arm's length so that he could make out the keypad, then punched in a text message.
I wish I could do more to help you.
You can, Walt said bluntly. Find a way to kill that goddamn APB. You're still head of the LSP. I've got false identification, but it's damned hard to move around this state with my face on every TV screen and dashboard computer for 300 miles. McKeever put down his cell phone and nodded.
It won't be easy, but I'll see what I can do.
Do it fast. Tom and I are lucky to have lived this long. McKeever leaned forward and looked at Walt as though trying to penetrate a shell of bravado.
Are you sure you want to do all this? Why don't you just go back to Navasota, lock the door, and take care of Carmelita? Let Dr. Cage sort out his own mess.
The tone of surrender in his old comrade's voice made Walt's throat constrict. Tom and I served in Korea together, Mac. He saved my life over there. And if I have to die for him over here, well. McKeever picked up his glass and raised it in salute, but Walt saw only an empty gesture. He closed his eyes to spare himself seeing how far his old friend had fallen.
Walt,
said the colonel, sensing his friend's disgust.
If you'd seen that pathetic kid in that motel, his face painted up, his eyes dead, you might understand. After a lifetime of good work, I can't stand to see it all tainted by something like that.
Walt gripped McKeever's shoulders and squeezed to the point of pain, his eyes burning. You can't resign. You hear me? If you cave in to Knox's threat, Tom and I are dead men. But there's more to it than that. You took an oath. The Ranger oath, if the LSP oath don't mean enough. You owe it to every man who ever wore the star to stand tall no matter what. Don't kid yourself that you have a choice. You don't. You break that oath, you won't be no damn good to anybody. Not your wife, not your grandkids, not even to yourself. Through the fear in McKeever's eyes, Walt saw a faint flicker of the old esprit de corps.
I hear you, the colonel said. I'll do what I can. You just be careful. Take care of yourself.
Walt waved off the warning. Don't waste time worrying about me. I'm taking Knox down, and God help any man who gets in my way. Chapter 15. Terrified, Forrest Knox sat behind the desk in the study at Valhalla, peering into the face of the cop who had lost his partner to Dr. Tom Cage. Floyd Grimsby looked like every other North Louisiana cop who ended up on the take, a bullying Baptist deacon who liked screwing the church secretary on the side. He'd relayed Dr. Cage's message in a voice quavering with equal parts of fear and anger, watching Forrest's face as attentively as a dog waiting for a beating from its master. Forrest was surprised the man hadn't fled the state after a fuck-up of that magnitude. He'd probably figured that Forrest would find him eventually, and it was better to face the music and try to make up for his mistake. Alphonse Ozan stood against the wall beside the door to the great room, maintaining radio contact with the scouts he'd placed at the perimeter of the camp. There was still a chance that the Bureau had sent Grimsby as a stalking horse, so they had to be ready to run for the river on a moment's notice. If the feds brought a helicopter, Ozan had a man outside with a BAR that could take it down. Of course, that would mean leaving the country, but Forrest and Billy had always been prepared for that. They had paid-up property in Andorra, in the Pyrenees on the French border, waiting for the day when fate finally caught up with them. But as Forrest had often told his cousin, many times success came from holding your nerve when other men would bail. In this time of maximum danger, Forrest stood to gain more money and power than he could have imagined only a year earlier. "So Dr. Cage took a phone call while he thought you were unconscious," Forrest said. "How much did you hear?" "Not enough to know where he was going. I think it was that Texas Ranger, though, Garrity. Later, Dr. Cage told me his friend had told him to kill me." Forrest smiled.
A wise man. Did anything you heard give you any idea where he might be running?
He said something about Mobile, like Garrity was already there.
Alabama?
Forrest thought about this.
That doesn't make any sense. Garrity would run to Texas if he was running at all. Do you know where you were when he dumped you off?
Ozen said, I've got a pinpoint about as close as we can get it. Catahoula Parish. But given the elapsed time and the fact that Cage has a vehicle, he could be 100 miles from that point by now.
What about our roadblocks?
Ozen shrugged. It's the boonies, boss. If Cage knows those roads, he could get a long way without hitting a roadblock.
And he was born in Louisiana.
His wife, too, Ozen said. She grew up right around there. I've sent some guys to check on the off chance he's hiding with relatives. Forrest tapped on the desk.
Where the hell is Garrity? Why did they split up at all?
Grimsby shrugged.
Garrity was a Texas Ranger,
Forrest said thoughtfully.
McKeever was, too, back in the day. He only came to Louisiana to take the superintendent's job. I wonder if he and Garrity knew each other, or even served together.
Ozan was nodding. Good thinking. I'll check it out.
You do that. We've got McKeever by the balls right now. The last thing we need is a hard-ass like Garrity giving him hope that he can save himself.
Forrest gave the Monroe cop a last measuring glance.
You let an arthritic old man kill your partner. How does that feel?
The cop's eyes smoldered with hatred and embarrassment. Not good.
You want to kill Dr. Cage?
Just give me one shot at him, Colonel.
You already had your shot, and you didn't take it.
Forrest leaned back in his chair.
Go out to the bunkhouse and get a few hours' rest. You'll have new orders when you wake up.
The cop didn't move.
Go, goddammit, Forrest said mildly, before I have Captain Ozen here give you the punishment you deserve.
The cop stood, and with an awkward salute, he left the room. After the sound of his boot heels faded, Forrest sighed and shook his head.
That's some piss-poor manpower right there, Alphonse. A sad state of affairs.
Ozen let some time pass before he spoke. What'd you think about Dr. Cage's message? If he can do what he said, it kind of throws a new light on things, don't it? Forrest smiled.
It offers the possibility of a low body count solution, which we could sorely use right now. If we start killing public officials, even if we blame it on Snake, we're asking for trouble we may not be able to handle. But Dr. Cage's solution requires trusting not only him, but also his son and the master's girl to go along with his promise to protect us. And that would take a lot of convincing for me to buy.
Ozen didn't reply to this.
I've been giving a lot of thought to the good doctor, Forrest mused. And what I've decided is, I don't know what all the fuss is about. Dr. Cage was never really any threat to me. He might be to Snake and Sonny and the other old men, but he can't hurt me at all.
Ozen looked intrigued by this idea.
And if he really killed his old nurse, he probably did us all a favor.
What do you mean, if? Ozen asked.
I'm not so sure he did it. Hell, all we have to go on is Snake's word.
And Sonny's?
Sonny Thornfield wouldn't cross Snake, not if Snake told him to lie. And neither of them would want to tell me they disobeyed my orders.
But if Dr. Cage didn't kill the old woman, why did he jump bail? Forrest shrugged.
We'll ask him about that when we find him. We're talking about a man and a woman, Alphonse. Ain't no telling what might have gone on between them over the years or in that house that night. But I know Snake wanted her dead. He always did.
The Eagles had a death warrant on her if she ever came back to Mississippi. I don't know what she knew, but cancer wasn't quick enough for Snake. He nearly busted a gut when I told him he couldn't waste her. Anyway, my point is, the Double Eagles themselves are more of a threat to me than Tom Cage ever was. The Eagles truly know shit about me. I think you're forgetting something, Ozen said in a cautious voice. Dr. Cage and Garrity had Sonny Thornfield in the back of that van before Deke Dunn pulled up and got himself killed. So Cage and Garrity might know whatever Sonny knows about you. Forrest couldn't believe he'd forgotten something so obvious. You're right. So we either have to cut a deal with Cage or kill him, toot sweet. Then we are basically back to our original dilemma, Ozen said. Sit tight, kill them all, or try the Doc's approach. As Forrest nodded, he realized he'd already decided to hold off on the scorched earth strategy. I'm going to take a chance on Tom Cage. But step one is to find him. I'm not about to cancel that APB until he looks me in the eye and swears he can do what he claims he can. And then? Then we need to verify that his son and the master's girl will follow suit. God only knows what Brody might have said to them before he died. I guess we might read it in this morning's paper, no matter how fast we move. That's one uppity bitch, Ozen said. At the hospital, she got right up in my face, even after Kaiser had backed down. I wanted to pistol whip her so bad I could taste it. Forrest shook his head. That's one pleasure you're unlikely to get. If anybody kills her at this point, it'll be Snake. Forrest got up from behind the desk and stuck the dead cigar in his mouth. Change the orders to our people. Find Dr. Cage, but don't kill him. Not unless he forces the issue. Got it. What about Garrity? The specter of Walt Garrity allied with Griffith McKeever rose to the forefront of Forrest's mind. If they find Garrity alone, they should waste him. We'll pin Deke Dunn's death on him, and that'll clear the books, freeing us to cut a deal with Dr. Cage. The Doc will just have to live with Garrity's death as the price of his freedom. Ozen seemed to like this solution. And Snake? When he finally reads what's in the Examiner in the morning, and he will, the online version, he'll be ready to kill that master's bitch, just like you said. Leave Snake to me. I'll tell him we're going to take everybody out, but he needs to stay in Texas while we do it. Then if I change my mind, I'll tell him we couldn't bring it off and we need him to do the wet work. At last, Ozen seemed satisfied. Now find me Tom Cage. It can't be that goddamn hard, Ozen declared, especially with him and Garrity split up. He's got to still be in Louisiana, probably within 20 miles of where he dumped Floyd. There's no way he crossed the Mississippi River. We've got roadblocks at every bridge, and even a cruiser at the St. Francisville Ferry in case he thinks it's still running. Forrest wasn't so sure. He's proved to be a resourceful son of a bitch, Alphonse. If we don't find him in the next 2 hours, we might need to pull that APB on him and just leave it on Garrity. You think that'll bring him out of the woods? Who knows? For now, put every man you can into LaSalle, Catahoula, Franklin, and Tensaw parishes. Check out the wife's relatives' houses, and keep the tech division going back over all electronic communications of Dr. Cage, his family, his partners, everybody. If there's a deal to be made, we've got to do it quick. Otherwise, we turn Snake loose and get ready for the Sam Peckinpah ending. The what? Ozen asked. Nothing. Get to it, Captain. As the Redbone left the study, Forrest reflected on the irony that he could probably have a more enjoyable conversation with Tom Cage than with any of the men he worked with every day. That included his cousin Billy, who was a serious reader, at least by Knox family standards. Once more, Forrest thought about his father and Dr. Cage joking around while the doc gave him his football physical. Then he banished the thought. For at bottom, he felt strangely sure that before another day had come and gone, he would have to kill Tom Cage, either with his own hands or by sending other men to do his will. Chapter 16. I'm standing in the third-floor bedroom of Edelweiss, the historic house I bought for Caitlin as a wedding present, looking down at my daughter's sleeping face. There's just enough light leaking through the cypress shutters to illuminate Annie's profile against her pillow. I've done this hundreds of times in my life. The nights I remember most were those after Annie's mother was diagnosed with cancer. Immediately after getting the news, of course, and then later, after her treatments had failed and hope failed with them. On those desolate nights, I stared down at my 3-year-old daughter and shivered in the strangling grip of mortality, forced to accept that all my hope, faith, strength, intelligence, friends, and money could not even slow the progression of the disease that would take Annie's mother from her and leave me to do a job for which I felt completely unprepared. Now, 8 years later, having brought Annie through that most terrible of traumas, I feel almost as helpless as I was then. Only this time it's not an illness I'm fighting, but my father. The man who guided me through most of my life has vanished, leaving chaos and death in his wake, and I am all but powerless to save him. For now, I must focus on protecting the rest of our family. Thinking back on what Kaiser told me about the lethality of Forest Knox, I'm thankful for this German chalet perched on the bluff above Silver Street and the Mississippi River. Whenever possible, hide in plain sight, a wise friend once advised me. Since I kept this purchase secret from everyone but my mother, it has proved to be a serviceable safe house. How strange it is to remember that if Viola Turner hadn't died early Monday morning, I would be giving Caitlin a key to Edelweiss next Friday, probably with a huge ribbon and bow tied around the massive doors. Now I have no idea when we might be married. In the meantime, my mother and daughter hide here like witnesses in a mafia trial. The route I took here from City Hall is testament to the gravity of our situation. First, I drove to Walmart and purchased a half-dozen prepaid cell phones. Then I drove through several residential subdivisions, doubling back often to be sure I wasn't being followed. As I did, I pondered all John Kaiser had told me outside City Hall. The FBI agent's goal had been to recruit me to the cause of persuading Dad to give himself up to the Bureau, not for my father's safety, but so that he might reveal to Kaiser whatever he might know about Carlos Marcello. To be fair, he wasn't the only one with selfish motives. I had hoped to persuade Kaiser to organize a search of the Lussahatchee Swamp, with its object the elusive bone tree, and whatever dead bodies lay in its shadow. Such a large-scale effort would have kept him out of my and Sheriff Dennis's way while we moved against the Knox's meth operations tomorrow. But once I realized that Kaiser's primary focus had become tying the Double Eagles to the Kennedy assassination, I knew the Bone Tree gambit would have been a waste of breath. A shadow passes the crack of the bedroom door, then pauses to hover there. My mother. She's floating outside in the maternal holding pattern all women learn after they have children, one that serves them well after grandchildren come along. When I arrived tonight, I found Mom asleep in the chair next to this bed, her hand on a .38 revolver half covered by a crocheted comforter she brought from home to keep Annie surrounded by familiar things. She did not wake until I knelt before her, laid my hand flat over the pistol, and gently touched her shoulder. Seeing my burned cheek and smelling the smoke on me, she asked what had happened. I assured her that Caitlin and I were all right, and that we'd learned nothing more about Dad's whereabouts or well-being. Then I gave her an abbreviated summary of what had transpired at Brodie Royal's house. I could tell that my description of Henry Sexton's death shook her deeply, but she insisted I go downstairs to the newly remodeled kitchen so that she could make me something to eat.
I told her I would be down after a few minutes of sitting with Annie. Mom's appearance at the door must mean that the food is ready. If so, I've been up here longer than I thought. Not wanting to wake Annie, I leave her without a kiss, then join Mom in the hall. She's holding a drink that looks like a gin and tonic, my tranquilizer of choice when I need one. "Yours or mine?" I ask. She holds out the sweating glass. "Yours. It's strong. Knock you naked strong. You need it." I take a large swallow of the bittersweet mixture, then follow her down to the kitchen where a plate of scrambled eggs, grits, and toast awaits me. Picking up the plate, I motion for Mom to join me on the sofa in the sparsely furnished sitting room opposite the kitchen. She folds her legs beneath her to keep her feet from the cold floor and watches with maternal satisfaction as I devour the food. Without makeup, my mother looks closer to her actual age, 71, but even with silver hair and her slightly fallen face, she looks younger than her contemporaries with all their plastic surgery, makeup, and expensive dye jobs. Long before Caitlin's father bought the Examiner, an editor of that paper wrote that when he heard the word class, he thought of Peggy Cage. 1 part Donna Reed, 1 part Maureen O'Hara with a sprinkle of Audrey Hepburn, the journalist described her, and he wasn't far wrong. My mother has aged with rare grace, having settled into a fine handsomeness befitting her age and station. Peggy Cage didn't come from money. She came from a dirt farm in central Louisiana, not far from the land that produced Frank and Snake Knox. But you would never know it to speak to her. As I finish the meal she prepared, I sense an expectant tension in her. A strange emotion has animated her face. It almost looks like excitement. "What is it?" I ask. "I've got something to show you, Pen. While I was waiting for you to come downstairs, I checked my email. I've been doing it every 15 minutes since Annie and I got here." "Mom, I told you not to do anything like that." "Oh, fiddle. I had to, and you'll be glad I did. 5 minutes ago, I got a message from your father." "What?" The last forkful of eggs hangs suspended before my face. She points to my notebook computer glowing at the end of the sofa. Grabbing the device, I hit the return button to stop the screensaver. It vanishes to reveal the GUI of Mom's AOL account, which is currently displaying a list of her old mail. In a box in the upper right corner of her screen is a message from Engineer Jack 1946. "Uncle Jack?" I ask, recognizing the AOL username of my father's youngest brother who lives in California. "Yes. Read the message and you'll understand." Trying to get my heartbeat under control, I quickly skim the message. "Peggy, a few minutes ago I received a phone call from someone who identified himself as a friend of your big brother. The caller told me not to mention my brother's name during the conversation. He said that Tom had given him a message for you, which he was going to read to me, and I was to get it to you however I thought best. I called your house and got no answer, so I'm trying email. The caller told me that he'd seen Tom in the flesh, and he was physically all right. I've no idea who the caller was. From traffic sounds, I'd bet he was standing at a payphone. I don't know what's going on, obviously, but if there's anything I can do, let me know and I'll fly in. Tell Penn to call me. Love, Jack." Faithfully transcribed message follows. "Peg, you're going to hear that some people were killed tonight, Wednesday, and that Penn and Caitlin were there when it happened. It's a tragedy, and I surely bear some guilt for it. But as far as I can learn, Penn and Caitlin are safe. I want you to know that I'm safe also. I know you'll be worried to death, but think back to all I told you on Monday, and trust that I'm doing the right thing for our family. Penn will be very angry. Please explain to him that while he thinks I have a choice in what I'm doing, I don't. If we try to use the system to solve this problem, our family will suffer terribly. I have a plan to straighten all this out,
and I believe it has a good chance of success. If I succeed, the charges over Viola's death will be dropped, and the matter of the state trooper taken care of. That's the only outcome I'm willing to accept at this point. You'll understand why later. Obviously, there's a lot I can't tell you through this medium, but soon I'll explain in person. You know me, my girl. I don't always have the answers, but I'm asking you to trust that I know best in this case. Tell Penn I'm counting on him to keep you and Annie safe. That's far more important than him trying to get to the bottom of this mess, which would be pointless. I hope he can protect Caitlin, but that girl goes her own way, and you can't tell her anything. That's why she's good at her work. I'll get home as soon as I can. I love you, my darling. Tom. Long before I finish the message, I'm shaking my head in disbelief. "Do you feel any better?" Mom asks hesitantly. "No, Mom. I told you what happened tonight. Who died. A Natchez cop was murdered simply for guarding the Natchez Examiner. He died trying to protect Caitlin and me." "Surely you don't blame your father for that?" "Yes, I blame him, because the death of Viola Turner set all this off, and all he's willing to say about it is, 'Trust me, I know what I'm doing.' People died because he made the decision to jump bail rather than remain in custody, and jumping bail led to Dad and Walt killing that state trooper." "You don't really believe they did that?" "I'm afraid I do. Out of self-defense, probably, but that won't matter to anybody but us. The lead FBI agent in town would actually like to help Dad, but Dad's making it very tough. It's hard to help a man with a dead cop hanging around his neck." Mom draws her mouth into a tight frown. "I hate to hear you speaking against your father like this. What do you expect? When Dad kept silent about Viola's death, I told myself he was taking some kind of moral stand on euthanasia. When it looked like murder instead, Henry Sexton convinced me the Double Eagles had killed her. When Dad jumped bail, I told myself he had no choice, that we were dealing with a vendetta by the DA and a redneck sheriff, and there was a method to his madness. But now, people are dying every day, and Dad and Walt could be shot on sight at any moment. At the very least, Dad should be calling Quentin Avery and trying to arrange a safe surrender, but he hasn't. And if you want to know the truth, I'm starting to believe that all my faith in Dad, all my life, has been misplaced. That I believed in a father who only existed in my head, and yours." Her eyes plead for understanding. "Pen, please don't talk that way." "I'm sorry. But anybody looking at what he's done since Monday would see the actions of a guilty man. I'm starting to think Shad Johnson is right. Whatever Dad did in Viola's house, he did it to keep something buried in the past. And if it's so bad that he can't tell us about it, then I'm afraid that once we discover what it is, if we ever do, it will change our view of him." I've never seen such sadness in my mother's eyes. Very softly, she says, "It would kill your father to know you've lost faith in him like this. He's broken almost every rule he ever taught me. How many chances has he had to do the right thing?" She closes her eyes and hugs herself. "None of us is the person that others think we are. Not you, and not me. I'm not the woman you think I am." "Yes, you are. I know nobody's perfect, but this goes so far beyond normal human frailty that I can't even make sense of it." "That doesn't mean there is no sense to it." Mom's eyes open and fix me with adamantine conviction. "All I know is the man I married. I know what he's capable of and what he's not." No human being can say that with certainty, not even about a spouse. My mother takes my hand and speaks across the gulf of a generation. "You and Sarah were married 9 years before the cancer took her. I know you loved her, but 9 years isn't that long. I've been married to your father since 1952, 53 years. I've earned the right to say that I know him as well as any human being can know another.
and I know this. Tom Cage is going to do the right thing no matter what. He can't do the wrong thing. It's not in him. What would it take to shake such faith? This is like trying to knock down a granite wall by talking to it. My stomach burns with resentment from holding my tongue about so many things pertaining to my father. The right thing, I want to ask. Lincoln Turner believes that he's Dad's son by Viola Turner, and Dad probably believes it too. This whole crazy nightmare may be happening because Lincoln Turner screwed up a mercy killing and Dad is covering for him, risking all our lives because he can't bear to watch an illegitimate son punished by the courts. But I say none of that. Instead, I say, I don't think Dad would ever intentionally do something terrible. But he might deceive himself so badly that he wound up doing something that had terrible consequences. We're all capable of that. And I'm not sure he could bear the idea that our image of him was going to be shattered or even tarnished. My mother looks down into her lap, then takes the gin and tonic from my hand and takes 2 big swallows. You're right about that much. If Tom thought you'd begun to doubt everything he taught you as a boy, it would break his heart. So I want you to promise me something. If you do find him, please don't try to browbeat the truth out of him, whatever it is. That will come in its own good time, if it's meant to. Maybe even in a courtroom, if there's no other way. Will you promise me that? I take the glass back from her and swallow some gin. Yes, I tell her, knowing it's a lie. This is no time for truth. But you've got to accept that you can't help Dad by going along with his plans. His only chance now is a safe surrender into federal custody. If he contacts you again, please try to convince him of that. Her gaze falls away from me and settles in a dark corner of the room. I could never have imagined things would go this far. Of course not. How could you? She's staring at the foot of the hall staircase, and she looks strangely preoccupied. Mom, I'm getting the distinct impression that you know more than I do about all of this. Do you? She doesn't answer. I'm not even sure she heard me. Dad's message said, remember all he told you on Monday. What did he tell you? She slowly shakes her head. Nothing that would help you. Just that Viola's life had been tragic, and her death was too. He didn't want to burden me with anything I might have to lie about. Great. Realizing I'm going to learn nothing further about Viola, my mind skips back to my disturbing conversation with John Kaiser. Mom, I say gently, did Dad ever talk to you about knowing a man named Carlos Marcello? For a moment, her face remains transfixed, but then the tiny webs of wrinkles move and her eyes focus on me. They're filled with surprise. Uncle Carlos? She says. Uncle Carlos? I echo. Mom, are we talking about the same man? The boss of New Orleans? Stunned, speechless, I can only nod. Oh, I don't know anything. Just a story your father told me. You know Tom did an externship at the parish prison in New Orleans during his final year of medical school. He was the jail doctor, and there was a lot of excitement. He once saw a crazed prisoner shot right in front of him. Mom, what about Marcello? Oh, yes. Well, Tom once told me a story about Carlos Marcello serving time in the prison. He said New Orleans policemen delivered his meals every night from the best restaurants in New Orleans. Marcello even had women visit him in his cell. The Godfather lived better in jail than most people did at home, and everybody called him Uncle Carlos. The whole thing was like a big joke. Yeah, I murmur, but this is anything but funny. What year would this have been? 1959, of course. The year Tom graduated from LSU med school. The year before I was born. I'd forgotten that my mother and father lived in New Orleans for 4 years. This means that Dad could have met Carlos Marcello as early as 1955. In any case, he surely met the Don in 1959, and not as a random student, but as the parish prison physician. My father treated Carlos Marcello. What the hell would Kaiser make of that information? Did Dad mention Marcello any other times? An almost wistful look comes over my mother's face. No, but I actually met him a couple of times. Both times in restaurants. Tom and I couldn't afford to eat out back then, you know. I was teaching across the river, just to pay the rent on our little apartment in the French Quarter. But one night, Tom took me to Felix's Oyster Bar, and this short, grinning man came over to our table and asked if everything was all right. He spoke like an illiterate tradesman, but after he left the table, Tom told me he was the mafia boss of Louisiana. I can scarcely take this in as my mother continues. The second time was near Wagaman, a nice, homey Italian restaurant called Mosca's. Same thing happened. And I think Tom may have told me that Mr. Marcello owned that place. I'm not sure. Do you remember whose idea it was to go there? Oh, Tom's, of course. It was our anniversary. 7th, I think. I see, I tell her, which is a lie. Why are you asking about Carlos Marcello? Mom asks, suddenly worried. He's been dead for ages, hasn't he? What could he have to do with anything? For a moment, my mind fills with the blurry image of my father visiting Carlos's swamp hideaway in 1968, but it would be pointless to ask my mother about that. Whatever really took my father to Churchill Farms in 1968, he'd have told Mom nothing about it, and it would serve no purpose for me to tell her now. While I ponder this, my mother squeezes my right hand in both of hers. I wish I could help you, Pen. I wish I knew more. And I especially wish you could trust your father. She wipes tears from the corners of her eyes. And don't you wear a hair shirt over that man you shot tonight. I've heard plenty over the years about Randall Regan and how he abused his wife. You only did what any husband would have done, considering what they did to Caitlin. What any man worth the name would have done. This is exactly what I'd expect to hear from my mother, who carries jeans and mores forged in the Scottish Highlands. I wonder how many mothers said similar things to their handcuffed sons in the Houston jail while I was preparing to prosecute them. I lay my hand on her shoulder. Tomorrow's going to be a big day, and you and Annie need to be ready for it. Sheriff Dennis is going to hit the Knox family hard, and I'm going to help him. They're involved in a major crystal meth operation in Louisiana, and Walker's going to arrest as many low-level people as he can. By threatening them with mandatory prison sentences, he hopes to force a double eagle to turn state's evidence. If one of them knows who killed Viola Turner, we might be able to force Shad to drop the murder charge. Then, hopefully, Dad's jumping bail will seem more defensible. Mom is looking at me like she doubts either my sanity or my intelligence. But isn't that exactly what your father said not to do? He said it was pointless for you to try to get to the bottom of this mess. All I see in her eyes is adamant refusal to question her husband. Doesn't that make you even the slightest bit suspicious? Don't you get it, Mom? What Walker and I are doing tomorrow may be Dad's only hope. Fear flashes across her face. I don't see that at all. None of those old cluckers is going to confess anything. They don't really believe they'll be sent to jail. They never have been before. You're right, but that's not my real goal. If we can hit them hard enough, really hurt them, then we'll knock them off balance and force them to defend themselves. Forrest Knox is the power behind the Knox drug business and the one who stands to lose the most if things go south. He's also the one leading the hunt for Dad and Walt. A wave of arrests will be a major distraction for him, and that should ease the pressure on Dad and Walt. Maybe enough for them to get somewhere really safe. Now if... Before I can get out another word, my mother throws her arms around me and hugs me so tightly I can scarcely breathe. "When is Sheriff Dennis carrying out these drug busts?" "In about 4 hours." She draws back, her eyes wide. "We've got to get you in the bed. You need to be rested for that." I am exhausted, I admit. But my thoughts are spinning so fast, I'll probably just lie there until dawn, waiting for the alarm. Without a word, Mom goes into the kitchen, fishes loudly through her purse, then returns with a bright yellow pill in the palm of her right hand. "What's that?" I ask. "Temazepam. It's like Valium. I take one every night. Take this now, and I'll wake you up at 5:15. "I don't think I should risk oversleeping." "Take the damn pill, son. Sometimes I take 2 if your father has the TV up loud enough and you outweigh me by nearly 100 pounds. "You're not trying to keep me from going with Sheriff Dennis." "No. I think you're right about knocking the Knox family off balance. That can only help Tom." I take the pill and swallow it with a big gulp of gin. My mother pulls me to my feet and ushers me downstairs to one of the guest bedrooms in what I call the basement, though technically it's the first floor of the chalet. At the threshold, she gives me a hug and says, "I'll wake you at 5:15. Then she whisks herself back up the stairs to see Annie. Whether it's the sleeping pill, the alcohol, or the exhaustion produced by the battle at Brody Royal's lake house, I can barely stand erect through the ritual of brushing my teeth. By the time I reach the guest room bed, I can't even pull back the quilt. I simply fall face down onto it, my mind cycling between total blankness and nightmare images from the smoke-filled hell of Royal's basement. Behind these pictures drones the voice of John Kaiser, but I can't make out his words. Through the black boiling smoke, I don't see the burned corpses of Henry and Royal, but rather my father and mother, young and improbably beautiful, sitting in a homey restaurant while a grinning man with stony black eyes hugs them and raves about his red sauce. A fat accordion player steps forward and begins to play, drowning out Kaiser's voice, and then with a final slap on my father's back, Carlos Marcello struts back into his kitchen, the big door with the round glass window swinging behind him. Chapter 17. By the time Tom Cage reached Jefferson County, Mississippi, exhaustion, his various illnesses, and his bullet wound had pushed him into a sort of trance. The road in front of the unfamiliar car he was driving wavered in the darkness, his headlight beams an illuminated tube into which startled deer charged with alarming regularity, nearly sending him off the shoulder more than once. Tom's short-term memory had gone haywire. The events of the past hour flickered through his head like a piece of film with random sections spliced out by a drunken editor. After dumping the Knox assassin in a barren field, he'd driven away with his headlights extinguished, making for the home of his wife's brother. Tom had meant to approach the farmhouse carefully, but in the end he'd just turned into the driveway and honked his horn. He hadn't the strength for more than that. John McCrae had emerged from his farmhouse with a shotgun in his hand. The McCraes were clannish folk, driven out of Scotland during the clearances and congenitally mistrustful of authority. But Tom would never forget the look of compassion on McCrae's face when he realized that the bloodied man sagging against the wheel of the strange pickup was his sister's husband. McCrae's wife had been terrified by Tom's sudden appearance and what it might mean for her family, but John had only asked Tom what he needed and how he could help. Tom told his brother-in-law that he couldn't stay. The risk for them was too great. Neither could he seek medical care or turn himself into the police. What he needed was to get back across the river into Mississippi. Once Tom had established that objective,
John McCrae bent his will toward it, and within 1 hour he'd made it happen. McCrae was the kind of Southerner who had only left the parish of his birth to serve his country in wartime or to carry bulls across the state for mating purposes. Enlisting his son's help, he'd ditched Tom's stolen pickup in a ravine already littered with junk cars and trucks. Then he'd concealed Tom himself beneath a carpet of hay in a horse trailer, along with one gentle horse standing over it, spirited him through a state police roadblock, and driven him across the Mississippi River at Vicksburg. McCrae's son had followed a mile back in a different vehicle, the old Chevy Nova Tom was driving now. Once they were safely across the river, they'd given Tom the Nova and promised to pass a message to Peggy through Tom's brother in California. Tom remembered his brother-in-law's face as he shut the Nova's door and bade him farewell. John McCrae had clearly believed he was looking at a doomed man. The trip from Vicksburg to Jefferson County was a blur. A fever had begun rising in Tom, and perhaps that was the culprit where his memory was concerned. All he could focus on was his goal: 80 acres of wooded land in a corner of the county that had elected Charles Evers the first black mayor in Mississippi. As Tom drove, lines from Frost's The Death of the Hired Man ran through his overheated brain. Home is that place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. The land and house he made for now were not his home in any legal sense, but he felt sure that the owner would take him in. There were other places he could go, the homes of patients whose lives he had saved, whose babies he'd delivered, whose families he had treated for 3 generations. But wherever he went, he would carry danger with him, and maybe even death. In his mind's eye, Tom saw helicopters circling suburban houses like birds of prey, shining spotlights into the windows. That was why he'd refused shelter from his brother-in-law. He'd never have been able to forgive himself if he got John McCrae hurt or killed. The place he was running to now was different. The man who owned this sanctuary was a soldier of sorts, though he'd never worn a uniform. But during his own years at war, he'd called upon Tom when he needed help, and Tom had answered. Now the tables had turned, and Tom believed that his old friend would return the favor. Yanking the steering wheel right to avoid a scuttling armadillo, he centered the Nova as best he could on the narrow road. A fresh sheen of sweat had broken out on his face, and he clumsily wiped his forehead to keep it out of his eyes. His need for sleep was like a dark tide swelling around him. He felt as though he were treading water, barely keeping his eyes above the surface. Home, he thought again, trying to remember what the word meant. The house he considered his real home, the one that contained his treasured library, had been destroyed 7 years ago, burned to the ground by the man who'd once helped him save the life of Viola Turner. The houses Tom had known before that one flared in his mind like cars on a passing train. The clapboard army box at Fort Leonard Wood, the married officers' quarters in Germany, the French Quarter apartment he and Peggy had shared while he was in medical school, the dorm of the little college he'd attended in northwestern Louisiana. Somewhere back behind all those lay the tiny house where he'd been raised with his brothers, just up the road from the stinking creosote plant where he'd worked as a boy, sweating alongside the local Negroes until he'd managed to get hired on as an usher at the local movie theater, a job not open to his fellow creosote workers. He'd made good friends among those men, and he credited them with teaching him that human beings were pretty much the same, no matter what color they were. The gate Tom was searching for rose out of the darkness like a mirage, then vanished behind him. Braking carefully, he stopped, reversed direction for a few yards, then drove slowly back to the metal obstruction and parked. He didn't know what he'd do if the gate was locked. He would never be able to walk the half-mile-long driveway that led to the house, and calling the owner was not an option, since under the circumstances his phone might well be tapped. Climbing carefully out of the Nova, Tom trudged up to the gate and grabbed the upper crossbar to keep himself erect. He nearly cried from joy when he saw a simple chain loop holding the gate to the timber post. After lifting the chain with great difficulty, he pushed open the gate, then returned to the Nova and drove himself through. He considered simply driving on to the house, but he forced himself to get back out and close the gate, knowing that even the smallest lapse could kill him at this point. Tom drove slowly up the gently curving driveway through the bare woods toward the winter home of Quentin Avery, his lawyer and, more important, one of his oldest living friends. Though Quentin was an attorney of national reputation and a hero to many who remembered his role in the civil rights movement, Tom knew him best as a patient. Quentin suffered from severe diabetes, and Tom had shepherded him through progressive peripheral neuropathy, 2 leg amputations, retinal problems, dangerous hypertension, and a half-dozen other maladies that came along with age and African-American genes. Through most of these battles, Quentin had fought valiantly, maintaining his good humor and acute intellect. But losing his second leg had nearly done him in. The loss of mobility, combined with sexual issues and a much younger wife, had pushed him into clinical depression. There were times Tom had feared the old lion would end his life rather than struggle on with diminished capacity. But so far, Quentin's survival instinct had prevailed. At last, Tom's headlights washed over the front of Avery's Tudor-style manor. Like so many of the newer homes in Jefferson County, it had been financed by settlement money from the famous Fen-Phen diet pill lawsuits. Quentin had represented more than a few of the plaintiffs, and he'd profited handsomely from its stunning resolution. After one of his clients squandered every cent of his settlement, the man had been forced to sell this house at a near-panic discount. With the most sympathetic face he could muster, Quentin had consented to take the showpiece off its desperate owner's hands. Tom drove up to the garage and shut off the Nova's engine, then sat for a couple of minutes, marshaling his strength for the walk to the door. Once he felt capable, he got out, struggled through the chilly wind to the arched timber door at the side of the house, and rang the bell twice. Nearly a minute passed before a light came on inside the house. By the time someone peered through the little window set in the door, Tom had sagged against its face. When the curtain rustled, he stood up straight so that he could be seen clearly. Muted voices spoke behind the wood, but then at last the handle turned, and someone pulled open the door. Quentin's wife Doris stood there in her housecoat, a black pistol in her hand. An attorney herself, Doris Avery was almost 30 years her husband's junior. Tom figured Doris was about 40, but she had the same coloring as Viola Turner, the darker side of Café au lait. In his confused mental state, Tom perceived her as an avatar of Viola, whom he hadn't seen between the ages of 28 and 65. "I'm so sorry," he said. "Dear God," Doris Avery whispered. "Quentin, it's Tom Cage." Tom heard the whir of a motorized wheelchair. Then his old friend appeared behind his wife, smiling up from his chair as though finding Tom on his doorstep was only what he'd expected. "Man, you look dead on your feet," Quentin said. "Get your ass in his house before I freeze to death." Doris didn't look so sure about this invitation, but after a sharp whisper from Quentin, she helped Tom inside and led him to a sofa in a beautifully appointed den. When Tom collapsed into the padding, he felt something in him give way. He could scarcely follow the words being exchanged only 10 feet from him. After a minute or so, the voices began to rise with emotion, and he realized that Quentin and Doris were arguing. He tried to speak, but a moan was all that emerged from his mouth. Then a warm hand touched his face, and he felt glass against his lips. He opened his mouth and swallowed instinctively. Cool water poured down his throat like ambrosia.
He's feverish, Doris said. Tom, you got a fever. Do you have any drugs in that truck? Tom nodded.
Bag, he whispered. Cipro.
He sensed Doris moving away from him. Then he felt a cooler hand take hold of his, and Quentin Avery's warm, rich baritone, which had swayed so many juries in its day, spoke near his ear.
I'm here, buddy. You just take it easy. You're going to be all right. I'm sorry for coming here, Quentin. Hush that nonsense. Is anybody following you?
Tom laughed inside his head.
Everybody. But nobody followed me here. I just need to sleep, Quentin. Sleep. You need a lot more than that. But sleep would be a good start.
The next thing Tom remembered was Doris forcing a pill into his mouth and making him drink again. That was Cipro, she said. That's a broad-spectrum antibiotic, isn't it? Tom nodded and opened his eyes long enough to see Doris's worried eyes.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Nowhere else to go.
Lie back, Tom. Just rest there on the sofa. We'll figure this thing out. Tom tried to follow the subsequent conversation, but his mind slipped underwater again. Then a sharp cry brought him to the surface. Doris Avery was clearly afraid, as John McCrae's wife had been, and she was arguing that they could call someone she knew and arrange to surrender Tom to someone trustworthy in Jackson, the state capital. Tom tried to sit up, but he couldn't manage it. He did, however, bring himself awake enough to hear Quentin's reply. The old lawyer spoke quietly, but with absolute conviction.
Doris, he said, you're my wife and I love you. But you weren't born until 1965. While you were in your mama's belly, I was down in Liberty, Mississippi, challenging the county government on voter registration. Lionel Hill was down there with me, working secretly with CORE and the SNCC. Lionel was a wanted man in Mississippi. The Klan had been after him for a year. But at night he'd go into homes and churches and talk to the people, trying to buck up their courage and get them to risk registering to vote.
Q, that's ancient history, Doris broke in. It's got nothing to do with here and now.
You're wrong, baby. It means everything. About a week into this work, the local cops heard Lionel was in town, and they started hunting him. The Klan, too. One night they got onto our tails, and we had to run for it in an old broken-down Rambler. Lionel's daddy had run whiskey up in South Carolina. He was a hell of a driver. We got away from those white boys on a dirt road that ran across a flooded creek. But just after we got clear, Lionel skidded off some gravel and hit a tree. Ripped half the scalp off his head, broke some ribs. He was out cold for 10 full minutes. We carried him to an old logger shack and got him awake, but he needed real help. The problem was where to go. Any hospital in the state would have called the cops the second we walked in. They'd have jailed Lionel without putting a stitch in his head if the Klan didn't get there first and take him. Quentin, let me finish. Then make your decision.
Doris huffed in exasperation, and Quentin went on.
Lionel wanted to try for New Orleans, but there was no way we were going to make it out of Mississippi that night. Natchez was only 25 miles away. That old logger sneaked us out of Amity County on roads hardly wider than a deer track. Then he drove us to the edge of Natchez. I'll never forget that night. I used a payphone at the Minuteman just past the Johns Manville plant to call Dr. Tom Cage. What did Tom do? He got out of bed, met us at his office, and worked on Lionel for 2 hours straight. That's right. He risked everything he had to help us out of that jam. He risked his family, Doris, in 1965. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, I do. But I also understand the penalties for aiding and abetting a fugitive, especially one wanted for killing a state trooper. You'll lose your law license, Quentin. So would I. Maybe forever.
Maybe, Quentin conceded. So maybe it's best if you go on and leave this to me.
To you? Doris snorted at the suggestion. "Between the two of you, you haven't got the strength to get Tom into a bed, much less do anything substantive to help him."
"I just might surprise you," Quentin growled. "You go if you need to go. Just don't tell me what I'm risking to help this man. If the police come for him, I'll sit in our front door with the Constitution in one hand and a rifle in the other, at least until somebody convinces me he'll make it to a courtroom alive. After that, I won't need a damned rifle."
"You're a hard-headed old fool," Doris said, but Tom heard love beneath her frustration. "I don't know why I put up with you."
"Yes, you do," Quentin said. "Let's get him to a bed."
"No," Doris said.
"What?"
Quentin asked, sounding truly worried for the first time. "I don't think he can make it to a bed. I'll get some quilts and a pillow. He's going to sleep right here, and if he's still alive in the morning, we'll decide what to do then." As the swish of Doris Avery's slippers receded, Tom felt Quentin's hand close around his again.
"That's a good woman right there," Quentin intoned. "Between you and Doris, I've been a lucky man. You're going to be all right now, Tom. Just let go. Let go of everything and trust old Q."
Tom squeezed his friend's hand. Then he let go and slipped beneath the surface for the last time. Thursday. Chapter 18. Sheriff Walker Dennis and I are roaring down a Louisiana back road at 90 miles per hour in a supercharged Ford sedan, a SWAT van struggling to keep pace with us. I feel a little like I've stepped onto the set of a 1970s Burt Reynolds movie, but none of the other cast members seem to be in on the joke. Walker Dennis certainly isn't playing games. At 5 a.m., he assembled 24 deputies in a staging area beside the Concordia Parish Courthouse. Half wore SWAT gear, and all were armed to the teeth. From the warmth of my car in the main courthouse lot, I watched Walker brief his troops. After a short speech, he got into his cruiser and drove toward my car, while his deputies broke into teams and climbed into several different vehicles. As they drove out to Highway 15 and turned left or right depending on their destinations, Walker pulled up beside me and motioned for me to get into his cruiser. When I did, I found a plastic bucket of cell phones on the passenger seat. There were at least 20 handsets in the bucket of every imaginable make.
"Sorry,"
he said, lifting the bucket into the back seat. I got inside the car, my left thigh brushing against a cut-down shotgun mounted in a rack between us. "What's with the phones?"
"I collected them before I told anybody where they were going."
I'll be damned, I thought. How'd they take that?
"Not well."
"You think you got every phone?"
"Yep."
Sheriff Dennis winked, then backed out of the parking space.
"My brother-in-law walked behind the ranks with a scanner while I was giving my speech. I'm pretty sure the two who had extra phones are having extramarital affairs, but I'll double-check it later. For today, I've paired them with reliable partners."
He stopped and put the powerful cruiser in drive.
"Fasten your seatbelt, Mayor. This is going to be a hell of a morning."
During the next hour, I listened to Walker direct a parish-wide assault on the Knox family's meth operation. His tactical teams rousted users and dealers out of their beds, busted cookers in the midst of their work, and searched a half-dozen probable storage sites for illegal chemicals. By 5:55, 27 people had been arrested without a shot fired. Walker handled the whole operation with absolute professionalism, save for one detail. He'd failed to get wiretap warrants on any member of the Knox family prior to the raids. Had he done that, he probably would have gathered enough evidence in the first hours to put Snake, Billy, and Forrest Knox in Angola Penitentiary for 20 years apiece. But the sheriff explained his oversight pragmatically. The judge who'd granted the search warrants, and kept his mouth shut about them, hated the Knoxes enough to help Walker take a shot at their meth operation, but not enough to sign wiretap warrants on the Knoxes on the basis of rumor alone. Apart from arousing the ire of the state Supreme Court, that might make him a target of violent retaliation. After a team of female deputies ferried the prisoners back to the station in vans to begin processing them, Walker told me we were about to lead a tactical team out to the western edge of the parish, where he had a man keeping watch on a suspected Knox drug warehouse. And that's how I found myself riding shotgun in this rattling car as it threatens to lift off the pavement on every sweeping turn.
"There it is,"
Walker says, pointing through the windshield. All I see is a white metal storage building about the size of a small gymnasium standing at the edge of a fallow field. Walker keys his radio and says,
"This is Whiskey Delta. Give me a sit rep."
His radio crackles, and then a male voice says, "I see you. I'm in the ditch to your left. Nobody's gone in or out since I've been here."
"Did you see any lights before dawn?"
"Negative. I think it's empty." The SWAT van pulls up beside us, and Walker signals for its driver to get out. Seconds later, a tactical team wearing full body armor and black face screens stands lined up beside the car. As Walker gets out and walks around to address them, I crank down my window a couple of inches.
"No sense wasting time," the sheriff says. "There's an overhead door on the far side, plus one regular door. 3 of you cover that side while the breaching team blows the front. Eyes front, deputy."
One of the men wearing the black masks was staring at me. He snaps his head back toward Sheriff Dennis.
"We think this building's empty," Walker says, "but we never assume anything. You go in there like you expect a Russian Spetsnaz unit waiting."
"Yes, sir," says one of the deputies.
"Go."
As the deputies fan out around the building, Walker gets back behind the wheel and says,
"Did you just send a text message?"
"I'm just keeping Caitlin up to date. We want all the coverage we can get on these busts. I only wish we had Henry with us." Dennis nods, still watching his men.
"He's looking down on us right now, brother."
I wish I believed that, but rather than express my doubt, I give Walker a smile. At this point, I don't want him thinking of me as anything but a solid partner. We sit in silence for about a minute, and then a voice crackles over the radio.
"We're in position."
Walker looks at me, and I nod, my pulse quickening.
"Door team, go," says Walker.
2 men carrying 10-gauge shotguns step up to the front door of the warehouse and lay the muzzles of their weapons against its hinges at a downward angle.
"Those Remingtons are loaded with Hatton rounds," Walker says to me. "Turn to dust as soon as they penetrate the door."
Glad to hear it.
"Breach,"
Walker says into his radio. Even with the doors of the cruiser closed, the shotgun blasts buffet the air in my lungs. The 4 men behind the shotgun team crash through the door, yelling loud enough for us to hear it in the car.
"What you got, Alpha?"
Walker asks in a wire-taut voice. His radio crackles twice, but I can't make out the response.
"This is Whiskey Delta," Walker repeats. "What have you found?"
"Sir, we've got a pile of 55-gallon drums here. Could be precursor chemicals or just plain old herbicide. We're going to need some lab rats for this."
"I'm coming in."
As Walker grabs his door handle, a shock wave that dwarfs the one generated by the shotguns rocks the car. A gaping hole has opened in the near end of the metal building, orange flame and black smoke jetting from it like the breath of a dragon. "Booby-trapped," I mutter. "Just like a pot field. There could be a secondary device."
"Get out of there!"
Walker shouts into his radio.
"Move, move, move!"
"We've got 2 men down, Sheriff!"
"Get out now!"
The second explosion isn't as powerful as the first, but it produces twice the smoke and flame. Incendiary bomb.
"God damn it!"
Walker shouts, pounding the steering wheel. He scrambles from the cruiser and starts running toward the warehouse. As I leap from the car and sprint after him, I pray that the men inside somehow escaped the brunt of both blasts. But the calculating part of me knows this tragedy will bring about one change that can only help my father. After this, the Double Eagle Group and the Knox family will no longer be able to operate in the shadows, not even with their political protection. As my father learned yesterday, when you kill a cop, you cross into a zone where neither aid nor mercy can be expected. Though they probably never intended it, the Double Eagles have joined the war. Chapter 19. Forrest Knox opened his eyes in the dark. The susurrant sound of his wife's breathing reassured him that nothing was wrong, at least not in the bedroom. The faint blue LCD screen on his encrypted mobile phone had awakened him. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. For the last 36 hours he'd been popping woe and go pills as he had in Vietnam. Speed to stay alert, benzos to knock himself out. Lifting the phone from his bedside table, he got out of bed and walked to the door. His wife, long accustomed to the routine of a trooper's life, did not even stir. "Knox," he said quietly. "It's me," said Alphonse Ozan. "We got more problems, big problems." "Did Sheriff Dennis turn up something unexpected in the ashes of Royal's house?" "No, they didn't even go there." "What?" Forrest moved down the hallway toward the kitchen. "Dennis played us, boss. This morning he lined up every deputy he's got and took away their cell phones. Then he handed out tactical plans for a parish-wide bust of every known or suspected meth cooker, dealer, mule, and storehouse." "Son of a bitch." "Yep." "Did he bust any eagles?" Forrest asked, thankful that Snake and Sonny at least were out of the state. "Doesn't look like it. None of the front shops got searched either, but they busted all the lower-level people." Forrest's usually steady nerves had begun to fray. He was fighting an urge to punch the refrigerator door. "Find out every location and person that Dennis hit, then do a liability assessment of who and what they knew. You'll probably have to talk to Snake and Sonny to do it, so be careful in your communications." "Will do. But look, some bust is still going on. Dennis still has a tactical SWAT out in the field. SWAT." Forrest switched on the coffee maker. "For what?" "Don't know. I got all this news late, thanks to Dennis confiscating the cell phones. But most deputies are back at the station now, processing prisoners, so our guy got clear and went to his home phone." Forrest wondered what the hell had gotten into Walker Dennis. "Any FBI or DEA involvement?" "Not so far. It seems to be Walker Dennis on his own hook. But I did hear one strange thing." "What's that?" "Mayor Penn Cage rode in the car with Dennis during the busts." Forrest froze with his hand on the refrigerator door. "What?" "That's what my source said. Cage was riding shotgun. Joined up with Dennis at the station before the first busts." Well, I'll have to think about that." Forrest set the milk on the counter, then took a croissant from a white cardboard box and bit a hunk off the buttery roll. "I wonder why they didn't hit any double eagles." "I'll get on Mayor Cage's—" Ozen's voice stopped, then started again, but seemingly farther away. Forrest realized he was speaking on another line. After 20 seconds, Ozen said, "I'll call you back, boss. I think the shit just hit the fan, but comm is spotty. I'll call you right back." "No. I'll wait." Ozen's voice rose in pitch as he barked out a series of rapid-fire questions. From what Forrest could hear, someone had been killed in the field, but he couldn't tell who. 30 seconds later, the Redbone was back on the line. "It's bad, boss. Shit." "Tell me." "Sheriff Dennis sent his SWAT team into a warehouse on the road to Jonesville. Somebody had precursor chemicals stored in there, and the damn place blew up. Looks like it was booby-trapped. CPSO's got 1 deputy dead on scene and 3 more in critical condition. 2 are being airlifted to Alexandria, 1 to Baton Rouge." "The
Jonesville Road? Well, at least that's none of our concern.
I'm not so sure, boss. One of the Double Eagles owns a warehouse on that road, initials LS. LS. Forrest thought about the initials. Leo Spivey? In his mind, he saw a heavy-set man with a ready grin, a Double Eagle since his father's days.
Fuck, Alphonse. Did he go into business for himself?
I'm betting yeah. I just checked the address online and it matches. LS must have got greedy and paranoid enough to booby-trap the place.
Unbelievable.
What you want I should do? Forrest had been glad that Snake and Sonny were at Toledo Bend on the Texas side of the reservoir, but now he wished Snake were close to hand. He would know where to find Leo and how best to dispatch him. There was always the black team, but that seemed like overkill.
Spivey's a problem. Once they track him down and threaten him with a mandatory meth trafficking sentence.
I know.
That can't happen, Al.
Ozen said nothing for several seconds. Then he said, "Don't worry about it, boss. I feel like that old man's already dead." As always, the Redbone had gotten the message.
How do you think he died?
Forrest asked with irony in his voice. I figure he killed himself as soon as he heard the news. But you never know. Maybe rival drug dealers killed him to send a message. What do you think?
I think he killed himself, Alphonse. That's a message all its own.
I hear you. Anything else?
Yes. If Dennis picked up that many foot soldiers, it's time for a little negative reinforcement. Have somebody pick up a couple of their kids and hold them somewhere. Don't hurt them or anything. Just let the word spread through the jail. That'll stop any talk.
Consider it done.
How long would it take you to assemble the black team for action in Concordia?
2 hours. I alerted everybody last night. They're pretty much on standby. You want me to make the call?
I'll call you back when I decide. What about McKeever? Is he home yet?
Not yet. I'm running cruises by there regular. Just his wife's car at the house.
Where the hell did he go? I expected his resignation call before now.
He'll turn up. You scared him half to death with that kiddie porn stuff. Forrest recalled the ashen face of his superior when he saw some of the pictures that could now be found on his home and office computers.
We need him to resign by noon, Forrest said. I never should have given him 48 hours.
Reckon you ought to go ahead and leak the story? That would flush him out of the bushes. Forrest thought about it more instinctively than rationally. He'd always relied on instinct during battle, and that's what this was shaping up to be.
No, he said, but I'm going to call a press conference and announce that I've been carrying on a long investigation of a high-ranking state police officer after members of the technical division brought certain workplace computer traffic to my attention. Also, the disappearance of confiscated evidence checked out of the evidence room in violation of departmental procedure. When McKeever hears that, he'll feel the branch creak.
Ozen laughed heartily. What about them French Quarter boy toys?
We'll keep them in reserve. That's the nuclear option.
He'll crack before noon. All a guy like the Colonel has is his reputation. His wife's a big churchgoer, too, and he goes with her.
That still leaves one loose cannon rolling around the deck. Tom Cage.
I got no idea where the doc is, boss. It's like he fell off the planet. A couple of hours ago, Ozen had sent patrolmen to the houses of Peggy Cage's Louisiana relatives, but no one they talked to seemed to know anything, and they'd seen no sign of Grimsby's pickup truck.
He's still on planet Earth,
Forrest thought aloud,
and we've got to find him.
Are you still thinking about the deal he offered? I figured after Dennis and Penn Cage declared war on us, you'd be ready for the scorched earth plan.
Not if Dr. Cage can do what he says he can. Anything that ups the body count at this point is asking for more trouble. We've got to stabilize the situation.
Why don't you just revoke the APB like Dr. Cage asked for? Then Cage will come to us.
I can't afford to go that far. Once we revoke that APB, we undermine the image of Dr. Cage as a cop killer. I won't do that until I know he can neutralize the threat from his son and the master's girl.
I see.
Send Grimsby back out to Drew Elliott's lake house in case the doc heads back there. I don't think he would, but you never know.
Will do. That it? Forrest listened to Ozen's expectant breathing over the line. While the Redbone waited, another thought occurred.
I wonder if Dr. Cage could have made it back to Mississippi somehow. Did you ever get hold of the data from the Mississippi River bridge cameras?
Not yet. Homeland Security told Tech Division they're having trouble with their data links. At first, I thought it was legit, but they sure seem to be dragging their feet. Forrest thought about this. Technical glitches weren't uncommon with high-tech surveillance, but this didn't feel right. Did anyone have the power to interfere in the relationship between the state police and the Department of Homeland Security? If so, their power had to be federal. And last night, Ozen had said Kaiser had somehow invoked the Patriot Act.
Alphonse, I want you to get me everything there is to know about Special Agent John Kaiser. And I mean everything.
Caitlin Masters had rarely experienced a media frenzy like the one that began Thursday morning, and never in a small market. Henry Sexton's work had penetrated much deeper into the national media consciousness than she'd suspected, and his violent death had caught the attention of journalists from coast to coast. The fact that it was associated with a violent Ku Klux Klan offshoot and unsolved civil rights murders pushed the story toward critical mass. But it was the deaths of Brody Royal, Royal's daughter and son-in-law, Sleepy Johnston, and a Natchez police officer that magnified the story to epic proportions. Reporters were converging on Natchez from every corner of the country and even from overseas. All the major national papers were sending people, and the TV networks had been calling without let-up. Friends Caitlin hadn't spoken to in years were calling to get an inside track on the story, and she simply hadn't time to spare for them. Special Agent Kaiser had taken over the Examiner's conference room and turned it into an FBI command center. There were now 9 special agents spread across Natchez and Concordia Parish, plus a half-dozen technicians of different types, and more manpower was on the way. FBI computer experts had begun the laborious task of trying to reconstruct the deleted scans of Henry Sexton's files and journals from the Examiner's servers. And while they did that, Kaiser had been working with Jamie Lewis in an effort to identify a possible second mole among Caitlin's editorial staff. She felt conflicted about giving the Bureau access to personnel records, but she couldn't risk another security breach while they were working such critical stories. The proximity of Kaiser and his team had made it tough for Caitlin to contact Toby Rambin, the poacher who'd offered to guide Henry Sexton to the Bone Tree. 3 times during the night she'd risked calling the number Henry had given her, but each time she'd gotten no answer. By researching the numerical prefix, she learned that the number was a landline, so she figured Rambin might be out in the swamp plying his trade. Caitlin also wanted Kaiser out of the building so that she could review Henry's most recent journal, the one she'd saved from the burned ruins of the Concordia Beacon, but she wasn't about to risk Kaiser discovering that. Along with Henry's journal containing his leads and meditations on the Bone Tree, which, thankfully, she'd kept separate from the group that had been stolen and burned, this was all that remained of the brave reporter's original records. Right now, the 2 moleskin journals lay atop Caitlin's tall office credenza like holy relics hidden from an invading pagan army. Those journals, along with Toby Rambin, represented her only investigative advantage over the FBI, and the crux of her head start against the army of journalists descending on Natchez. Just before dawn, Kaiser had told her that he was trying to organize a massive search of the Lussahatchee swamp in hopes of locating the bone tree and the bodies that might still lie there. This prospect gave Caitlin hives, and she'd felt immense relief when Kaiser slammed down her desk phone and complained that Washington had denied his request. A few minutes later, Jordan Glass confided to her that the director's position wasn't exactly unreasonable. Within 24 hours of sending his best New Orleans agent to Concordia Parish, half a dozen bodies had piled up, and the director was afraid that more would follow. He wasn't about to organize a military-scale search in Mississippi without more cause than Kaiser had given him so far. He wanted to proceed with cautious deliberation. Caitlin wasn't sure Kaiser had given up his plan for the swamp search until word came in that Penn and Sheriff Dennis were sweeping up Concordia Parish's meth cookers and dealers. It was then that she saw what John Kaiser looked like when he truly lost his temper. She didn't envy Penn being on the receiving end of that anger. While Kaiser fumed, she pled ignorance and went about her business, thanking her stars that the bone tree would remain undiscovered by the FBI for some time yet. At 7:45 a.m., Caitlin received one request she could not ignore: a summons to appear before the Adams County Sheriff Billy Byrd for questioning. After telling Kaiser to send the cavalry if she hadn't returned in an hour, she went out to her car, trusting that Henry's journals would be fine where they were until she returned. Turning east onto Main Street, Caitlin checked the Motorola cell phone she was currently using. She'd sent one of her advertising people out to replace the Trio 650 that Brodie Royal had burned, and saw that she'd received 26 text messages in the past 15 minutes. For the next few days, she was going to have her hands full merely evading friends, much less the remainder of the media locusts. If she couldn't find a way to set her team's course for the day and then get out of the office, preferably to meet Toby Rambin, she would be overrun. As she turned onto Wall Street, Caitlin saw two TV trucks parked in front of City Hall, one from WAPT in Jackson, the other from WLOX on the coast. After passing the trucks, she glanced right and saw two more parked in front of the courthouse: KNOE out of Monroe and WBRZ from Baton Rouge. There were more to come. When she turned west onto State Street, she saw a big CNN truck parked between the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's office, and beyond that was a minivan that read MPB, the Jackson PBS station. Slowing to scan the block for parking spaces, Caitlin saw Shadrach Johnson giving an on-camera interview on the steps of his building. As usual, he was dressed to the nines and standing as straight as a man announcing his candidacy for governor. When she looked left, she saw Sheriff Byrd doing the same on the steps of the ACSO building across the street from Shad. At least 5 reporters had microphones jammed into Byrd's face, and he looked as happy as a pig in slop. Caitlin parked around the corner near Judge Noyes' chambers, then walked back to the ACSO building. Byrd was winding up the interview as she approached, and he motioned for her to follow him inside. She soon found herself sitting before his desk like a schoolgirl called to see the principal. Her chair had been chosen to drop male visitors half a head lower than the pot-bellied sheriff, so she was forced to sit ramrod straight to achieve any sense of being on equal terms. Squinting down at her like a caricature sheriff from some 1960s Western, Byrd announced that he'd brought her there because of complaints filed by the Royal family, who claimed she'd broken into Katie Royal Regan's house and harassed the woman until she committed suicide. However, it quickly became apparent that the sheriff's real objective was discovering why Penn had been riding shotgun in Sheriff Dennis's cruiser during the drug raids. Caitlin only smiled and asked whether Sheriff Byrd planned to make a similar sweep of Adams County. Bristling, Byrd declared that Adams County had no significant meth problem, which was ridiculous, since only the river separated Natchez from Concordia Parish, and traffic flowed over the twin bridges 24 hours a day. Caitlin only smiled and kept pressing him. After Byrd realized she wasn't going to give him anything on Penn, he began questioning her about the stories in the morning edition of the Examiner. Byrd was obviously accustomed to women deferring to him, so Caitlin played the game, hoping to discover how much or how little he knew by way of his inept questioning. The risk was negligible. Fooling Billy Byrd was child's play compared to dealing with Kaiser. 90 seconds of back and forth told her that Byrd knew nothing of the real situation, and she was trying to think of a way to gracefully extricate herself from his office when his cell phone rang. He held the phone away from him and squinted at its LCD, then took the call. After listening for a few seconds, he turned pale and sat up straight. "How many?" he asked, his face darkening. Caitlin took the opportunity to check her cell phone, which she'd silenced before entering Byrd's office. The last text message was from Penn. It read, "Disaster at the warehouse. 1 deputy dead, others critical. I'm okay, headed to C Hospital with Dennis." Caitlin felt the blood drain from her face. "Call me as soon as you know more," Sheriff Byrd said, and slammed the phone down on his desk. "What happened?" Caitlin asked, fighting the urge to bolt from the office. Byrd cursed and rubbed his forehead. "Sheriff Dennis just lost a man in an explosion. Looks like a booby-trapped drug warehouse. He's got 3 more men in critical condition, some being airlifted out." "I'm sorry to hear that. I know you'll have a lot to do." Caitlin got to her feet and headed for the door. "Where the hell you think you're going, missy?" "Back to work?" she said, wondering how long it had been since she'd heard that archaic term. "Hold it right there. You haven't answered one damn question I asked, and now people are dying across the river. What the hell is your boyfriend up to over there?" Caitlin turned back to the red-faced sheriff. "Helping Sheriff Dennis do his duty. At least on that side of the river they have a sheriff who knows his duty, not one who wastes his time playing games with the law." "I'm not playing any damn game." She walked back to his desk and spoke with cold conviction. "Bullshit. You and Shad Johnson are using the law to settle your personal scores. Penn thrashed Shad in court and an election, and Tom helped your first wife get away from your beatings. You and Shad want to punish them for that." Caitlin nodded for emphasis. "Tell me I'm wrong." Byrd blinked like a man confronting some animal he'd never seen before. Then his expression hardened, and he got to his feet. "You have no idea how much trouble you're biting off." "I know you're a big man in this county. You've got an army of deputies, your own private crime lab, your jail, and I'm just a newspaper publisher. Nothing to be afraid of, right? But you forgot one thing. Yours is an elected position. The voters put you behind that desk, and they can snatch you right back out of here. My father owns 27 newspapers across the Southeast, and I—" Caitlin jerked back as Byrd came around the desk, his bloodshot eyes blazing. "You sassy bitch! I don't care how much money your old man's got. I run this county, and you're about to find that out." "You're right about one thing," she said evenly. "I can be a bitch. And up till now, I haven't taken much interest in you. But that's about to change. There's a reporter who works for one of our papers in Alabama, a 25-year-old black girl named Keisha Harvin. Last night, Keisha told her boss she was taking her vacation, then drove all night to get here so she could work on the Double Eagle case. I trained that girl, Sheriff, and she is hungry." Byrd snorted in apparent derision, so Caitlin gave him the rest of it. "I'm going to feed you to Keisha Harvin, Sheriff. She's going to crawl so far up your butt, you'll feel like you've had a week-long colonoscopy. Then I'm going to post the results of her investigation for everyone to see. The next time you go to a meeting of the Mississippi Sheriff's Association, your oldest buddy won't walk within 20 feet of you. Any plans you have for re-election will be as dead as that deputy across the river. Am I making myself clear? Or do you want to harass me some more?" Sheriff Byrd aimed his finger at her like a pistol and spoke softly, but with implacable malice.
"Listen to me, hon. Sometime in the next few hours, I'm going to hear one of two things. Either Tom Cage was shot, or he's on his way to my jail. You'd better hope it's the first one, because if he winds up in my jail, you're going to come back here and beg me to go easy on him. Then you'll find out how things really work in this county."
Byrd's mention of Tom's plight had shaken her, but Caitlin pressed down her fears. "Oh, I think everybody knows that already, and they're sick of it." Byrd's face went purple, but he made no move to arrest her when she turned and reached for the doorknob.
"You'll be back," he said with certainty, "and you'll be begging."
Caitlin opened the door and went out, her heart in her throat. Tom awakened with a desperate need to urinate, but when he opened his eyes, he had no idea where he was or how to find a bathroom. Only when he saw a large framed portrait of Doris Avery did he remember that he was inside Quentin's house, sleeping on the sofa. The heavy curtains had been drawn, but daylight leaked through at the edges. Tom tried to raise his arm to look at his watch, but pain knifed from his shoulder to his fingertips. He groaned and dropped his arm. He didn't think he could get to his feet, much less make it to the bathroom. After the pain receded, he looked toward his legs. Someone had laid a quilt over him during the night, Doris, he was sure, and a glass of water stood on the coffee table within reach of his right hand. 3 pill bottles stood beside the water glass. As carefully as he could, Tom extended his right hand and pulled the water glass across the open space and leaned it against his hip. Then he pulled the pill bottles near. One held Cipro, and he swallowed one of the big white pills. Another held Vicodin, which he'd prescribed for Quentin 1 month earlier, according to the label. The third bottle held nitro tablets, but only 3, which would not last him long under his present stress load. Tom chewed up a Vicodin despite the bitter taste, then swallowed the fragments. Then he picked up the water glass and drank steadily until it was empty. Looking once around the large living room, he slid the glass under the quilt and unzipped his fly. After several surgeries, Tom was an old hand at using a urinal, and a tall glass was close enough. After he'd finished, he set the glass on the floor and fell back on the sofa, his back and shoulder seething with pain. As he stared at the vaulted ceiling, he remembered he was supposed to text Walt a message that he'd reached safety, and also pass on his location. A coded message, he recalled. The problem was, he was supposed to get a new burn phone before he sent it. Given the 2 alternatives, taking a chance that someone had discovered the numbers of their burn phones, or Walt wondering if the hitman in Tom's back seat had killed him, Tom decided to split the difference. Without pencil or paper ready to hand, he closed his eyes and thought of the simplest message he could send that would allay Walt's fears. He finally settled on, "Safe. Loke to follow after new phone." Once he had that, he popped the flimsy back off his cell phone and removed the SIM card, then switched on the phone. While it tried in vain to make contact with a nearby tower, he began to key in the message. 1 letter at a time, he converted each to its alphabetical number, then, as Walt had instructed, multiplied those numbers by the number of soldiers who had died in the ambulance outside Chosin, which was 7. Shutting his mind against the memories of that night, Tom did the math in his head, then entered the digits on the tiny keypad, putting a hyphen between each one.
After the message was entered, he reinserted the SIM card and waited for the phone to connect to a tower. As soon as it did, he pressed send. When the LCD read "Message sent," he killed the phone again, then removed the battery and dropped the pieces on the floor beside the couch. These actions had utterly expended his energy. He felt lightheaded enough that he worried about his blood sugar, but he hadn't the equipment to check it. He thought about calling out for Quentin, who was diabetic, but Quentin and Doris were probably still asleep. For a few seconds, Tom saw an image of the would-be killer he'd abandoned in the dark cotton field last night. The anger in the man's features, the childlike desolation in his eyes. Had that man reached Forrest Knox yet? Had he even tried? Or had he feared the punishment for failure so much that he'd simply run for his life? "Time will tell," Tom muttered. Then he slid back on the couch and slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 20. The Concordia Hospital emergency room is a babel of frightened wives, wailing children, and deputies so furious they're ready to kill someone, anyone who might have played a part in the warehouse explosion. In the wake of that lethal blast, the most the hospital could do was try to stabilize the injured deputies and evacuate them to the nearest urban hospitals via helicopter. Walker Dennis has been circulating among the families of his men, doing what he can to instill calm, but it's a tough job with one deputy dead and at least one other barely clinging to life. I can't help but think of last night when an unknown sniper killed Henry Sexton's girlfriend just down the hall from this ER and came close to killing Henry himself. Walker is standing in the door of one of the treatment rooms, comforting the sons of one of his less seriously injured men. I'm trying to decide how long I should hang around when Special Agent John Kaiser marches through the main ER doors, scans the area, then homes in on me. "What in God's name possessed you to do something this stupid?" he asks, taking little care to keep his voice low. "We obviously didn't believe it was stupid," I counter, motioning for him to quiet down. "I told you last night how risky this kind of attack would be, and pointless." "We didn't attack anybody. Sheriff Dennis simply enforced the law, which has been a neglected practice in this parish of late." Kaiser glances at Dennis, whose back is to him, then looks back at me. "Oh, bullshit. You hit the Knoxes, and they hit you back. Nothing surprising about that." I'd bet money Forrest Knox was surprised this morning. Kaiser shakes his head in exasperation. "Do you realize I had the director sold on a massive search of the Lussahatchee Swamp? He was talking to the Mississippi National Guard commander and the sheriff of Lussahatchee County. He'd even contacted Dwight Stone to consult about the 1964 search. If you hadn't started this fiasco, we might have found the bone tree by sundown today. We might have had Jimmy Revels's and Pookie Wilson's remains, but now there's no way I can leave to run that effort. I'm stuck doing damage control, only this time the damage is so great, I don't know if it's fixable." "We're not your problem, John. You're working a massive case that could take months or years. We're going after some drug dealers and crooked cops. It's that simple." "More bullshit. You're going after the same targets I am, only you're doing it in the stupidest possible way." My temper's starting to rise, which tells me Kaiser might be taking his life into his hands if any of the nearby deputies are listening. "We're taking the shortest distance between 2 points, which in my experience is a good strategy. Besides, after last night's conversation, I thought you were after Carlos Marcello, not the Knoxes." At last, Kaiser lowers his voice to an angry whisper. "I told you I was after Forrest Knox. It's all the same case anyway." Before the FBI agent can vent more fury, Sheriff Dennis walks over from the treatment room. "Can I help you, Agent Kaiser?" Kaiser manages to rein in his anger slightly. "I'm sorry for what happened to your men, Sheriff, but I have to ask, what did you really hope to accomplish with these raids?" Dennis squares his shoulders like a man preparing for a fight.
Aside from upholding the law and protecting the people of this parish?
You've confiscated some precursor chemicals, and you've got a truckload of low-level perps locked up. Do you really think they're going to give up the double eagles? Do you think they even know anything worth giving up? Walker gives a surprisingly calm shrug.
Since they're facing mandatory minimums, I'd say there's a good chance that one or more will talk.
Kaiser shakes his head. You have no idea what you're up against, Sheriff. The punks you arrested this morning don't know enough to jail one double eagle, and they don't know jack shit about Forrest Knox.
I reckon we'll see, Dennis drawls. But I'm betting at least one of them knows more than you think.
Bad bet, Sheriff. John, I cut in, hoping to prevent further escalation. I don't think we're going to find much common ground this morning. You ought to think about vacating the premises. Some of these deputies are in a highly irritable state of mind.
I'll go you one better,
Dennis says aggressively. I'm going to call in the double eagles for questioning today. The FBI agent clearly can't believe his ears. You mean get warrants for their arrest?
No, Walker says. Just ask him nicely to come in for a chat.
Kaiser actually laughs. How are you going to contact them? Dennis shrugs again.
It's a small parish. I'll figure a way. If they've got nothing to hide, they shouldn't mind coming in.
I'll save you the trouble, Sheriff. Snake Knox and Sonny Thornfield are in Texas at Billy Knox's fishing camp. It's on the Toledo Bend Reservoir, and they won't come back here to talk to you no matter how nicely you ask them, especially after this morning, because they do have plenty to hide. Sheriff Dennis works his lower lip around his dip of snuff.
Well, I reckon I'll ask anyway. Can't hurt none.
You're wrong, Kaiser says in a grave voice. If all you guys were doing was jumping the gun on a drug case, I'd shut up and go back to New Orleans. But you're throwing a wrench into one of the biggest conspiracy cases the Bureau's ever been involved with, and I can't stand by while you do it. Dennis cuts his eyes at me, but I offer nothing.
You want to explain that statement?
When Kaiser doesn't answer, I say, our junior G-man thinks he's working the JFK assassination. Dennis's eyes narrow. After squinting at Kaiser for 15 seconds, he says,
Why not the Lindbergh baby?
Kaiser angrily shakes his head. What you guys don't know. Jesus.
Do you see what's going on in this parish?
Walker asks, waving his hand to take in his casualties and their families.
I've got good men down and one dead. Bastards who murdered people 40 years ago still killing people today, and they've got their kids helping them. When I saw you draining the Jericho hole yesterday, I figured we were on the same side, but it's starting to look to me like you're just in the way.
That's because you've got blinders on, Kaiser says, not the slightest bit intimidated. Penn, could I speak to you alone? I don't think so. We're in Sheriff Dennis's jurisdiction. I'm just the mayor of Natchez, as you reminded me last night, and I'm not really interested in the Kennedy assassination right now. No? Kaiser lowers his voice again. What if I told you that one of the rifles we took out of the ruins of Brodie Royal's house was a 6.58 millimeter Mannlicher Carcano, just like the rifle Oswald fired from the Texas Book Depository? It's the exact variant, 40.5 inches long. I think about this for a few seconds. I'd say you found yourself a replica that Brodie bought to add to his little collection, like a model of the Starship Enterprise. That Carcano's no replica. It's a genuine Italian surplus war rifle that was probably made within a few months of the one Oswald bought through the mail in 1962. Does it have a serial number? It does. It also has fingerprints on it. How is that possible? The fire would have... This rifle wasn't in Royal's basement. Kaiser's eyes shine with triumph. We found it in a gun safe in the old man's study on the main floor of the house. Everything in that safe was in pristine condition. Agents from our legate in Rome have contacted the Italian government to trace the records. The odds are that Royal's rifle was shipped to the U.S. for retail sale like most of the other Carcano surplus in the 50s. Great, but I'm not interested. Pen, how sure are you about the type of rifles you saw in that special display case? To my surprise, Sheriff Dennis seems to be listening closely. I know neither was a Mannlicher Carcano, I tell Kaiser. Any Texas prosecutor has talked to enough JFK conspiracy nuts to know what Oswald's rifle looked like. The Carcano has an extended trigger housing and a forestock that nearly reaches the end of the barrel. It's basically a crappy weapon. The rifles I saw in that display case were expensive hunting rifles with quality scopes. Surely you've identified them by now. We think so, but let's double-check. Kaiser pulls a folded piece of paper from his back pocket and shoves it at me. Have a look and see if you can ID the 2 rifles you saw in that case. While Dennis stares with knitted brows, I take the inkjet-printed sheet. It shows a column of 8 rifles in full color and good resolution. At first, they look very similar, but the closer I study them, the more differences I see. I'm pretty sure this is the one that had the MLK date under it, I say, pointing to a lever-action hunting rifle. What is it? Winchester Model 70, says Kaiser. Classic sniper rifle. What about the one dated November 22nd? After narrowing the remaining weapons down to 2, I point at the one that looks most like the image from my memory. This one. Kaiser gives a half smile. Right both times. That's a Remington Model 700. A hot load in that rifle drives a bullet close to 4,000 feet per second, depending on the caliber. Perfect for the Kennedy headshot. And that's one of the rifles we found. Minus the incinerated wooden parts, of course. Then why the hell are you making such a fuss about the Mannlicher Carcano from Royal Study? Because it raises so many questions, and if I'm right, it's going to connect the Royal Knox Marcello group directly to Oswald and Dallas. I'll bet you any amount of money that the final shipping destination of that rifle was Louisiana, Mississippi, or Texas. I told you, John. Not interested.
Hold up a second,
says Sheriff Dennis, his eyes on Kaiser.
Are you saying Brodie Royal had something to do with the assassination of President Kennedy?
I am, but that's confidential case information, Sheriff. And not just Brodie Royal.
Who else? The Knoxes?
Kaiser shakes his head. I shouldn't say more at this time. He thinks the Knoxes and Carlos Marcello had a hand in it, I say. Crime of the century. Kaiser glares at me, but Sheriff Dennis is studying the FBI agent intently.
You're serious, aren't you?
Do I look like a joker to you, Sheriff?
No, sir, you don't. And I know a little bit about the Marcello clan. If you really believe you can solve the Kennedy case, I can respect that. But you've got to grant me the same courtesy. You probably don't know it, but I lost a cousin to these bastards in a drug buy gone bad a couple of years back. A dirty cop killed him. And Forrest Knox covered for that bastard. I mean to make those Knoxes pay, you hear? We've put up with their crap for too long in this parish. I drew the line this morning, and there's no going back. So I wish you well with your work. If there's any way I can help you with your case, I will, but I won't stop my own work on the Double Eagles. And you'd do well not to try to interfere. Okay?
Sheriff Dennis doesn't wait for an answer. He turns and walks back through the door to the treatment room where one of the deputy's sons is crying.
Small-town sheriffs,
Kaiser mutters. Didn't I hear you started out as one? He gives another exasperated sigh. We're moving forward, John. You can either get in the game with us or sit on the sidelines and watch. Either way, Forrest Knox is going to feel the heat. Kaiser steps close to me.
If you keep pushing Forrest and Snake and the others, this morning's casualties won't be anything but a warm-up for the main event. Take a word of advice, Penn. Hide your family in a deep hole because there's nothing Forrest won't do to stop you.
In my mind, I see Annie and my mother looking worriedly after me as I left Edelweiss and headed out to the car. I'll do that. Kaiser turns without another word and walks toward the exit. Before he passes through, he turns back and says, "Let me know if Dennis gets an answer from the Double Eagles on that voluntary questioning." "I thought you said there was no chance." "Yeah, well, this is Louisiana. Crazier things have happened." He shakes his head miserably, then walks out. I follow Walker into the treatment room and find him sitting with the two young boys. Their wounded father is wearing an oxygen mask over his mouth. Walker is holding the hand of one of the boys. His face is wet and his big neck is bright red. With embarrassment, I realize that the wife is saying a prayer beside the bed. I bow my head. After she finishes, Walker rises and leads me back to the main ER area. "How are you going to contact the Eagles?" I ask him.
"I'm going to call Claude Devereaux, their lawyer. That Cajun bastard has always been too slick for his own good. If he doesn't cooperate, I'm going to find a way to lock him in the trap with the rest of them."
This is actually a good idea. Kaiser's probably right about Snake and Sonny being in Texas. Surely Devereaux will tell them to stay put.
If they stay in Texas, that tells us something, doesn't it? Meanwhile, I'll be grinding away at the punks we brought in this morning. Sooner or later, one of them's going to want to trade something.
You want me to help you with the questioning?
Not after what happened at that warehouse. Too many people will be watching me. You steer clear for today. If somebody decides to flip on a Double Eagle, I'll call you. Fair enough?
Yeah. I need to tighten up my family security anyway, and I've got a huge backlog of work at City Hall. I'm sorry again about your men. I start to leave, but Walker takes hold of my arm, then steps even closer, his eyes hard on mine.
How come you didn't tell me about that JFK angle?
Because it's just a pig trail. Even if Kaiser is onto something with that rifle, it's ancient history. Dennis clucks his tongue twice.
Murder's never ancient history, Penn, you know that. And that one caused more harm than most. A lot more. If there's a chance of finding out who really killed the president that day in Dallas, or why, I'm all for it. I'll do anything I can to help.
I hear you, Walker. The sheriff lowers his big head another inch.
Don't keep anything else from me, okay?
I won't. After a long moment, he nods, then walks back to his injured deputy's cubicle. Small-town sheriffs, I say silently. Jesus. Chapter 21. Walt Garrity had been staking out Forrest Knox's house since before dawn, and he was tired of waiting. Knox's wife was asleep inside, which prevented an immediate search, and there was also a large pit bull penned in the backyard. Forrest himself had driven from Valhalla to Baton Rouge at about 5 a.m., and Walt had followed the whole journey on the GPS tracking scope McKeever had given him. The new toy was nice, but Walt was worried that his target intended to sleep the morning away. That might seem improbable to some people given the present situation, but in Walt's experience, career criminals often possessed the ability to sleep through anything. As Walt cruised past Knox's well-tended ranch house, his burn phone pinged. Picking up the track phone, he saw a text message from Tom. The message contained only a sequence of numbers as Walt had instructed him to use, but the mere sight of those numbers relieved some of the strain Walt had been suffering since he'd heard Tom had a hitman tied up in his back seat. Pulling out of the affluent neighborhood, which stood less than a mile from the university, Walt turned into a service station and parked near the car wash. He felt reasonably secure in the truck since he'd stolen a new plate from a similar model in a Lowe's parking lot. Satisfied that no one was watching, he took a notepad from his bag and began decoding Tom's message. A minute later he read the words, "Safe. Loc to follow aft get new phone." He wished Tom had gone ahead and given him his location, but his old friend was wisely waiting until he had a 100% secure telephone. Taking one of Tom's cigars from his shirt pocket, Walt lit the expensive beast, then settled back in his seat and watched the entrance to the quaint little haven that sheltered the most dangerous cop in the state. Forrest Knox sat at the Dell computer in his home office, working on notes for the press conference he would call at noon. Inkjet printouts of child pornography pulled from Colonel McKeever's work computer lay spread on the right side of his desk. Forrest should have been at headquarters by now, but something was nagging at him down deep. The obvious problems were bad enough. Henry Sexton's death had triggered a media storm, and Caitlin Masters' newspaper coverage had only magnified it. Today's online edition of the Examiner hovered just behind the Word document containing Forrest's notes for the press conference. Thankfully, Masters had focused primarily on Royal and the Double Eagles and stopped short of accusing Forrest of anything. But that wouldn't last. What had kept him at home were the 2 phone calls he'd received a half-hour earlier. The first was from a contact he had in the New Orleans federal court. The woman hadn't identified herself, but she hadn't needed to. She simply told Forrest that the FBI had filed national security letters requesting the phone and email records on Forrest Knox, Alphonse Ozen, and 2 other officers in the Criminal Investigations Bureau. Forrest had hung up without a word, but he couldn't pretend the call hadn't rattled him. Had he not had that contact, he would never even have known the Bureau was digging into his past. Before he could fully process this news, the second call had come, the one from one of the wealthiest developers planning the post-Katrina transformation of New Orleans. Brodie Royal's death, and the scandal brewing in its wake, had hit those multimillionaires where they lived, and their answering message to Forrest was clear: get McKeever out of his job ASAP and tamp down the trouble in Concordia Parish by any means necessary. If he couldn't, their support for him would evaporate like smoke. A loud barking from behind the house startled Forrest. Traveler, his pit bull, was letting him know he was running late. Forrest forced himself to ignore the dog and focus on the Word document. He was glad when his encrypted phone distracted him from the computer screen. "What is it?" he said, reading a sentence that needed to be a lot better than it was. "McKeever's back home," Ozen informed him. "About 10 minutes now." "Any idea where he's been?" "Nope." "I should have had him followed from New Orleans." "Spilled milk, boss. You think he'll go into HQ today?" "I wouldn't." Forrest glanced down at the naked little boy on his desk. "He's a proud old bastard," Ozen said. "He's liable to go over to the governor's office to personally hand in his resignation." "She's ready to accept it." "What about your press conference?" Forrest suddenly knew what he was going to do. "I've changed my mind about that." "What do you mean? You going to wait? Give him the full 48 hours? "No, I'm going to leak the full story." "Who you going to give it to?" "Don't worry about that. Just call me when you hear it circulating." "Got it." "No word on Dr. Cage?" "Negative. Bermuda fucking Triangle." Forrest grunted. "Keep looking. Out." He pressed end, then deleted the document he'd been writing. Taking his regular cell phone from his pocket, he called a former vice detective he'd partnered with long ago. The man answered after 3 rings. "Yo, Colonel, you the boss yet?" "Not quite. Are you still tight with that woman at the Advocate?" "Sure."
And the TV station, WAFB? You know me, finger on the pulse. I know the pulse that finger likes to take.
The detective barked a laugh.
I ain't changed, partner. Who does?
You want me to pass something on?
Yeah, but not on the phone. I'll give you an envelope.
Sounds dangerous.
You won't believe it when you see it.
Who's the target?
The cowboy colonel.
The detective was silent for a moment. Sounds like I'm doing you a real service.
You know I'm big on gratitude.
That I do, old buddy. How about one of those weekend hunting trips with the Diabolitos and whores included?
Do this, and you're comped.
Oh, hell yeah. Where's the handoff? Forrest thought about it.
How about the Home Depot parking lot, College Drive? I'll be in my cruiser, 20 minutes.
That's quick, but I can make it. Can't wait to see it. Forrest heard the floor creak behind him, then a sharp scream. He knew without turning that his wife had made the sound, but it took him a moment to realize why. When he did, he swept the photos on his desk into the top drawer. His wife was accustomed to seeing grisly crime scene photos, but the kiddie porn that Ozen and some of the guys in Vice had pulled off a server in the Netherlands was truly sickening. "What was that?" his wife gasped.
"A case," he said gruffly.
"I don't want that in our house." He looked up at the woman who knew his own proclivities about as well as any woman who still walked the earth. But even for someone of her experience and disillusionment, those photos were beyond the pale.
"I don't either," he said.
"Why do you have them?" Forrest decided to test his strategy.
Tech Division pulled these off Colonel McKeever's computer. He's been downloading them at work for months.
His wife's hand flew to her mouth. "I don't believe it. Griffith McKeever?" He nodded once, watching her closely. "Dear Lord." She shook her head as though she could never accept the idea, but then she said, "I guess you never know anybody, do you?" Forrest shook his head, but he was smiling inside.
Keep walking,
Walt told himself, moving steadily up the street with his picklocks nestled in his inside jacket pocket. Straight and steady, like an old man out for a constitutional. Knox had left the neighborhood first, his wife about 5 minutes later, but the most welcome sight had been the silhouette of the pit bull in the back seat of the state police cruiser. Given this gift from the gods, Walt had decided that the best tactic would be to simply walk along the street with a normal gait, then turn up Knox's driveway as though he were a meter reader or repairman. McKeever had assured him that no call from Knox's home security system would alert anyone. It was wired directly to state police headquarters, and Mac had assigned his nephew to disable the connection through the departmental computer system. Knox's driveway was 15 feet ahead. Walt emptied his mind of doubt, then turned and walked up into the carport, through the picket gate in the breezeway, and into the domain of the now absent Pitbull. He was an old hand at B&Es, and French doors were particularly easy. With the alarm system neutralized, the dog was the only thing that could have complicated his entry. Hearing no alarm, he unlocked the door and moved quickly inside. Walt's initial plan had been to search the house itself, then try to break into Knox's home computer. But as he passed the door of what appeared to be a home office, he saw something he never expected. The computer screen glowing softly, a Microsoft Word document showing. Charging across the room, he stabbed the keyboard to keep the screensaver from popping up. If it did, a password would almost certainly be required to re-access the computer. As he stood there panting, he wondered at his good fortune. Surely Knox had not left his computer unprotected. The wife, he thought. His wife must have used the computer right after he left. Tensing, Walt minimized Word and checked to make sure he wasn't logged on to the wife's account, but no. The account name was NBF Knox. Nathan Bedford Forrest, Walt said softly. Who's your daddy, asshole? He sat down and began working through Knox's file directory. His folders contained the usual stuff: work letters, tax records, to-do lists. Walt wanted to go through the emails, but Knox's Gmail account required a password. Conscious that the wife might come back at any time, Walt moved on and searched for all images stored on the hard drive. Knox only had a couple of hundred photos on the computer, and Walt didn't see anything that looked suspicious. There was some pornography, but it was typical heterosexual fare. Moving on, Walt searched for video files. This yielded more interesting results. Knox had quite a few videos that appeared to be training films for state troopers, familiar stuff to Walt. Many dealt with shooting techniques, while others depicted SWAT instructors clearing buildings during hostage situations. Walt was nearing the end of the list when a video that looked very different expanded to fill the screen. The grainy image showed an open dirt field with a line of trees in the distance. After about 5 seconds, 2 horses with men on their backs galloped into the frame. The men carried long spears, and they spurred their horses toward a black blob in the middle of the field. Suddenly, the blob disintegrated into several animals racing in different directions. Hogs, Walt thought. 2 more horsemen galloped on screen with smaller blurs running at their flanks. Dogs. From the motion of the dogs, he guessed they were pit bulls or blackmouth curs. Real hog hunters put vests on their dogs so the boars wouldn't rip their guts out. One good rip with those tusks could easily eviscerate a dog. Walt had seen it. The 4 horsemen quickly singled out the largest hog and, with the help of the dogs, began trying to hem it in. After several feints and charges that dropped one smaller dog, the big razorback cut between 2 horses and broke for the tree line. Just as Walt thought the hog might make it, another horseman charged from the trees and with expert skill forced the hog to check its momentum and turn 180 degrees. By then, the other horses were closing in. When the hog turned and began slashing at the dogs with its tusks, the 5th horseman drove his spear down into its ridged back, between the shoulder blades, like a matador finishing off a bull. The razorback staggered, took a few steps, then collapsed and lay still as a boulder. The dogs went mad, circling the kill, but the men only climbed leisurely off their horses and shook hands with one another. Drawing back a couple of inches, Walt squinted at the man who had killed the hog. Despite the graininess of the image, he was pretty sure that man was Forrest Knox. Walt nodded slowly, recognizing that they were up against a certain kind of man. There was nothing illegal about hunting hogs with spears. Some crazy sons of bitches hunted them with knives, leaping out of trees to make the kill. From somewhere deep in his memory, the word atlatl rose in Walt's mind. That was what the old-time hunters called the tool that normally hurled the spear Knox had used during the hunt. He clicked on the last video in the folder. Compared to the hunting footage, the final video was about as exciting as a television test pattern. It showed a small house in the dark, and it appeared to have been shot through a telephoto lens. Unlike the hunting film, this video had sound. Walt heard human breathing, as if the man shooting the film was breathing right into the microphone. As Walt stared at the screen, he noticed it was raining. Unlike Hollywood rain, these drops were difficult to see. Nothing else happened. The rain continued to fall, and the cameraman kept breathing. Just as Walt was about to switch off the video, he realized that there were numerical markings superimposed over the scene. They were range markings. While he tried to figure this out, the front door of the little house opened, and 3 young black men walked out.
Two were carrying a box, while the third carried a semi-automatic rifle, a CAR-15. As the men walked, Walt realized there was water lapping around their feet. "What the hell?" "Target visible," said a voice with a Cajun accent, and Walt nearly jumped out of his skin. 221 meters. "Acquiring," said a second voice as cool as a fighter pilot's. "Target acquired." On screen, the three black men, oblivious to the camera, moved toward an SUV parked next to the house. The one with the carbine unlocked the rear hatch of the SUV. Walt recognized a high-tech scale sitting on the box in the other men's hands, the kind of scale used by high-volume drug dealers. "Cleared to engage," said a third voice. "Engage when ready." The breathing stopped. The flat crack of a supersonic bullet told Walt that a rifle had been fired. A silencer had muted the muzzle blast, but the exploding head on screen relegated that thought to something he would only recall later. "Reacquiring," said the shooter. "Fire at will," said the second voice. The two young men carrying the box had whipped their heads around at the sound of the crack, but they had no idea what had happened. By the time they looked down and saw their companion lying face down in the water, the shooter had fired again. A second man shuddered, then staggered back and fell into the black water. The third man dropped his end of the box and ran for the driver's door of the SUV. Walt expected a flurry of shots, but none came. The SUV backed up with frantic speed. As the driver stopped to shift from reverse into drive, a third bullet shattered his window and blasted half his head across the passenger seat. "Target's neutralized," said the emotionless voice. 30 points, said the third voice. "Outstanding." The picture froze, and the sound stopped. Walt sat staring at the screen, his heart pumping like a fist squeezing his trachea. What had he just seen? His gut told him military or police snipers operating during Hurricane Katrina, but he had no way to be sure. As his mind whirled in confusion, he heard a noise from the interior of the house. Reaching down through the neck of his shirt, he pulled out the leather thong that held his derringer around his neck. Then he moved quickly into the hall. He heard the noise again, a loud clunk that he now recognized as the sound of an ice maker. "Fuck," he breathed, going back into Knox's office. Taking his seat again, he rifled through Knox's drawers in search of a flash drive. In the third drawer, he hit pay dirt. A half-dozen thumb drives lay in a pile of old pens, yellow highlighters, and other office junk. Walt suppressed the urge to pocket them all and instead inserted an orange one into the USB slot on the Dell. A minute later, he had a copy of the sniping video. He copied the hog hunting video for good measure, then pocketed the flash drive and carefully replaced everything on the desk as he'd found it. He was walking to the hall door when he heard a car engine on the street outside. The car seemed to slow near the Knox driveway, leaving Walt frozen like a statue in a cemetery, not daring to breathe. "I'm too old for this shit," he thought. By the time the car drove on, Walt had abandoned his plan to search the house. He needed to get that video to a safe place before fate intervened and made it something the police found in a pocket on his corpse. As he made his way back to the French doors that led to the patio, his derringer in his hand, a breathtaking inspiration struck him. A smile stretched his mouth. "I'm holding the gun I used to kill Trooper Darrell Dunn. The murder weapon. Ballistics can prove it. How perfect would it be for that weapon to be found hidden in the home of Lieutenant Colonel Forrest Knox?" Walt stopped walking and looked around for a place to hide the gun. Chapter 22.
Caitlin had hoped to find Kaiser gone when she returned from Sheriff Bird's office, but as she pulled into the employee's lot, she saw his black Crown Victoria parked against the wall. Pulling around the building, she parked in the visitor's lot and headed for the front door. As she passed through it, she came upon some sort of altercation between a haggard-looking woman of about 75 and Jackie Cullen, the paper's receptionist. Jackie gave Caitlin a quick shake of her head as though she should hurry past, but before Caitlin could manage it, she heard the overwrought woman say that no one but Caitlin Masters could possibly help her, and she wasn't leaving what she'd brought with anyone else. Something plaintive in the woman's tone made Caitlin pause. Without taking time to think, she said, "Maybe I can help you, ma'am. What is it you need to see Ms. Masters about?" "Oh, for God's sake," the old woman said, whirling on her. As soon as the frustrated eyes lit on Caitlin's face, they changed. "You're her," she said, her face softening. "Aren't you?" The old woman hadn't a dab of makeup on her wrinkled face, and she was clutching a manila envelope to her chest like it held the deed to her ancestral home. She looked like nothing so much as a woman from one of Dorothea Lange's photographs from the 1930s, a Dust Bowl wife. Caitlin forced a smile and said, "I am. And you are?" The woman closed her eyes and wavered on her feet as though about to collapse. Then Caitlin saw tears trickle from the corners of her eyes. "Virginia Sexton," said the woman. "I'm Henry's mother." Caitlin froze for a second, then rushed forward and put her arms around Mrs. Sexton to support her. The receptionist's mouth dropped open, but Caitlin didn't bother to explain. She was scanning the newsroom behind Jackie, searching for FBI agents. Seeing none, she took Mrs. Sexton by the wrist and led her into the nearby advertising office, which was about the only room John Kaiser was unlikely to enter. "I need the room," Caitlin said to the two salespeople sitting in the office. "Don't tell anybody I'm in the building, and tell Jackie to say she hasn't seen me. Got it?" The younger of the two women nodded as she left the office. "I'm so sorry you had to wait," Caitlin apologized, leading Mrs. Sexton to a rather uncomfortable chair. "We get a lot of cranks demanding to see me or the editor, so the receptionist is overly cautious." "I understand," said Mrs. Sexton, breathing too fast. "You can imagine what kind of nuts showed up at the Beacon to give Henry an earful." Caitlin smiled and nodded, but she felt tears on her own cheeks. For the 1,000th time, she saw Henry disappear into a roaring fireball, giving his life to save hers. "I can," she said, wiping her eyes. "Mrs. Sexton, I have more respect for your son than any reporter I ever met." As the aged eyes took her measure, Caitlin felt the ruthless appraisal of someone who has nothing to gain or lose. Virginia Sexton had already lost everything, and nothing could compensate her for it. "I'm sure you do," said Mrs. Sexton. "I tried to warn him, you know. 2-3 times a week I'd try to talk him into letting go of all that history and just getting on with life. But he couldn't turn it loose. He was like a loggerhead snapping turtle. Stubborn, like me. I wouldn't admit it while he was alive, but it's true." Caitlin didn't know what to say, so she simply vocalized what was in her heart. "Mrs. Sexton, Henry gave his life to save mine last night. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. Literally. I feel so guilty about that." The old woman nodded, obviously bereft. "You feel guilty? I took him my car and that shotgun last night. I went to his room and helped him out of that hospital bed, helped him fool the monitors." She dabbed at her eyes, looking away from Caitlin. "I used to be a nurse, you see. So don't blame yourself. If I hadn't done those things, my boy would still be alive." As Caitlin reassured Henry's mother, Her eyes settled on the manila folder, still clutched in the wrinkled hands. "What was it you wanted to see me about?" Mrs. Sexton slowly took the manila envelope away from her chest and set it on her lap. "I haven't been able to sleep since last night. I've been going from room to room, cleaning up. I've always kept Henry's old room pretty much like it was when he was a boy, even though he's a grown man. After his father passed, I never really needed the space, so, well, I don't know. I have some happy memories of the things in that room." "Is that where you found the envelope?" The woman looked down as if she'd already forgotten what she held. "No. Henry had this in his weekend bag at the hospital. It was stuffed under the plastic bottom. I found it when I was unpacking the bag, and I made the mistake of looking inside. It's a letter to you. My first instinct was to go out back and burn it in the trash can." Inwardly, Caitlin shuddered. But Henry wouldn't have wanted that. I know he chose you to carry on his work after they beat him up, so I decided to bring it to you. There's pure evil in this envelope, and no mistake. I don't think you should fool with it. But I imagine you're like my Henry was. You've got to get at the truth of things, even if it kills you. I'm afraid you're right. Caitlin stepped forward and gently lifted the envelope from Mrs. Sexton's hands. The old woman seemed to shrink within her skin when she let go of the paper. However much she hated Henry's work, she understood that giving it up meant giving up the surviving essence of her son. "I'm so sorry for what happened," Caitlin said uselessly, "and I'll never let the world forget what Henry did." Mrs. Sexton shook her head. "Henry didn't care about that. My boy didn't do what he did to see his name in the paper like some." Caitlin's cheeks burned, though she didn't get the feeling the comment had been directed at her. "He just believed everybody deserves the same break. I don't know where he got that idea. Not from his daddy, that's for sure. And I learned a long time ago, if you're going to wait for this world to be fair, you're going to be waiting in the grave." "Yes, ma'am." The old woman started to leave, but Caitlin touched her arm and checked the foyer first to make sure no FBI agents were close. Before she let Mrs. Sexton go, she said, "Did Henry's, partner know about this envelope?" "You mean that Sherry Harden?" Caitlin nodded. "I don't know. She might have brought some of those papers up there to him. I don't know how else he would have got them. But she couldn't have seen the letter. He wrote it after Sherry was shot, and he woke up in the special hospital room. It doesn't matter now, does it? She's beyond doing anything about it. Unless she told Kaiser about the papers before she was killed. But if she had, surely Kaiser would have found them after Henry escaped from the hospital. I suppose I'd better go to her funeral, Mrs. Sexton said, if only for her boy. Do you have any idea when Henry's service will be? I reckon Saturday. We have some people up in Kansas who will probably want to come. I haven't even been to the funeral home yet. For a moment, Caitlin thought the poor woman would finally collapse, but she didn't. Mr. Early told me there's really nothing left of Henry, Mrs. Sexton said softly. Bones and ashes. It's like he was cremated already. Caitlin didn't need to be told this. She'd seen it happen. If there's anything you need done or taken care of, anything at all, please call me. I mean that, Mrs. Sexton. If there's any question of funds, Henry had a little insurance, the old woman said, lifting her chin with pride. I know you mean well, but we're not destitute. We bury our own. Caitlin blushed again, But as soon as Mrs. Sexton left the office, she closed the door and hurried back behind the advertising desk. With Kaiser in the building, the journey to her office was too risky. This office door had no lock, but with FBI agents and techs roaming the newsroom and halls, this was as safe a place as any in the building. Caitlin heard the blood rushing in her ears as she opened the manila envelope and spread its contents across the desk. There were only a few sheets of paper inside. An inkjet-printed photograph grabbed her attention and held it. A craggy-faced man with hollow eyes and cracked, tanned skin stared out at her with unsettling intensity. He reminded her of John Brown, the wild-eyed abolitionist, or maybe Abraham Lincoln without a beard. She turned over the page and saw block letters written in pencil. Elam Knox. After looking once more into the wild eyes, she checked the rest of the pages. One long, folded piece of paper turned out to be a hand-drawn Knox family tree beginning in the late 1800s, an FBI document that looked to be the heavily redacted version of the 302 detailing Jason Abbott's 1972 interview about the Double Eagles and Forrest Knox came next. Then, finally, she found 4 sheets of notepaper covered with Henry's now familiar script, though in this case it looked as though he'd been drunk while he wrote. The first page began, "Dear Caitlin." She centered the letter before her and began to read at lightning speed. "Dear Caitlin, forgive me if I ramble. I'm weaning myself off the pain drugs, but my mind's still foggy. Sherry's dead, and the FBI's put me in an office they converted to a hospital room. But I'm not going to stay here. I've thought a lot about the last 3 days, and either Royal or Forrest Knox had to be behind this attack. I believe it was Royal, and I'm going to confront him tonight. I've sat on the sidelines too long. I don't know if I'll survive the encounter or not, so I'm leaving this for you. John Kaiser came to see me earlier today before you. I trust his motives for the most part, even though he's FBI. He told me some things about the Knox family, which you'll find in a separate note, and I told him most of what Glenn Morehouse told me on Monday, about Jimmy and Luther being murdered as part of a plan by Carlos Marcello to kill RFK, about Brody's part, Frank Knox's death, all of it. Kaiser looked shocked, but when he answered, he shocked me even more. He asked whether I thought Carlos could have hired Frank Knox to kill John F. Kennedy in 1963. As dumb as it may seem to you, I'd never really considered this possibility. You've read my files, so you know that on the day Frank founded the Double Eagles, he talked about killing JFK, RFK, and MLK. It seems obvious now, but at the time Morehouse told me about the RFK plan, I was totally focused on Brody Royal. For so many years I've been working to find out who killed Albert Norris that I missed the bigger picture. Once Kaiser raised the JFK idea, I couldn't stop thinking about it.
The relationship between Frank Knox and Carlos Marcello dated to well before the Bay of Pigs. If Marcello wanted the president dead,
Frank would have been a natural choice, so long as Carlos trusted him. Carlos obviously did, because he went to Frank when he wanted to murder Robert Kennedy in '68. Now we come to the point. Though I suspected Kaiser was right, I didn't tell him any more than I originally had. But I knew more. When Morehouse called me back Monday night, he told me something I didn't even put in my journal. After he told me about the RFK plan, he told me Frank Knox had something on Marcello, something he'd kept as insurance to protect himself in case things ever went bad between them. Remember, Brody used to lend the Double Eagles to Marcello as muscle on Florida real estate deals, so there was a long history there. And it was when I went to New Orleans to check out those deals that somebody sent me the photo with the rifle scope printed over my face. At the time, I figured that was Royal protecting his crooked deals. But now I think he or Forrest was keeping me away from the old conspiracy. When I asked Morehouse what Frank had kept for insurance,
He said it was a letter or document of some kind. Morehouse had seen it once, but he couldn't read it because it was written in a foreign language. Snake once told him it was Russian, but he didn't know for sure. Whatever the paper was, he said, it dealt with something so big that everything else paled in comparison, even the RFK plot. I thought that was bullshit, and I told him so. If there was anything bigger than the RFK plan, nobody would have left any paperwork. Morehouse told me that whatever the paper was, Frank kept it at the Bone Tree so nobody could find it. The night I talked to Morehouse, I made my first and only contact with Toby Rambin, who promised he could take me to the Bone Tree. But at that time, I wasn't thinking about Frank's insurance. I was thinking about all the bodies that might have been dumped at the Bone Tree. Jimmy and Luther, Joe Louis, Pookie. It was only after Kaiser talked to me today that I realized how important Frank's insurance might be and that it must have to do with John Kennedy. You've got Toby Rambin's number now. I was stoned on Dilaudid when I told you about it, but I know you got it, because when I checked my cell phone, I saw you'd changed his last name and number in my contacts list. You've been a naughty girl, but I'm in no position to criticize. I held back a lot from Kaiser myself. If I'm honest, I guess down deep I'm as ambitious as you are. If these pages reach you, then I'm probably not around anymore. If so, take them with my blessing and do what you can to get to the bottom of all this. If Kaiser finds them, I guess that's the second best outcome. I'm tired now, and I've got a journey ahead of me, maybe a fight, too. However it goes, you take care of yourself. Henry. P.S. Don't try to find the Bone Tree alone. You've got too much to live for. Caitlin looked up from the papers, her eyes wet and her heart beating fast. The letter in her hands was a voice from the grave. Henry had felt alive to her as she read his words, but he was not. He was dead, now and forever. He had foreseen the possibility, and he had passed his torch to her. No one else alive knew about Toby Rambin and his offer, and no one else would. Her heart lurched as the door opened and Jackie Cullen stuck her head inside. "Agent Kaiser's looking for you," she said. "I told him I hadn't seen you, but I wouldn't count on privacy for long." "Thanks, Jackie. Go." Caitlin gathered up the pages and photos and slid them back into the envelope. Then she flattened the brass closure tabs, went out into the lobby, and opened the door to the hall that led to her office. She was 10 steps away when John Kaiser came around the corner beyond her door and waved. "You look like you just translated the Rosetta Stone," he said. "Want to let me in on it?" He stopped and waited beside her office door. Flustered speechless, Caitlin went into her office and dropped the folder on her credenza as if it meant nothing, then sat behind her desk. "Everything okay?" Kaiser asked. "Seriously, what's going on?" "Nothing," she said too sharply. "I'm just functioning on zero sleep." "What's in the envelope?" "Business crap, advertising reports. The paper shuffling doesn't stop just because I'm working on the story of a lifetime." "That's for sure," Kaiser said, taking a seat in the chair opposite her. "I've got one of my agents doing nothing but filing reports for the rest of us. A total waste." "What can I do for you?" Caitlin asked. "Have you found my mole?" "No, but we will. I should tell you that the original deleting of files was done by User 23, and that ID belongs to your editor, Jamie Lewis." "Jamie?" "Relax. He didn't do it. He's a rich, liberal Yankee, and I questioned him myself. Somebody hacked into Lewis's intranet account, which I'm pretty sure is well beyond the abilities of your missing press operator, Nick Moore." "Do you have any idea who it could have been?" "Not yet.
It could be an employee, but it could also have been someone who hacked in from outside. You just leave the mole hunt to us. Why don't you go home and grab a nap?
Are you kidding? This town's filling up with reporters so fast that we'll run out of hotel rooms. I'll sleep when this story's finished.
The FBI agent crossed his legs and toyed with a shoelace as if he had all day to sit there. Caitlin shifted uncomfortably in her chair.
What's on your mind, John?
Henry Sexton's journals. She kept her features immobile. I've been watching our tech try to reconstruct your server's drives, which is a bit like watching children try to reconstruct shredded pages one strip at a time. We're making progress and getting a pretty good idea of how the journals lay out. There's just one problem.
What's that?
None of the pages seem to describe any of Henry's work over the past 2 months. I can only conclude that we must be missing a journal.
Caitlin pursed her lips and pretended to think about this.
Did Henry say anything to you about his most recent one? Kaiser asked bluntly.
No,
she answered truthfully. After all, she'd discovered that journal on her own. The moleskin had been in Henry's pocket when he was attacked outside the beacon, and she'd found it in the ashes of the beacon fire later that night. It just seemed to me from reading your stories this morning that you had a lot of detail on the Jimmy Revels case. The RFK plot, all of that.
I've got a good memory.
Kaiser smiled. Also the murder of Pookie Wilson, the crucifixion. Royal told you that happened at the Bone Tree?
That's right.
But he didn't say where the tree was, other than the Lussahatchee Swamp.
It wasn't that kind of conversation.
A thin smile. No, I imagine not. The FBI agent looked at her for a long time without speaking. I spent 7 years in the ISU, Caitlin, what they used to call the Behavioral Science Unit. And this just doesn't add up. Henry Sexton was a creature of habit, like all of us. There has to be a last journal, and it's got to be somewhere. It's too bad that sniper's bullet killed his girlfriend.
Caitlin made a sympathetic noise and blanked her mind. As impossible as it was, she felt strangely sure that if she thought of the slightly scorched moleskin lying atop the tall credenza behind her, Kaiser would see it too, in his mind. As he studied her, she thought, I should be put in jail. I'm like a raging id with a body, no governing conscience at all. Was there anything else? She asked. Kaiser's eyes stayed on hers. She could almost feel the pressure of his gaze. Have you talked to Penn recently? He asked. Only for a second. It sounded pretty bad across the river. Penn's not too happy with me right now, nor I him. We both think each other's priorities are screwed up. Caitlin shrugged. We've all got different agendas. The way of the world, right? Jordan said the same thing. Smart woman. Wait, that was redundant. Kaiser rolled his eyes. I figured I'd see a lot of Jordan today, Caitlin said, fishing. You probably would have if I weren't here. She's a little upset with me right now. He glanced at his watch. She's still a pro, though. She's photographing everyone who shows up at Glenn Morehouse's funeral as we speak. Did you know she's scheduled to go to Cuba tomorrow to photograph the Castro brothers? She mentioned it. She said something about maybe pushing back the trip for a day, which I couldn't believe. Any idea why she'd do that? Caitlin remembered giving Kaiser's wife a backhanded offer of employment, but she never thought the photographer would really consider it. Jordan Glass had multiple Pulitzers in her bag and a Robert Capa Award to boot. Is this story getting that big? She wondered. None. You'd better ask her that. You'll probably see her before I will, Kaiser said. I'm heading out to take care of some other business. I've rented an empty warehouse in Vidalia to use as an evidence storage site.
So much stuff came out of the Jericho hole that we're going to sort, identify, and tag everything we can here, then ship selected pieces to the crime lab in Washington.
Can I send a photographer over for some shots?
Kaiser gave her a wry smile. No, but I'll have Jordan shoot a few snaps for you.
Thanks. And keep your eyes open. I don't think your credentials would stop the Natchez from taking a shot at you.
Kaiser got to his feet. You're right about that. But I'd be a lot more worried if I were Penn or Sheriff Dennis. Or you, he added, giving her a meaningful look. He went to the door, but after he passed through, he turned back and said, Don't try to solve this thing on your own, Caitlin. What you wrote this morning was read by a lot of people, some of whose lives are now at risk because of you. And every one of those bastards knows where you live and work. She nodded as though this were old news to her.
I'll be careful.
Kaiser gave her a casual salute, then walked down the hall. Caitlin desperately wanted to read the rest of the papers inside Mrs. Sexton's envelope, but she opened her top right drawer to put them away until she could be sure Kaiser would not return. A shining new Trio 650 lay inside the drawer. Stuck to the smartphone was a yellow Post-it with a note from Allison Oswald, the advertising salesgirl she'd sent to replace her favorite device.
Here's your new phone. You can find your new number inside. Your security code is the year I came to work here. Enjoy.
Caitlin picked up the gleaming phone and gave it a grateful kiss. At last she had a secure line she could count on, at least for a while. Now she could call Toby Rambin from inside the building and talk to him if she reached him. While the trio powered up and searched for a tower, she thought about Henry's letter. Was it really possible that the bone tree, which the FBI didn't believe existed, concealed evidence of Double Eagle involvement in the assassination of John Kennedy? Henry Sexton had never been a muckraker or sensationalist. On the contrary, his reputation as a serious journalist had been above reproach, and Henry seemed to believe that Morehouse had told him the truth. Of course, Henry had been under the influence of Dilaudid while he wrote that letter. The trio had acquired a tower. Caitlin glanced at her office door, then dialed Toby Rambin's number, which she had memorized, and waited. Yet again it rang in vain, as it had the previous 3 times. She wondered whether Rambin might have fled the state after hearing about Henry's death. She couldn't blame him if he had.
"Come on," she muttered. "Do poachers really work that hard?" How long until Kaiser leaves the building, she wondered. She was dying to take Henry's Bone Tree Journal down from the top credenza. Instead, she removed a page at random from the manila envelope, a piece of hospital stationery. At the top, Henry had written Elam Knox in bold pencil lines. She started to read the tightly packed paragraphs, but a knock at her door made her jump. She shoved Henry's stuff into her drawer, then went to the door. Though she'd expected Kaiser again, she found Jamie Lewis waiting in the hall. "I've got some news," her editor said. "Can I come in?" She backed up and motioned him in. Lewis shut the door behind him. "On the mole?" she whispered. "No, sorry. But something pretty radical just came over the wire. The Baton Rouge Advocate is reporting that a highly credible source inside the State Police Criminal Investigations Bureau is claiming that Colonel Griffith McKeever, the superintendent of state police, has been downloading explicit child pornography onto his work computer for months. There's been no official confirmation, but several politicians are calling for a public investigation, and one state congressman has already demanded McKeever's resignation. Do you think that's related to Dr. Cage's story in any way?" Caitlin thought about it. "It's bound to be. Forrest Knox wants that job, and he's already the chief of the CIB. He's got a certain amount of support across the state, especially in New Orleans. He's also behind the hunt for Dr. Cage, and he's the son of the founder of the Double Eagles. You dig into that, Jamie. Don't give it to somebody else." Before he could reply, another knock sounded at the door. Caitlin rolled her eyes, and Jamie opened the door a crack as though to send the supplicant away. But then, to her surprise, he pulled it wide. Keisha Harvin stood there, her face glowing with vitality, her eyes with quick intelligence. "Have you got a sec?" Keisha asked. "I want to pitch you something." "Take a seat," Caitlin said, beckoning her inside. "Pitch away." As Keisha perched on the edge of the chair across the desk, Caitlin reflected that there was a world of difference between 25 and 35. Harvin wore her hair in a tight, no-nonsense bob, but she still managed to look glamorous. The Alabama native wore practical shoes, yet her jeans were sevens, and her top expensive silk. Caitlin knew from the months she'd spent training Harvin that the reporter pinched her pennies to be able to afford such style. Keisha had always possessed the same fire Caitlin did, the desire to make her mark in her chosen field. But now she seemed driven by an even more powerful passion, the hunger to right a wrong against her people. "Right now, Jamie has me working background on Sheriff Billy Byrd, and that's cool. I get it." Caitlin almost blushed with guilt. She'd texted Jamie to assign Keisha that job on her way back from Byrd's office. "But you really want to work on something else?" Keisha inclined her head. "Which is?" "I've reviewed everything that's been reported so far, and I've talked to the staff about the angles they're working. And given that, it's become clear to me that one part of the story is being completely ignored." "What's that?" "The crime that started it all. The murder of Viola Turner." Caitlin felt her cheeks heat up. She felt shock, anger, embarrassment, and each emotion had hit her on at least 2 levels. Various replies to Harvin's request rose in her throat, but Caitlin clamped her mouth shut before any could escape. Because Keisha was right. Viola's story was being ignored, and there could only be one reason for that. Caitlin's staff had sensed that she'd marked it off-limits. Silently, perhaps, but absolutely. Otherwise, people would have been all over that story. The chief murder suspect in the Viola Turner case was the mayor's father, for God's sake. The problem for her staff was, because Caitlin and Penn were engaged, the mayor was the boss's future husband. It struck Caitlin then that Jamie had known what Keisha was going to say before she walked through the door. He might even have advised her to do it, thinking Caitlin would be reluctant to blast a young black reporter for raising the sensitive subject. Not that it mattered, of course. Now that they'd brought the unpleasant reality to her attention, she could not ignore it. "Okay," she said to Keisha. "How do you want to handle it?" "I'd like to interview Dr. Cage. Obviously, that's not possible at this time, so my first fallback would be to interview Mayor Cage." Caitlin took a deep breath and kept her voice under control. "I honestly don't know if Penn will talk to you. Even though you work for me, he'll probably take the same position he would with any reporter. While his father's life is on the line, he won't discuss it." "Will you at least ask him?" Keisha pressed. God, this girl has balls, Caitlin thought. She wondered if she'd had that kind of courage at 25. Yes, she decided. I did. I'll ask him, she said. But I'd get busy finding a second fallback because I don't think Penn will talk to you. I'm trying to reach Viola Turner's family right now. Who? The sister? And the son, Lincoln Turner. Caitlin's stomach fluttered. She forced a smile, then tapped her hands on the desktop. That sounds like a plan. Anything else, guys? Keisha gave her an emotionless smile. Nope. Thanks. After the reporter went out, Caitlin tried to pretend like nothing unusual had happened, but after a few seconds she gave up. She stood and looked Jamie in the eyes. You set that up, didn't you?
No. Caitlin held the eye contact for a few uncomfortable seconds, then went to her refrigerator for a Mountain Dew. After taking a long drink, she said,
She's right, of course. We have been ignoring the story, and it's no accident. I don't like being a pawn in the political games of Shad Johnson and Billy Byrd, but we have to cover it.
I agree. If we don't, we look biased. She gave a reluctant nod. After another sip of Mountain Dew, she said,
Tom didn't murder Viola, you know.
Of course not, Jamie said, much too quickly.
You'll see. It may take some time, but you'll see.
Jamie sighed as if letting out a long-held breath. I hope you're right, boss. Chapter 23. After leaving the Concordia Hospital, I checked in at City Hall and took stock of the work I'd ignored for the past 3 days. In the face of that, I decided to go over to the district attorney's office and see how the events of the past 24 hours had affected our DA's view of the pending murder prosecution against my father. The TV trucks parked outside the courthouse and DA's office should have told me what to expect. After I brusquely marched through the knot of journalists, Shadrach Johnson made me wait half an hour to see him. And now I wish I hadn't wasted my time. According to Shad, Dad has the same chance of reaching his custody alive as any other cop killer, about 1 in 100. But if he somehow survives, Shad intends to try him for Viola's murder as though the events of the past 3 days have no bearing on that case. The man knows how to hold a grudge. I'll give him that. As I leave the DA's office building, the cold wind brings me wide awake. I trot down the steps through the shouting reporters without a word, turning left towards City Hall, which abuts the southeast face of the courthouse. Just as I think I've cleared the feeding frenzy, someone catches hold of my arm. I whirl in anger, then find myself facing an elderly black woman huddling in a jacket. "Yes, ma'am," I say. "How can I help you?"
"Isabel Handley," she says with a smile. "I want to know when you're going to do something about the schools, Mayor. You got elected saying you were going to fix them, but right now, it's a crying shame how few children who go into the first grade make it through the 12th for graduation. And you've been in office 2 whole years.
The reasons for this state of affairs are both simple and unimaginably complex, and I certainly don't have the resources to go through them on a cold sidewalk. Not today, anyway. But conversations like this one are the daily fare of a mayor.
"I'm talking about the public schools," the woman goes on. "Not the private white schools where the only black kids are football players."
"Yes, ma'am," I say hopelessly. "I'm working as hard as I can on the issue, I promise you."
"If your little girl wasn't in a private school, you'd work harder."
"Mrs. Handley,
You don't have to explain, baby, I understand. But you take a stick to them selectmen and supervisors if you have to. That's what they need. Sometimes I think the schools were better before integration. At least we learned the fundamentals, and we graduated knowing how to read."
There's no point trying to explain that I have no authority over the county supervisors or the State Board of Education. Sometimes I wish I could do exactly what you suggested, Mrs. Handley. Now you'd better get out of this cold, and Merry Christmas to you. At last she smiles.
"You too, Mayor. God bless, and don't pay these reporters no mind."
I look toward the door of City Hall as I move on, hoping to avoid more conversations, but that's too much to ask. This time it's not a journalist or member of my constituency who buttonholes me, but John Kaiser. The FBI agent is sitting on the steps beneath the lamppost, obviously waiting for me. "Don't you have anything better to do?" I ask. "A meeting with Oliver Stone, maybe?" He makes a sour face. "I've got some news for you." My blood quickens, more out of dread than hope. "My father?" "No, the Double Eagles. Leo Spivey is dead." "Who the hell is Leo Spivey?" "The eagle who owned that booby-trapped warehouse. A hotel maid found his body in a room across the river. He appeared to have put a bullet through his own head. The hits just keep on coming.
Was it really suicide?
Fuck no. Knox's goons got him. Sheriff Dennis's men are over there now, working the scene as a homicide. To the best of their abilities, anyway.
Maybe Spivey killed himself rather than be punished by Knox or his buddies. Kaiser shrugs.
Either way, the cause is the same. You and Dennis hit the Knox's drug operations. Soon we'll have bodies piling up everywhere.
I know you wanted everything to keep running nice and smooth while you worked on recruiting a star witness against Forrest, but my dad doesn't have 6 months to wait on you. I start to move past him, but Kaiser stands and blocks my way.
One more bit of news. Our legate agents in Rome tracked down the serial number of the Mannlicher Carcano from Royal's house.
And?
It was shipped into the port of Los Angeles in 1962, one shipment after the lot that contained Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle. Our next stop will be finding the U.S. retailer. That might take a little time, but the director's with us now and we're pushing hard.
The director doesn't think you're nuts?
It's pretty hard to deny physical evidence.
I told you earlier, I'm not interested.
And if we track that rifle to Louisiana?
I turn up my hands in exasperation. What do you want me to say? My only concern right now is my family. If you want to spend your time trying to crack the Kennedy case, have at it.
Do you feel the same way about the murders of Albert Norris, Pookie Wilson, and the others?
We know who killed those guys now, or who ordered the hits anyway. Brody Royal, and he's dead. If you want to nail Snake Knox and the other Eagles, you need to get on our side. Because Walker and I are going to be squeezing those guys' balls before you even get your plan into first gear. Again, I try to move past him, but Kaiser raises the flat of his right hand to my chest.
I know you don't want to listen to me, but will you listen to Dwight Stone?
God, is this guy pulling out the stops. You think a phone call from Stone is going to make me reverse course on busting the Double Eagles?
Not a phone call. Stone's flying in today on a Bureau jet.
This actually stuns me. In? Here? For what?
To talk to you. He's been trying to find a way down here since Tuesday night, when I told him about the bones coming out of the Jericho hole. He was looking into chartering a plane. But you seeing those rifles in Royal's basement and hearing Royal say the Knoxes killed Pookie Wilson at the Bone Tree convinced the director to authorize a Bureau flight to bring Dwight down here to consult. He's only going to be here for a few hours.
Why such a short stay? Kaiser takes a long breath.
Because he's dying, Penn.
A sick feeling hits me high in the stomach. What?
Liver cancer.
I had no idea.
You know Dwight. Old school. A lot like your father, I imagine. He's scheduled for an operation tomorrow. This visit is the Bureau's way of giving back a little of the respect Hoover took when he fired Stone in '72, before Dwight goes under the knife.
God damn it, John. When's he coming in?
He ought to be here by 6 p.m. Can you spare him an hour of your time?
Kaiser's revelations are almost too much to process quickly.
The way I heard it, he says, it was Stone who made it possible for you to solve the Delano Payton case 7 years ago.
I nod. He did more than that. Stone saved my life up in Colorado.
So will you come by?
I have no choice, and Kaiser knows it. Yeah, but only because it's him. I think you guys are crazy to believe those rifles are real.
The evidence will tell, one way or the other.
What does he want to ask me, John? He's not going to change my mind about anything.
I don't know. I doubt any man alive knows more about the JFK case than Dwight and his colleagues. He was posted in Mississippi and Louisiana multiple times during the '60s, so there's no telling what he might know about the Double Eagles, Carlos Marcello, or even your father. I suspect Dwight wants to give you the working group's theory of how what happened in Dealey Plaza grew out of Louisiana. Once you hear that, you might be as reluctant as we are to jeopardize any chance of achieving justice in that case. Does Dwight understand the jeopardy my father's in now? Of course. And he's trying to convince the director that Dr. Cage should be brought under bureau protection as a witness in the Kennedy investigation. I should have known Dwight would be doing what he could for me. What are the chances of that happening? Better with Dwight involved. But I won't lie to you. No sane FBI director wants a public battle with a state police agency over a reputed cop killer, especially with the legal grounds for protective custody being the JFK assassination. That's a publicity nightmare. The point is, Stone's doing all he can to help your father. So am I. I restrained my temper with some difficulty. If you really were, you wouldn't ask me to waste an hour humoring an old man with an obsession. Kaiser gives me a sad look. You're not seeing this thing straight, Penn. Your fear about your father has distorted your perception. You're like a guy looking through the wrong end of a pair of binoculars. 70% of all Americans believe John Kennedy died as the result of a conspiracy. Justified or not, people believe this country swerved into darkness on that day, and we've never recovered from it. 60% of Americans believe in UFOs. 50% believe AIDS was invented by the government. The FBI man grabs my left arm. You're pretty glib, aren't you? After Dallas, almost anything became possible. I lived through one of the results in Vietnam. So did Forrest Knox. So before you discount this as a waste of time, consider what the fuck you're talking about. In the face of his burning intensity, I raise my hands in symbolic surrender, but Kaiser's having none of it. Over the past 40 years, the JFK assassination has become the vessel of America's darkest anxieties. If we can cut through all that crap and give the people the truth in all its banality once and for all, then we'll have done a lot more than atone for the sins of the FBI. We'll have cut a tumor from the soul of this nation. Kaiser obviously feels great passion about his subject, but passion means nothing on the subject he's discussing. You're wrong about the unknown, John. People need a mystery on which to project all their free-floating paranoia. If you pull back the curtain on the Kennedy assassination, people will just project all their angst onto something else. Maybe I've got more faith in people than you do. Maybe so. Politics has changed me, I'll admit that. I pull my coat tighter and scan the streets and windows surrounding the courthouse and City Hall. Not much Christmas cheer in the air today. JFK's been pretty battered as a symbol, John. He's no longer King Arthur cut down in his prime. He's more like a spoiled prince we never really knew. I feel like people are almost angry at him now for not living up to their dream of him. Kaiser shakes his head. They still want the truth. Heady conversation for the steps of City Hall, huh? I say, trying to lighten the tension. I need to get upstairs to work. But you'll come see Dwight? I will. I owe him that. I'll call you about 5:30? Thanks. And please, give me a heads up if you and Sheriff Dennis decide to make any more arrests today. I nod acknowledgement, but make no promises. As the FBI agent walks back to his car, I walk up the 6 steps to the door of City Hall, then pass through the lobby and jog up the staircase to my office on the 2nd floor. "You alone?" asks Rose, my secretary, peering around me at the hallway door. "Sure, yeah." "That FBI agent is gone?" "Yes, why?" "You've got visitors," Rose says in a cryptic tone. I raise my eyebrows. "Go back to the lounge. I didn't want to put them in your office in case Agent Kaiser came back." Irritated by her caginess, I walk back to the little kitchen we call our lounge. There I find Dr. Drew Elliott and Nurse Melba Price waiting for me. Drew looks very uncomfortable, but Melba appears relieved to see me. "What's going on?" I ask. "Have you heard from Dad or something?" They look at each other. Then Drew says, "We got something to tell you, Penn. Your father spent yesterday at my house on Lake St. John." At first, I think he's telling me he's just discovered this, but almost immediately I realize that this is a confession. When did you find this out? We knew Tuesday night then. Drew's guilty countenance does nothing to ease my anger or sense of betrayal. I'm sorry, man, he goes on. Tom asked me for help, and he was wounded. I didn't feel I had a choice. My face is hot, and my heart has begun pounding. Wounded how? Through and through gunshot, left shoulder. I treated him, and Melba nursed him part of the night. My eyes switched to Melba Price. And you couldn't call me? Melba closes her eyes in what appears to be shame. Tom specifically asked me not to, says Drew. So? You think he's in his right mind right now? He appeared to be. Jesus, we've been friends since we were kids. Drew turns up his palms. Tom's my partner, Pen. I'm sorry. I see now that it was probably a mistake, especially since... Since what? What's happened? I don't think he's there anymore. Melba was with him until last night, like I said, but he sent her away. Dad's nurse looks at the floor and nods. Melba, I prompt. She looks up at me with eyes no one could argue with. He needed my help. You know your father. I wasn't about to say no. Did he give you any idea of his plans? Captain Garrity drove to Baton Rouge to meet with the head of the Louisiana State Police. I know that much. Why'd he do that? I think he was going to try to get that APB revoked for the killing of that trooper. Captain Garrity knows the head of the state police down there. I see. And what about Dad? He was waiting for Captain Garrity to get back, but the captain was late, way late. Dr. Cage made me leave a little after midnight. He was worried we might be found by those old Klansmen. That Drew and Melba would keep Dad's whereabouts from me when his life was at stake is almost incomprehensible. And yet, why would I expect anything else? Their willing deception tells me just how many options my father must have when it comes to finding aid and comfort in his home territory. Why don't you think he's still there now? I ask. I've been calling the house phone all morning, Drew explains. No answer. Tom could be there, of course, but my gut tells me no. Mine too, Melba agrees. Maybe Walt got back and they moved on. Melba slowly shakes her head. I think Dr. Cage believed Captain Garrity was already caught, maybe even dead. Jesus. I need to get over there. Do you want me to come with you? Drew asks. He reaches into his pocket and brings out a key. I brought this. No. I plucked the key from his hand. You've done enough already. Pen, at least you told me now. Christ, you guys. Swear to me that you'll call me if he contacts you again. They both nod with the sincerity of the guilty. With a heavy sigh, I hurry to my office for the keys to the city car. Chapter 24. When Walt saw Griffith McKeever sit down opposite him in the Waffle House on Lee Drive, he knew he was looking at a broken man. The restaurant was nearly empty, and Walt had taken a corner booth, but McKeever spoke in a cracked whisper so soft that Walt could hardly make out his words. The gist was that Forrest Knox had leaked the story about McKeever downloading child pornography, and he'd supplied images to the press. Reporters started calling the Colonel's house immediately, and within half an hour, TV trucks had laid siege to his front yard. Mac had only reached this rendezvous by sneaking through his neighbor's backyard and having his nephew pick him up, and he was anxious to get home to his wife as quickly as he could. He'd only come because he'd put Walt in harm's way, and felt he owed it to him to personally release him from any obligation. What do you mean? Walt asked, trying to keep the anger out of his voice. You sound like you're giving up. You're not going to resign, are you? What else can I do? Fight, goddammit! How do you fight a fire hose of filth? Knox has been laying this computer trail for months, using my actual computers.
How can I prove I didn't do those searches?
Did you do them?
Of course not.
Then you can prove it. You've just got to calm down enough to approach it systematically.
Walt, I don't have that kind of time. If I don't resign, Knox will have those male prostitutes talk to the press. They'll swear I hired them. I'm sure Forrest has access to all my movements for the past year, and all the dates will jibe.
Fuck him. You need to stab that prick in the gizzard.
McKeever cradled his face in his hands.
With what?
Walt took the flash drive out of his pocket and laid it on the formica between Mac's elbows.
What's that?
A video of snipers murdering 3 black teenagers during Hurricane Katrina. The colonel dropped his hands and blinked in disbelief.
Are you kidding?
No. They're trained snipers, either military or police. I'm betting state police. The shooter used a silencer. A light came into McKeever's eyes.
Can you see their faces?
No. The footage was shot through a scope. Probably a spotting scope, but you can hear voices on the tape.
Clearly enough to recognize them?
Walt thought about it. I think so. With all the high-tech tools available now, if you're lucky, one of the voices on the tape is Knox's. McKeever was clearly tempted.
If that's true, it would not only destroy Knox, but the reputation of the state police.
Beggars can't be choosers, Mac. McKeever looked miserable. Don't give Forrest any clue that you have this, or he'll have time to make up some bullshit story to explain it. The colonel looked at Walt a couple of more seconds, then hung his head. What the hell did you expect when you brought me into this? Walt demanded, looking around the restaurant. The fry cook behind the counter was staring at them.
I thought I had 48 hours, McKeever said. That's what Knox told me in New Orleans. But he didn't even give me 12.
He's being squeezed. His drug operations got hit in Concordia Parish this morning.
Really?
Walt nodded. I'm betting Penn Cage is behind it. Knox isn't invincible, Mac. But you can't fight a guy like that halfway. It's kill or be killed, just like the old days.
I just wish we had something lethal. Something that would damn Forrest alone.
Walt thought about the derringer he'd planted in Knox's house. Then he thought about the man he saw before him. Looking at the bloodshot eyes and resigned face, he saw nothing of the stalwart ranger he'd once known. Walt patted his own chest. You remember what I always keep around my neck here, don't you? McKeever nodded dully.
A 5-shot derringer.
That's right. Let me run something by you. I was thinking, if you were to order a search of Knox's home, and the search team found the gun that killed Trooper Dunn hidden there, that would change the game quite a bit, wouldn't it? McKeever's eyes had gone wide.
That derringer was the gun you used on Dunn?
You're asking the wrong question, buddy.
You'd go back in and plant it?
The fucking thing is already planted, you amateur, Walt thought dejectedly. I told you, this is kill or be killed. Survival.
How could I explain telling the team what to search for? How would I know or even suspect the gun was there?
Get the judge to write the warrant as generally as you can. You know how to play that game. McKeever's face told Walt that his old friend was simply overwhelmed.
Walt, I appreciate all you've done, and I'm going to take the video, get it analyzed. But trying to pin Trooper Dunn on Forrest would be just about impossible. He was nowhere near that crime, and why in God's name would he keep the gun if it was a murder weapon?
Possession's 9/10 of being screwed, Walt said bluntly. You're overthinking this.
You're oversimplifying. Knox has been planning his play for months. We're not going to beat him by improvising at the last second. For one thing, you could get caught going back in there to plant the gun.
Walt considered telling McKeever that the derringer was already planted,
but he decided against it. Knox is at headquarters right now. I checked the GPS before I came in.
His wife could walk in on you.
A meteor could hit the Waffle House. What's happened to you, Mac? The colonel gripped his coffee mug and swirled it on the table.
The world isn't what I thought it was. I knew things were bad, but shit, forget it. What about your Derringer? Is there any way they could trace it back to you?
No. I got it from a friend in Texas who used it as a throwdown gun for years. It's as cold as they come. McKeever considered this for close to a minute. Then he shook his head and said,
I'm not going that way. I've still got a couple of allies in my corner if this porn thing doesn't drive them away. A senator and I teach Sunday school together.
Walt reached across the table and squeezed his old friend's wrist. You're hoping for a miracle, Mac. In my experience, those are damned far between in this life. McKeever stared at him in silence for a while. Then he threw a 10 on the table, pocketed the flash drive, patted Walt on the shoulder, and walked out of the diner. The second time Tom awakened, he saw Doris Avery's lovely face hovering just above his own. She might be an attorney, but he saw the compassionate concern of a natural nurse in her brown eyes. "How do you feel?" she asked. Tom tried to say all right, but his throat was parched, and all that came out was a croak. "I brought you more water." Doris held a straw to his lips. "How's that shoulder?" Tom drank several sips from the straw. After he'd finished, he said,
"Not too bad, actually. I woke up earlier and took a pain pill."
"I saw you did," said Quentin Avery with a laugh. Tom turned his head to the right and saw his old friend sitting in his motorized wheelchair on the other side of the coffee table.
"Couldn't make it to the bathroom, huh?"
Quentin asked, pointing at the glass on the floor.
"Sorry about that."
The lawyer grinned.
"Oh, I can relate, baby."
"Is anything wrong?" Tom asked. "Has anything happened?"
"No, everything's quiet."
Tom breathed a little easier. "You don't feel like you have a fever anymore," Doris said. "Are you hungry?"
"I could eat, but I don't want to be any trouble."
Quentin laughed heartily.
"We're way past that, old friend."
Doris said, "How about a grilled cheese sandwich?" Tom's stomach growled. "I'll fix one," she said, giving Quentin a meaningful look. "I'll leave you two to talk."
"Fix two,"
Quentin said. After she left, the wheelchair hummed, and Quentin piloted it around the table until he sat near Tom's feet. Now Tom could talk to him without having to crane his neck.
"How are you really?" Quentin asked. "Medically speaking."
Very carefully, Tom tried to move each of his limbs. The pain was bad, but if he didn't have a fever, he was a lot better off than he could have been.
"My heart's still beating. That's about the best I could hope for."
"And the shoulder?"
"Better than I have any right to expect."
Quentin's eyes filled with concern.
"No shit, man. How bad is it?"
Tom forced himself to smile.
"I'll be all right. After the Army, gunshots are something I know a lot about."
"You're not a 20-year-old GI anymore."
"A lot of grizzled old vets got hit in Korea. They made it."
"Grizzled old vets of 35. This time Tom's smile was natural.
"I treated indigenous Koreans, too. Plenty of old men survived having their legs blown off by landmines."
"I'd still feel a lot better with you in a hospital." As Tom looked back at his old friend, he realized what was about to happen.
"You're leaving, aren't you?"
Quentin nodded slowly.
"I've got a doctor's appointment in Jackson, but that's not the real reason. I read your future daughter-in-law's stories in the paper when I woke up. A man named Sonny Thornfield has made a statement that he saw you and Walt Garrity kill that Louisiana state trooper." That's a lie. He didn't see anything. That's good to know. But if the police come here and find you, I'll lose my law license even if I don't go to jail. And Doris could lose hers as well. I can't do you any good if I can't represent you in court, Tom. And if guns are what you need to protect you, I'm betting you know men a lot better with them than I am. I understand, Quentin. Let me finish. You're welcome to use my house as long as you need to. If Doris and I aren't here, no one can argue that we aided and abetted. My deepest wish is that you'd let me arrange a surrender to a district attorney or even a U.S. attorney. But you're not ready to do that, are you? Not yet, I'm afraid. All right, then. When you get ready to fight this case or plead the charges down to something manageable, you call me. I will.
Doris's shoes clicked on the floor, and she brought in a plate with a hot cheese sandwich on it. She set the plate on the coffee table, then some iced tea beside it.
Thank you, Tom said.
Where's mine? Asked Quentin. You get a salad.
Quentin groaned, but then he said, Doris put your car in our garage so nobody can see it from the air. And there's a laptop computer on the floor by your pea glass. We've got Wi-Fi in the house. You ought to be safe here for as long as you need to stay. Just promise me you'll call somebody if that shoulder starts getting bad.
Tom sat up a little and gave them a brave smile.
I've got some people I can call. I'll have help here soon. You two already went beyond the call of duty. You saved my life.
Doris laid a warm hand on Tom's bearded cheek. You think hard about your options, Tom. Don't sacrifice yourself for the wrong reason.
He didn't know what to say to that. Quentin reached out and squeezed Tom's foot beneath the quilt. I'll be thinking about you. And you think about me. I've still got one good murder trial in me. 2, if there's no other way. I'm counting on that. You two take care.
With that, Quentin squeezed his foot once more, then whirred out of sight. Doris sighed, then stood up straight. Does your wife know where you are?
No, but she knows I'm safe.
I doubt she's resting easy.
No, but it's her I'm doing this for, as much as anyone.
Doris looked at Tom for a long time. Then she said, I hope I see you again soon, and in far better circumstances. Before he could reply, she turned and walked back into the kitchen. Tom listened until the back door closed. A minute later, the soft sound of an engine reached him. It grew louder for a few seconds, then faded fast. He was alone. His first thought was of Walt. His old friend had not acknowledged receiving the safe message, nor had he asked for information on Tom's exact location. That meant one of 3 things. Either he was busy, he did not trust his or Tom's current mobile phones, or he was dead. Tom prayed it was not the latter. If so, he would carry the burden of Walt's death for whatever remained of his days. Tom's next thought was for himself. If he didn't get help soon, he would die in Quentin's house. Above all, he needed a safe telephone, preferably several burn phones, and he had no hope of getting these himself. Second, he needed more nitroglycerin and antibiotics than Quentin had left on the table. His options were few. He could call Penn, but Penn would insist that he turn himself into the authorities, which was out of the question. Tom couldn't even consider that until he'd learned the result of Walt's meeting with Colonel McKeever. Peggy would do anything he asked, of course, but he wasn't about to put her in further jeopardy. If he died or was killed while on the run, at least she would remain to represent their generation in the family. A primitive thought, he reflected, but that was what he felt. Drew Elliott had helped him once, but Tom had a feeling he'd stretched Drew's loyalty about as far as he dared. No, what he needed was unswerving loyalty. 100 patients came to mind, but Tom couldn't bring himself to put them in lethal danger. Once he faced that reality, only one person remained. Melba Price. Melba hadn't wanted to leave him last night at the lake. Thankfully, she had finally relented, or the confrontation with Knox's killers might have gone differently. Tom hated to ask more of her, but the grim truth was, Melba was single, her children were grown, and her loyalty was beyond question. Tom had only to close his eyes to remember what a wreck Melba had become when her husband left her for a younger woman. She'd drunk so steadily and suicidally, with various pills added to the mix, that she put even Tom's worst excesses to shame. But with Tom's intervention and help, she had survived. He didn't think of the present situation in terms of her repaying any debt. He simply knew that if asked, Melba would come. She was like Viola that way. Chapter 25. Waiting until Kaiser left the building had required almost heroic self-denial on Caitlin's part. Even after Jamie assured her that the FBI agent had gone, she ran to the back window and checked the back lot to make sure the black Crown Victoria was gone. Satisfied that it was, she'd hurried back to her office, locked her door, then climbed onto her chair to verify that Henry's 2 surviving journals were where she'd left them. Finding the moleskins safe, she took them down and laid them on her desk, then opened her top drawer and removed the manila envelope Henry's mother had brought her. No one else in the world knew these artifacts still existed, and that knowledge was intoxicating. While her heartbeat returned to normal, she put a pot of water on her cooking ring, knowing that tea would steady her nerves. As the water heated, she picked up Henry's most recent journal. The feel of its charred leather cover gave her a thrill of anticipation. She opened the moleskin and flipped through the dense handwritten notes and finely detailed sketches. After decades of patient investigation, Henry had spent the last month of his life rushing from revelation to revelation. The death of Pookie Wilson's mother, the appearance of a mysterious witness to the Norris bombing, and finally the confessions of Glenn Morehouse had given Henry potential keys to some of the most heinous unsolved murders in American history. Last night's events had brought a partial closure to some of those cases, but many mysteries remained. As footsteps passed back and forth beyond her door, she dropped a bag of green tea into her mug and settled in behind her desk. Then she took out the sheet labeled Elam Knox and began to read Henry's notes. The writing on this sheet was much clearer, which told her Henry must have written this shortly after seeing Kaiser before the sniper's bullet grazed his head. I always knew that Abbott's redacted 302 contained something important, but I never could have imagined what it was. According to John Kaiser, Jason Abbott told a lot of lies about Forrest Knox in his effort to incriminate him, but Kaiser believes that some of what he said was true. Abbott told his FBI interviewers that in 1966, Frank and Snake Knox murdered their father Elam at the Bone Tree. Abbott said Elam had died a particularly brutal death even by the standards of the Double Eagles. As for the motive, all he knew was that Elam had been killed for betraying his family. But Elam Knox's death was held up as an example of how far the Knoxes would go to avenge treason. According to Abbott, the old man's bones were left among all the others at the Bone Tree as a perpetual warning to would-be traitors. Kaiser believes that Elam Knox was murdered by his sons, but he's not convinced that he died at the Bone Tree. Like Dwight Stone, Kaiser doubts that the Bone Tree exists. He thinks it more likely that the term refers to a man-made cross or torture post in the Lussahatchee Swamp, or even a torture house that many FBI agents were told about in the 1960s. Kaiser told me that anecdotal evidence suggests Elam Knox was not only a violently abusive man, but also a sexual predator. He was the kind of itinerant preacher who seduced women in every town where he ever set up his revival tent. Many of his paramours were underage, and if rumor could be believed, not all were female. Both his sons were often in trouble for violent offenses, some sexual in nature. Kaiser theorized that Elam might have crossed some sexual or moral line that Frank would not tolerate and was punished for it. But I'm not so quick to believe this. I always heard that Elam was a bad-tempered drunk, and it might be that he simply passed on information that ended up hurting the family or the Double Eagles. Kaiser also believes that a cache of trophies of Double Eagle violence exists somewhere, such as the military tattoos cut from Jimmy Revels and Luther Davis. After hearing my summary of Morehouse's revelations, he thinks that cache might be at Valhalla, in Lussahatchee County. Of course, I told Kaiser nothing about Morehouse verifying the existence of the Bone Tree, or his assertion that some sensational historical artifact might be hidden there. On balance, I believe the Bone Tree exists. At the very least, the bones of Jimmy and Pookie and Joe Lewis probably lie there. As for Frank Knox's insurance against Carlos Marcello, I won't know that until I find the tree myself. I asked Morehouse about Elam on the phone Monday afternoon, but he refused to say anything. I could tell he was holding something back, and I suppose now I know why. The truth would have opened Snake Knox to a murder charge, and not for just any murder, but patricide. Caitlin licked her lips and set the stationery to one side. Then she picked up Henry's Bone Tree journal and opened it with almost reverent care. Reading these moleskins was like being given the key to a hidden library, one in which the secret histories of Natchez and Concordia Parish had been recorded by a monk working in fanatical solitude. And out of all the tales Henry had meticulously documented, none had lodged in her mind like that of the huge, hollow, centuries-old cypress hidden in a swamp near Athens Point, Mississippi. According to Henry's research, the mysterious Tree of Bones dated to pre-Columbian times, when the mound-building Natchez Indians were said to have traveled south to conduct rituals beneath a great cypress in a swamp that lay to the east of the Father of Waters, between two natural clearings that would later become the towns of Woodville and Athens Point. In that swamp, said the Indians, dying deer and panthers had chosen certain hollow trees in which to spend their final hours, over time creating and sanctifying bone trees. One particularly large specimen had been woven into several area legends, from that of pirate Jean Lafitte in the early 1800s to Al Capone's bootlegging operation in the 1920s, which had flourished up and down the Mississippi River. While Henry was skeptical about these likely apocryphal stories, he'd clearly believed reports that Confederate raiders operating in the area in 1862 to 1863 had used the Lussahatchee Swamp as a haven to escape pursuing Union troops. Those raiders had reportedly hanged at least 3 local Yankee collaborators from what one officer had called the Bone Tree in his diary. Lieutenant Richard Wadsworth, CSA, had noted that slave hunters punished runaways beneath the same tree, which slaves called the chain tree, by whipping, maiming, or worse. Henry had also established a Ku Klux Klan connection to the Bone Tree. According to Special Agent Dwight Stone, one Klan informant had spoken of African Americans being hunted for sport in the Lussahatchee Swamp, those hunts ending in castration or murder beneath the tree itself. In 1964, Stone and a team of FBI agents had searched the swamp for 3 days with boats and dogs, but had found nothing. At that time, Agent Stone had concluded that the term Bone Tree referred to a man-made cross that the Klan had constructed for torture purposes, and not to an actual tree. Caitlin realized that the archetypal image of a sacrificial tree would be irresistible to rumor-mongers, but she couldn't escape the feeling that some of the stories must be based in fact. Henry noted that the bald cypress belonged to the redwood family, and one specimen in Florida had been documented as 3,500 years old. Caitlin shivered when she read that line, for if it was accurate, then all the bloody legends of the Bone Tree could be true. She wondered whether her fascination with the tree might be rooted in her morbid curiosity about the most atavistic human impulses. Tales of castration and crucifixion conjured the horrors of the Belgian Congo and Rwanda. As unpleasant as those thoughts were, some rogue region of her brain had always hungered to peer into the psychic abyss that yawned beneath these depraved acts. According to Henry's notes, some residents of Lussahatchee County had claimed to know the location of the bone tree, but in fact they had known only that the tree lay somewhere in the Lussahatchee swamp. That was like saying you knew where a particular New York brownstone was by pointing to the island of Manhattan. Henry Sexton had made one personal effort to find the bone tree, using as his guide an Athens Point native who claimed to have been shown the notorious cypress by his grandfather. But after an exhausting day of trolling through acres of swamp that straddled federal timberland and a private hunting preserve, all of it choked with thick stands of ancient moss-bearded cypress and infested with venomous snakes and alligators, Henry had returned home no wiser than he'd left. Clearly, if Dwight Stone and a platoon of FBI agents in boats had failed to find the bone tree in 3 days, Caitlin's only hope of success lay in Toby Rambin. If the Lussahatchee County poacher turned out to be another con man hoping to cash in on the hopes of a gullible outsider, she would be screwed. Within a day or two, the army of outside reporters would make up her head start on the Double Eagles case, and she would own the story no longer. Finishing her lukewarm tea, she picked up her trio and dialed Toby Rambin's number once more. She tried to stay calm, but even the prospect of making contact with a man who had seen the bone tree made her pulse speed. The phone rang 12 times without an answer, and at last she hung up. Opening Henry's journal again, she flipped to a sketch he had made of a giant cypress with an opening like an inverted V in its trunk. He'd filled in the opening with black ink, and that blackness bled into the water he'd drawn around the tree, where cypress knees jutted upward like the limbs of half-buried bodies. Caitlin touched the drawing with her fingertip, feeling the rough page that Henry had pored over while he was alive. The legend of the bone tree reminded her of the mythical Rain Tree from the movie Rain Tree County, starring Elizabeth Taylor and Montgomery Clift. Part of that overripe Civil War film, which itself had been haunted by tragedy, had been shot about 30 miles from Natchez, at the burned ruins of Windsor. Only a few weeks after Caitlin and Penn had fallen in love, they'd spent a magical day walking among the ghostly Corinthian columns that, along with the famous staircase to nowhere, were all that remained of the once majestic mansion. To Caitlin, the Windsor ruins conveyed the tragic grandeur of the Old South far more viscerally than the perfectly preserved mansions of Natchez, which gave the illusion of beauty to a society built on the bloodied backs of slaves. The producers of Rain Tree County had obviously felt the same. On Windsor's steps, Taylor and Clift had struggled through some of the worst lines in movie history, trying in vain to repeat the success of Gone with the Wind. You could almost sense the enveloping darkness that had swirled around the failed production. Ross Lockridge, the author of Rain Tree County, had committed suicide at age 34, one day before his book reached #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Like Montgomery Clift, who'd recently had his face scarred in a car crash, the author never got to enjoy the success he'd struggled to attain. And Elizabeth Taylor, who was already being troubled by the demons that would haunt her for the rest of her life. But despite these chaotic elements, Caitlin had always recalled the story that had given the film its title. In Lockridge's novel, the mystical Rain Tree was given several origin stories. Folklore claimed it was an exotic plant brought from the Orient by an idealistic community of pioneers, and that only a single tree had survived, hidden deep in an Indiana swamp. All who found the tree supposedly discovered love under a rain of yellow flowers. A second legend told of a ragged preacher who had planted apple seeds throughout his travels. In his bag, that preacher, later called Johnny Appleseed, had also carried one rare and precious seed, that of the golden rain tree. Luck, happiness, the realization of dreams, said the legend, the secret of life itself, all belong to him who finds the rain tree. Was it merely chance, Caitlin wondered, that the Yankee legend of a mystical tree was empirically optimistic, while the Southern version was a dark tapestry of blood, betrayal, and murder? Flattening her left hand over Henry's sketch, she picked up her trio and dialed the poacher's number yet again. The phone rang 5 times. 7. She was moving her thumb to the end button when a surprisingly deep voice barked from the trio's little speaker. "Hello?" she said, jerking the phone to her ear. The cigarette-parched voice of an older black man said, "Hey now, who this be?" "I'm a friend of Henry Sexton," Caitlin said. "I've been trying to reach you since last night." Silence. "Are you there, Mr. Rambin?"
"I've been working. What you want, lady?"
"I want to find the tree that Henry Sexton was looking for. Do you know what I'm talking about?" More silence. Then the voice said, "Might do, might not. I read in the Natchez paper a little while ago that Mr. Henry be dead. Burned up, it said. I don't want to get burned up." "I don't either. And I wrote that newspaper story, by the way."
"Huh. How you know about Henry and me?"
"I was working with him, and I can certainly make the trip worth your while." This time the silence stretched too long. "You can name your price," she said quickly, afraid she would lose him like a fish nibbling on a line.
"Henry was going to pay me $2,000.
Caitlin doubted this, but she said, "I can match that." After a couple of seconds, Rambin said, "Price gone up now, though. Hazard pay." She closed her eyes but did not sigh. "I see. What's the new price?"
"Double. 4,000. Take it or leave it."
After what seemed a suitable interval, which she hoped would mask the fact that she would pay $40,000 to find the bone tree, she said, "4,000 it is, but I want to go this afternoon."
"No way, lady. I got work this afternoon. Can't get loose. Plus, I got to make sure the coast is clear. We'll go tomorrow morning. After that, I'm clearing out. Too dangerous round here. Getting like the old days again."
The idea of waiting a full day galled her, but Caitlin sensed that upping her offer wouldn't persuade Rambin to change his mind. "You know what tree I'm talking about, right? Are you positive you know where it is?" A harsh squawk of a laugh came through the phone.
"Lady, there ain't nothing I don't know about this old swamp. I was birthed on the edge of it and lived just about every day in it. You just bring your money, here?"
"Where?" she asked quickly.
"Ain't but one decent road leads down to the swamp from a state road. There's others, but you'd never find them."
"I'll be there. Is 8 a.m. all right?"
6:30, Rambin said. "And bring cash. I don't take no damn bank check."
"I will."
"What's your name?"
Rambin asked. "Caitlin Masters." The old poacher took his time with this.
"I see it right here in the paper," he said finally. "All right, then. You wear a red bandana around your neck. You see a rusted old school bus, you'll know you're going the right way. Park where the road ends. If I feel like you're on the level, I'll let you see me. And no police. You hear?"
"I'll be there," Caitlin promised. "Without police." Rambin clicked off without another word. Caitlin sat up, her eyes on Henry's journal. She was excited, but the reality of tomorrow's rendezvous presented certain problems. For one, she would have to craft a cover story that would guarantee both secrecy and freedom of movement, one that would satisfy both Penn and Kaiser. At least she had a decent amount of time to come up with something credible. She suddenly remembered Henry's warning that she not try to find the bone tree alone. Yesterday, the reporter had actually made her promise not to do so. Would it be wise to keep that promise? Who could she trust to keep their mouths shut about her mission? Jamie? She needed her editor running the paper in her absence. Keisha Harvin, perhaps? The hungry young reporter would kill to go on an assignment like this one, but Keisha was simply the wrong color. A black girl prowling the back roads of Lussahatchee County in the company of a white woman would attract unwanted attention. While Caitlin considered other alternatives, an image of Jordan Glass rose into her mind. Jordan would be the perfect companion. The photographer was a veteran of countless war zones and wouldn't be intimidated by anything they might encounter. The problem was, Glass was married to Kaiser. And even though Jordan had told Caitlin that she kept some things from her husband, Caitlin was unwilling to trust her best lead to a woman she'd only just met, even if Glass was a personal hero to her. Caitlin jumped when the landline on her desk rang. The second she picked it up, Jamie Lewis said, "Kaiser's headed back to your office, and he doesn't look happy." "Thanks." She opened her drawer and swept the journals and envelope into it, then switched off her light and unlocked her door. As she curled up on the little sofa against the wall, a knocking sounded on her door. Caitlin didn't move. The FBI agent waited a few seconds, then turned the knob and leaned into the room. She could almost sense Kaiser's eyes adjusting to the darkness. "Caitlin?" he said softly. She didn't stir. "Caitlin." She gave him nothing. Kaiser stood there in silence, making judgments she could only guess at. While she waited, the mind-boggling reality of what she'd arranged with Toby Rambin sent a chill up her spine. If she did everything right, and if Rambin turned out to know what he claimed he did, then by tomorrow at noon she might be cracking open the biggest story of her career. In a single day, she would vindicate Henry Sexton, bring closure and possibly justice to the families of several civil rights martyrs, and rack up another Pulitzer Prize. You couldn't do a better day's work than that. After some fraction of time she could not guess at, John Kaiser went out and pulled the door shut behind him. Caitlin remained on the sofa, breathing deeply, trying to slow her pounding heart. Now that she'd finally connected with the poacher, whatever had kept her going all these hours without sleep finally let go, and exhaustion washed over her. In the darkness of her mind, she saw the wild-eyed face of Elam Knox staring in fury from the black V in the trunk of the bone tree. "I'm coming for you, you bastard," she whispered fiercely. "And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it." Chapter 26. Drew's lake house was locked when I arrived, so I opened it with the key he'd given me. Inside, I found nothing but evidence of a hasty departure. There were dirty dishes in the sink, and the chairs and sofa looked as though someone had gotten up and left the room only minutes ago. One bed had been slept in, and in the bathroom lay a pair of pants on the floor that matched my father's size. Back in the den, I found something far more disturbing: a plastic bottle of nitroglycerin tablets. Dad usually keeps a couple of tablets in a pocket, but it was hard for me to imagine him voluntarily leaving that bottle behind. The only scenario that made sense, other than his being killed or kidnapped, was him running for his life, leaving so fast that he left critical medication behind. After searching every room, I went out to the closed garage. Drew had told me I might find his old pickup truck there, but it was gone. Instead, I found Walt Garrity's Road Trek van. The sight of it stirred something in me. It was so easy to imagine Dad and Walt rolling down the highway, laughing and smiling. But necessity had separated them, and since the police had a description of the unique vehicle, they'd been forced to leave the road trek behind. Since I had no key to the big van, I picked up a brick in the corner of the garage and smashed the passenger window. My throat locked up when I opened the door, so afraid was I that I'd find my father's body inside. But I found only clothes, a couple of cash cell phones, and quite a bit of high-tech gear that Walt must have brought from Texas. Nothing that would tell me where my father had gone. I was walking down to Drew's boathouse when I noticed some dark smudges on the dead grass to my left. Kneeling, I found that they were bloodstains, and the realization nauseated me. Did my father die here? I wondered. As best I could determine from the depressions in the soft ground, at least 3 men had faced one another at the edge of the lake. But exactly what had happened, I had no way to tell. Unable to find any other clues, I screwed up my courage and opened Drew's boathouse again, expecting to find Dad inside. But again, I found no sign of him. No less afraid, I walked the 40 yards out to the end of Drew's pier and gazed desolately over the lake. Here I have stood for 20 minutes, watching the wind ruffle the black water and trying to get my mind around all that has happened since Shad Johnson called me Monday morning. One of the hardest things to accept is that a friend as close as Drew Elliott would lie to me in such a situation. Could he not see that Dad stopped making sound decisions long ago? The most bizarre development, though, is John Kaiser's sudden obsession with the JFK assassination and his belief that Dad might somehow be involved. I can accept that my father probably knew Carlos Marcello, as Kaiser claimed the surveillance photo he showed me proves. After all, my mother verified it last night, or at least that Dad had treated Marcello in the Orleans Parish prison, and Marcello was grateful for whatever Dad had done for him. But that's a long way from my father knowing anything about a presidential assassination. Still, Kaiser's stubborn persistence tells me he's not going to let the subject drop. And if Dwight Stone is really flying in from Colorado to talk to me about it, then they must know a lot that I don't. That, or else both men have crossed the line into conspiracy psychosis. I remember the day John Kennedy died. It's one of my earliest memories. I was sitting on a white vinyl sofa beside my mother, watching our black and white TV. My sister was at school, but because I was only 3.5, I still spent my days with Mom while Dad worked at his new job in Natchez. I didn't really understand that, of course. In my mind, we were still living on the Missouri Army base where he'd been stationed after returning from Germany. I don't remember the assassination announcement on TV, but I do remember my mother suddenly getting more upset than I'd ever seen her, hugging me and sobbing, then frantically trying to reach my father by telephone. We'd recently returned from West Germany, and my parents were acutely aware of the dangers of the Cold War. My sister was crying when she got home, and that evening she and I sat on the floor while Mom and Dad watched the news and spoke in hushed tones. It was only much later that I truly understood what had happened in Dallas, but the emotional crux of it sank into me right then. From that day forward, I knew the taste of loss, and I'll carry the memory with me, in the somber black and white of our old television, not the saturated, horrifying color of the Zapruder film, until the day I die. 3 days after the assassination, I watched John Kennedy Jr. salute his father's coffin. John was 7 months younger than I, but he knew enough to salute when the horse-drawn caisson passed by and his mother prompted him. I didn't understand much more about the world than he did, but I did realize one very frightening thing. If a boy as special as he was could lose his father, then I could lose mine too. His dad might have been president, but mine, in my mind at least, was in the army. I couldn't know then that my father had already survived the greatest dangers he was ever likely to face in Korea. But time and fate change all things. Now, 42 years after JFK died, Dad is running for his life. And in a twist almost beyond understanding, a senior agent of the FBI believes that he may know the truth behind John Kennedy's death. Is it possible? I wonder. Could the brutal, unsolved murders that Henry Sexton was working in this quiet corner of the South for decades actually conceal a deeper secret? The truth behind the biggest cold case murder in American history? No, I say to the wind. Oswald killed Kennedy, and he acted alone. That's the sad truth. As I walk back up the pier toward the shore, I reflect that Hannah Arendt had been right. Evil is incomprehensibly banal. The existentialists went her one better. It's also absurd, and terrifyingly so. Before I reach the bank, the sound of voices pulls me from my reverie. Looking up, I see two men walking down the hill toward the pier. Both are tall and appear to be about 40. One is wearing orange-tinted Oakley sunglasses, and they give him the look of a bird of prey. Both walk with a surly self-assurance that makes me think of cops, though if they are, they're wearing plain clothes. My heart is kicked into overdrive, and only the reassuring hardness of the .357 jammed into the small of my back keeps me from jumping into the water to try to escape. Our paths intersect where the wooden walkway meets the grass near the blood on the ground.
"Who are you?"
asks the man in the Oakleys, who's standing on my left. "Penn Cage. I'm the mayor of Natchez. Who are you?"
"Police."
"Not Faraday police." "That's not your concern," says the man on my right, who looks like he hasn't slept for days. "It certainly is my concern," I counter, trying to get a read on their intentions. "I used to be an assistant DA in Houston, and I know my rights. I also believe a crime was committed here last night."
"What crime is that?"
asks Oakley. I point to my right at the blood on the ground. "Murder, it looks like." The other man laughs. "You're right about that." The certainty in his voice chills me. "Was somebody killed here? Where are you guys from?" Oakley smiles and shakes his head, then takes a .38 from a holster beneath his coat.
"Now, just what the hell are you doing here?"
"I'm looking for my father, Dr. Tom Cage." The two men look at each other. Then Oakley says,
"He ain't here, Mayor, but he's wanted for killing a cop, so you'd best get the hell out of here before you get hurt."
I respond in a steady voice that I hope hides my fear. "Look, I just want to find my father. I want him to turn himself in. Is there anything you know that would help me?" "Slow, ain't he?" says the man on my right. "You sure you were a lawyer? 'Cause you don't seem to understand the situation." Oakley doesn't bother playing this game. He jerks his .38 at me and says, "You're going to have to come with us." I hold up my hands, wishing I'd drawn my gun before I reached the head of the pier. Before I can say anything, the man on my right says, "I think he's carrying." Oakley points his gun at my face. "Are you?" "No. I'm hoping to lull their vigilance for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't work." Oakley waves his gun, indicating that I should turn around. If I do that, one of them will lift my jacket and see the butt of my .357 sticking out of my pants. But I have no choice. I'm about to turn when the rumble of a heavy engine rolls down the hill from the house. When I look up, I see a white pickup driving about 30 miles per hour down the slope toward the pier. Clearly confused, Oakley's first instinct is to conceal his weapon, which tells me he's probably not a cop. The two men back into the pier as the truck barrels toward us, and while they do, I draw my pistol and hold it along my leg. "Who the fuck is that?" yells Oakley. Before his partner can answer, the brakes screech, the truck slides to a stop, and Lincoln Turner leaps out of the driver's seat, a sawed-off shotgun in his big hands. He loses no time pointing the gaping barrel at the man nearest him, which is Oakley. "Throw down your guns, motherfuckers!" The two men look at each other, then one pistol hits the boards of the pier. "Kick it in the water," Lincoln tells me. I do. "Yours too, shithead," Lincoln barks, jabbing his shotgun at Oakley. Oakley's pistol hits the pier, and I kick it into the water as well. "Check their ankles." Oakley is wearing an ankle holster with a .25 automatic in it. I draw that and pocket it, then take out the men's wallets. In short order, I learn that they are police officers, both from Monroe, Louisiana. Oakley's last name is Kennard, and his buddy's is Grimsby. "They're city cops from Monroe," I say, walking over to Lincoln's side and facing the men. "Who sent you here?" Neither answers. Forrest Knox, right? The flicker of surprise in Kennard's eyes tells me I'm right. Turning to his partner, I say, "You know what happened last night. You were here, weren't you?" Grimsby's eyes keep flicking to Lincoln's shotgun. "Who the fuck is this?" he asks.
"No friend of yours," Lincoln bellows. "Although you probably figured that when you saw my color."
"Dad was here last night," I tell Lincoln. "I think this asshole was too. We need to know what he knows." Lincoln steps forward and cracks Grimsby across the jaw with the barrel of his shotgun. The man staggers but manages to hold his feet, blood dribbling from his mouth. Rage brews in his eyes, but Lincoln just laughs and says, "You cops ain't used to that kind of treatment, are you? That's how the other half lives." "You're a dead man," says the cop in the sunglasses. Lincoln's half-smile vanishes and he steps up to Kennard. The man flinches when Lincoln raises his hand, but instead of hitting him, Lincoln yanks off the Oakley sunglasses and crushes them in his hand. "I'll tell you boys right now, there ain't no percentage in staying quiet. Next man who refuses to answer a question gets his jaw broke." Kennard shakes his head, but I can tell Grimsby is afraid. "What happened here last night?" I repeat. "Your old man shot my partner," Grimsby says. "Late last night. Right there." He points at the bloodstains on the grass. Lincoln and I share a glance, but I can't read his eyes. I know this, though. If Dad really killed another cop, he's thrown away whatever chance he had of survival. "How did that happen?" I ask. "How did he get the drop on 2 cops?" "He had a pistol in his pants pocket," Grimsby says. "We didn't know it was there." "Why did he shoot?" The cop's eyes go wide. "I don't know." "He wouldn't have shot except to save his own life. You were about to kill him, weren't you?" "No." "Bullshit," says Lincoln, stepping closer to Grimsby. "Who told you to kill him?" "Nobody. I swear." "I'll fuck you up," Lincoln says, raising the shotgun over Grimsby. "Go ahead," says Kennard. "Kill him. You'll be doing him a favor compared to what would happen if he tells you what you want to know." Lincoln gives me a questioning look. Taking out my cell phone, I start looking for John Kaiser's number. "Who you calling?" Lincoln asks. "FBI." "No," says Kennard. "Don't do that." "Tell us who sent you here." Neither answers. "You work for Forrest Knox. Nobody else would scare the piss out of cops except maybe Brody Royal, and he's dead. And you two are way too young to be double eagles." Kennard is looking hard at his wallet in my hand. Is he stupid enough or desperate enough to try to escape? I point my .357 at his belly. "Where were y'all when I pulled up?" "Neighbor's house," says Grimsby. "Nobody home over there. Our car's on the far side of that house." "What do you want to do with them?" Lincoln asks. "Give them to the FBI?" Grimsby shakes his head and says, "I'll tell you anything you want to know if you let us go." "Tell me what happened last night. Everything." The man takes a deep breath, then looks over at the blood on the grass. "My partner was going to shoot your old man. We had orders, that's all I'll say about that. But at the last second, the doc shot my partner in the stomach using a pistol in his pants. Then he put the gun on me. He made me carry my partner up the hill, then drugged me with something. Later on, he dumped me out in the middle of nowhere and the body with me. If you guys had been working as legitimate cops at the time, that would have been all over the news. In fact, I still don't know why Forrest wouldn't put out a release saying Dad killed another cop. What kind of game is Forrest playing?" Grimsby shrugs, and Kennard doesn't look like he knows the answer either. "Why the hell would you come back here?" Lincoln asks. "Forrest ordered him to, I guess. Right?" Before Grimsby can answer or evade the question, Kennard breaks to his right and sprints past me, running in a zigzag pattern. Lincoln fires his shotgun, but only into the air. Seeing this, Grimsby bolts as well. Lincoln aims after his retreating figure.
Want me to shoot him?
No, I've got their IDs.
I can hit him in the legs.
We don't need the hassle. I shove the cops' wallets into my pocket. As the men disappear around the neighbor's house, Lincoln lowers the shotgun.
Whose house is this?
Drew Elliott's, one of Dad's medical partners.
Have you searched it?
I didn't find anything that would tell me where he's gone. And it looks like he was taken against his will. He left medicine behind. But if that guy was telling the truth, maybe he was just under stress. Lincoln peers deeply into my eyes. That's all I know, seriously. I'd rather him be on trial for killing Viola than running from 1,000 cops. Besides, you probably just saved my life. The silence that follows this statement is strangely awkward. While Lincoln stares at the blood on the grass, I search his face for similarities to my father's or even my own. I remember our conversation in CC's Rhythm Club, the juke joint by Anna's Bottom, and his promise to take a DNA test. If I had a Q-tip or a plastic bottle to store a twig in, I'd ask him to scratch a sample from his inner cheek right now. You followed me here, didn't you? I say at last. You were hoping I'd lead you to Dad. Lincoln looks up the slope toward the lake road as though he's considering leaving.
Yeah, but you don't know shit, do you?
I remind myself to be more careful the next time I visit Annie and my mother. Lincoln cradles the shotgun and looks back at me.
All anybody's talking about now is that dead reporter Sexton, and Brody Royal. A couple of white men die and my mother's forgotten.
No surprise, I guess. This is still Mississippi. You really still believe my father killed your mother?
Nothing's happened that would change my mind.
What about all the killings in the last 3 days?
What about them? I read the paper this morning. Don't mean shit.
Did you read about Glenn Morehouse?
That old Klansman who talked to Henry Sexton?
He wasn't a Klansman. He was a double eagle.
Same difference to a black man.
I think your mother was killed for the same reason Henry was. She knew too much about the double eagles, and they were afraid she was going to act on what she knew. Lincoln looks past me, back over the lake. Unless you killed her yourself, that is, I add. His face whips back to me.
What are you talking about?
I know my father a lot better than you. It was totally out of character for him to run rather than face the charges against him. He'd never do that to protect himself, only someone else.
He's ashamed, Lincoln says, and his shame's made him cowardly.
No, he has his faults, but cowardice isn't one of them. He's protecting someone. Maybe that someone is you. Lincoln looks as though I slapped him.
Why would he protect me?
He believes you're his son. The black man's eyes narrow, and for the first time he looks at me with serious interest.
You've finally accepted it, haven't you?
No, but Dad has. I think your mother told him he was your father, and that was enough to make him believe it. I think she was trying to help provide for you after she was gone. I don't blame her. And I don't blame you if you tried to ease her passing with morphine. Lincoln's dark cheek twitches. But if you made some kind of mistake and gave her that painful death by adrenaline, and then tried to blame Dad for it, then for that, I blame you. Is that what you did? Did you have second thoughts and try to revive her? Immeasurable contempt radiates from Lincoln's eyes.
If I'd done that, and Dr. Cage meant to protect me, why would he run? Why wouldn't he just plead guilty and take his sentence?
I'm not sure. He probably figured her death would be recorded as natural, and there'd be no autopsy. He certainly didn't expect any videotape. And he probably expected you to show some gratitude and keep your mouth shut, but instead, you pushed for a murder charge. And Dad knows that both the Double Eagles and the Adams County Sheriff would like to see him dead. I don't think he was ready to die in a jail cell.
Why would I press charges if he was protecting me?
Bitterness. You clearly still hate him. You saw a chance to get some payback for the pain you believe you suffered at his hands, and you took it. It's a human response. But things have gone too far now, Lincoln. He shakes his head as though he's tired of dealing with a crazy man, then starts walking back to his truck. Aren't you even going to deny it? I ask. What's the point? Even after everything that's happened, you can't admit to yourself that he might have killed my mother. You haven't given me any facts. Lincoln shrugs and gets into his truck. The truth will out, my brother, sooner or later. I'll see you round. The big engine roars. Lincoln backs up, and then the white pickup climbs the slope and turns onto the lake road. The rumbling drone lasts half a minute and then fades to silence. Standing alone by the stained grass and the water, I wonder if it's remotely possible that Lincoln Turner and I have the same blood flowing through our veins. It doesn't seem so, and yet it's become clear over the past few days that the history I've believed was mine wasn't nearly the whole story. With shaking hands, I slide my .357 back into my pants at the small of my back, then start up the hill. If Lincoln is still following me, and Forrest Knox is dispatching dirty cops to commit murder, I need to find a more private place to hide Annie and my mother than Edelweiss. Hiding in plain sight is a good principle, but it can't work forever. The Natchez Bluff has too much tourist traffic for someone not to notice that somebody has taken up residence in the famous house. How long before someone gets curious and climbs the steps to the gallery to look through the windows? Hiding Mom and Annie somewhere safer will require serious thought, and probably some very quiet negotiation with someone I can trust with my family's lives. But for now, I need rest. If I go back to Edelweiss, I won't get it. Annie is bound to be bored out of her skull, and she'll talk to me nonstop. City Hall is no refuge either, especially after 3 days of ignoring my mayoral duties. In this moment, the only place that seems to offer sanctuary is my townhouse on Washington Street. There I could get some peace. As I reach my city car, I decide to call Caitlin and ask her to meet me at home. We haven't seen each other since last night's nightmare, and while I know she's probably working at a fever pitch, no one who went through what she did in Brodie Royal's basement can be all right. More to the point, I feel a strong urge to reconnect with her before events spin any farther out of control. In situations like this one, we're almost always pushed apart by the things we're forced to keep from each other. The vibration of the starting engine comforts me a little, but the car has sat too long for the heater to provide any warmth. As I pull onto the road, it strikes me that Grimsby was telling the truth. Dad shot and killed his partner last night. If Forrest Knox isn't exploiting this fact, it can only be because he's working a more subtle plan. In my present state of ignorance, I have little chance of guessing what that might be. I only pray that Walt and Dad possess enough information to unravel Forrest's intent. If they don't, they're certain to wind up right where he wants them, which I assume is dead. Chapter 27. Claude Devereaux had lived a long life, but the old lawyer had never been as afraid as he had since last night, after hearing Brodie Royal had died. Yet that fear increased as he walked into the Baton Rouge headquarters of the Louisiana State Police. Unlike most people who dealt with Forrest Knox, Claude Devereaux had known his father, and he knew that the will and anger that drove Frank Knox burned in Forrest also. Claude did not fancy bearing bad news to Frank's son. Worse yet, the FBI was investigating the recent deaths in Concordia Parish, as well as those dating back over 40 years. Though Claude had worked hard to insulate himself from the more violent activities of his clients over the decades, remaining immaculate was impossible. If the Bureau looked hard enough at Brodie Royal's dealings, they would find enough to send Claude to prison. Claude was shown into the office by Forrest's Redbone acolyte, a fairly recent recruit who made Claude's skin crawl. Claude took a seat before Forrest's desk, ignoring the plaques, awards, and shooting trophies that adorned the walls and focusing on the single samurai sword that hung behind Forrest's head, one of the katanas that Frank had brought back from the Pacific in 1945. To Claude's surprise, a pit bull sat like a statue beside Forrest's desk.
Surely there must be a rule against that,
he thought. Then he guessed that Forrest must be testing the boundaries of the authority he hoped to make official in a short time.
"You look nervous, Claude,"
Forrest said.
"Oh, I am." "Because Brody was killed? Surely you expected that, as reckless as he's been lately."
Claude glanced over his shoulder. The Redbone had taken up a station beside the office door like a second attack dog.
"In all honesty, it's a relief he's gone, though I'll miss the fees. I didn't think he'd go as far as he did last night. Kidnapping Ben Cage was suicidal. But that's not why I'm nervous."
"What is it, then?"
"I'd rather discuss that in private. I have some news."
Forrest motioned for him to continue. Clearly, Alphonse Ozen was going nowhere. Claude cleared his throat.
"Sheriff Walker Dennis asked that I relay a message to Snake and the other Double Eagles."
Forrest laid his elbows on the desk.
"What message?" "He'd like the surviving Double Eagles to come to his office tomorrow morning to answer some questions."
"Voluntarily?" Claude nodded.
"Is he serious?" "Deadly serious. He's lost a deputy. Another one's in critical condition."
"He should have left well enough alone," Ozen said from behind Claude. "He let that Ben Cage get him into trouble."
"Is that what I should tell him?" Claude asked.
Forrest shook his head.
"Does he want Billy to come in, too?" "Well, he didn't mention Billy."
Forrest pursed his lips as he mulled this over. Claude tried not to stare at the mutilated left ear. He'd often wondered why Forrest hadn't gotten plastic surgery to mask the injury. His best guess was that it served as a primitive badge of combat experience.
"What's the latest from the money man?"
Forrest asked, changing the subject.
"Any word on the housing project decision?"
"Well, I spoke with a couple of attorneys during the drive down. Getting a public housing project rezoned for mixed use is no small matter. A lot of money is changing hands. A lot of favors are being called in." Forrest gave him an expectant look.
"But I'm still in the deal."
"As of now, yes. But I would venture to say that if things worsen in Concordia Parish, that might change." Forrest Knox's flat stare chilled Claude as much as Frank's ever had.
"I have no say in the matter," Claude said. "Most of my time's been taken up trying to sort out probate issues with Brody's estate. The children are already fighting over it. Not one of them's worth a cup of spit. Who gets the Italian turboprop?"
"The plane will be sold, I'm afraid." Claude forced a smile. "May I ask how things are progressing with Colonel McKeever?" Forrest reached down and scratched his pit bull between the ears. A low sound of satisfaction came from the animal's barrel chest.
"McKeever was holed up in his house until about 20 minutes ago," Forrest said. "The press had surrounded him like Indians around a wagon train. But he managed to slip out."
"How did he do that?" Ozen said, "His son-in-law, his nephew, and 3 or 4 older guys from the highway division blocked in the media with their vehicles. The colonel and his wife got out during the melee. Where they are now, nobody knows." Claude didn't like the sound of this.
"He hasn't contacted you about resigning?"
"Not so far."
"Have you tried to reach him?"
Forrest shook his head.
"Does he have any political support I don't know about?"
"I don't think so."
You don't think he'd go to the FBI?"
Knox studied his fingernails.
"It's possible, but there's no way he can refute that evidence. We spent months creating that trail. If he forces my hand, his life is over."
Claude didn't share Forrest's confidence.
"Then why hasn't he resigned?" "Let me worry about that. After you leave here, I want you to contact Billy. Tell him I want Snake and Sonny and at least 2 other Eagles at Valhalla by 5 p.m. They can use the plane, obviously. Why do you want them back? Because tomorrow morning they're going to do just what Sheriff Dennis wants them to do.
Claude heard the Redbone gasp behind him. He took a moment to compose himself.
As an attorney, I'm not sure I advise that course of action.
It's a good thing you're not my attorney, then. You were Brody's attorney, and he's dead. I'm alive, and I intend to stay that way.
Claude considered what Forrest was asking him to do.
You really think Snake will return to Louisiana and walk into the sheriff's office of his own accord?
He won't know anything about it until he talks to me. You're going to tell Snake you're not sure why I want him at Valhalla. If he pushes you, tell him you're worried I'm ready to kill every mother's son and daughter who poses a threat to us. You know Snake. He'll come back for that.
Claude nodded.
Without doubt.
You tell him anything else, Claude, and I'll pickle your liver. Are we clear?
Absolutely, Frank.
Claude felt his face go red.
Forrest, I'm sorry. I'd a senior moment. You look so much like your father.
Forrest grinned.
Take it easy, Claude. I'll take that as a compliment.
A cell phone rang behind Claude, and he heard Ozen walk out of the office to answer it.
Just tell me one thing,
he said to Forrest, taking advantage of the sudden privacy.
What do you hope to gain by sending Snake and the others into the lion's den?
Time, of course. Meanwhile, I'm going to cut a deal to keep the people who could hurt me quiet.
With whom?
Claude asked.
Who has the power to keep those people quiet?
An almost serene expression came over Forrest's face.
Thomas Cage, M.D.
Claude sat silently for several seconds. Then he said,
I see. Yes, I believe I do see. That makes me feel a little better. I suppose you'll blame as much as you can on Brody and Regan.
Forrest inclined his head.
You have any problem with that?
Claude sighed.
Not as long as you keep me out of it. I may have to leave the country in any case. Brody kept too many mementos around.
Just like Snake and the rest. I've kept a couple myself, to tell the truth. But Brody seemed especially careless about it.
That's actually what's making me nervous,
Claude said quickly, glancing back at the closed door.
I think the FBI has the rifles from Brody's basement. The special rifles. You know the ones I mean.
Dallas and Memphis?
Claude nodded.
How many people did Brody show those rifles to over the years, Claude?
Almost none. There was a panel over that display case whenever guests were there.
Exactly. Brody was like the guy who pays an art thief to steal a Rembrandt for him, knowing he can never sell it. He was content to stand in front of that case and say to himself, I helped change the history of this country.
That may be, but the Bureau has whatever remains of them now.
So what?
Forrest said, flicking his hands.
Those rifles won't tell them anything that can hurt us. Do you think Carlos Marcello ran this state for 30 years by being stupid?
No, but...
Claude trailed off as Forrest got up and walked around behind him. He felt the younger man's powerful hands on his shoulders, then his neck.
I don't like nervous men, Claude. Nervous men make bad decisions.
I only wanted to make sure you were aware of the rifle problem.
Forrest clicked his tongue twice, and the pit bull growled ominously.
I'm not worried about that, Claude. But tell me this. Was there anything in Brody's house I should be worried about?
Claude tried to look up, but with his neck in Forrest's grip, he couldn't manage it.
Not that I know of. But in all honesty, I think we both should be ready to leave the country on short notice, just in case.
Forrest laughed.
I'm always ready, but I'm not going anywhere.
I'm about to break Griffith McKeever into pieces even his kids won't want to touch. Then I'm going to shut down the mess in Concordia Parish. You tell the money men in New Orleans to batten down the hatches for 2 or 3 days. With luck, I'll cut a deal with Dr. Cage and there'll be no more casualties. But if there does have to be more bloodshed, I've got that covered too. No mud or blood will touch the Mardi Gras Kings. Okay?
Claude nodded as vigorously as he could. At that moment, Alphonse Ozen came back into the office. I just got a call from Grimsby. Penn Cage showed up at the Elliott Lake House, poking around. Grimsby and his partner were trying to find out if he knew where his daddy was when a big nigger in a white truck pulled up with a sawed-off shotgun and ran him off. Forrest dropped his hands from Claude's neck and walked back to his desk. He was nearly to his chair when he kicked it across the room. The pit bull sprang away, startled into confusion.
A big jig in a white truck, Forrest muttered. That sounds like Lincoln Turner to me.
Yep, Ozen agreed.
What the hell is he doing protecting the son of the man he wants to send to death row?
I got no idea, boss. Forrest sat down on the desk and began tapping out a rhythm on his knee.
Claude, you do just what I told you, except you tell Billy I want him to fly over with his daddy. Got it?
Claude nodded, impressed by the decisiveness in that voice. Forrest Knox truly was his father reincarnated.
Alphonse, I'm going to leak the rest of the story on McKeever.
Claude cocked his head, curious as to what this might mean. Forrest smiled.
We've got a couple of male prostitutes who'll swear under oath that Colonel McKeever paid them for sex on multiple occasions. They're both underage, and all the dates match up. Nobody can give old Griff an alibi.
While Claude stared open-mouthed, Forrest clapped his hands and stood.
Okay, everybody knows what to do. I expect Snake and the boys at Valhalla by 5. If Snake gets ornery, tell him he can bring his sniper rifle. That'll give the old bastard a hard-on. By the time they touch down, he'll think he's in a Charles Bronson movie.
Claude couldn't help but chuckle. Forrest knew his uncle well.
May I go?
Forrest gave him a sidelong glance, then an easy smile.
Sure, Claude. Just don't go too far.
Claude cleared his throat.
Meaning? Don't leave the country. If I call, you come. Are we clear?
Devereaux nodded, then shook the younger man's hand and hurried out of the office as though urgent business awaited elsewhere. Truth be told, he had tickets for a Virgin Atlantic flight leaving New York tonight, but he wasn't about to use them now. If he disobeyed Forrest Knox's edict, no country could provide him sanctuary. Melba Price pulled into the parking lot of a Walgreens drugstore, got out, and walked inside to the rack of Natchez examiners near the cash registers. Half an hour earlier, the office receptionist had told her that a caller identifying himself as the husband of Doris Avance, an old patient of Dr. Cage's, was asking for her. Melba had never heard of any such patient, but the first name, combined with the Ave that began the surname, was enough to make her expect to hear Quentin Avery's voice when she picked up the phone. Once she got on the line, though, she quickly recognized the voice of Jack Cage, Tom's younger brother from California. Pretending to be Fred Avance, Jack gave her a list of drugs and other items that his wife needed, and asked if there was any way Melba could drop them by Doris's house that afternoon. He knew that was asking a lot, he said, since their house was near Fayette, but Doris really needed the medicine. With a shiver, Melba realized that Tom must be hiding at Quentin Avery's house in nearby Jefferson County. She told Jack that she was sorry Doris was hurting and promised to get the medicine to her as soon as possible. During the next 20 minutes, Melba had bagged several bottles of drugs from the sample room, then told Dr. Elliott that exhaustion and stress had overcome her. She needed to go home and lie down. Once Drew released her, she'd headed for the Walgreens to get the newspaper. Tom had not put this on his list. She'd made this stop to check whether she could spot anyone following her. As she paid for the newspaper, Melba recalled her promise to call Penn if Tom contacted her again. But she had no intention of doing that. Personal loyalty meant more to Melba than any abstract concept of right and wrong, and Tom would have to do more than he'd been accused of thus far to make her abandon him. Standing a few feet back from the glass doors, Melba scanned the parking lot for familiar cars. Then she looked across the bypass towards St. Catherine's Hospital. She realized then that she'd chosen her location poorly. This section of town had some of the heaviest traffic in the city. After taking a deep breath, she walked back out to her car, started the engine, and set off for the Walmart 2 miles away. The cash cell phones were the most important item on the list, Jack Cage had told her, as important as the drugs. Melba hoped she would find Quentin Avery with Tom when she finally reached his home. She was of two minds about the wily old lawyer, but she knew one thing for sure. No attorney in the country stood a better chance of keeping Tom out of jail. As she drove north, Melba kept her eyes on her rear-view mirror. Chapter 28. Caitlin's car is parked outside Washington Street when I arrive. When I unlock the front door, I find her standing on the other side wearing a smile like a hastily painted door on a storm-damaged house. The circles beneath her eyes are so dark that her makeup can't mask them, and the Band-Aid on her left cheek reminds me of the painful burn beneath it. Without a word, I pull her to me. She's stiff at first, but after a few seconds, her muscles give way and she sags against me. She feels so light that I know she must have been skipping meals for days, as she does whenever she's immersed in a story. When she begins to sob, I pick her up and carry her to the guest room on the ground floor, then lay her on the bed and enfold her in my arms. We hold each other in silence for several minutes, and I lose myself in the smell of her dark hair in my face. After she quiets down, she asks if I have had any word of my father. I tell her about Drew and Melba lying for Dad last night, and Caitlin doesn't seem at all surprised. She guesses at least a few hundred people would be willing to lie for him, and that the odds of us or the Double Eagles finding him and Walt are almost zero. I'm not nearly so sure, but I don't argue the point with her. I tell her about my trip to the lake, the face-off with the Monroe cops, their story of Dad's gunfight, and my rescue by Lincoln. She listens closely but says little, her mind recording every word with the mechanical dispassion she often shows when she's working. She does ask if my mother and Annie are adequately protected. I tell her they are, and that I plan to move them somewhere safer still as soon as I can arrange it. Caitlin doesn't ask where they are or where I mean to take them, and I know why. If she were to be taken during the next few days, she wouldn't be able to tell anyone where they are. To lighten the atmosphere, she describes a morning confrontation with Billy Byrd, then updates me on the FBI's progress in reconstructing Henry's files. She seems most excited by my news that Kaiser will be staying in town for the next 24 hours, tending to Dwight Stone. I assume this is because she hopes to see and possibly interview Dwight, whom she got to know during the Del Peyton case. I soft-pedal the JFK stuff, making it sound as though Stone has a pet conspiracy theory about the assassination, and because he's ill, Kaiser is humoring him. Caitlin does ask whether Dwight might be willing to answer some questions from her, but I tell her it's doubtful. I use his cancer and impending surgery to avoid giving my real reason, which is keeping Caitlin out of Kaiser's JFK quest altogether. If she gets her teeth into a story that sensational, she'll lose whatever remains of her perspective, and everything else could go by the wayside. But she will not be deterred. "How seriously is Kaiser taking the Kennedy stuff?" she asks, lightly touching my mouth. "Does he think those rifles we saw last night were real?" "He's doing his due diligence, treating them as though they might be. Honestly, I think he may share some of Dwight's conspiracy theories." Caitlin's finger stops moving. What makes you say that?
I can't find it in myself to lie to her completely.
Well, the director has refused to offer Dad protective custody for information on any of the civil rights cases, but Kaiser told me that if Dad has knowledge pertaining to the JFK assassination, he probably could get him protection.
What?
Her eyes have filled with disbelief.
What the hell could Tom know about the JFK assassination?
Nothing. I think Stone and Kaiser have convinced each other that the Double Eagles had something to do with killing Kennedy, and since Dad was their doctor, he might know something.
Oh.
Caitlin lies back on the covers.
That sounds like nothing but a shot in the dark.
Exactly.
Unless...
She rolls over and looks at me.
How could the Double Eagles be tied to the JFK assassination?
Now there's no avoiding it. Stone believes Carlos Marcello, the New Orleans Godfather, ordered Kennedy's death, and the Double Eagles apparently did occasional muscle work for Marcello over the years, through Brodie Royal, I guess.
I see.
Caitlin's bright green eyes are impossible to read.
And is there any indication that Tom knew Carlos Marcello?
This is where I draw the line. I'm not going to have Caitlin digging into my father's past in New Orleans, upsetting my mother and making me crazy. I'll be doing enough of that myself. Dad and Mom lived in New Orleans while he was at LSU Med School. Dad did an externship at the parish prison, and Marcello was the don of the city at that time. But that's all they've got, the flimsiest imaginable connection. Caitlin watches me in silence for several seconds, then says,
If that's all they have, then Tom's got nothing to worry about. On that score, anyway.
Exactly.
Him treating the Double Eagles who worked at Triton Battery and Armstrong Tire is something else, though. I can imagine him hearing things about the civil rights murders that might be important.
Well, if we ever find him, we'll ask him about that. Lying on our backs, staring at the ceiling, we fall into an exhausted but companionable silence. After only a couple of minutes, I feel myself jerk at the edge of sleep. Caitlin laughs softly.
I'm tired, too. What if we set an alarm and sleep for 2 hours? Do you think we'd feel better or worse?
Worse. I need sleep, but I've got to get Mom and Annie moved before I can rest.
Okay, you're right.
I wish Stone weren't coming down here. Not in the middle of all this. I've been trying to think of a way to persuade Kaiser to head down to the Lussahatchee Swamp and hunt for the bone tree. That would keep him out of my hair for at least a couple of days. Walker and I would have a lot more freedom to pressure the Knoxes that way. After a couple of seconds, Caitlin makes a sound of acknowledgement but offers no comment. I feel my breathing deepen. As consciousness begins to dim, I fight against sleep. The bone tree is out there somewhere, I murmur. Brodie wasn't lying when he told us about Pookie dying there. And Kaiser has the resources to find it. Surely Dwight would love to find it, too. Have you found any clue in Henry's notes as to where that tree might be? Caitlin doesn't answer. At first, I think she's asleep, but then I hear the sound of a zipper. As I blink my eyes against the light, she arches beside me, then works her jeans down over her feet. I thought we didn't have time to sleep, I say.
We don't. This is the next best thing.
She rolls on top of me and peers down into my eyes.
It's been a long time,
she says, looking surprisingly awake.
Are you really that tired?
In truth, I am. But she's right. It has been a long time. As she straddles me and begins unbuttoning my shirt, it strikes me that the only respite I might find from my chaotic thoughts would be inside her. Caitlin clearly feels the same, and within a minute she's put me there. As she labors purposefully above me, the world contracts to the boundaries of her eyes, and sensation blots out thought as surely as intravenous morphine. Half an hour has passed since Caitlin climaxed and lay across my chest, her face buried in my neck. She's sleeping as soundly as a child who stayed up past her bedtime. I haven't had the heart to wake her, nor have I fallen asleep myself. My thoughts have been occupied with finding a truly safe haven for Annie and my mother. In the past, I moved them as far as Texas to get them out of danger, but this time I want them close enough that I can stay with them at night. No hotel would be safe, or any local B&B, though I know of several secluded ones. With Sheriff Billy Byrd and Forrest Knox on the hunt, any public or even semi-public accommodation will ultimately be traced. I've just about decided to leave them where they are when I remember that Sam Abrams, one of my best childhood friends, recently moved his parents to a retirement community in South Florida, Sea Haven Towers or something like that. Sam was raised in Natchez's once thriving Jewish community, and he and I found we had a lot in common in high school. Like me, he's one of the few successful members of our class who returned to Natchez as an adult. Sam has helped me during difficult times before, and most important, he makes the cut for what I call my foxhole friends, guys I'd trust with my life no matter what the circumstance. If I died tomorrow with no money to my name, Sam Abrams would make sure Annie made it through college with everything she needed. Since I'm now at war with Forrest Knox, that's the kind of friend I need. I'm about to prod Caitlin awake when I notice a trio sticking out from behind the base of the lamp on her bedside table. Since Brodie Royal destroyed her trio last night along with my BlackBerry, she must have gotten another. Moving smoothly, I reach over and slide the phone off the table, then enter her old passcode. The phone rejects the code. For a moment, I lie staring at the screen, wondering why she would change her passcode. But since her previous phone was in the possession of more than one person before Royal destroyed it, perhaps she simply took the precaution of changing it when she got a new one. Replacing the trio on the bedside table, I get up and walk into the kitchen, where we keep a small laptop for recipes and shopping lists. The sweat on my skin evaporates quickly, chilling me enough to make me shiver. Booting up the computer, I check my email, something I haven't done nearly enough since losing my BlackBerry. My box contains more than 30 messages, but my quick scan stops instantly at the third most recent. The sender is kaiserjohn@fbi.gov. Opening the mail, I wait several seconds for it to download, then read the following. Pen. We traced several fingerprints on Brodie Royal's MC to a Cuban emigre from New Orleans. You'll recall that this MC was part of the lot shipped from Italy after the rifle LHO bought via mail from Klein's in Chicago. It was wholesaled to a Dallas retail gun store, and the earliest it could have been sold was August 1963. Cuban emigre was one Eladio Cruz, a student reported missing on November 21st, 1963. Yes, you read that right. Cruz was never seen in the U.S. again. We are now trying to determine whether Cruz was pro or anti-Castro. Don't miss the meeting with Stone. I told him you were coming, and we may have a decision on getting protective custody for your father by then. P.S. Keep your eyes open and stay indoors when possible. Caitlin, too. Snake Knox could shoot you both from 600 yards, maybe more, and we can't be positive he's in Texas. His flying skill gives him a lot of mobility. Kaiser's mention of Caitlin makes me wonder if he knows I'm with her now. Is there an FBI agent outside my house giving Kaiser regular reports? Or possibly a static surveillance camera? Right now, I don't really care, but I don't want to be followed all afternoon. Kaiser's warning about the danger from the Double Eagles only strengthens my resolve to hide Annie and my mother somewhere safer. As soon as Caitlin and I separate, I'm going to call Sam Abrams and try to arrange a move. Rereading Kaiser's email, I wonder why he bothered to code anything when the overall meaning of the message is so clear. Maybe he was in a hurry. MC obviously refers to the Mannlicher Carcano, and LHO is Lee Harvey Oswald. The 6-month separation between the sale of the two rifles must have miffed Kaiser, but the fact that Cruz went missing one day before the Kennedy assassination would have more than made up for that. That the Carcano was purchased by a Cuban student living in New Orleans is doubly provocative. First, because New Orleans was the private preserve of Carlos Marcello, and second, it throws Cuba into sharp focus in relation to the assassination. The answer to whether Eladio Cruz was pro or anti-Castro will push Kaiser's theory either toward or away from Fidel Castro in Russia. Away from Castro would mean toward the Cuban exiles who landed in the Bay of Pigs and their CIA and mafia backers. John Kaiser and Dwight Stone's working group must be salivating over this possibility. I'm suddenly more sure than ever that I don't want to open this can of worms with Caitlin. After double-checking that I've signed out of my email account, I switch off the laptop, then return to the guest room, take hold of her upper arm, and gently shake her. She makes no sound. I shake her again. This time she groans like a teenager who doesn't want to get out of bed on a school day. "Caitlin," I say sharply, "wake up." "No," she moans. "I feel like hell." "I know, but we've got to get moving." She raises her head and brushes black hair out of her eyes. "Did you even finish? I don't remember." "Yes." "Good." She smiles lazily. "For half a second there, I felt guilty." With a deep sigh, she rolls over and sits up on the edge of the bed. The ladder of her spine shows through her skin. "This sucks," she says. "Yep." "I'm freezing." She flips back her hair and searches the covers for her panties. I try not to laugh while I watch this familiar ritual. At last she finds them, tangled in the sheet near the foot of the bed. As she pulls them on, she says, "Do you realize if all this hadn't happened, we would be getting married in 9 days?" I do. I guess we'll get there eventually. We will. While I pull on my pants, it strikes me that once I've moved Annie and my mother out of Edelweiss, I could take Caitlin over there and show her what would have been her wedding present. You know what? I stand beside the bed. If we can find half an hour later on, I could show you a real surprise. She pauses with her bra halfway on and stares at me with narrowed eyes. What kind of surprise? I realize I'm grinning stupidly at her. A one-of-a-kind surprise. She looks suspicious for several seconds, but then she seems to intuit that I won't reveal my secret no matter how hard she presses me. I'll see what I can do. Call me after 8 or so? Before sundown would be better. She draws back her head, once again mistrustful. What did you do? You'll see. Before sunset is tough. There's too much going on and too much competition in town. Plus, we already stayed here too long. My fault, I know. Are you sure it can't be later than that? I guess later's okay, but it won't be as good. She sighs and snaps her bra, then begins hunting her shoes. Later we'll have to do. Story of our lives, right? Right. Chapter 29. Walt Garrity paused behind a large oak tree and stared up a hill at the Valhalla hunting lodge. He'd been working his way through the forest of Lussahatchee County for nearly 90 minutes, and he was winded. He'd cut his way through the game fence a mile south of the main gate, then taken a circuitous path along the hunting camp to avoid the wildlife cameras he saw mounted on pine trees at regular intervals. He could still see the gate in his mind, an enormous wrought iron thing set between stone pillars. A brass sign on one of the pillars read, Valhalla Exotic Hunting Reserve. Absolutely no trespassing. Nailed to a tree to the right of the gate was a smaller wooden sign with letters burned into it. Those letters read, Fort Knox. Beyond the gate, an asphalt road led deep into the forest. Walt had given the road a wide berth, but during his hike into the hunting camp,
he'd crossed several logging roads that led nowhere, food plots for game, and always the cameras affixed to trees with plastic flex cuffs. When the lodge appeared through the trees, he approached it with extreme caution. Though the GPS tracker in Drew's truck had told him Forrest was back at State Police headquarters in Baton Rouge, there might be anything from a gang of double eagles to a full complement of visiting hunters staying at the camp. As Walt neared the big building, the hum of a central heating unit reached his ears. He paused behind a large thorn bush and watched for another 5 minutes, then made a careful circuit of the house. Its rustic appearance was merely an illusion. The rough-hewn timber building was served by both power lines and a massive backup generator, while the telephone wires, satellite dishes, and various antennas made it look more like an army outpost than a hunting camp. Walt saw no vehicles, which encouraged him. Then, to his amazement, he saw that a sliding glass door on a deck at the side of the lodge was standing partly open. Taking a Browning 9mm from the holster at the small of his back, he moved quickly up to the door and scanned the interior. The great room of Valhalla looked as he'd expected. Dozens of stuffed animal heads adorned the walls, many of them of African origin. Some appeared to be threatened or endangered species. A full-grown mountain gorilla stood in one corner as though pondering a charge toward the center of the room. A staircase led up to a broad landing on the second floor. Following his instincts, Walt slipped inside, bypassed the stairs, and moved along one wall to a cypress door at the far end of the room. Near the door, he noticed a display of weapons on the wall. Most prominent in the rack were 4 katanas, samurai swords, that appeared to be antiques. To the right of the rack hung the framed photographs McKeever had told him about early that morning. A Japanese officer with 2 Caucasian heads hanging from his belt, brandishing a samurai sword, and beside it, Sergeant Frank Knox beheading the same officer, who knelt like a slave at his feet. Walt suspected that one of the swords on the wall was the one from the photos, but he didn't waste time finding out. Beyond the door, Walt found an office containing an antique desk that might have belonged to Teddy Roosevelt. The room's appointments also seemed to fit that era, but what dominated the room was a massive feral hog stuffed and mounted on a polished stand against the wall opposite the desk. Walt had hoped to find filing cabinets or even a safe, but he saw nothing like that. Taking a seat in the black leather chair behind the desk, he quickly went through the drawers. He found little. Some ledgers pertaining to Billy Knox's legitimate business interests, particularly a television program about hunting. A messy drawer filled with pens and office supplies, a bottle of wild turkey bourbon, a few tins of Skoal, and a box of Cuban cigars. There was also a letter from Jimmy Buffett's management company expressing doubt that their artist could perform for a private birthday party in Mississippi regardless of the fee. Walt was about to get up and start working his way through the rest of the lodge when he noticed that a rectangular section of the floor beneath him was lighter than the rest. Standing, he looked down, trying to work out why this was so. It appeared that the hardwood around the rectangle had been darkened by sunlight, while the rectangle had escaped this aging, as though a rug had covered it for a long period. As he stared, Walt realized that the rectangle was exactly the size of the base upon which the big razorback had been mounted, which now stood on the opposite side of the office. Kneeling, Walt found a small hole in one plank that went right through the floor. The hole was smaller than his little finger. He searched the desk again until he found what he hoped for, a metal rod with a hook on one end. Inserting this hook in the hole, he lifted a concealed trap door about 2 by 3 feet wide. His heart began to pound when he saw what lay beneath. 2 heavy floor safes with combination locks set in their faces. He was gauging his chances of breaking into those safes when the rumble of a low-flying airplane sounded over the lodge. After 20 seconds, it faded. then returned, though at diminished volume. Walt's heartbeat had just about returned to normal when he heard the whoop-whoop-whoop of a helicopter approaching. This was a different engine. The rotor-driven craft flew directly over the lodge, then hovered and began to land in the clearing outside. With no time to flee the building, Walt dropped the trapdoor, replaced the hook in the desk, and ran for the staircase in the great room. The last thing Billy Knox wanted to do while Concordia Parish was turning into a redneck version of Fallujah was return to Louisiana, especially in the company of his father. But since his cousin had sent the invitation, remaining in Texas wasn't an option. At Forrest's command, Snake had flown Billy and Sonny over in the Barren, while 3 more Double Eagles had set out from Toledo Bend by car and would arrive in 5 hours or so. Snake had spent most of the flight offering theories for why his bullet hadn't killed Henry Sexton at Mercy Hospital, all of which amounted to detailed but pathetic excuses. Only Claude Devereaux's hint that Forrest planned to retaliate for the morning's drug busts by killing Penn Cage and his girlfriend had brightened Snake's mood. He was furious that newspaper whore had written a story claiming he'd murdered and mutilated Pookie Wilson in 1964. That Snake was, in fact, guilty of the crime seemed not to matter to him. But Billy had learned long ago not to demand reason from his father. While Snake went on and on, Billy had simply put on his headphones and listened to Steve Earle for the remainder of the flight. Forrest's Redbone enforcer had met them down at the landing strip in an SUV, then ferried them up to the lodge. Now they trooped into the great room like GIs summoned to a pre-mission briefing. Billy had never served in the military, but everybody else had, and there was no mistaking the martial air of this meeting. Snake made quite a thing of laying his rifle case on the coffee table as though it held some ceremonial weapon about to be consecrated. Forrest straddled a heavy wooden chair at the center of the room, facing the sofas and club chairs. Ozen played waiter and got everybody their preference in alcohol, but even before it arrived, Snake launched into a monologue on the ways he might remove the human threats to their organization. Forrest let Snake run, but Billy hardly looked at his father. He sensed that Forrest had something very different in mind. Finally, after a couple of shots of bourbon, even Snake began to sense something amiss. When he finally stopped talking, everyone sat in awkward silence, which was unusual at Valhalla, where family members and Double Eagles had always felt completely at home. Forrest looked at each man in turn. Billy, Sonny, and finally Snake. Then he began to speak, softly but with absolute authority, as if it were understood that no one would interrupt him. This was no mean feat when Snake and Sonny were a generation older than he. Billy could never have pulled this off without his father butting in, but Forrest was different. He always had been. "We're under attack from at least 4 different directions," he began, "and probably more. The FBI is after us, both for what the Double Eagles did back in the day and for our current operations. The Masters girl is trying to crucify us with her newspaper. Penn Cage wants us because of the threat to his father, and Walker Dennis wants revenge for the cousin he lost a couple of years back. To that you can add a whole department that wants blood because of the deputies that died from the bomb in the warehouse this morning." Forrest looked directly at Snake. "While my instinct when attacked is to counterattack violently, I've decided that we're not going to dump gasoline on this fire. We can't afford to." Billy saw his father gearing up to argue, but Forrest raised his right hand a few inches to forestall him. "Brody apparently lost his mind last night. I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. He did us the favor of taking Henry Sexton off the board, but we don't know what information he might have passed to others, or what our current exposure is. We don't know what Morehouse told Henry before you guys took him out, but we have to assume the worst. We also don't know what Viola Turner may have told Dr. Cage or Henry Sexton before she died. So, we're pretty much in the dark when it comes to the exact nature of the threat. The body count is already unacceptably high. Even if we suspend operations and nobody gets killed, it'll be weeks before the FBI pulls out of the parish. And that is what we are going to do. I've already given the orders to my people, and you guys will do the same.
Snake's face had gone red, but to Billy's amazement, he didn't rush to fill the vacuum of Forrest's first pause.
The fact that what's been in the paper is focused on the 1960s is encouraging,
Forrest went on,
because proving any of those crimes in court would be virtually impossible, especially with all the witnesses dead. One of you guys would have to turn state's evidence for them to get a conviction, and I assume that will not happen. You're goddamn right it won't,
Snake vowed. Forrest acknowledged his fury with a nod.
But that doesn't mean we're in the clear. This morning's busts will allow Dennis to put a lot of pressure on your mules, cookers, etc.
Forrest looked at Billy.
What do you think our exposure is from those people?
0 to minimal, Billy said. He'd been thinking about this all morning. Hardly any of them can hurt us, and we're holding wives or kids of the few who could. They won't talk.
Good. Make sure our men in the CPSO reinforce that. If one man tries to cut a deal, mamas and babies start dying. Just the fact that we have people on the inside will scare the hell out of them.
For the first time, Snake nodded in satisfaction. Probably at the coldness in Forrest's voice, Billy thought.
As for the bigger picture, Forrest continued, we're going to play it very cool. There'll be a lot of moving parts to my response. First, I've called up the black team. They'll start arriving here today. If anybody needs to be threatened or hit in the short term, they'll handle it. The Bureau has no idea who they are as opposed to you guys. Second, I need time. First, to get McKeever out of his job. But there are other reasons, too.
Forrest flexed his fists and looked around the room.
To that end, you guys are going to have to do something you won't want to do, but we have no choice.
Snake's eyes had narrowed in suspicion.
Sheriff Walker Dennis has asked that you guys and 6 other Eagles come into the CPSO tomorrow for voluntary questioning.
Billy's stomach flipped over. Snake looked like he was about to bust a gut, but still he waited to hear what was coming. Sonny Thornfield was obviously terrified.
Why me?
Billy asked hoarsely.
Not you, Forrest said. I misspoke there.
Billy nearly fell out of his chair with relief.
At 7 tomorrow, Forrest said, Snake, Sonny, and the other named Eagles are going to do exactly that. To my knowledge, Dennis has no plans to arrest you. This amounts to harassment, plain and simple, but you're going to put up with it, because I need the time.
When Snake finally blew his top, it was like a storm being unleashed from above. He could cuss more in 60 seconds than any man Billy had ever seen. Forrest simply sat there and took it, like a man waiting for a tornado to pass. Sonny looked like he might collapse from the strain at any moment, but at last, like even the most violent of hurricanes, Snake blew himself out. Forrest waited a bit, then said calmly,
There's no risk of arrest, Uncle Snake.
0.
For you, Snake snapped. That goddamn Masters girl already accused me of murder in the newspaper.
Forrest actually chuckled at this.
Yeah, well, you've been bragging in bars that you killed Martin Luther King. Did you think that shit was never going to come back on you? This is different. You're goddamn right it is.
Forrest's eyes looked like lasers burning into Snake's face. Snake looked at the broad plank floor.
What are you going to be doing while all this is going down?
I'm glad you asked, Uncle. I'm going to be cutting a deal to make all this trouble go away.
Who with?
That you don't need to know. Not right now. Nobody does.
Bullshit, we don't.
Snake said, looking around for support. "If you think I'm going to walk into the sheriff's office without knowing—" "I do think that," Forrest said with icy calm, "because it's your only option. Do anything else, and you look guilty. Kill the mayor, or the master's girl, or God forbid John Kaiser, and we'll have an army of federal agents in here for a year. They'll be like that posse in the Butch Cassidy movie. They'll hound us until we're dead. So you and your old buddies are going to walk into the CPSO like you have nothing to hide." "No goddamn way," Snake muttered. "That's suicide." When Forrest laughed again, Snake looked apoplectic. "I'll tell you what," Forrest said. "I was going to keep this a surprise, but to ease your mind, Uncle, I'll give you a little heads up. 10 minutes after you walk into the sheriff's office tomorrow, Walker Dennis won't be the sheriff anymore." Snake's mouth fell open. "What do you mean? Is the black team going to kill him?" "That's none of your concern. All you need to know is that by the time you walk in there tomorrow, Walker Dennis will have ceased to be a factor in our situation." "Who will be the sheriff then?" Forrest grinned. "A friendly face." Billy drank off his whiskey, leaned forward, and waited for his cousin to lay out the plan. He expected a classic Forrest Knox gambit, ballsy as hell, yet as intricately choreographed as a ballet. But Forrest said nothing. He had no intention of telling them anything. Billy expected his father to raise hell, but after staring at Forrest's face for nearly a minute, Snake settled back in his chair with a malevolent smile. It was as though Forrest had cast a spell over him. "So," Forrest concluded, "we're all clear? Tomorrow you walk in there for questioning?" Snake laughed. "I reckon so, nephew. I reckon so." "Good. Now I want to discuss a couple things with Billy. We're going to take a walk down to check the food plots." Billy started to get up, but Snake said, "Hold up 1 minute. I heard you changed your orders on Tom Cage. No more shoot to kill, they say." In an instant, the beast that lived behind Forrest's imperturbable mask revealed itself. "Who told you that?" he asked in a barely audible voice. But Snake was not intimidated. "Never you mind, nephew. Is it true?" "It's true." Snake looked at Sonny as if to say, "You see?" Then he said, "And why would that be?" "Tom Cage is one of the moving parts in the deal I'm making to save your ass." Snake slowly went red again. "You mean to save your real estate deals down in New Orleans, don't you? This ain't about saving us up here at all." Forrest looked at the floor as though by so doing he could bleed his fury into the wood. After half a minute he composed himself and looked up again, focusing on each man in turn once more. "Crystal meth business is for suckers," he said. "You found out why this morning. Every man they brought in is facing a mandatory minimum sentence. You may be right that none of them will turn on you, this time. But sooner or later, somebody will give you up. If we stay in that business, we're going to end up in Angola one day. You guys may be willing to take that chance, but I'm not. The deals Brody has got me into will make the money we've earned in the past look like a joke. I'd be better off paying you to stay out of business than to risk you staying in, you understand? And I'm willing to do that for a reasonable amount of time. What I won't do is stand by while you go rogue and try some crazy shit like Brody did and bring more heat down on our heads, because the day you become a liability to me—" Forrest didn't finish this sentence. He didn't need to. Snake was shaking his head, but when he finally spoke, he only seemed to have one thing on his mind. "I want Tom Cage dead," he growled. "The rest of it I can live with, but not that. I think the doc knows enough to put us all in Angola, and he'll do it, too."
"Why?" Forrest asked, sounding genuinely interested. "Why would he do that?"
"Because of what we done to that nurse of his back in '68.
Snake looked hard at Forrest.
You know what I'm talking about. You were there."
Forrest acknowledged this with a nod. Billy was pretty sure they were talking about a gang rape, but he had no desire to know more.
"Dr. Cage might feel some bitterness about that," Forrest conceded. "But he cares about his family a lot more than he does revenge. You leave him to me."
"To him, that nurse was family," Snake said. "He loved that nigger, and he had a natural child by her. Why else would he have gone so high up to keep us from killing her?"
Billy had no idea what Snake was talking about.
"He probably did love her," Forrest said. "I don't give a shit about that. I care about security. Dr. Cage wants to watch that granddaughter of his grow up for as long as he can. He'll do a lot for that privilege."
Snake held out a shaking hand and pointed at Forrest.
"Mark my words, boy. You try to cut a deal with Tom Cage and he'll fuck you in the end."
Forrest looked more intrigued than angry.
"Why is that, Uncle?"
Snake sat so still he looked carved from stone.
"I've never trusted that motherfucker. Not since your daddy died in his office."
For the first time, Forrest looked rattled.
"What the hell's that supposed to mean?"
"It's just a feeling I always had. I don't like that nigger woman was in there when Frank died, especially so soon after what we done to her."
Forrest sneered and shook his head.
"You're nuts, Unc. Daddy was doomed the second those batteries fell on him. The pathologist told Mama that."
"Yeah, well, fuck him too."
Forrest's voice hardened.
"You're the one who took Daddy to Dr. Cage's office. You should have taken him to the hospital. That's something else the pathologist told Mama, if you want to know." "Fuck the pathologist!" Snake roared. "I know what I know, and I want Dr. Cage dead. The rest you can have your way on, but I want that S.O.B. in the swamp."
Forrest stood, then walked over to Snake and spoke in a voice so soft and sibilant that Billy was reminded of the warning hiss of the moccasins for which his father had been nicknamed.
"Listen to me, Uncle. I say who lives and dies in this outfit. Not you, and not anybody you might call in the dark of the night. Me. Anybody crosses me on that, he'll be chewing over old times with Leo Spivey. Am I understood?"
Billy wasn't breathing. Forrest had just threatened his father with death. To Billy's surprise, Snake didn't jump up screaming, but instead merely mumbled a reply. Billy couldn't make it out, but apparently this response satisfied Forrest, because he turned and walked over to his chair to get his coat. Billy got up to go for the walk Forrest had proposed, but Snake suddenly stood, grabbed his rifle case off the coffee table, and said,
"Don't get up, Billy. I wouldn't want you youngsters to get a chill. Sonny and I will check the food plots. I might see a buck on the way down. At least that way I won't have brought my gun for nothing."
As the obviously shaken Sonny followed Snake to the door, Forrest called after them.
"I will give you this, Uncle. If I can't get this deal done and quick, there will be some killing to do. Mayor Cage, the master's girl, even Kaiser. So keep your gun warmed up because you never know."
Snake stopped and looked back at his nephew.
"Agent Kaiser? You serious?"
Forrest nodded.
"I'm digging into Kaiser right now. I've got a funny feeling about him. It may be that even if I do a deal to spare the Cages, Kaiser will need to have an accident. But until I know, you play it my way. Agreed?"
The wild light Billy knew so well flickered in his father's eyes.
"Deal,"
Snake said. Then he went out. Sonny pulled the door shut behind them, and then Billy was alone with Forrest. Billy had no idea what was coming, but he knew it was serious when Forrest motioned for Ozen to leave the room and refilled Billy's whiskey glass himself. Forrest poured himself a straight vodka, then turned the big wooden chair around and sat with his legs crossed, his eyes on Billy's.
"How you doing, William?"
he asked. I'm good," Billy almost stammered.
"Do you think I was too rough on your old man?"
Fuck yeah, Billy thought. But in his calmest voice he said, "Nah, I get it. It ain't easy keeping him calm, and we damn sure got enough heat on us already."
"That's right. And for that reason, I need to make sure you and I are on the same page."
Billy's eyes strayed to the windows that faced the deck. He worried about his father and Sonny trying to eavesdrop.
"Alphonse will make sure nobody hears us," Forrest said. "Here's the deal, Billy. I told them the truth. I'm moving up to the next level, where the kind of money and power your father never dreamed about is everywhere. There's room at that table for you, brother, right next to me. You've done a good job of straddling the line between the legitimate and criminal worlds, and you're good with money, especially cleaning it."
Billy swelled with pride. His cousin never gave compliments.
"At the same time, thanks to the actions of the past generation, we're in more danger than we've ever faced. I told the truth about the drug business, too. It only ends one of two places, prison or the cemetery."
Billy took a gulp of bourbon. He'd served time in Rayford Penitentiary in Florida, and the term prison rape was not academic to him. He hadn't watched a prison movie since.
"In some ways," Forrest went on, "we're our father's sons, you and me. We got some good qualities from them, but they had some bad ones, too. Your father's is his temper. Agreed?"
Billy nodded soberly.
"We can't let that temper put us at risk, William."
Billy shook his head. What else could he do? Forrest leaned toward him, and Billy felt as though the temperature in the room had risen 5 degrees.
"I'm going to do all I can to keep us all out of prison," Forrest said. "But it's not a perfect world. The day may come when we have to make a choice, you and me, between our father's generation and ours. You understand?"
Billy felt the blood drain from his face. This was the point of the whole conversation. "I do? Yeah." Forrest let the silence stretch until Billy felt he could hear himself sweating. Then he said,
"I need to know that if that day comes, you'll be ready to cut loose anybody who's a liability. And that includes your father."
Billy could no longer speak. It was all he could do not to start shivering on the spot.
"I know that's a tough thing to contemplate," Forrest said, "but we may face that choice a lot sooner than we'd like."
Billy tried to think of something appropriate to say, but his mind had gone blank with fear. Forrest seemed to understand this, and he said,
"One more thing. If things should go tits up, we might have to pull the ripcord on our escape chute. We need to make sure our Andorra option is ready to go. Do you feel everything's good on that front?"
"Absolutely," Billy said, thankful for the reprieve.
"Good. Well, what about that choice I was talking about?"
Billy got up and walked a few steps away from Forrest. He hated the eyes of all the dead animals staring down at him. He always had. He wasn't a born killer like his father or Forrest. In fact, if it wasn't for the TV show, he'd probably have quit hunting game a long time ago. "When you say cut them loose," Billy said, "do you mean let them go to jail, or—" His voice died in his throat.
"You know the answer to that.
In spite of all their talk about blood oaths, these old men aren't going to sit in Angola while nigger gangs torment them. One of them will talk. Glenn Morehouse proved that.
In Forrest's dark eyes, Billy saw not a shred of doubt or mercy. He might as well have been looking into the eyes of his Uncle Frank, who, despite being long dead, still dominated the family like an unquiet ghost.
"Do we understand each other?"
Forrest asked. "Yeah," Billy said, knowing further hesitation could be fatal. "I'm not going back to prison. I can't."
"I'm glad to hear that, brother."
Billy felt some of the nauseating tension drain away. "Since I'm not turning myself in, can I go back to Texas now?" Forrest got to his feet.
"Sorry, no. I need you to ride herd on the old men until tomorrow. You speak for me, William. I'll make that clear. Everything depends on them going to Walker Dennis's office in the morning."
"I got it. Where will you be?"
"Concordia Parish. Out of sight, but close enough to take over if things spin out of control tomorrow. I'm going to leave Traveler out here tonight. I may not be able to take him everywhere I'll need to go. You look out for him?"
"Sure," Billy said, adding the dog to his endless list of responsibilities. He took another slug of bourbon. "Do you really think you can cut a deal? I mean, is there a real chance?"
"A good chance. Tomorrow Walker Dennis is going to get the surprise of his life. And with luck, by then my deal will be in place."
Forrest walked over and patted Billy on the shoulder.
"Okay."
Billy felt the drink shaking in his hand. "Okay, Forrest. I'm with you." Walt lay beneath a bed in one of the second-floor rooms, his heart thundering in his chest. He'd scarcely reached the second-story landing when the front door of the lodge opened and booted feet marched into the great room. As he'd turned to slip down the hallway, he'd peered back around the corner and caught sight of the last man into the room. A uniformed state trooper with dark hair, a hard jawline, and a mutilated ear. Forrest Knox. And trailing at Knox's heel was the large pit bull Walt had seen back in Baton Rouge. Once Walt reached his present hiding place, he'd heard muted voices below, yet, as hard as he strained to hear, he couldn't make out the words. Any hope that the conversation would be short faded as the minutes dragged on. Eventually, the helicopter outside spooled up again and noisily departed, but after the beating of its rotors faded, at least two voices droned on below. More disturbing still, when Walt checked his cell phone, he found he had no service. This puzzled him, since he'd checked his phone several times during the walk-in and seen 3 bars of reception. As carefully as he could, he slid out from under the bed, tiptoed to the window, and peered through a crack in the curtains. A dog that appeared to be Knox's pit bull was sitting in the yard, alert as a hungry wolf. The sight chilled Walt's blood. He'd worked with canine units enough to know that the canine sense of smell was a truly fearsome thing. He had no chance at escape while that dog patrolled the yard. Walt took out his burn phone and checked it again, but being near the window hadn't improved his reception. "At least I know Tom's okay," he thought, "even if I don't know where he is." As he tiptoed back across the floor, he realized that, depending on what the men below did next, he might have to spend quite a while in this place. Lowering himself to his knees, he rolled onto his back and slid slowly under the bed. Chapter 30. "This house looks just like it did 27 years ago, Mom says, looking around the living room of Sam Abrams' parents' Duncan Avenue home. "I remember coming to one of your senior parties here. My God, you and Sam were just boys." "How come I've never been here before?" Annie asks, looking wide-eyed around the unfamiliar house. "If you're such good friends with Mr. Sam."
His parents are older than Graham and Papa, Punkin. That's why they moved to Florida. But they kept this house? And the furniture? That's right. So they can come visit their kids during holidays. Jewish holidays? I imagine so. Why don't you run upstairs and check out the bedrooms? That's where they all are. Annie looks toward the ceiling, then sniffs suspiciously. It smells like old people. Well, they lived here 50 years at least. As Annie wraps her mind around this, I know my mother must be thinking of the house she and my father lost to arson 7 years ago. Come on, Graham, Annie says. Let's see where we're going to be living this time. Mom waves her toward the front foyer and stares. You go on, honey. I'll be up in a minute. Annie rolls her eyes, then takes my mother's suitcase from her. I'll carry your bag up. Thank you, Muffin. At age 11, Annie must be pretty tired of being addressed as Punkin and Muffin, but she rarely protests so long as none of her friends are around. She disappears in search of the stairs, and then I hear the clunk, clunk, clunk of a heavy case being dragged up carpeted steps. My mother gives me a look that communicates many things, guilt and regret most of all. I hate losing the Abramses, but we've lost most of Natchez's Jewish families over the last 20 years. All their children settled elsewhere, like most of my classmates. Won't the neighbors think George and Bernice have come back to town? I can't help but chuckle at this. Sam called the nosiest one and told her he's rented the house to a visiting professor from Alcorn State University. That was smart. The only question the neighbor asked was whether the professor was white or black. Mom smiles and shakes her head. The closed garage is nice. I was a little worried people would recognize your car downtown, even tucked back behind the fence and bushes. This is a better safe house by every measure. It's totally untraceable, so long as you and Annie stay inside and keep the curtains closed. I walk into the kitchen and pull the curtains almost shut. The Abramses' house stands on Duncan Avenue, facing a park donated to the city in the 19th century by one of the nabobs of Natchez. It's one of the most peaceful streets in the city, since it faces the back nine of the golf course and thus has houses only on one side. Beyond the links, I can make out the Little League ball fields where Drew Elliott and I played Dixie Youth baseball. Mom walks up behind me and squeezes my upper arm. It's going to be all right, Pen. I really believe that. Before I can answer, my new BlackBerry rings. After seeing Caitlin's trio earlier, I realized I couldn't live without at least occasional access to my email accounts. As soon as I set up the phone, I gave the number to Caitlin and Walker Dennis, telling them to use it only if they couldn't reach me on one of my new track phones. Who's calling? Mom asks anxiously. Sheriff Dennis, from Vidalia. She looks grave, and I realize she must fear the worst every time the phone rings. What you got, Walker? I ask. How are your deputies doing? The second one just died. Terry Stamper was about to go into the OR over in Alexandria. Turns out his aorta was torn, and he bled out while he was on the gurney. Jesus, Walker. I'm sorry. 3 kids, Pen. Oldest is 6. Is it about Tom? My mother whispers, probably terrified by my expression. I shake my head and cover the microphone hole. Nothing to do with Dad. I may be a while. Why don't you check on Annie? Mom nods and heads for the staircase. I'm so sorry, man, I repeat, sitting at the banquette in the corner of the kitchen. I wish we hadn't gone to that warehouse. That's the job, Dennis says stoically. My men knew that, and we're going to finish this particular job. I'm with you. Good. I finally got a hold of Claude Devereaux. I told him I wanted the double eagles in my office at 7 a.m. tomorrow. All of them I could get, but for sure, Snake Knox and Sonny Thornfield. What did he say? That he'd pass on my request, if he could find them. He'll pass it on all right. He probably called Forrest Knox 2 seconds after you hung up. But Kaiser's right. I wouldn't expect to see the Eagles tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to question them one way or another, even if I have to extradite them from Texas. You could probably help me with that, huh?
Yes, but that's a slow process. Have you found anything useful in what you confiscated during the busts?
Nothing against the Double Eagles. Going through the computers is slow work, but if we find something, it's going to be there.
What about your interrogations of the people you busted this morning?
Not one of them's talked yet. They're scared to death, Penn.
That tells me they know their employers well.
Yeah, but I've never seen anything like this. I feel like I could walk in there with a blowtorch and they wouldn't say a word.
This takes me back to my days as an ADA in Houston. Have you checked out their families?
What do you mean?
I was thinking about hostages. Sometimes you see that in the drug trade. The Double Eagles might be holding some wives or kids to ensure silence.
Oh, I get it. But tracing these families could be tough. Quite a few of these folks are illegals.
Do what you can. What about Leo Spivey's death? Anything come from that?
It was probably murder, but there's nothing pointing to anybody in particular. I'll tell you something peculiar, though. I noticed it when I talked to Claude Devereaux.
What's that?
Claude sounded scared, too, especially for a cocky old lawyer.
I remember Pithy Nolan telling me that calling Claude Devereaux a snake would be a slander to the serpent. Lawyers who walk the line between both sides of the law tend to build up liabilities over the years. Maybe Devereaux's afraid that his note's about to come due.
It is if I have anything to do with it.
Are you going to tell John Kaiser you called Devereaux?
I will if I hear the Eagles are coming in. Short of that, I got no use for Kaiser.
The FBI could help you with those computers you confiscated. Walker pauses for a moment.
I'll think about it. What's your plan?
I need to sleep, like you said. I'm about to pass out. But I can come over to the station if I can help you with anything.
Nah, get some rest. If the Eagles do come in tomorrow, it's going to be a long day, and I want you there.
Thanks. And again, I'm sorry about your deputy.
Tough times, bud.
Sheriff Dennis hangs up. The sound of Annie's footsteps come through the ceiling. As I walk back into the den, television voices float down from the upstairs. Then my track phone rings as I'm walking to the garage door to be sure it's locked. This time it's Jewel Washington, the coroner. For a second, I wonder if the final toxicology report has come in on Viola Turner, but that process usually takes weeks. Hey, Jewel, I answer. What's up? Are you close to a radio? I don't know. Hang on. What's happening? Just tune in to WMPR in Jackson, 90.1 on the FM dial. Walking back into the kitchen, I find no radio. But in the den stands an ancient console sound system, the kind where you lift the heavy wooden lid and find a turntable and radio. I switch on the system and wait for the tubes to warm up. I'll have it in a few seconds, Jewel. Won't you tell me what's going on? I don't want to ruin the surprise. A crazy thought hits me. It's not Dad, is it? God, no. The opposite. Turning the big dial to 90.1, I hear a disc jockey's voice, rich with the rhythms of black Mississippi. Folks would tell you times have changed down here, but no sooner do the movers and shakers get that out of their mouths than something happens to give the lie to their words. To illustrate my point, we've got Mr. Lincoln Turner with us. Mr. Turner is the son of the victim in that doctor murder down in Natchez. He was born in Chicago, but his family goes way back in this town. And it's a good thing he came back home to Mississippi when he did, because otherwise the powers that be would have swept his mother's death right under the rug. Yes, sir. That big white rug they spread out to cover anything they don't want the world to see. Well, it's out again, my brothers and sisters. So let's hear firsthand what's going on down there in the old slave capital of the Magnolia State. Has Lincoln been on the air yet? I asked Jewel. Oh, yeah, baby. They're running in a continuous loop. I just caught the end of it, but they said they were going to run it again. How bad is it? It's not good. He's saying there's a huge cover-up to protect your father, and he aims a lot of his anger at your better half. Great. Does Caitlin know? I texted her a minute ago. Lincoln Turner's voice rises from the old speakers. The problem down here, he says, is that the accused, Dr. Tom Cage, is the father of the mayor, and the mayor is set to marry the publisher of the newspaper. So even though the Natchez DA is supporting this prosecution, the citizens know almost nothing about it. I've read their online edition, says the disc jockey. There's a lot of stuff in there about old civil rights cases, which is admirable. The publisher seems to support getting justice for the cold cases worked by that reporter that got killed across the river, Henry Sexton. Yes, says Lincoln, but those crimes are 40 years old, and to Caitlin Masters, the hero of all those cases is the dead white reporter. There's hardly anything in there about Sleepy Johnston, who came all the way from Detroit to nail Brody Royal for killing his friend. And there's no story focusing on my murdered mother, or the case against Dr. Cage, or any more than a passing mention that he's jumped bail and remains on the run from the law. Amen, says the disc jockey. She treats that like a minor detail. As I listen, a female arm slips around me and switches off the console. That's enough of that, says my mother. Who was that talking? Asks Annie from behind us. A disc jockey in Jackson, I tell her. Then I say to Jewel, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for the heads up. And disconnect my call. Was he talking about Papa? Yes, Mom says, but it's all lies, and we don't listen to lies. Mom's response does little to reassure Annie. This is the kind of thing that goes on during big legal cases, I explain. People try to use the media to sway people who might become jury members down the road. Annie nods but says nothing. Did you find a good bedroom up there? She nods. The bedrooms smell like old people too, but they're nice. Graham gave me the one with the TV. Do you want to come watch a show with me? Sure. What about your schoolwork, though? Are you keeping up? Annie smiles. Piece of cake. I've never had this much free time before. I wonder how long the story of a vacation with my mother is going to hold the St. Stephen's administration at bay. Come on, Dad, Annie says, taking my hand. Let me give you a tour. Mom says, I'll get the groceries from the car and make some sandwiches. I'll get the groceries, I tell her, but she shakes her head and pushes me after Annie. I'm not so old I can't carry 2 grocery bags. By the time Annie and I reach the top of the stairs, Lincoln's voice has faded from my mind. In its place, I hear Walker Dennis telling me that another of his deputies has died. By the time Annie gets the TV tuned to a documentary on the Discovery Channel, my eyelids are at half-mast. Instead of penguins marching across the Arctic tundra, I see John Kaiser and Dwight Stone on their knees, scrabbling through the ashes of Brody Royal's house, searching for scorched artifacts from the fall of Camelot. Are you that sleepy, Dad? Annie asks, poking my shoulder. I haven't been sleeping at night. You're going to miss your sandwich. Sandwich? Oh, yeah. I'll eat it when I get up. In less than a minute, I'm sinking into oblivion again, but something startles me back to alertness. It's my internal body clock. Kaiser told me that Dwight Stone, my old savior, would be in town by 6, and I promised I'd meet them at Stone's hotel. Boo, I mumble. I need to wake up at 6. Tonight? Mm-hmm. That's only like an hour and a half from now. I don't have a choice. She groans in frustration and disappointment, but after a moment she says, Okay, I'll get you up. I feel myself sinking again. Don't forget. Don't worry. You sleep. I'll watch over you.
Chapter 31. Tom's heart thudded when he heard the car engine outside Quentin's house, but 2 short blasts on a horn told him his visitor was probably Melba. A minute later, the same pattern was repeated from behind the house. It took Tom longer than that to reach the back door, but the more he moved, the more his stiff muscles relaxed. By the time he looked through the peephole and saw his nurse, he felt half human again, and when he opened the door, he hugged her as if he were a prisoner being visited on death row. The upwelling of emotion surprised him, but Melba was squeezing him as tightly as he was her. After they separated, he wiped his eyes and led her back to the living room sofa that had become his home.
"Is Quentin here?"
Melba asked. Tom could tell she'd hoped to find the lawyer at home. He shook his head. "If the police found him here, he'd lose his law license. I can't let that happen, especially now." Tom eyed the Walmart bag in her hand. "Did you get the phones?"
"I bought 4.
"Thank God. Let's get one activated. I need to let Walt know where I am. He gave me a kind of code, and I can text him where we are using that."
"How did Captain Garrity's meeting go?" Melba asked. "With that state policeman?"
"I don't know yet. Apparently, that fellow's got his own problems, and with the same people who are trying to kill Walt and me." Melba shook her head almost hopelessly. "Can you open up one of those phones for me, Mel?" Tom asked. "My arthritis is kicking up bad."
"Sure."
She got out one of the plastic packages and began to explore its seams.
"I need to tell you something, Doc."
"What?" he asked, sensing trouble.
Melba looked up, her eyes filled with guilt. "Dr. Elliot and I went and talked to Penn."
Tom's chest ached suddenly, and his breath went shallow. "Why did you do that?"
"We were afraid something had happened to you. Dr. Drew had been calling his lake house all morning, and nobody picked up. We figured the best thing would be to send Penn over there."
"Did you tell Penn where I am now?"
No. I didn't tell Dr. Elliot either."
Melba was clearly in distress.
"I promised Penn I would call him if you got back in touch with me, but I couldn't bring myself to do it."
Tom placed a nitro tablet under his tongue. "Okay," he said, trying to breathe deeply. "Okay."
"I'm sorry," Melba said. "This is hard, Doc. I'm scared for you. I knew I shouldn't have left you before, and I was right. It's a miracle you're even standing here now."
Tom gave her a reassuring smile. "You know I'm hard to kill, Mel. I've outlived at least 2 serious diseases already."
"I'm not talking about disease."
"I know. But this is one of those times when we just have to hold our nerve. I know you don't understand, but you're better off not knowing more than you do. I'm asking a lot of you, I know. And you can go back home now that you've brought me these supplies. I've already asked too much." Melba sat on the arm of the sofa, folded her arms, and looked at him like an angry sister.
"You think I drove out here just to leave you with no help? In the shape you're in? I know you know better than that."
The nurse sighed and looked around the opulent living room.
"Lord, Quentin Avery's got more money than anybody has a right to. You can't make this kind of money doing the right thing."
"Maybe not," Tom conceded, "but he's done more good for more people than most of us ever will. I figure he's earned the right to sell out just a little at the end of his life." Melba gave Tom a chiding look.
"That's not how it works with right and wrong, Dr. Cage, and you know it."
Tom looked back at her for a few seconds, wanting to explain himself. But in the end, he turned away without speaking. Caitlin woke from a dead sleep on her office sofa with no idea what time it was. She'd switched off the ringers on her phones, but still her dreams had been troubled. She'd been frantically treading cold black water as dark figures with yellow eyes floated around her in an obscene ballet. Cypress knees, like gnarled wet knuckles, jutted from the water, giving her the feeling that a great hand waited to snatch her below the surface. And when she looked up to escape this sight, she saw twisted limbs and feathery leaves hanging over her like the hair of some terrible witch. "Caitlin?" said a voice. Someone poked her shoulder, then shook her, and bright light burned away the dark world that had enveloped her. Jamie Lewis stood beside the sofa, staring down at her. "Are you okay?" he asked, starting to kneel. "Don't get too close. I have bad breath." Lewis straightened up. "Gary Valentine's on the landline for you. He said he had a private message for you." "Okay," she said, rolling groggily off the sofa. Gary Valentine was the computer technician she'd dispatched to watch Drew and Melba after Penn told her that both had seen Tom and then lied about it. "I told him we didn't have time for games, but Gary still wouldn't tell me what he wants." "Blame me, not him." Caitlin got to her feet and gave Jamie a smile that triggered a shock of pain from the cheekburn. "Some things you don't need to know. Hand me the cordless phone, would you?" Jamie flipped her the bird, then picked up the phone and gave it to her. "Don't do anything crazy, okay? You nearly died last night. Let's not go for an encore." Caitlin motioned for him to get out. From the door, Jamie said, "Oh, did you see my text about the state police thing?" "No." "Man, you were really out. The Advocate is reporting that a 14-year-old male prostitute from New Orleans claims he was paid for sex by Colonel McKeever on multiple occasions. McKeever's home has been under siege by the media. Some officials are already calling for his resignation." "Forrest Knox has got to be behind that. Stay on it, Jamie. Keep digging into Knox's background. You'll find something we can use against him." As Jamie went out, she thought about Forrest Knox. The man was obviously making an all-out effort to destroy his superior and consolidate his own power, and that would put him in the best possible position to help the Double Eagles survive the attack by Penn and Sheriff Dennis, not to mention protect himself from McKeever or the FBI. Pushing these thoughts from her mind, she put down the cordless phone, took her trio from her pocket, and called Gary Valentine. "Hello?" she said after the door had closed. "Gary?" "Thank God!" said the tech's excited voice. "I think I hit pay dirt." "What do you mean?" "I followed one of the people you asked me to watch. She just went into a place that my gut tells me is what you're looking for." "Melba must have gone to Tom again." "Where is she?" "I probably shouldn't say on the phone, right?" "Damn," Caitlin thought, realizing she must not be fully awake. "I think this line is safe, but can you give me a clue nobody else could decipher?" "I've been thinking about that. She's at a private residence. It's a house that belongs to somebody I'm pretty sure you know. Here's the clue. The owner's initials are the same as those of the first two words of the TV show that Gabriel Vance used to rave about." Gabriel Vance was a gay reporter who'd worked at the Examiner until he moved to the New Orleans Times-Picayune. He'd done heroic coverage of Hurricane Katrina, but what popped into Caitlin's mind almost without thought was Gabe's favorite cable show, Queer as Folk. "Have you got it?" Gary asked. Caitlin almost said QA aloud, but checked herself. Despite her exhaustion, it had taken her less than 5 seconds to arrive at Quentin Avery. "I think I have it," she said. "I've never been there, though. Are you looking at it now?" "You can't see it from the road. I figured out the owner using Google. You ought to check Google Earth." Caitlin glanced at her watch, calculating how long it would take her to reach Quentin's wooded compound in Jefferson County. 20 minutes minimum, and at least twice that to be sure she had no tail. "I'll be there in an hour. 40 minutes if I'm clean when I leave here." "I'll be cruising up and down the nearest main road." "Thanks, Gary, and don't tell a soul. Not Jamie,
Not anybody.
I know, boss.
Thanks.
Caitlin hung up and opened the purse on her desk. The .38 Tom had given her years ago was inside it. For a few seconds she considered calling Penn, but in truth her decision was a foregone conclusion. Like Drew and Melba, she would not betray Tom's location without his permission, not even to his son. Not until she'd heard what he had to say, anyway. Pulling on her jacket, she slung her purse over her shoulder and opened her door. She nearly jumped out of her skin when she found Jordan Glass standing less than a foot away from her.
"Hey, hey," Jordan said, catching hold of her arm. "I didn't mean to scare you." No, Caitlin said, flustered. "I just wasn't expecting anybody." "Obviously. Looks like you're headed out, huh?"
Caitlin forced a smile and tried to think of a credible lie. Glass was wearing a black down jacket over a white Synchronicity Tour t-shirt splashed with red, blue, and yellow, a relic of the mid-1980s.
"I'm just headed home to get a shower," Caitlin said lamely. "This is the first time things have slowed down at all."
Jordan's understanding smile both noted and forgave the lie.
"I came by to talk to you," she said. "Have you got a minute?"
Caitlin didn't, but she backed up and motioned for Glass to enter her office. Jordan shook her head, then pulled her close.
"Not in there,"
she whispered.
"Let's go to the ladies' room."
It took Caitlin only seconds to realize what was worrying Jordan. Nodding once, she followed the photographer down the hall and into the female employee's restroom. It held 2 stalls, 2 sinks, a tampon machine, and nothing else.
"Is my office bugged?"
Caitlin asked.
"I don't know. It could be." "FBI?"
"I really don't know."
"But you're obviously worried."
Jordan anxiously ran her hands through her hair. She was clearly conflicted about something, and Caitlin guessed it had to do with her husband.
"Last night I asked if you ever hold things back from John. You said you did."
Glass nodded.
"Of course, and he does the same. More than I suspected, I'm afraid."
Caitlin saw pain in the older woman's face.
"Can you be more specific?" "Not without damaging things I still care about."
Jordan turned on the cold water tap and let it run.
"But I'll say this. One of the downers in life is finding out that people you thought you knew well can always surprise you, and not in a positive way."
A worm of anxiety was turning in Caitlin's stomach. Jordan Glass wasn't the type to worry about trivialities.
"You're positive you can't talk about it?" "There are things I can't say. I don't want you to think John isn't on your side, because he is. But he takes this case, or cases, plural, very seriously. And he's not about to give up any advantage he might be able to get over the Knoxes." "I wouldn't either. Is that what you came to tell me?"
Jordan swallowed and looked at the floor.
"No. Do you know where Penn is now?"
Caitlin looked at her watch.
"Probably meeting your husband and Dwight Stone."
Jordan looked up sharply.
"So he told you about that?" "Why wouldn't he?"
"What did he say they were meeting about?"
"He said Dwight has some conspiracy theory about the Kennedy assassination. Penn didn't know if John is humoring Dwight because he's ill or if John believes the same theory."
Jordan nodded slowly.
"That's not exactly the truth."
Caitlin thought about Henry Sexton's letter to her and Kaiser's theory about Carlos Marcello and JFK.
"What is?"
"Dwight Stone is part of a group of retired agents who work cold cases, major cases. Jimmy Hoffa, JFK, like that. Something they learned in the last 2 days has convinced them that the double eagles here were involved in the Kennedy assassination. I don't know many specifics, but they seem to think the whole plot was run out of New Orleans."
"By Carlos Marcello?"
Jordan's eyes widened.
"Did Penn tell you that?" "Not exactly. He made it sound like a fringe theory." Jordan smiled with what looked like bitter resentment. "Look, you were obviously headed somewhere. Were you taking advantage of Penn and John being busy to follow whatever lead you hinted at last night at the hospital?" Caitlin was tempted to tell the truth, but she didn't dare, not with Tom's life at risk. "Why have you told me this, Jordan? Are you and John having problems or something?" The photographer shrugged. "Not exactly. Maybe I want you to have a level playing field. We're both journalists, and I've been exactly where you are, only without help. I wanted you to know you need to be careful about more than your enemies. You might be an intelligence target." "I appreciate it. So, is John going to simply abandon the civil rights cases that remain unsolved?" "No way. He's trying to get approval for a massive search for the bone tree, and he's doing overflights of the Valhalla hunting camp in the hopes of finding it empty." Caitlin almost gulped at the mention of the bone tree, but she quickly moved away from the subject. "Why would Valhalla need to be empty for him to search it?" "It wouldn't for a normal search, but he wants to do what they call a sneak and peek search under the Patriot Act. That way Forrest Knox won't know how much scrutiny he's under." "Man, the gloves are off, aren't they?" "Oh, yeah." "Well, what's your plan?" Caitlin asked, glancing at her watch again and thinking of Melba and Tom. "I haven't got one. I spent way too long today photographing geriatrics at Glenn Morehouse's funeral. No double eagles showed up, by the way. Not known ones, at least. Now I'm pretty much at loose ends. Tomorrow evening I fly to Havana to shoot Fidel Castro and his brother, but till then, nothing." Glass obviously wanted to be asked along on Caitlin's trip, but Caitlin wasn't ready to trust her completely. "Listen," she said awkwardly, "what I'm about to do, I have to do on my own. But if you can get away later tonight, come back and see me. I do have a plan for tomorrow, and you might be able to help." The smile that lit Jordan's face warmed Caitlin inside. Yesterday the photographer had talked like a burnout case, but there was no denying the excitement in her eyes. "I'll be here," Jordan said, turning off the tap. "You make sure you get back safe. These are serious people you're trying to dismember in your newspaper. Have you still got your gun?" Caitlin nodded. "And I won't hesitate to use it." "Good girl. And good luck." Caitlin hugged her old idol, then left the restroom and ran for the back door. Chapter 32. Annie dutifully awakens me at 6 o'clock, and Mom sends me on my way with a mug of coffee made in the Abramses' 1970s vintage percolator. Annie begs me to take her along, but I explain that I'll be working in a place that, while not physically dangerous, is no place for an 11-year-old girl. She isn't happy about this, but she doesn't try to guilt-trip me over leaving. Night has fallen as I approach the Mississippi River. An hour ago, the sun's last rays bled red and orange into the clouds over the westward-flowing bend south of town. It's too late now to show Caitlin Edelweiss at sunset as I'd planned, but before I feel too guilty, she sends me a text saying she's tied up and won't be able to meet me for several hours. Dwight Stone has checked into one of the new hotels situated in the flood zone between the levee and the river on the Vidalia side. I park near the front entrance, my mind filling with memories of the 2 weeks in 1998 that Dwight Stone and I teamed up to break the most important case of my career. Without his selfless help, I not only wouldn't have solved the case, I wouldn't have lived to hear the verdict. As I walk to the door, I notice 2 black SUVs with FBI stenciled on the doors. One has 2 high-tech satellite dishes deployed on its roof. One points skyward, but the smaller one is pointed at the hotel. This reminds me of the microcassette recorder in my coat pocket. Since I have no idea how long our conversation will last, I decide to switch it on just before entering Stone's room. Kaiser gave me the floor and room number, so I'm surprised to find him in the lobby. He's talking on his cell phone, but he waves and motions me over to him. "Thanks for coming," he says, slipping his phone into the inside pocket of his sport coat. "I know you didn't want to, but it means a lot to Dwight." I owe it to him. "That was an assistant director of the FBI on the phone. I want you to know that I'm pushing hard to get a protective custody deal for your father. That's what that call was about." "And?" Kaiser winces. "It's a tough sell, Penn. You know that. But the director hasn't ruled it out. Stone is pushing as well." "Does the director know about Stone's working group?" "He does now. After the discovery of those rifles in Royal's basement, I decided to pull the trigger and bring him into the circle. But last night's deaths created a lot of anxiety in Washington. The director's pretty pissed off, but he's not going to ignore what we found. I think he'll get there on your father as well." "It's not like Dad's got a lot of time, John." "I know." He pats my arm. "Why don't we go upstairs?" We move toward the elevators. "Any idea how long this will take?" "If you let Dwight speak his piece without interruption, an hour ought to do it." "He's going to tell me about Carlos Marcello and the Kennedy assassination?" "And your father." "What about my father? What haven't you told me already?" Kaiser looks uncomfortable as we step into the elevator. "Look," he says, pushing 4. "When it comes to the Kennedy case, it's Stone's show. Let him tell you his way." I don't even try to hide my exasperation. "By the way," says Kaiser as the car starts to rise, "Stone got the skinny on Eladio Cruz, the Cuban student who ordered the Mannlicher Carcano Royal ended up with, and then disappeared in New Orleans. Somebody in the working group knew an old FBI informant who worked undercover against Castro in Havana. He said Eladio Cruz was a DRE agent for Castro. Cruz's job was recruiting high school and college-age kids who'd come to America with their parents. He disappeared on November 19th, 1963, but he wasn't reported missing until the 21st. At the time, his friends assumed that either exiles had killed him or he'd gone back to Cuba. But Cruz never returned to Cuba, not in 1963 or later. So he didn't just disappear from New Orleans. He disappeared off the face of the earth." The elevator stops and the doors open to the 4th floor. "Where do you think he went?" I ask, motioning for John to walk ahead of me into the orange-carpeted corridor. "Into the 6,400 acres of swamps behind Marcello's Churchill Farms," he says, "just like a lot of other guys did." As Kaiser takes the lead, I slip my hand into my inside pocket and hit the record button on my Sony. That's one advantage of the old analog units. The buttons are big enough to operate by touch. Did his disappearance have to do with the Carcano? Kaiser points to his right. "Room 406. "Come on, John," I say, following him. "Are you serious? A known pro-Castro agent buying a rifle exactly like the one that would be used to kill John Kennedy, then disappearing only days before the assassination?" Kaiser holds up his hand and stops me a few paces from Stone's door. "Listen, you may not realize how bad Dwight—" My track phone is ringing. Kaiser pauses, waiting for me to answer. "Go on in," I tell him. "I'll be right there." He sighs with frustration. Retreating down the hall toward the elevators, I click send. "This is Penn."
"It's Walker Dennis. I'm headed out to another warehouse fire on Frogmore Road, but that's not why I'm calling."
My gut hitches in dread. "What's happened?"
"I just got a call from Claude Devereaux."
"Brody Royal's attorney? What did he want?"
"You won't believe it. That old Cajun bastard told me that Snake Knox, Sonny Thornfield, and the other double eagles on my list will be at my office at 7 a.m. tomorrow to surrender themselves for questioning." For several seconds, I'm speechless. That's hard to believe. Well, they're coming. Devereaux didn't call them double eagles, of course. He claims they have nothing to hide, and that they want to clear their names as soon as possible.
Did he say Billy Knox would be with them?
Billy wasn't on my list. We don't have anything on him yet.
What do you have on the others?
Not much, to be honest. Leo Spivey's home computer has turned up some suspicious accounting, coded stuff, and we've found a few suspect connections to the old guys. We still have a lot of evidence to go through, and I'm pressuring the hell out of the cookers and dealers we rounded up this morning.
Walker, those punks know that ratting out the Knoxes means a bullet in the head, if they're lucky. Stay with the computers.
We will. I just wanted to make sure you're going to be at my office in the morning. If those fuckers have their high-dollar lawyer present, I want to make sure I've got mine.
A rush of conflicting emotions floods through me. I still believe in my strategy of pressuring Forrest Knox so that he'll have to turn his attention away from the hunt for my father. But something tells me Dwight Stone wouldn't have traveled all the way here without having something important to say. And now Kaiser has hinted that it may be about my father. Until I hear Stone out, I'm reluctant to commit to what he may think is a serious mistake. In the silence of my thoughts, I hear Walker breathing impatiently.
You're not getting cold feet, are you? He asks.
No. I'm just thinking this may be more complicated than I first thought.
Tough shit. You're the one who got me started on this drug war, and now I've got 2 dead deputies in the state police crawling up my ass. We're fully committed. So make sure you're standing outside my interrogation room at 7 a.m. Otherwise, you get no more information or assistance from me henceforth.
Don't worry. I'll be there. He clicks off. Looking back toward Stone's room, I see Kaiser still standing in the hall watching me. I'm pretty sure he couldn't have heard anything I said.
Everything okay?
He asks as I approach. If I related Walker's news about the double eagles to Kaiser, he would blow his top and probably upset Stone in the process. Yeah, no problems.
About Dwight,
Kaiser says, blocking the door with his hand.
He looks pretty rough. He's on the transplant list, but they haven't found him a liver yet. His tumors are growing, and this operation tomorrow is sort of a last-ditch holding action. I gather his odds are about 50-50 going in. It was crazy for him to come here, but nothing was going to stop him. I lobbied the director to give him this last gift.
I hadn't realized things were quite that bad. How's his mental state?
Oh, he's still sharp as a razor. That's the tragedy of it. He may run on a little about the JFK stuff, but be patient with him. You'll know a lot more about your father when you walk out of here than you did when you came in.
With that cryptic comment, Kaiser drops his arm and ushers me into room 406. After moving through the short passage between the closet and the bathroom, I see a man who bears little resemblance to the one who saved my life in 1998. Back then, Stone was a tough, tanned, wiry old bird who looked like he could whip men 20 years his junior. Now he's so jaundiced that his face and hands look as though someone swabbed them with betadine. He's propped against the headboard with the covers pulled up to his waist. His eyes have sunk deep into his skull, and his silver hair looks thin and wispy. I haven't seen many men who look this far gone emerge from a hospital again.
"Hello, Pen,"
he says in a reedy voice that's but an echo of his once powerful baritone. "Come over here and shake my hand." I walk around the bed and carefully take his right hand in both of mine. Gently squeezing the papery skin, I notice bruises at both inner elbows, probably from multiple needle sticks. His face, too, is bruised in places, but his hollow eyes still burn with the light of a gas flame. In my peripheral vision, I note a plastic urinal behind the lamp on the bedside table and a folded wheelchair leaning against the wall. It's hard to believe this is the man who took a bullet while trying to save my life in the icy river that ran beside his Colorado cabin. "I appreciate you coming," he says, obviously meaning it.
Wouldn't have missed it, buddy.
Kaiser sits on a small sofa beneath the picture window on the wall to my left. Behind him, the lights of Natchez glow high on the bluff across the dark river. Stone gives me a weak smile. I'd ask about your father, but John has brought me up to speed. You know, back in 1998, after your trial was over, Tom and I had lunch together. We found we had a lot in common. We are exactly the same age, and we both spent 1950 freezing our asses off in Korea. I'd forgotten that. I know you're probably baffled by his recent actions. I hope I can give you some insight into why he's behaved as he has. I sure need it. Is the answer good or bad? Stone drops his hand and takes a measured breath. Once we get to the final truth, I believe that whatever Tom did will ultimately prove justified. Are you referring to the Viola Turner case, or the Kennedy stuff? Both, I hope. Why don't you sit down, Penn? I don't have the wind I used to, so we'd better get to it. You want me to sit on the bed? Or can you talk loud enough for me to use the chair by that desk? The chair's fine. As I move back to the desk chair, it strikes me that I'm sitting with the veterans of two wars, Korea and Vietnam. By being born roughly a decade after Kaiser, I won the lottery that spared my generation combat. Neither man comments when I take my .357 Magnum from the small of my back and lay it on the veneer desk. As I settle back in the chair, Stone folds his hands in his lap, looks down at them, and begins to speak in the voice of a man who has paid a great price for his wisdom. This meeting may be the last significant thing I do in my life outside a hospital. If it is, I'll have no complaints. I've been certain who gave the order to kill John Kennedy for nearly 2 years, but I couldn't prove it, because I didn't know how he arranged it or who fired the kill shot. I glance at the sofa, where Kaiser is silently pleading with me to be patient. Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy, Dwight. From the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository, anything else is fantasy. No, he says. Oswald was in Dealey Plaza that day, and he did shoot President Kennedy, but he didn't kill Kennedy. Then who did? Before I tell you that, let me tell you how I know Oswald didn't. I'm not here because some old FBI gomers got together in the rest home and came up with a conspiracy theory. He gives me a small smile. Although I suppose you could make that argument. We're old enough to have read most of the 5 million pages of public records pertaining to the assassination. But my group has also gained at least limited access to most of the 10,000 records that will remain sealed until 2017. This is the first thing I've heard that surprised me. Is that where you got your new assassination theory? From the sealed records? Stone snorts with disdain. God, no. Most of those records remain sequestered for one of two reasons. They deal with CIA and FBI operations that either were illegal or showed gross incompetence by still living officers. Some of it makes waterboarding and drone strikes look like a tea party, but it's ass-covering, Penn. Nothing more. Every conspiracy not waiting to find the Dealey Grail in those sealed records is due for some serious disappointment. Then why are we here? How do you know Oswald didn't fire the kill shot? I'm here because of one forensic fact. It's been right in front of us, in front of the whole world, ever since we saw the Zapruder film. It's simple ballistics, Kaiser interjects, and undeniable proof of a conspiracy in the Kennedy assassination. Well, I prompt. Oswald fired 3 shots in Dealey Plaza, Kaiser says. He only hit President Kennedy with one of them, in the back. That was the so-called magic bullet that produced 7 wounds between Kennedy and Governor Connolly and remained fairly pristine. You remember that? I saw the movie. How could I forget? Exactly. Oliver Stone's film did an even greater disservice to the headshot, the kill shot. District Attorney Jim Garrison created the theory of the improbable magic bullet, then tried to prove that the shot to Kennedy's head was fired from the grassy knoll. You remember? Back and to the left, I say, quoting Kevin Costner from the movie. Seinfeld even had an episode mocking that. Dwight nods in the bed. Oliver Stone almost single-handedly elevated two glaring forensic errors into myth, which always trumps truth in the public mind. What were his errors? First, the magic bullet wasn't magic at all. Oswald was firing fully jacketed rounds designed for winter war in the Alps, meant for penetrating multiple layers of heavy clothing. His bullets were slow, 1,800 feet per second, but very powerful. In Dallas, they performed exactly as they were designed to. The real magic bullet, Kaiser says, was the headshot. It blasted open Kennedy's skull, blew out a third of his brain, and left only tiny fragments in the skull case. And practically vaporized in the process, Stone finishes, which no Mannlicher Carcano 6.58 round ever did after hitting a human skull at 1,800 feet per second. We verified that under the most rigorous field conditions and also through exhaustive research. There had to be another shooter there, Kaiser asserts, one firing a rifle with a muzzle velocity greater than 3,200 feet per second, the speed required for a bullet to reliably and effectively explode. A rifle like the Remington 700 you identified from Brodie Royal's basement. A hot load for that rifle can reach 4,000 feet per second. Why didn't ballistics experts see this long ago? I ask. Stone smiles sadly. The forest and the trees, Penn. Contrary to popular belief, Kaiser says, Oswald had the skill to make that shot. What he didn't have on that day was the rifle or the bullet. But Dwight said Oswald hit Kennedy in the back, I point out. Even a blind pig finds a truffle now and again, says Stone. That was luck, says Kaiser. The scope on Oswald's Carcano was a cheap Japanese add-on, and it wasn't even zeroed. In fact, it couldn't be zeroed. It only had 2 screws holding it on. But even if it could have been, that Carcano couldn't fire a bullet fast enough to explode, and Oswald wasn't using frangible rounds. Okay, let's say I buy all that. If Oswald didn't kill JFK, who did? Stone and Kaiser share a long look. Then Stone says, Frank Knox. I shouldn't be surprised to hear this, but the conviction with which Stone said the name has rattled me, not least because I know my father knew Frank Knox. On November 22nd, 1963, Stone goes on, Frank Knox, the ex-Marine from Faraday, Louisiana, and founder of the Double Eagle Group, fired the bullet that blew John Kennedy's brains out. Knox was sent there by Carlos Marcello. He fired from a lower floor of the Dow Tex building, probably the 2nd floor. He fired one reasonably silenced shot from deep within the room, and he accomplished his mission, just as he'd done so often during the war. Stone sounds as sure of this as any man has ever been sure of anything. Can you prove that? I ask. Some of it. With your father's help, I think we can prove the rest. My skepticism quickly morphs into an almost frantic exasperation. Dwight, I love you, man, but this is pretty hard to take. Last night, John told me that you think Dad knows who killed Kennedy. Stone shakes his head. No, it's worse than that, I'm afraid. Your father actually made Frank's shot possible. These stunning words trigger the disorientation of an unexpected blow when your brain tries haltingly to fathom the cause and extent of the damage. Stone closes his eyes as though he feels the same pain I do, but when he opens them, I realize that he doesn't even see me. He grimaces in agony, and then his hands go to his emaciated belly. "Dwight, are you okay?" "I need to get to the bathroom," he croaks. Kaiser has already sprung to his feet. He unfolds the wheelchair, and together we transfer the old agent from the bed to the chair. Dwight's quivering muscles tell me he barely has the strength to hold himself erect. With Kaiser's help, moving him into the bathroom isn't that difficult, but once he's there, we stand anxiously outside the door, listening closely in case he should pass out. "I can't believe he flew down here in such bad shape," I whisper. Kaiser shakes his head, then whispers back, "This really may be his last ride. That's how much this case means to him." Sobered by the nearness of mortality, I blow out a rush of air. John. What the hell was he talking about? My dad made Frank's shot possible? Even if Knox did shoot Kennedy, that's just nuts. Kaiser gives me a long look, then shakes his head. "Let's just wait for Dwight, okay?" This doesn't reassure me. "I haven't got all night, man." "It won't take that long. But you've got time for this. Stone wants to solve this case, but he also wants to help your father if he can. So how about you make time for him?" A groan and a thud come through the door. "Oh, fuck," says Kaiser, grabbing the knob. Chapter 33. Billy Knox sat on the front deck at Valhalla, staring out through the cold dusk toward the Mississippi River. Billy had his chair tilted back, his feet on the rail, and a big glass of bourbon in his hand. His father sat in a teak glider to his right. Forrest's pit bull curled up beside him, and Sonny Thornfield stood at the rail beyond Snake. The cheep of crickets and the calls of nightbirds filled the air, but Billy was listening for the deep rumble of barges passing on the river, a mile to the west. Most of the land directly across the river was unpopulated wildlife refuge, but the clouds had begun to glow to the southwest as the lights of Marksville, Louisiana came on. The past 2 hours had been the most uncomfortable of Billy's life outside of prison. After Forrest and Ozen flew away in the big state police helicopter, Snake had begun saying all the things he hadn't had the guts to say to his nephew's face. Worse, he kept looking to Billy for agreement and even prodding him for information. Billy had claimed that Forrest had spent their time alone giving him instructions on how to protect their financial assets during this crisis, but his father wasn't buying it. And the more Snake drank, the nearer he came to what Forrest would consider treason.
"You know what I think?"
Snake mumbled into his glass.
"I think he's got Dr. Cage already. That's why nobody can find him. I think Forrest has the doc holed up in some safe house, and he thinks he's working some kind of deal. But what's really happening is a doc is working him."
When no one responded, Snake jabbed Billy's shoulder with his fist.
"What do you think, son? Only stands to reason, don't it?"
"No," Billy said wearily. "If Forrest had Dr. Cage, he'd be a lot less worried than he is."
"So you say. And another thing, I don't like Forrest bringing his SWAT guys into our business. What the hell do we need them for?"
"Keep your voice down," Sonny said. "We don't know who the hell might be out here right now, or whether there might be microphones around here." Snake waved his hand as if to brush these worries away.
"And why's he jamming the cell phones, huh? Who's he afraid we'll talk to?"
Billy had puzzled over this himself, and he'd actually switched off the jammer momentarily to make a couple of calls. Forrest told me it was to help block FBI surveillance, but I think that's probably for the black team as much as anything. He doesn't want anybody being able to prove they were here later on. Snake grunted, obviously dissatisfied with his explanation.
I'll tell you, those black team bastards wouldn't hesitate to kill us if Forrest ordered them to. In fact, that might be why he's calling them in. You ever think about that?
You've had one too many drinks, Pop. Seriously.
Black team my ass, Snake went on. I can outshoot every one of those pissants. They never shot nothing but nigger dope dealers through a night vision scope. They don't know nothing about war.
Billy looked over at Sonny, who looked older than ever with a white frizz of stubble on his normally clean-shaven face. Sonny was staring back with naked fear in his eyes.
You boys listen to me, Snake said. Walking into the CPSO tomorrow to get arrested don't make no damn sense with meth charges waiting for us. I don't care what Forrest has planned for Walker Dennis. That's just plain suicidal. I think Forrest wants us in jail.
That's crazy, Pop, Billy said finally. What's Forrest got to gain from you going to jail?
It'd take the heat off him for one thing. You seen his name in the newspaper yet? No.
Forrest can't let you go to jail. You could rat him out any time you wanted.
If we lived long enough.
Snake clutched Billy's arm.
Forrest could have us killed in jail.
Come on. You need to get some sleep.
He's done it before.
Snake's eyes flashed with certainty.
I know that for a fact. So do you.
Billy was thinking about Forrest's final words to him, but he forced himself to chuckle. He couldn't kill all of you, could he?
He wouldn't have to,
Snake said, his eyes still shining with animal cleverness.
If he killed me, the rest would fall right into line.
Snake looked back over his shoulder.
Ain't that right, Sonny?
Sonny Thornfield swallowed audibly. I say we're already in line. I don't see what the problem is. Forrest will take care of us. Let's just get this thing done tomorrow, then start the move to the businesses Forrest's talking about. Sonny's right, Billy said. All Forrest told me after you guys went out was to keep you calm and get you there in the morning. Forrest isn't looking to kill you. He's trying to save you. We're family, for Christ's sake. Snake let his hand fall from Billy's sleeve and slumped in his chair, his gaze once again lost in the vast darkness over the river. Half a minute later he sat up suddenly, his head cocked like that of a hunting dog. Traveler came to his feet, puzzled but curious. What is it? Billy asked.
I heard something,
Snake said.
Listen.
Walt had been lying beneath the bed for so long that his back and legs were numb. Just once he had crawled out to check if the pit bull was still outside. It was, and then to listen at the door for the drone of voices. The men below were still talking. Walt's only consolation was that a half hour ago he'd received a coded text message from Tom telling him his location. He didn't know how the message had come through, since he'd begun to suspect the presence of a cell frequency jammer. But apparently Tom had found a way to cross the river and made his way to Quentin Avery's house in Jefferson County. This gave Walt a destination to aim for, if he could ever get out of this place. But the transmission of that message had also put Tom at risk. Walt had deleted it immediately, for if the men downstairs dragged him out from under the bed, they would find his phone before they killed him. Though he was almost frantic with the desire to escape Valhalla, he knew he'd be insane to do anything but lie as still as he could and sweat as little as possible. If the pit bull outside caught his scent, he was doomed. Walt was wishing he'd hid his truck better when the sound of a helicopter coming over the trees reached him. Seconds later, the window began rattling as the chopper settled over the lodge as though preparing to land. Walt dragged himself from beneath the bed, then struggled to his feet beside the window. Through the crack in the curtains, he saw the chopper disgorge 6 men and 1 German shepherd. Clad in black, they moved easily beneath the rotor blast, and each man carried a heavy gear bag as he trotted toward a building about 30 yards to the south. Walt felt a wild compulsion to use the cover of the rotors to run downstairs and make a break for the woods, but he knew better. Those rotors meant nothing to a dog's nose, and now there was more than one dog down there. He had no choice but to sit tight. Sonny Thornfield watched the state police jet ranger bore in low over the trees and hover above the lodge, blasting leaves and pine straw and other debris into the air in a mini tornado. Its rotors buffeted the air so hard that Sonny felt the waves like a bass drum in his chest.
"Why don't he land down at the goddamn strip?"
Snake shouted, flipping the bird to the pilot.
"Lazy motherfucker!"
Sonny watched the big helo settle earthward on the other side of the lodge. 5 seconds later it disappeared from view, and the noise dropped by 50%. "That's the beauty of having a chopper," Billy said, a note of envy in his voice. "You can land where you want." Snake grumbled something unintelligible. "I better go check on them," Billy said, getting to his feet. "Forrest told me to make sure they had everything they needed."
"Yeah, jump to it, Hop Sing,"
Snake said.
"Make sure they've all got butt wipes and a hairdryer."
As Billy opened the sliding doors and walked back through the house, Snake shook his head and muttered, "SWAT my ass. A SWAT team ought to be able to live on bugs in the middle of hell for 10 days. These assholes need a goddamn babysitter." Sonny didn't bother answering. Suddenly, Snake got up and walked down the steps of the deck, then made his way to the corner of the lodge and disappeared around it. Forrest's pit bull followed at his heels. Sonny reluctantly got up and went after them. The big jet ranger had landed in the clearing before the lodge. 3 men clad in black were trotting between the chopper and bunkhouse, heads ducked beneath the spinning rotors.
"We got a problem, Sonny,"
Snake said, loud enough to be heard over the rotors.
"You know that?"
Sonny shifted uncomfortably. "I'm not so sure. Don't you think maybe we ought to let Forrest try it his way first? Let him de-escalate the situation?" Snake looked back at him like he was a fool.
"Boy, you want to close your eyes and follow the cattle right into the kill chute, don't you? Anything's better than facing the truth, I guess."
"What truth are you talking about?"
"The fork in the river, son. The parting of the ways."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Blood, boy. It don't mean the same thing to everybody."
"Huh?" Snake spat and turned back toward the chopper, which looked like a giant metal insect that had risen out of the swamp.
"You'll find out soon enough. Mark my words, son. I just hope I'm still around to say I told you so."
Snake stepped from behind the wall and started toward the chopper and the bunkhouse. "Where are you going?" Sonny called. "Snake!" Snake looked back and grinned.
"Just being friendly. I'm going to make these boys feel at home like Forrest said to."
Then he began to trot toward the chopper, one hand raised in greeting.